Welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, how are you? In the background, I have the lovely lady herself getting ready. Super excited to have right out of the gate for this election 24-hour special. I am in my downstairs living room area just off where the office is, and we will indeed be having our first guest of the show will be, let's see if I can get her in here, Stephanie Miller, who is somewhere. There she is. I see her. But the question is, can I hear her? Does she say anything? Does she say the guest is in the guest room? So we have to unmute her, and then oh, I see what it does. Yes. Hold on. I'm zooming you around before I bring you in because I want to make sure that you look fancy pants. Your camera is way up in the is like that's good. Okay, excellent. I'll bring her in right there, and then we'll go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. There she is. Hey.
Hey,
Hi, look at that. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna kick this off right. I'm doing a 24-hour live stream. Look at the shirt. What's it say? Blue Wave. Vote.
I got a better idea.
I don't. You're taking me on a dog cam. We're attaching the camera to the dog's neck, and an upside down works too. There she is. Look at that. I think you're right. I think that's a lot better. There you go. Hold on. I'll move you over. Just you hold still, and I'll handle everything. If I had a nickel for that, ladies and gentlemen. So let's. Okay, I'm gonna zoom and pan this lady. Dun 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 dun. Very nice. Blue wave. Here comes the blue wave. Very exciting. I feel better and better about it, and I have to say, what's your feeling? I'm sure your adrenaline's up.
What did Adam Schiff say to us on Saturday night, right, Hal? He said, I'm nauseously optimistic.
That's exactly right. I've felt confident about this from the very beginning, and I will continue to throughout. I'm going to be staying up all night doing this, so you will go to bed at what, 4 in the afternoon as you normally do, or do
Yeah.
you normally do because you get up at ass in the morning to do your show,
Yeah.
and you have to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's got to be near impossible on nights like this.
I know. Well, I mean, I think it's so funny. I always love your happy clappiness, as I tell you, and I feel the same way. But it's hard not to also feel terrified because of everything that's at stake
On the line. Yeah.
Yeah. And can I start by saying you were so brilliant, as everybody was at Sexy Liberal in LA Saturday night. And, everybody said, I think we all needed it because we're all feeling terrified. And there was just so much laughter and hope and joy and enthusiasm.
Yeah. I do feel like there, I think a lot of people are nervous because it's like shades of 2016 and we don't want to get our hopes up. But I think right now, I think there's a FAFO moment where women aren't fucking around and Trump is going to find out. And I think last time, I think a lot of people slept on Hillary Clinton and were very, they just didn't realize the depth of the commitment necessary to fight back against something like this. And they think it's good for granted. And he squeaked by with 40,000 votes approximately in 3 different states, won the electoral college, lost the popular vote. I think there's a lot of similarities in this round to 2008, maybe even 2016, but without that fall off, without the faux-aggressive fall off or the Susan Sarandon vote or the Jill Stein thing. I think that ship has sailed. What do you think?
I think that hopefully we're more prepared this time for the Russian disinformation.
Right.
It's all out in the open now. They have so many willing traitors on the right, as I always say, that'll spread their disinformation to hurt America and to help Donald Trump. That is, just kind of, but I think we're we're kind of more prepared for it. We're prepared for him claiming that he's won, that he's going to try to incite violence. He's already doing it. I mean, that's one of the best signs I take is that he's already saying the election's being stolen from him. Does that sound like someone to you whose internals are showing him he's going to win? I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, I got to say, he looked like a condom that was used in a school demonstration in the most embarrassing moment of your life. And they're like, why are they using an orange one? And it's like, so no one thinks it's a deer and shoots it. And it's just, like this saggy, leftover, unused
That's what I
rubber of a
said
human
Saturday
being.
night.
I know.
It's like you scraped together like every horrible attribute a human could ever have and shoved it in an old orange condom and then like
Yeah.
put lips on it and made it, make noises
A
with its
sock
face.
puppet out of it. Just and like he gets like today, I love this like magnanimous tone he's trying to strike on voting day in the morning when he obviously is peaking on Melania's voting thing. I it's so funny. I was going to tweet earlier, and I may still today because I'm going to be up all night, so anything could
Yeah.
happen. But I half believe he voted for Harris and voted like, you know what I mean? Just like fuck this, I'm out. Like, he knows he's going to lose anyways. So it's just like, get me out of here. Maybe if I tell her I voted for her, she
And
won't.
Melania, like,
Yeah,
I want individual liberty. I'm going to have
right.
individual liberty from this fuck stick.
I'm voting to fuck the Christmas. If I never have to see another red blood stalactite pagan weird Christmas tree fucking thing ever,
Yeah,
it's too good.
she's not a visit in prison type of gal. I don't think, pal.
No, there's no conjugal visits even happening now. Like, it's sad when you can't get conjugal visits from your wife on bail. Um, Again, he also didn't he vote? Didn't he violate 2 laws? He's a felon voting, and
Yes,
he doesn't live at Mar-a-Lago. Does that
I know.
resonate with you when people like? Are there certain things that like? There's certain things that stick in my fucking craw, and one of them is he doesn't have a house. Like he doesn't live. Who the fuck doesn't have a?
Lives
He's a
in a shitty golf hotel. I mean,
yeah.
it's pathetic. It's
It's
just,
like yeah. Look, Fugelsang's joining us early. Hold on one second. Oh my
oh
god,
yay,
look at
oh my
that!
god,
I had no
oh no,
idea.
we're gonna cross the streams.
Yeah, right. Don't cross the
The
streams. All right.
sexy liberal
Oh, I
streams.
know. This is so funny. Hold on. Now I've got to make a magical one. I think. Oh, I know what this is. This is East Coast versus West Coast in a
Oh,
mad
we're having a rap
throwdown.
war.
This
A
show's
rap
starting
war.
off really friggin' good. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let me go bring him in here, and then I'll make this happen, and then I'll make this happen. I'm the dude who can make actual scenes on the fly. And we'll
Right?
add, yeah, it's amazing. Hold on, duplicate this
Yeah, we're
guy.
cobbling shit together. I tell you what, on election day.
Oh yeah, well that's again I have seen so many times, if I may, and we we'll watch this play out. I'm there's a bunch of people I'm waiting for the meltdown. I am so waiting for the meltdown
That'll,
this time
that'll be
around.
icing.
That's right. Oh, it's going to be gorgeous. And in the here we go. 3, 2, 1, and I will bring in everybody. This is super gonna look at this. Look at this. Look at this happening.
Wow.
Look
Oh,
at
that's a lot of. That's a lot of.
oh, that's a
It's
lot
a
of
lot of
sexiness.
handsome.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm gonna go back to the line. There we go. And so John, hi, how are you? You're amazing.
That's the best introduction I've ever had. Thank you. Welcome. Hello. I'm the East Coast guy here in Santa Monica. Welcome. Hi.
Right. Oh,
Can I?
that's right. Yeah, you're in Santa Monica. So we crossed the streams.
Can
It's all good. So we were just
I take
talking
a
about
moment to say that we've been doing this tour, this sexy liberal tour,
yeah.
for 13 years, and I'm telling you, I never heard as many times that Saturday in LA was the best one ever. Again,
Yeah, I heard it too. I heard it too.
top of your game, and we're like 11 billion years old now.
Well, I mean, and I also think like I'm so excited for first of all, we're all excited for Trump to be over, but we're also excited for the the last sexy liberal show until we have to fight the midterms or whatever the heck is the next phase of this is, because it is constant gardening. That's democracy. Is going to be being in DC for the inauguration of Kamala Harris and all the historic elements that go with that. It's just incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. John, how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident? We were quoting Adam Schiff saying Saturday he's nauseously optimistic.
Right.
I think
I
that's
feel this. I feel the same way. I do. I'm really glad Jimmy Carter lived to see this day.
Mm-hmm.
The last time the polls were this close were in 1976. We have to remember this might not just be the coffin in MAGA. This might be the coffin in the way we take polling seriously today.
Yeah.
And if
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump,
my next tour is I'm going to go strangle every single pundit and pollster.
Oh my
If this
God.
isn't even fucking close, like we think it might not even be close, I'm going to strangle everyone that has given me
I
this
just
degree
want
of.
Donald Trump. I just want him to do what he did in 2018, 2020, and 2022. You know, he's become so reliable for us, and I can't think of anybody else I'd rather have on the ticket. Finally, bringing in Megyn Kelly at the very end tells me Nikki Haley must have turned him down. And
Oof.
watching what I've said all along, stop and smell the train wreck. And we have to realize we may have seen our last Trump rally, people. We may
Yeah.
have witnessed the last Trump rally ever, and I'm just kind of emotionally coming to terms with this. You know, it's now we got to go back to getting to know people before we can tell if they're a racist. It's been a really interesting ride.
Right. Yeah. They won't be wearing like a hat that clearly identifies them.
Yeah, Mark of the Beast has been there all this time.
Yeah, but Hal, speaking of the polls, I mean, what do you think? Do you buy them? I think we are, hearing a lot of these red wave pollsters are throwing in these junk polls that are going into the averages. So I don't know what to fucking believe anymore.
I call it. Look, I coined a phrase earlier this year called poll jacking, and because there was clearly a thing with Trump basically buying access to Rasmussen by that guy that used to be one of the polls people would go to. Just became a straight up Jim Jones Trumpite. And there are all kinds of things in the primaries. There's a lot of coordination between the polling companies. They call each other because they do these, not only they call people, but they show up at the diners and they hand out these like forms and go, hey, fill out your enthusiasm shit and all that. Like you do a paper, one version of that. And they continue to do it throughout the election, but it's really telling during the primary. And Rasmussen, so what they do is they call each other when they go, hey, I'm going to this diner. Don't go to the same diner. Like they do that in Iowa and New Hampshire and shit like that. That's the macro or micro tiny version of it. I think they've been doing that on a bigger scale with the call lists that Rasmussen and RNC buys and sells the same call list. And then they know who's going to call. And they just basically call ahead and say, hey, pick up. When this one calls, pick up. And say you're voting for Trump.
I don't want to just go, oh, I only like the polls that, that are good news for us. I want to go, I want to listen to the people that have been right. And this pollster in Iowa has been like the gold standard that shows Kamala ahead in Iowa. I don't know if she's going to win. But, a lot of the people like Christopher Boozy and Simon Rosenberg, they're the ones that have been right. Like the red wave pollsters are the ones that were wrong about every race since Roe v. Wade fell, right?
I just want to say the polls are very, very accurate of the people that are being polled. We just have to remember there's only two groups of Americans that get polled. People who still answer landlines and people who answer their cell phone when they don't know who's calling.
Right.
So when you see any poll, it's a poll of Americans in those two groups. And if you're not someone with a landline, and if you don't pick up your phone when you don't know who the caller is, you're not a person who's being polled in all of these thousands we've sat through.
Right.
So, no one knows anything is my point.
Agreed.
I've done my own focus group, and 100% of the women that go to Sexy Liberal tours want to get polled by both Hal and John.
Sure.
That's just a snap.
I understand.
Poll.
Yeah. And believe me, if after this emotional exhaustion passes, I think for everyone, I don't know if everybody's libido goes up again to a normal level or evens out and we're back to kind of like, I think I was just excited in an excited state and therefore I thought I was horny, but I'm really just terrified. So
that's it. That's what I said this morning. I'm like, I long for an election cycle where I don't feel like I'm either going to have an orgasm or shit myself every 5 minutes. Sometimes both at the same time. I'm ready for boring again.
Yeah, I guess that's Melania's life, I guess. That's her full experience. Now she voted with her sunglasses on, right, today, but then she went back to Mar-a-Lago or what have you, and then she had her glasses off and big bags under her eyes, so we know it's the real one. Right now, like Dixville Knox splits right down the middle just to be a dick last night.
Yeah, I put the dick in Dixville.
Oh my God, 3 and 3, just trying to be assholes about it. Like it's like they coordinated it just to make the news. Like at this point, they can do that.
But But the good news there is that 4 of them are registered Republicans and the other 2 are independents. So the fact that it's split means that, those
it's
people in the
very
Senate
telling.
Republicans are going to Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like one of the little known stories, and John, I'm curious because we all, like, I voted ahead of time, in person.
Yep.
You voted ahead of time in person, Steph?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh no,
Yeah.
I mail in. I did mail in.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And John, what'd you do?
I do both. I vote as many times as I can every year.
Sure.
I try to cover my bases that way. Yeah. No, I mailed in a couple of weeks ago.
Gotcha. Because I went in and did it personally, and like, I feel like these days, if you go in personally, it's way harder to bullshit for everybody to bullshit themselves that there's something shaky going on, because there's so many countermeasures and there's so many things you have to go through.
That's right.
There's so many elements of it that if you actually see it, and maybe that was why people felt like there was a lot of cheating going on in 2020, is because it was out of their hands and in the mail. And so more people will vote in person this time, even with the number of people that voted early, Democrat and Republican. There's a big number of them. But that was because they were banking their vote. They still did it kind of in person. So I feel like that whole it was stolen thing only works in COVID with with this massive vote by mail thing. Not because it's
actually, it only works. It only works when he's president and controls the levers of government.
Sure.
Private citizen trying to make a ruckus is going to have a much smaller ruckus.
Right.
I don't mean to
the
be
Jan 6 part of it isn't going to happen. You're absolutely right.
I voted multiple times with several Haitians that I were also voting illegally after we had a feast of our neighbors' pets. So I just want to really.
I did. Well, that's how you say.
I hope there were some pedophiles there, Stephanie. I didn't hear any mention of any pedophiles.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of obvious. We also eat babies when we're.
Did you at least get a ride on the Diddy bus? And didn't they have a Diddy party buses showing up with the windows blacked out?
By the way, you guys talk so brilliantly all the time in the spirit of our beloved Eric Bullard about the media. And, Jimmy Kimmel brought up something that, I mean, they have failed us right to the end. He was saying, I can't believe, we have 100 hours of Jeffrey Epstein tape, but then talking about Trump being his best friend for a decade. And I didn't even get a phone alert about that. But, Biden's garbage gaff was everywhere for, I mean, it.
Well, I think,
it is.
The issue that we have with, fuck Michael Wolff and that bullshit, because, how do you keep that shit hidden for that long? That's just terrible. Yeah. But on top of that, the Biden saying something on camera in a campaign that really happened is one thing, but there's a lot of that, is the audio real? We don't have time to verify it. It's within 5 days of the election. I don't mind the press being tepid about releasing that kind of stuff, because what that means to me is that even with Michael Wolff's, people basically saying, yeah, that's real, and more of it's going to come out later, it's bad form to release audio or video that somebody goes, yeah, I got this picture of somebody or this video or this audio of somebody 5 days before the election. Like, I feel like it's good that they're slow about it. It's just interesting the timing that they decide to do it now instead of when Hillary's running, when Comey comes out.
Yeah, but I mean, if Kamala did even a iota of anything Trump has done, the media would have stroked out. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
I mean, double standard is just beyond.
I think they're just trying to fill the Hunter Biden gap, and they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I think we're going to do it anyway. We're going to do this ourselves. Right?
I insist.
And by the way, as long as you're mentioning Hunter Biden, I just want to dedicate this election day to all those men out there that'll have Hunter Biden penis pictures on their hard drives for the rest of their lives because they don't understand how the cloud works. It's beautiful. Ted Cruz has Hunter Biden dick pics on his laptop.
Right.
And I don't think that's legal where he lives in Cancun. But I dedicate all of this to everybody who blew their life savings on Let's Go Brandon merch. It's a beautiful day.
Oh, yeah. And
Ted Cruz is going to go down. What do you think
about Ted Cruz losing?
What's that? Listen, that would be porn for the angels, and the Lord brought lube. I would love to see it, because what I'm trying to prepare people for is, look, if we wind up with President Kamala Harris and a Republican Senate that won't approve her judges, that would be bad. but it would be light years better than having napalm on fire of a Donald Trump presidency with a Republican Senate that would approve his judges. So I'm already telling people now, the worst thing Democrats and people on the left and liberals can do is celebrate and then check out for the next 2 years.
Yep.
You got to stay there. You got to stay in the fight. And these are Democrats. We have to hold their feet to the fire. Like Barack Obama said at Netflix Nation the first year he was in office. We have to stay on our own side's case to make sure that they are the progressives that we voted for. We're not blindly obedient to the cult like the other guys. We've got to stay.
Let's put a pin in that until we get through today. How about
I agree. I mean, I think there's a real issue.
Like I said, that's how.
Sorry, I lost you there for a second. What'd you say?
Everybody's
John?
frozen.
Oh, everybody froze? Well, we should pop back up. We'll be all right.
Everybody's frozen. Okay, now we're back.
Now I see you moving
I'm good.
again.
I hear you both.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So yeah, the primary thing I think is, I think Steph's right. Like we put a pin in that, to at least allow ourselves a honeymoon worker phase. And before we start holding...
Hey, I know. I'm just saying this in case by tomorrow your media is telling you, oh, she's got a Republican Senate, she's not going to go. They're going to be doing this. They're going to be gaslighting us, and it's all hopeless right away. I'm just saying we have to stay engaged no matter who wins.
Yeah, agreed.
Could you just keep pretty while I'm having an orgasm still, and then tomorrow we'll deal with other stuff?
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna stay. I'm staying happy clappy through the whole day, and I really do trust this is going to go our way, and I think there's going to be a lot of pleasant surprises in this because I think the Republicans, there's twofold. One is Trump has no ground game, doesn't think he needs one, has been actively funneling money out of his own campaign and shoving it down his gullet and up his ass. And the other thing is,
thank you, Laura. Thank you, Laura.
Right. Is that Laura Trump specifically has been doing the exact same thing to the RNC, and the House races are expensive.
And my favorite story is Laura Loomer is mad at Bobby Kennedy because she said he's grifting off the Donald Trump's grift by raising money to pay off his Democratic primary debt instead of the money going to Trump, and so they're all hate each other, and it's beautiful. I know
and imagine what the meltdown's going to be like when he loses, because he's going to lose. Yeah. The other thing too is, and I'm curious what you guys think about this, because I think we've said previously, Democrats turn out early, Democrats bank their vote. I think the Republicans that bank their vote are also Haley voters who wanted to just get him in the fucking rearview mirror. So I think the turnout of Republicans has a lot more to do with like people who are voting against Trump in their and trying to salvage their own party than even voting for him. I don't think maggots vote early, but I also think the turnout on today, you need women outnumber men in this country, and women are coming out in droves. Clearly, a Rovember thing is happening, but there's also the men like John and I that support, women and want to make sure that they're no longer second-class citizens, and we need to remedy what was caused. But I also think the Trump maggot guys aren't as motivated to show up. I mean, you've got to. I think the lower turnout from them might be a thing.
Yeah, the lower propensity. I mean, I only had sex with both you guys for the first, few years of the tour, but as I understand, there's a, generally a man involved when there's a pregnancy, and so I'm just doing that for you so you understand. So
not all the time. Not in some of the other ways that Trump thinks he's the father of fertilization or some shit. But John, you were going to say something to that end about the men showing up today.
Listen, I just want to, I began our show the other night by thanking Tony Hinchcliffe for doing more than anyone to turn out the Puerto Rican vote. But I really have to praise whoever it was in the Trump camp that thought, hey, instead of trying to get women back here, instead of trying to be nice to Nikki Haley, since she was pulling 1/3 of the GOP vote in Republican cities in the primaries, let's go exclusively for young men 18 to 29. Let's go on all those podcasts where we'll get asked no hard questions. And I just want to thank the Trump campaign for doubling down on the least reliable demographic of voters. Males 18
Yes.
to 29
And,
are
Mhm.
the worst turnout. Women of the
Yep.
same age are double digits higher in turnout than them. And once again, the most reliable voting bloc in America, black women for Democrats. The second
Yep.
most reliable, black men for Democrats. Thank you,
Yeah.
Donald Trump, for never trying to cast a wider net in all of
Don,
2024.
Right.
I brought a lot of the dead inside white ladies like me. So white ladies.
Well, and Taylor Swift today, Taylor Swift did a push this morning where she said she's encouraging all of her supporters to vote, and she wants them to send a picture of them with their "I voted" sticker. And I mean,
Yeah.
that is a massive get out the vote element that was impossible 10 years ago. You know, just social media
Like,
itself, but like that return on it.
I feel like bigots are getting confused now. Did you see that story about Travis Kelsey's brother? They said,
Yes.
"Hey, your brother's a faggot that's dating Taylor Swift," and I'm like, I don't
Right.
think that means what you think it means.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, after that SEAL Team 6 dude said he wanted to have sex with
Yeah,
the, I don't know,
concubines.
yeah, he wanted to have 5 young male concubines. That, and he said that before. He said they would be used for sex or food if the world fell and stuff. It seems to be part of a
Yeah.
whole. Again, I'm not here to
And
yuck
you know
anybody's yum, but I don't see how you can ever make that one consensual.
And J.D. Vance, by the way, ending his campaign just as angry and misogynistic as he began it, right? Calling Kamala Harris garbage. And, I did that bit Saturday night. Like, what's his, like, is he going to do a door knocking, like, campaign? Like, hi, you're a cunt, your mother's a whore. Can I
Yeah,
fuck your couch before I go? Hi, vote Trump Vance.
right.
I have
Can
to
I cook
ask you
some
guys this
fish in your
about stuff.
microwave and then eat your yogurt and leave the lid off and like just be like the office dick, that eventually HR comes for, but everybody was like, why did it take them so fucking long to bounce this asshole? Right.
But as men, can you explain to me the gender gap? Because I do not. He is the biggest pussy I've ever seen, Donald Trump. I mean, how
Yeah,
is
I
this so
can.
like? Oh,
I'll
it's
tell
the
you what it
macho.
is.
What?
I think there's a mix because there's a bunch of women voters, both young, new women voters and women voters who had never voted before. We've heard multiple stories of women finally, like that Betty lady whose husband died and she'd never voted in her life. And this is the first thing she's ever voted in. There was an older lady that was interviewed on MSNBC yesterday who's like 60 years old and so like I never really thought it was important to me and it wasn't a big deal, or my husband voted and that was the household vote and that kind of stuff, but this time she voted and she voted for Harris. I think there's a ton of that untapped vote from women that for a long time,
Yeah,
maybe because Roe v. Wade was law of the land, they just felt like, okay, that box is checked. I don't really have to worry about this shit. It's not my thing. And they came back out now. And I think that's what
yeah,
Rovember, a big chunk of that is that.
yeah. And Donald Trump being consistently rapey. I'm going to
Yeah.
protect you whether you like it or
He's the
not.
perfect storm of grotesque, fat, misogynistic, serial sexual assaulter.
Hey,
And
as
yeah,
I mentioned Saturday, I wouldn't fuck him with Arnold Palmer's dick. So
good Lord.
and
Yeah.
so
And I got to say,
I mean,
the weird.
I
Go ahead, John.
Oh, no, just I'd like to point out their consistency. You guys are so hard on him. In the last 10 days, Donald Trump's called our country a trash can. And then his rally called Puerto Rico a pile of garbage. And then
Right.
Donald Trump drove his trash truck around in a circle. By the way, I still don't know if that was a white trash truck or a white trash truck. Still working on that.
Right.
Then Megyn
Where
Kelly
does that
shows up in
comma
a
go?
hefty bag. Then Megyn Kelly in a hefty bag. And finally, Baby Man comes out and calls a woman trash today. At least they're staying on message, guys. Come
Right.
on. Give them a little credit here. They've been
I mean,
consistent
plus,
in alienating women and brown people every step of this campaign.
If I have to
plus
explain
garbage.
men, yeah, if I have to explain
The
men,
garbage truck backfired because he looked like he was having a stroke trying to open the door to the
well,
thing.
and
And
if
Puerto
if
Rico
you're
thought he was making fun of them again. I mean, it
right, if
was
you're a
so.
low information voter and you're talking about like the Puerto Ricans who like the Puerto Rican community in like New York, Pennsylvania, that kind of generalized area. If they're a low propensity voter that, forget the people who've already banked their voter to make their decision, but the people who haven't made up their mind yet, and you're not catching all of the news. You're just catching bits and pieces, like everything, whatever rises to the top. The first thing you might check out in the news is what Tony Hinchcliffe, Kill Tony, said at that event about Puerto Rico being a floating pile of garbage. The next thing you saw was Donald Trump in a garbage truck taking out the trash, right? And then today, him saying we're taking out the trash. And so, if you're a low propensity like voter who's Puerto Rican and lives in Pennsylvania, you're like, wait a minute. He calls us a pile of trash. Then he gets in a trash truck, and then his running mate says he's taking out the trash and lumps us all in together. Why? Because we're all brown. Like, that's, I swear to God, there's more people who just heard those three things and went, fuck this dude.
Yeah. And John, as you pointed out, Tony's set was in the teleprompter, and I love the only thing they cut out of it was him calling Kamala Harris a cunt. But they were okay with all of the, like, black people eating watermelon, Puerto Ricans being trash, and I'm like, right, because anyone that's been in any relationship with a woman knows that cunt is like nuclear winter word.
Right.
So they did that to just go, oh, the women's vote. How many times do you think they've called her that privately? You're just like, oh my God.
But you know what? I'll say it again. This is why Tony Hinchcliffe deserves a cabinet position. It is not easy to offend Israelis and Palestinians equally unless you're at a Trump rally. Then you've got the perfect audience with equal hate and measure for both groups. Right. I just want to say how proud I am to live in a country where racist, shitty, hack punching down jokes can get a black woman elected president. It's a beautiful time.
Yeah.
I know. White supremacist movement is going to result in the first female black president, and it is fucking glorious.
Because it's the same thing that was true under Bush. Their sinister is always worse. The stupid is always worse than the sinister. Mm-hmm. Our fascists are always more dumb than they are evil. Happened with Bush and Cheney, happened with Trump. It's the saving grace of this republic. I call them dim shady. And may our most evil people always be this incompetent.
Yeah.
I have to go take my nappy now. I want to say
you do.
How proud I am of both of you. You were so brilliant on Saturday night, and for all these years I've known you, and you're democracy warriors. You're going to be a big reason why we take this country back.
Damn straight. I mean, you're going to be, and you're not going to have a nap, by the way. You're going to be laying in a weird haze, either in bed or on the couch with the television on, with every possible alert on your phone making you go, what happens? What did it? Right?
Just rock. Can't sleep. Orange clown will eat me. Can't sleep. Orange clown will eat me.
Yeah. It's like this weird, it's like but shit. Anyways, well, thank you, Steph, for starting me off today on this 24-hour live stream. And John, I know you're going to do a similar,
I'll be, tonight we'll be doing live coverage on SiriusXM Progress until midnight on the East Coast, 9 p.m. on the Pacific. And if you guys want, you can call in. We're like cable news, except we let you guys talk. So call us up.
You're both doing Jerry Lewis telethons, and you'll never walk alone.
Right. I sing it every year, man, and it's become a thing, baby. We're all together in it, All right, thank you guys both. I adore you.
It's the best Jerry Lewis I've ever heard, Hal. That's the best Jerry Lewis I've ever heard. Thank you guys so much.
Didn't he bring on his Sammy used to sing the song, and that's
I know.
Yeah, I'm yes-anding you, motherfucker. All right, you're awesome.
Thanks a lot. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. Whoops, that's wrong. There we go. Now it's me. There we go. Look at that. We're off and running. We're a half hour in, and so far I'm not exhausted. Let's see. I think I have where'd my chat thing get set up? Is it me and Kels and the thing? I think I still have to make a button for you guys, but I've got this hair somewhere. Oh no, I don't. That's weird. Oh, I see. That's what that is. I know. Okay. Preview mode. Take this one and do this, fixing some stuff, and then I'll duplicate this. There you go. And instead of this, I'll put me. Take that out and put in my camera. Excellent. So that I can talk to you guys, and we'll publish this. We go here. There we go. Look at that. Look at you. Look at you, chat room, you pretty people. I think I need to, let's see, what do I need to do to affect this thing so that can be less, turn it, and border width, and we'll put a color around this. Yeah, it's a little dark to read. Let's see. Maybe if I take the color and I make it brighter. Maybe what if I put the white behind? Nope, that won't work. Mid-zone, something like that. Nope. Okay. I'll have to go in and edit the widget. Here we come. High resolution. Deep running. Line from the top. Okay, 30 frames a second. Okay, save that. There you go. Maybe if I put a shape behind it, I think that'll work. That's what I'll do. So we'll take yeah, excellent. Publish that. Hi, chat room. There you guys go. Good to see you. Thank you for being with me. And then there's where is this guy? And then, oh, that's CPT. I see. And I was like, what is that? Okay. Cool. And then I think this works. Is it? Look at that. All right. You can super chat and support the show if you want to, ladies and gentlemen. I'll bring this guy in real quick. Hopefully my computer will not overheat. It was definitely having 2 guests on at once. Push the limits. Yeah, it was a big deal. We've got more guests coming up in a little bit. Let me see who's next in our run-up. Yeah, there was some sort of like heat fart from the thing. Brooklyn Dad's coming up. Okay, so we got John came on at an hour early, so that's over. So the next guest we have is Brooklyn Dad at 1 p.m. my time, I think, and then he's going to be on for a half hour, and then Dino Badala, and then Driftglass, and then we're going to come on at 2 for 20 minutes, and then Glenn Kirshner is going to be with us for about 20 minutes. Give me a 10-minute break. And then Johnny Million will come on at 3. 3:30 is Bob Seska. 4 o'clock, Boston Brian. Carl Lessie's at 4:30. Carolee Coons from Crooks and Liars coming on at 5. That's excellent. Tara's going to be on at 6 p.m. tonight. 7 p.m., which is really when shit's going to start fitting the shan, and in a good way. And then Philip Bittner at 7, and then Rob Glenn 8 o'clock, coming in, hanging out at 10 o'clock Central Time with me. Right now, MSNBC has Kasich on, which means they have no idea what to talk about. I think this is my favorite part of the day, when everybody's just talking out of their keister. Okay, what did I want to do? I wanted to add a shape. That's right. Oop. And yeah, take this thing down and shrink it. Right. Let me go there. And put it like this. Think. And take this thing and move it like this. There we go. And then I'll take it and move it behind the jet. There we go. I think that helps a little bit. And let's try that. Boink. Now I'm just trying to figure out. I'm going to take. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to take that away. Hope this one does go away. Why is there a thing? Okay, there's the alert box. There's the thing. There's the thing. I'm just doing. Get ready for a lot of this today as I set stuff up. Also, let me see which my other. The Elgato face cam, which is really going to be the cat cam at one point. There's guitars over there, and then we'll see if the cats end up showing up and becoming a crucial part of this. I also have the treadmill to the right, and I will be playing guitar at some point, clearly. And then, of course, we have the other angle is, where is it? this guy right here, which is what's on my television currently. As a matter of fact, I have a whole everything with you guys. There we go. Hey, there we go. Good stuff. That this is the kind of general, this is the whole room, everybody. And it's going to be exciting. Hope you guys have coffee. I am going to do one thing because I don't, where's my iPad? Hold on. And also, yeah, what I'll do is let's just move this guy over here currently. I also have a whiteboard, which is, I will tilting the camera up, you know. And here's the whiteboard being the whiteboard in this situation. Now, it's a little dark right now. It will be brighter later, but we will get to it, and we will, let's see, gather this, all good. Yeah, there's my phone. I just want to use my, I think I want to use my iPad as the, so I can look at the chat so I don't overheat my computer by using it to do a bunch of other shit. I think that's the trick. Okay, and then, so very exciting for Brooklyn Dad to come up. I'm going to, I also have my regular comms page where I can do cover videos today. If we decide to go through and see what is happening in Trump world, because I have no doubt that the beginning of the day they're going to be very excited, and then there's a lot of shall we say the trepidation going on the right wing side of things. But there's tons of coverage today. If you guys want to flip around while this is happening, I completely understand. Let's go right in here. I'm going to actually open up the chat window on here, so hopefully it won't eat my entire screen. And all, there we go. Massive dumps. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Try not to overdo the, yeah, I'm me too. Summer got me a an espresso, but I have only sipped it twice because I'm saving my, if I'm going to have caffeine keep me awake, I'm going to have to wait till later. I'll keep you open. Oh, thank you. Yeah, just keep me on your, I'll be your digital side piece today. And then let me see if there's a, yeah. Last night, so I to reset my body clock, as you do. And this will be a good one. I don't know, like test stuff out, see if I can see you guys. In here is open this guy up. Nope, that's the wrong screen. It's the wrong one. I don't want that screen. I don't want my buttons. I want this secondary display, you silly person. Thank you very much. And thank you. And thank you. And then I want to dragging this thing for to have the whole being of the thing. And there we go. And then we take this and we go over here and we kind of doing the goes in here, and then we editing this and border width, and where's the thing? Zoom to, I don't zoom to the app windows. Unless, well, I guess so. Zoom to app windows. Let me try this. Safari, go to this one. Excellent. And then, cool. Just grab you guys. There you are. Excellent. And then I've got to get my own face out of the way so I can see you. Why would mentioning Cyprus be banned off? Yeah. When does today's show end? Tomorrow. It is a 24-hour live stream. I will be on all day. I will be hanging out with you guys. I will be eating. I will be watching television alongside you. I will be making notes on my whiteboard over there as we go along. I did this last time, and I will be holding your hand during a big portion of this if anybody gets nervous, because we are going to win. I'm letting you know this. And some people last time were they had a lot of trepidation. There were a lot of worry, a lot of upset folks out there. Oh, thank you guys. By the way, super chats right out of the gate too, which I really appreciate. This would be the domestic. Thank you for that super chat. And Pentax and Stein, there you are. Appreciate it. Let's see if I can do that one. There you go. And Jerome, Buds Funding, thank you. Oh, for that headphones, in case I need that, thank you. I have a set of headphones. Where did I put them? Over here. Just in case I get a feedback issue with any of my guests, it will be right here. Dost says they're very nervous. Don't be. I can be excited. Don't be nervous. I got to publish this. Hold on. Sorry. My bad. Back to live mode. I'm going to go back to here. There we go. We'll go to Matt. Thank you. That worked. There we go. Jerome in Seattle did that. There you go. Sorry, put Matt's in. There you go. Not that I doubt you, Hal, but in all honesty, I feel as confident as you do now going in. Oh, did you feel as confident as you do now going into election night 2016? No, I did not. No. I thought the issue that we had was the faux-aggressive assholes that we dealt with from like TYT had it out for Hillary the entire time. So no, I did not by any stretch. And to me, like the big lesson, you know, like I believe this time we have learned that lesson. Okay, that makes sense. I was by no means this comfortable in 2016. I thought she was going to win, and she did win. You know, the polls were right. She won the popular vote, but it was the EC that screwed her. And I don't think there's a chance that Trump runs away with the popular vote this time. And I think nobody's messing around with the EC this time, the Electoral College. It's just not happening. Women everywhere are not fucking around with this nonsense. Okay? It's just not happening. So, yeah, and a lot of people assumed. Go get that InfoWars desk. You damn right, Barbara. That's what. Think of this as a 24-hour fundraiser to buy the InfoWars desk. No, Pentaxenstein, thank you so much. Why aren't you live on IG? Oh, because this software that I'm using for the 24-hour live stream is not doesn't do vertical at the same time it does horizontal. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to pop onto Instagram, you know, intermittently throughout the day. Did you see Herschel Walker endorsed Don Jr.? Yes, I did. It was glorious. Trump would could afford a super chat. He'd want to tell you how much you rock. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Surrender Monkey. If Trump could afford a super chat, he would want me to know how much I rock. Thank you. And anyone under any circumstances, how could anyone under any circumstances vote for Trump after January 6th? Because they wanted a second shot at it, I think is the key one, Pentaxenstein. Let's flick and go, says Eileen. Where is she? Did it come up? Hold on. There we go. And then Robert Brunswick, good to see you. Love you too. Thank you. In it for the long haul with you today and tomorrow. Excellent. I'm going to need somebody to stay awake with me for this whole thing. Here's the Hunter's Hog. MTG is so hungry for a hunk of the slice of the chunk of the. Best live streaming show with the best hosts on at the same time, a winning combination, which is a sign of good things to come. I agree. Let's go to JT Cali 20 says, you guys are sexy liberal, amazing show. Your 2-minute and 49-second music break was brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for giving us a space to laugh. Absolutely. Anne Marie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. She's European. That is a euro, I think. Deanne, thank you so much. Oh, hitting the Venmo. Thank you. My watch is upstairs. I have to go get that in a minute. expect a very relaxed stream today. I'm going to spend as much time as I can talking to you guys and stuff, but I've got to hydrate. I brought the screaming goat in case at any point there is a an issue with people getting panicked. This will be our cathartic. 85 million to 60 million is your guess? Pretty close. I officially have Hunter's laptop today. Just saying, yes, I am ready in case Trump makes a statement. I got my my space age translator, so that's there. We're good. What else? I've got. I was inspired. Well, shit. The laptop's here. Yes, it is. Hold on. So I was inspired after. Let's go to this guy right here. Not to steal any Johnny Million's, but I don't know if you can see this. On this guitar, I put a sticker on it since I played it Sexy Liberal, and that's what the sticker says. Yeah. Hold the goat to my lap. Well, I don't. I didn't held it that close because it's a little loud. Freaks people out. So that kind of thing. But it's going to be an exciting day. This thing's great because it has a built-in speaker, which is fun. So if we need to like kill some time. Hold on, I'm gonna go with this guy. You couldn't hear it? That's weird. Oh, is that weird? Because it is the echo cancellation. Maybe that's it. It won't. Oh yeah, hold on. I'll turn it off until I have. Do you hear it now? There we go. Yeah, I think my echo cancellation. So yeah, that was the. So that, yeah. So there we go. Now it works. Okay. Is that Freedom Rock? You damn straight it is. Well, for Florida Man, interestingly enough, hold on one second. Turn this guy off. 1 second. Swap out. So on Saturday, I played this little thing. This is a this little angel. got 4 hours till the first polls close. Yeah, so right now we've got Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Nebraska, South Dakota, Montana, Missouri, New York, New Jersey, Florida, and North Carolina have abortion measures on the on the ballot, which is really going to affect things, or had one last time, and the same voters are going to come out again. Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself up off the ground. Yeah. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Oh, and Florida has the... Nope. I think at some point YMCA has to be reclaimed after all this, don't you think? I mean, okay, so let's be abundantly clear. Why did Donald Trump play YMCA at his events? Because of the USMCA. Because he's a moron. For the same exact reason that he thinks that people who are seeking asylum in the United States come from insane asylums. He's stupid. He's a stupid person. He's genuinely dumb. If you're thinking about voting for him today, I want you to head check. I want you to go back through what you think you know about him versus what you've bought or what BS you've talked yourself into. Anybody who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and Roy Cohn and Sammy the Bull Gravano, good Lord. I mean, not only is he stupid, he's awful. He's an awful person. Hold on, this thing has magic sounds as well. Isn't that nice? It's a little... Yeah, Trump was friends with Diddy as well. Which is, again, all those guys jockey for power. Like, both, Trump and, Trump hung out with Diddy and all those guys a lot, like, socially. Not even, you know the difference between, like, those glad handing pictures you see all the time? Where people are just at an event? I've taken hundreds, if not, I've taken thousands of those. Thousands upon thousands of those. Where you're, at a club or after a show or the meet and grope with Steph and all that kind of stuff. And you spend your, you stand there in a line and people just, lay those out. And those kind of pictures are all over the place. And if a politician or somebody like that has one of those folks, right? It's, a picture with somebody like that. It's not that big a deal, right? But if there's a follow-up picture to it that also shows them partying with that person at the same time, right? Then it gets bad. It's like the Epstein's plane. In my way of thinking, you get 2 flights before I raise an eyebrow, which is because you got to fly someplace and back. It's one thing to fly. They're like, oh, you can use my plane, and because Trump like famously rented one of his planes to Nelson Mandela, right, and then claimed he gave it to him as a, like a gift, and it wasn't at all. It was absolutely not. It was one of the, I think it was even one of the Trump shuttle planes that he couldn't get any traffic for. It was losing money. So he rented it to Mandela's people and then told everybody he loaned his plane to Nelson Mandela. It's like garbage. But the point is that Nelson Mandela, I would not hold it against him that his company or the charity that was bringing him to the United States rented a plane from Donald Trump because it was available and it was cheap and you could do it. That's totally fine. But I do find it really friggin' weird that J.D. Vance is flying around in Jeffrey Epstein's former plane and nobody disclosed that fact, or they couldn't find another one. Like, there aren't, right? How many? You'd have to think, for fuck's sake, that somehow, right, there's another plane available. It's your presidential campaign. Blackbird. I can't play that. Chris Bono can play that. Chris Bono, if you're watching, and you probably are, reach out. I want you to come on the show in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to move the Venmo. I apologize. Sorry, I forgot that was still on. That will happen during the course of. I should make a. Hold on one second. This is the very nature of this. I didn't make a bunch of graphics because I was just busy doing stuff. Here we go. Ooh. Does it work okay? All right, there we go. I need to make a title for the show. Yeah, that's like. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. And let's see. How do I want to make this? Kind of looks shite, don't you know? I don't mind. That'll do for now, I think. Edit the background, sure. Screw it. Okay, we'll add that. I'll put this. Oops. Take some. It's very taxing on my shite. And then we'll edit this thing. Style. Yeah. I'll put it down here. That's a, let's see. Yeah, this will work. Okay. Now we'll take this and put this in all the scenes. There we go. And we'll also we'll put it below the frame so it looks nicer. There we go. Ta-da! So yeah, I will be up and at 'em for 24 friggin' hours. How kicking back with his guitar makes you feel better already. Yeah, they done in stock. Heard it's headed. Sorry, let me scroll that down. Halted amid a plummet. Yeah, there's a sell-off happening. Yeah, that's because there's. I think that's actually more of a sign of a pump and dump than anything else. Hold on, let me see if I can, without fucking up my entire setup, which will be a nightmare, don't you know? I'll add another. I'm just playing with fire here tonight. There I am. Take this guy, turn it to that one. There you go. And then that's Jacob Soboroff walking around. I feel like I should turn this down and turn on closed captions, but I don't have any idea how this TV's closed captioning works or if it would just happen in the app. Now, look at the people lining up to vote in Pennsylvania. Look at that crowd. Maybe there's a dude in a red hat. They're going to make him take it off when he goes up. But everybody else, look at all these women. Look at this girl. Look at the black girls. Look at the girls with color in their hair. The mom with color in her hair. Yeah. Look at the black lady with the mask. Yeah, this is not a MAGA crowd. Just saying, chat room. I'm just telling you. I'm going to put this in the corner like this. I may have to later on. Thank you, JD Christie. I may have to later on. Let's do this guy right here. Yeah, excellent. Do some VR just to keep myself awake. That'll be fun to watch. I'll see if I can find a way to share it. I think I can. What I'm actually seeing, or it might even just be funnier watching me punch the air like an asshole. What brand is this? This guitar is called an Enya guitar. No relation to the lady, which I think is a little sad. But it is a digital guitar. It has a speaker built into it. It's carbon fiber. It's actually really cheap. I did not pay very much for this guitar, but I bought it because when I was touring with Sexy Liberal, we were like, it took us 8 shows before people remembered to, like, we had a guitar stand on the rider. It took 8 shows before it showed up. So I didn't want to bring a guitar I really cared about, and have it possibly be damaged, right? Because it is acoustic. This is an acoustic. It works even if you turn it off as an acoustic because it's got a resonator. It's got a hole in the top and it's got in the front, so it works fine, right? Which is cool. But also, it has built-in effects in it that, right? And is it possible to play guitar with one hand? Yes. I mean, what you would have to, one of the hands would have to be the hand that's making the chords. There we go. But what you would do is, effectively, if you did not have a hand, whatever the hand that is, you would just attach a pick to it and just use your wrist. You absolutely could. Yep. Are you ever going to tour Ireland? You're damn straight, Greg. It's my island. Yeah? There's a drummer. No, there's not a drummer with no arms. There's a drummer with one arm. You're thinking of Rick Allen from Def Leppard. We'll see what.
I'm still thinking.
Are you really? Who are you voting for?
I really don't know yet.
Oh, stop it. All right, everybody's got the right to privacy, and I'm going to give you yours. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't say either if somebody put a microphone in my face in line, guys.
I doubt that, actually. They were not. I think you edited it.
Yeah, she's being coy. That's hilarious. I think it's funny. Let's see, color. Let's see, motion. Let's create a motion. Why not? Let's create an issue. There we go. Excellent. And it's going to be a crazy day, kids. Let's do this. And then we'll go. Oh, sorry, I should go to this. There we go. That's a little better. I'm just messing around with my camera stuff because I can. It is the 24-hour election night live stream. I'm going to be on all day with you guys. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with having John Kasich on. Yeah. Anyways, I will save this. I'm going to save this for when we have, shit starts to get boring, as it were. At 1 o'clock, in about 40 minutes, Brooklyn Dad is going to be joining us. Yeah. Florida man used a salami to stab his neighbor. Florida man is a compulsive masturbator. Florida man shot himself and noticed 2 days later. Florida man tried to mouthfuck an alligator. Florida man. Florida man used his asshole as a place to hide his money. Florida man got his ass kicked by the Easter Bunny. And I don't know if it's the people that like in this district, but this is like a fucking line of Harris voters on the day. Maybe that dude and that dude. Maybe those two dudes together. I don't know. He's wearing a Pink Floyd. Roger Waters fan, maybe voting Trump. Yeah. But if you want to know the truth, they can't hold a candle to the former president who's turned into Florida man. Oh. Florida man is a fake billionaire. Florida man with his orange face and hair. Florida man couldn't even sell Trump water. Florida man has 3 wives and wants to fuck his daughter. Florida man. Okay, there's Wisconsin. I got to tell you, maybe it's where MSNBC is going versus where we're going to start eyeballing people. That's a Harris voter, that guy. That lady with the tattoo on her neck, that's a Harris voter. Black lady, yep, that's a Harris voter. I'm going with. I think the low turnout. Normally, low turnout is bad for Dems, and I think in some cases, because Dems voted early and they're definitely showing up, that if it's a slightly diminished turnout, it's embarrassed Republicans that are not showing up. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Yep. Everything Donnie touches withers. Pink Floyd forever, Roger Waters never. I don't know what the fuck happened to that dude. I mean, maybe, again, oh, thank you for the super chat. Bless you. Swap screens? What do you mean? Just drop this one or try a different channel, see what's going on? Let's see what this guy's saying.
When did you make your final decision? When I made my, honestly, after the 2 laps, I'm like, okay, I know who I want to vote for.
A lot more people that I've seen on social media saying that I've been a Democrat since I was a kid. My parents, even my parents were actually on my way.
Dude's wearing a Terrifier shirt.
Their whole life, they voted for Trump as soon as he got there.
Women's rights in particular, but one thing with the last few years,
Yeah, that was part of the douche bro outreach part of it. And no, there's not a shit ton of Democrats that have switched over to being Republicans. Like nonsense, gibberish, silliness. I'm not turning the audio up too loud, just turning it up enough for me to hear it. But that guy was basically saying it was the first guy took 2 laps to decide who he's going to vote for. The next guy said, he's got a bunch of Democratic friends who are, are people that he talks to that used to be Democrats. Silliness.
Wisconsin's results to come in very late. I had a conversation with the clerk here in Milwaukee. She said that the 105 or so thousand ballots that they have, that they just started to be able to process this morning, it's going to take them until the overnight hours, well after midnight.
So she's got they're in, where are they? He's in Milwaukee. 105,000 votes in that precinct alone that they just started to be able to process, and it's going to take them till tonight to do it. Meanwhile, people coming in to vote. Yep, there's Harris voters. Like, you can just tell, man, it's going to be an all turnout day of voting. Trump did nothing to do to turn people out.
why there are only 7 voting booths. What's the answer?
I learned, Katie, when I was an advanced man to Mayor Bloomberg, if you make a mistake, admit it. There's 10 voting machines, which is 3 more than 7. But Renee here, who's the ward leader of the 20th ward, is going to explain to us the formula for the voting machines compared to the division. So you've got 4 divisions here, and how many machines per division?
There's 2 machines per division, but we have a division.
I love this lady.
20th Ward, 11th division. We know
I don't know if you can. Hold on.
students that attend to vote, so we have to have extra machines.
And so, right, exactly. So you do have 10. I was texting with City Commissioner Seth Bluestein.
So I know a lot of you guys are going to have this on in the background as well. So I don't want to turn the audio up too much to overlap.
One more would be good, but we have people that are.
Picks out when Trump thinking that people ain't good. Let's see. I'll make the ticker on top blue. Oh, that's a good idea. Yep. I was making it like I think it took the American flag colors. Boink. Let me try this. Motion. Good idea. The border's blue, so I made the internal part of it. Yeah. There you go. How about that? How about them apples?
Over 25 years.
So when you see them out there like this, how does it make you feel?
Heart happy.
Aw.
I'm happy that the young folks.
Uh-huh.
Students, not that just only senior citizens, but students come in and exercise their right to vote. We have first-time voters, and that's happy for me.
Renee, you having done this for so long and seen this city for so long, what's your message to people that are back at the end of that line right now. An hour and a half wait. I bet you that line's going to get longer as class gets out. As work
Oh, and real quick, chat room, let me know what do you guys have on your other channel? Like, what is most people have MSNBC or NBC News that they have on there? Yeah, I have MSNBC up on this TV downstairs just because they have accurate returns, and we've got you got to love Steve Kornacki. So.
Okay, can we just say we love Renee? That this is what
Mm-hmm.
you said salt of the earth, Governor. These folks who worked in those places, they believe in democracy, and I'm gonna get in trouble, but I have to ask you, Cornell. I'm seeing a confluence of things. The young voter organizing group, right? And they're out there, and the young people who are saying hour and a half, it's fine. I mean, and then I was thinking about
Yep.
and Dylan.
So we got about 40 minutes, and then Brooklyn Dad's going to be joining me.
Then you got the guy who's walking around the
It's only me? All right, nice. Just me? Love it. I will try to keep you as informed and as excited about it as I am. Give me 1 second. Let me go to me and the chat and the doing the thing and then okay, that's the 3. That's you guys. There we go. And then this camera should be me. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see.
But again, folks, we could spend $500 million on television ads, Governor, in your state, and we can't give people
a few more voting booths.
You know, one of the things, one thing that I've observed sitting here, you realize how good these reporters have been out in the field? Yeah. I mean, you talk about fair.
So the other thing that we're going to be looking for today too is how close it is in certain areas for them to scream cheating, and the like, which, I mean, Trump has already done that. But again, I don't think he wants it. I got to say, to shore up Trump if he's sentenced to jail. Okay, yeah. It's a shifted Trump team.
In so many different, let's call them legal ways. How does Congress get away with all this? Well, it may be because Congress is regulated by Congress.
Let me show you. There's also a behind-the-scenes video that appears to be part of a documentary, The Art of the Surge, the Donald Trump comeback, reveals a nervous Trump constantly requiring reassurance from his staff and members of his inner circle to tell him. Aide explained the green also meant Harris could be speaking. It's not an indicator when the mics are off. Yes, I'm on off screen. Oh, okay, good. I want to see the video of it.
That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points for identity theft.
After serving our country, veterans continue to serve right here at home. Coaches,
Yeah, so here you go.
trainers, small business.
Is that the clock? What happens if on 10 seconds long? Will it be cut off?
No, we don't.
You winding it yourself? Okay, so he copies it, you don't compose it.
That way nobody wants progress.
Are we allowed to write notes to ourselves? Or?
Yes. It's yours.
Oh, so I could stay here?
If you wanted to, or if you
Or I could take the pad there?
Yep.
This is him working with Tulsi.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
1, 2,
10.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So that's what I'll be hearing. Green is I want. But I'm on yellow, but that's just to tell me I'm finishing.
Right.
That's it. But green means I'm on,
Yes.
right? That's the key.
Actually, you'll see green when she's speaking as well, so that's just the general clock. It's not an indicator of the mic on.
There's no light to interchange with the mics on.
When the mics are off, the mics are on. Oh, okay, good.
Turn on.
The way I've normally done it is I will see that I'm on it, she's off. But we're gonna go a little bit less formal. So,
Yes.
What a
are they gonna
dipshit.
be directing me, or will I just respond to her? Okay, will they always say
So
that?
my time is running out. My time is running out. I have.
Because otherwise I'm not gonna know what.
No,
they're
they
saying.
will absolutely say.
So they'll always direct me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Madam.
And they'll thank her,
Check.
thank you, and then they'll ask for the reason.
And so when my time is up and I finish my statement, my mic will be cut.
Right.
Then they'll say thank you, and they'll ask a question of your person.
Jesus. And they have to walk him through this shit.
And when you arrive, your mics will be open. I know, and if when you're not answering questions, your mics will be open. So I'll just start with a sentence.
So the mics will be open.
For introduction.
Okay.
When they're asking me a question, shouldn't I be talking to him instead of looking up? I think it would look better on television if I'm speaking. It doesn't look real when you're looking over somebody. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Sig. Who knows? I think you're gonna have a big show. See you soon.
Now, I would argue that is that a thing, and should he already know this shit? Yeah. Could you use the fact that he's not really even on The Apprentice, they spoon fed every fucking thing he had to do. So I don't get my little portrait thing went on here. Hold on. That I like. He should know better. He should be better at it and all that kind of stuff. But he, like, even on The Apprentice, they would do it again. So he's used to doing stuff. It's interesting because doing like Talk Soup, I probably did fewer edits than most. You know, you do it as live, but you can go back and fix something. Oh, Lena Habba's on Fox. Is she having a meltdown? Should we check in? Let's go to this one. Where would this? This is YouTube TV, so it's hard to tell which is which. There's CNN. Let's see, Fox News. I guess that's the live stuff. Let's check in with what these idiots are doing. Oh, gotcha. So the idea of Brit Hume fucking hates Trump now, or maybe always has, but that's what they're trying to escape right now, is him saying, there's got to be a punishment for the woman, because that's been going around. We'll check in on CNN as well, see what they're saying, but they're not prepping for a win. El Segundo, all right, sure, as you do. Coverage begin. Oh, what? Coverage begins at 4 o'clock, so they're counting down to their coverage. Great. I'm just saying, on the East Coast, I've been on a lot longer today. That kind of thing. And again, Brooklyn, we love that you're doing this, but you should rest your voice. Thanks. Oh, yeah, I will. It's also that I'm like, I love something, but you got me an espresso. I'm going to go grab another beverage. Give me 1 second. And some snacks so I can settle in with you guys, if that's all right. Let's see, what do I do? Oh, I have the beer. I already made one of these things. I'm so fucking on it. Oh, I feel like I should put music in here, something like that. I know what I need to do. Aha. I can do this, and I have. I made hold music. There we go. We'll be right back after just a moment. Hang in there. I'm gonna go get some snacks.
dirty diaper. I wear it proud, walking around, no time to bow.
Oh yeah,
Feel
the
so
Trump theme
warm
song.
against my bum. I'm dropping bombs, having so much fun.
All right.
You are watching Housebox Mega Worldwide, and we're glad you're along for the ride. Every day hell is here by your side, so please would you like and subscribe?
What is happening? Okay, I'm back. That's right, that's right. We're hanging out today, baby. We're gonna have some fun. Everyone knows it's true. What you gonna do? Yeah, you're wonderful people.
Turn up the radio, let the sparks ignite. House sparks lead the charge day and night. An oasis for truth in a world gone wild, wild. It's the House Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide. With written insight, cuts through the noise.
All right, here we go.
Speaking truth to power, he's got the voice. From politics to pop culture, no topic untouched.
That's right.
Mega Worldwide
That's right.
revolution, it's
Damn
a
straight.
must.
Right.
Join the movement, let your voice be heard. Together we'll bring change, no matter how absurd. Tune in to House Sparks,
Yep.
let the truth unfurl. The Mega Worldwide revolution, let's rock the world.
There we go. So, one of the many attempts at an AI theme song that I created. Do we line dance? Yes. Normally, I'm not a big fan of line dancing. Uh-oh. Harris getting a phone call. Very exciting. Let's go. Let's go. Trump made a statement earlier today, and was striking a kind of a conciliatory tone. Yes, if not magnanimous. Definitely an attempt at, like, I never really said I hated her in a way that, would maybe get me in trouble legally or any, shit like that. So, I'm making myself some fruit and cheese natural for my first snack of the day. I stayed up last night till about 5 a.m. And I did that so that my body clock would be all fucked, so that I would be, basically, I would naturally want to stay awake later on. So if I get a little drowsy this afternoon, I apologize to my guests, because I'm going to be a bit of a mess, and then I'm like get manic about 3 o'clock in the morning, because my body clock's like, oh yeah, this is when we do it. This is when we do it. So yeah, she's at DNC headquarters. It's a strange thing too, because she is, she's still the sitting vice president, and there's still a lot of shit going on in the world, and this election not only impacts her, obviously, and America, and our rights as Americans and the like, but it also impacts, I would argue, on an equal scale these days, especially because considering what a dickwad Donald Trump is. It impacts a lot of the rest of the world, frankly, and I think a lot of world leaders and people are calling, wishing her well, or that kind of stuff, or staying, like on the DL in case, because Trump is such a vindictive dipshit that they're like, we think this is going to go one way. Their intelligence is telling them, I'm sure, similar stuff. They're paying attention to, they know the difference between poll jacking. They deal with it in their own countries a lot of times as well. And Russia's been particularly shitty about it. So I think they're very cautious. They're, what was it, nauseously optimistic Was it Adam Schiff said? And I agree. I think I'm sure that's how a lot of them feel. I myself am incredibly optimistic. I'm feeling real good. So I just want you guys to know that. By the way, some people are like, not me. It's some serious shit. I get it, right? But nice camera work. All right, who punched the MSNBC camera person? Are they trying to get to a better position? Yeah. Like she's literally just taking hundreds of calls from everybody. Can you fucking imagine? I mean, I can. Hi. Take a nap. I will. I will definitely take a nap on camera at some point today. So, all you fetishists out there, I'm gonna rig something so that if I don't get super chats while I'm napping from the pervs out there, the camera will go dark. This guy I love. The fuck around, find out, dude.
We do have the cops, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons. If you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense.
After
Find out.
I love that. By the way, Wolf Blitzer. The Fafo guy. It's a Philly mayor. It's great. Wait a minute. Why is Wolf Blitzer interviewing Patton Oswalt? I'm kidding. That's the Philly District Attorney Larry Krasner. I'm just saying, in the movie, Patton could play him. Patton Oswalt, I think, is another one of those guys who's oddly named like Wolf Blitzer. Wolf Blitzer has the name of a tank operator and the face of a banjo player. Glenn Kirshner should be AG. Talk about I agree, but talk about a reach. Dude is a beast. Chip is sleeping on the top of the stairs. He's scared of my other pet, which I'm going to debut today. So he's a little nervous. As soon as I'm done eating, I will bring the first of many cats of the evening. In about a little under 20 minutes, Brooklyn Dad will be joining me, I think. Again, high turnout always benefits. Generalized high turnout always benefits Democrats. But if there is, and the reason is because we suffer from that low propensity voter issue. If our base moves, we move, and if they don't, we're fucked. Whereas Republicans had a consistent number for years. You know, there's 80 Democrats in an area, 50 Republicans. The 50 Republicans will always come out. The 80 Democrats might be 80 one year or 40 the next, right? Yes, it is. We got Luke. We got Han. They'll be making How can you braid your hair for us? No, I don't know how to braid my hair. I never have. I guess I could learn. We get really bored later. Yeah, this is the ASMR of me eating. Hey, this is the real shit of a 24-hour live stream. Okay. I'll please put some DRH in your wheelhouse. DRH. Brian on camera, provided he wants to be. Yeah, I think he will be. He'll be on. He's been on before. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yes, Victoria, you can braid my hair. Simmer. Yeah. Mukbang. Megaworldwide, right. Oh, they're playing the call map, but they know what their fucking audience is. Fuck off, John. God damn it. I would say what happened to him, but I feel more that I feel suckered. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Georgia and Michigan go tonight. They're going to be calling it for Harris, and Trump's going to flip the fuck out. The thing is, like, Trump's confident. He said it won't even be close. He may be right, but the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think John changed. I think ultimately it was always a joke to him, which is sad. I think he had a 90s level of commitment to his attitude about stuff and no further. It's like the alternative comics that were like, we're the outsiders. We're the punk side of things. And then as soon as they got in, they they're doing Scary Movie and Ratatouille and all that kind of stuff, which I have no problem with. But apparently they did up until they did it. You know what I mean? Yeah, we have Luke with us for good luck. Yes, Joe Rogan is indeed a dipshit. Elon Musk is a traitor. Well, or he's an agent for the former forces of South Africa. He's a traitor to our country only if you actually believe that he gives a shit about America. If you buy that he ever did care, that increasingly, I think we're finding out that that is not the case. Mm-hmm. It's a signature verification from the in Nevada that they have to do, and they have to do it by November 12th. You think? She's like, the bulk of the ballots are in Vegas. No shit. Somebody just said Musk is a dime store Tony Stark. He's more like the Temu Tony Stark. Should the Electoral College be eliminated? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the first thing you have to do is you build on that alliance of states that where they guarantee that whoever wins the popular vote in their state wins the Electoral College no matter what, and they guarantee it instead of splitting it. Turn it into a popular vote, winner take all state. But again, Republicans don't want to go for that because they'll lose all their leverage. Because land doesn't vote, people do. And yeah, that's the hardest part, is that you're asking them to give up what little power they have. That was lovely. That was wonderful. Fresh cheese and fresh apple was just wonderful. It's always when you cut an apple, there's always some left. Oh, Alem says braiding is easy. It's just 3 strands. I know how it works. It's if you've got wavy hair, it's a lot more complicated than all that. Electoral college was created to keep white man in power. It was created to keep landowners in power. The color of the skin was incidental. This is because everywhere else, that's how it works. And it was them giving up, those white men you're talking about, it was them giving up a portion of that power. There's no electoral college in Japan. There was no electoral college in, China. There was no electoral college in any country in Africa. See what I mean? It's transitional from monarchy to democracy. They weren't even sure democracy would even work or if you could even manage it. Again, everybody needs to tap the fucking brakes on overlaying the morality and the ethics of the time you grew up in, which are advanced past so many terrible things. Thank God that you can at least look back with some charity on people who are not living in the assumptive comfort. This is before fucking refrigerators. Oh, just got done voting. Excellent. Black people couldn't own land here. Yes, they could. Depending on where. There were black slave owners in the South. By no means the trend, but it wasn't. It grew into a more racist thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like it's all ridiculous. It's like monarchy. There are black monarchies and white monarchies and Asian monarchies, and they all suck. Who cares? Nice. Chris voted. Yay. What America are you talking about? Well, in this particular instance, you're talking about the people who were here before America versus the post-constitutional America, which is the actual country we live in, and the ratified constitutional period, which started with George Washington, but we had 9 presidents before that, Peyton Randolph being the first. Only if white men allowed it. Come on, dude. Again, you're missing the point. it was a power thing. It eventually grew into what you're talking about. Absolutely. I could be the same with knowledge and laughter. Good. Oh, thank you so much, Don. Appreciate it. What happens if Trump wins? What are we doing his first year? Die? I don't wish it on him, but he's if he makes it another year, he's yay, Caldilla, yay, voted. Yeah, he is singularly one of the most unhealthy people on the fucking planet, and his spiral is happening. Like everybody I talk to who's lost a parent to dementia, and my grandfather died of Alzheimer's, but he had colon cancer at the same time, and they basically just took him off his Alzheimer's meds, basically so his heart would forget to beat. It's kind of like what they do when, you know, the lesser of two evils, what's going to take you, right? But oh, and we should be having here in a minute. We're about 5 minutes away. I should make my screen real quick for things. Go to preview mode. That's how it works. Okay. Go back to here. Okay, and then I need a title for this. I gotta say, Katie Tur's another person who's on my kind of shit list as well. Like I understand what she's doing. She's like codifying her future as the next Andrea Mitchell. Like she sees herself moving into, you know, she's looking down the road. Yeah. But anyways, before I got on my little tear about fixing my shite before I don't want to publish this. No, I don't. Okay, excellent. Is once they start going downhill, it happens really fast. It starts, you know, it can start slow and then it falls off a cliff, right? And Trump is in everybody I've talked to at Sexy Liberal comes up, and we talk about these things where, you know, they'll say their parent was that way, or their parent went through that, or they lost a grandparent or something along those lines. They all talk about how it was like, oh, there was some worrying stuff, and then it got really weird, and then it just dropped off a cliff. That's where he is. I'm not kidding. Dude is a mess. Yeah, the CEO of Home Depot died today. The one that the like there are two guys from Home Depot. The one that donated to Trump died this morning. He's 95. And again, bless his heart, probably dough-headed and had a you know, people around him making him think that voting for Trump was just like voting you know, for every other Republican he'd ever had in his life, right? Your mom had brain cancer and is more mentally there than Trump. Well, yeah, that's a different thing altogether, though. Having, you know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is more together than Trump, and he had a brain worm. Karma, I don't know. Karma is a multi-life thing. People talk about, in the 80s, it was called instant karma because the concept of karma came up and people started talking about it in those terms. Well, I want to make sure my, okay. About instant karma, this lifetime. Do something shitty, fuck around, find out this time. Karma as a concept is on the wheel of reincarnation, right? Like you can, you're a shitty enough person, you keep getting reincarnated as a fly who has to cross traffic to get laid, and you just keep coming back to that life and ending up on a windshield over and over and over again as a way of that kind of that was karma paying off in the next one, right? Instant karma was it was an idea floated that you don't have to wait a lifetime for these assholes to get their comeuppance. Had a brainworm or has a brain? That's a good point, Cindy Lou. He says he had past tense a brainworm. RFK Jr. had a brainworm. Karma is immediate. No, it isn't. It can be, but the concept is ethereal and beyond the physical. Instant karma is immediate. It's during your life. That was the same. Yeah. It's a bullshit cult belief. That's not the point, Willie. My favorite are the bristly atheists when you start discussing like any of the ethics or the concepts behind a, like it's all bullshit anyways. Simmer. It's okay. We're discussing, the terms as they were defined in these cultures and in these ideas and where people got their desire for, for something more immediate had a lot to do with the lifestyle we were all in, if that makes sense. You're like, how's vibe now? Oh, yeah, it's very chill. Just me snacking while the TV's on in the background. These folks. By the way, I hope you like the screen I made, and I made it myself. Some other people have big production teams. Not me. I just move my little screens around, and that's that. Hold on one second. I want to make sure that... Oh, there he is. Look at that. Hold on one second. Brooklyn Dad Five's joining me in the thingy. The doom. Okay, hold on one second. Do this. Bring him in like this, and I think he's ready to go in just 1 second. Dun, 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 dun. And then we bring this in here, and we will publish it, and there he is live. Ladies and gentlemen, Brooklyn Dad, how are you, my friend?
I am great. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you fantastic.
Great. Awesome.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to stay busy and sane.
Sure. Sure. But yeah, we were saying Adam Schiff had this he has this phrase, he was nauseously optimistic. That's what he said Saturday at the Sexy Liberal show. And I think that encapsulates a lot of what people are doing. It's why I'm doing this 24-hour live stream, man. It's why I'm, like I'm just going to be on all day, write it out.
You must have some amazing coffee, huh?
I don't have any yet. I mean, that's the hard part is you really don't want to start doing caffeine of any sort until you need it.
Okay.
If you start too early, you're going to crash. You got to, like I have an espresso I have sipped like this much of that my girlfriend got me, but I'm pretty much trying to avoid it until probably sundown when my brain starts going, you really shouldn't be driving. This is wrong. So
how many hours are you on now?
I've been on since 11 because Steph came on this morning. Only a few, but I will be on I'll be on till noon tomorrow. Yeah,
God
and
bless
I did
you.
it last time. And do I pass out occasionally? Sure. Do I have to set a little alarm to wake myself up? Fine. Do weird people watch me sleep on live stream? Yeah. I mean, I just pretend I'm in a paranormal experiment and people are just seeing if I have a poltergeist. But
oh, that's funny.
Yeah. like Tucker fucking Carlson. So, okay. I want to know what you're watching out for, what your red flags are, what your like when you will breathe easy, those kind of things, your concerns, any rags, any bones, any rags today?
Yeah, so my concern, I have several concerns.
Sure.
And I've met with people who are connected with the campaign, and they have expressed that we have the best ground game, and we have an amazing legal team, and they're like, what does it say? Keep calm, keep Kamala.
Carry
you know,
on, right?
Yeah. But I am concerned still, not as much, but still a little bit concerned about their end game if they lose, and then they have all these like legal challenges and the
Sure.
possibility of dragging this thing out beyond, I think December 11th is the certification date that they're supposed to meet for the states,
Right.
I think. That all of that chicanery, the
Yes.
all of that stuff, it concerns me because who knows? We would be in uncharted territory at that point where
Yeah.
can they legally get away with the stuff that has been suggested? I don't know if you saw that article by Ely Mistal in The Nation. It kind of put a little scare into me. So I'm trying not to focus on that. What I want to see is I want to see some big wins,
Yeah.
not just from the states that we're supposed to get, like New York. Man, we better get New York and New Jersey, those states.
Yeah.
But I'm also looking forward to possibly North Carolina, North Kakalaki, as I call it sometimes. Georgia would be fantastic.
Yep.
I think. And I'm sure you heard by now the whole thing about Iowa.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So over the weekend, there was that pollster. She's a highly regarded pollster. Is it Seltzer? What's her last name?
Yeah, Seltzer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And she said that Kamala Harris was up by, I think, 3 or 4 points in Iowa. And
Yeah.
boy, if she were to pull that, that might be indicative of a more positive trend for her in some of the less likely areas in
Right.
other parts of the country, which would be awesome. Like, every 4 years, I kind of daydream about, oh, what if we win Texas? It's
Right.
not
Sure.
impossible,
It isn't.
but it's improbable.
Well, I think.
You
Well,
never
here's
know.
the issue. Here's what I've been kind of looking at, and what makes me confident beyond the Hillary won the popular vote and only lost the electoral college because of like 43,000 votes across 3 states. And there was a FAFO aspect of those votes that are not going to happen again. That group of people who Susan Sarandon their way around women's rights and left them up, they're not going to make that mistake a second time. They're not going to roll the fucking dice. And he's not an unknown anymore, right? He's not an unknown entity. You know what you get when this idiot gets in charge. So it's different than like, maybe we should try a businessman. I don't know. I don't like anything. Right? That's gone. That's just silly. And if it is
Yeah.
true, people go like, why isn't Mark Cuban running? Is what they'll be saying. But the reason I
Yeah.
feel really good about a lot of this is because it's not out of the question for a Democrat to win Florida. It happened all the time before. It's not that outlandish. The demographic is such that there's a lot of young people, there's a lot of minorities, and there's also a lot of snowbird old people who, in some cases come from New York and other places like what would be effectively liberal enclaves, And there's a
Yeah.
chance, like before, that could return if there's a drop off in Republican votes because they're just sick of the fucker and they don't want to vote for him, or they vote like the Village is going, towards Harris,
I
right?
forgot about that. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
That return to what would be the Reagan Democrats, essentially, none of whom are going to vote for Trump. That makes me feel good about that group. So the idea that Florida's in play. Florida was in play for Al Gore, and Al Gore ultimately did win Florida after the fact, but it was too late. Ship had sailed. He won by 500 votes, and he should have had the Electoral College, and he should have been president of the United States. But too bad. The Supreme Court halted it. That's how it worked. None of us burned the fucking Capitol down or walked through there carrying a fucking Mao flag or some bullshit version of whatever our lunatics would do.
Thank
We
you.
just sucked it up and went back to, the drawing board, so it shouldn't be that close again. And in that one, though, George W. Bush was running, and his brother ran the state. And so there's clearly a reason why somebody, you'd throw the race for your brother. The issue I have
Yeah.
with DeSantis and even Kemp and a couple of these others, certainly Abbott's in the tank for Trump. We know this. And that's why Texas,
Sure.
I think, is off the table. But
Mhm.
there is no real reason why DeSantis, because he wasn't picked to be VP, if there is a Trump thing for 4 more years, it will be Vance after that, will be the idea, because he will suck up and be super MAGA, and that's what they will want. So it's not like Pence, just buying him a few votes. This guy's on the team. So it's another, 12 years before DeSantis can run again.
Mm.
But, and same with Kemp. Kemp could, run with Kasich, and, all they need is one more K, and they're the perfect fucking Republican ticket. But sorry. So, but those guys, there's no reason for DeSantis to throw Florida for Trump if he wins, he wins. If he loses, he loses. But there's no reason for DeSantis really to put his thumb on the scale to help Trump over the line, if he's not going to get there on his own. And you go, well, I don't know what to tell you. The ideas are popular, but the guy wasn't. Maybe I'm the guy that should have carried across. That's why I'm your governor, and blah, blah, blah. And then he runs again, and that's what he thinks. But there's no reason for him to help Trump cheat after being treated the way he was. And Trump's not going to be favorable to him, even if he wins fucking Florida. He's just going to assume he should have. He thinks it's his fucking state anyways.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
Yeah, right. And so I just don't think he can he can count on certain Republican governors who I think really, you could argue, and people have, they put their thumb on the scale for Bush back in the day. Maybe even put it on for Trump first time around, right? Because they're like, what the fuck? And it's our party, and what's he going to really do? But after 2020 and January 6th, I think a lot of those folks are like, you know what? It's best for all of us Republicans if he eats shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually that's an interesting theory you have that it didn't even dawn on me, because I don't have any respect for Ron DeSantis. I don't think he has it in him to do the right thing. But if he were to do the right thing for the wrong reasons, for selfish reasons, I could buy that.
Yeah. All he has to do is let this fucker who mocked and shit on him, and who's never going to help him, and certainly isn't going to help other Republicans get fucking elected, because he eats all the money and puts his daughter-in-law in charge of shit. All he's got to do is take his hands off the fucking wheel, and it careens into the fucking, into the ravine, And I think there is a lot of political logic to letting Trump die a natural political death.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best feeling about those areas. Anyways.
If that was going to happen, though, it should have and could have happened back in 2020.
He was in office, though, or he was already in power.
Sorry, not 2020. Excuse me, 2021. After the time to put the nails in that coffin were after January 6th, when his political capital was at its lowest,
and then they all flipped when he ran. Right. When it was going to be him or Nikki Haley, they're like, wait, we're not voting for a brown lady. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. And then they all just jump back on, because there's just no way they could bring themselves to vote for for Nikki Haley.
Yeah. Yeah. But they should have convicted him. Like he was impeached, just not convicted. Yeah.
I think they were still afraid of the maggots at that point. I think they were afraid the maggots would kill them. And I think a lot of the Republicans can be explained, their activity can be explained by just, he's got a bunch of Jim Jones fucking Bob Roberts kind of followers that are scary as fuck. And they're random and nutty. Yeah.
So you asked me what was I looking for? Another one of the things that I'm looking for is a landslide. Like I feel like I know everybody's saying that, this thing is going to be close, and, it's fuck all that bullshit. Really, we need a landslide in order to repudiate, fully repudiate Trump and Trumpism. The reason why Trump has been able to hang around, like as you said, is because he has this hold on, what is it, 35% of the base
Right.
or something, you know,
Yeah.
like this unshakable, this like death grip hold. And that has all of the establishment senators and congressmen scared shitless.
Right.
So a landslide, on the other hand, would be like a seismic shock to their system, like, oh shit, we can't do this anymore.
Sure.
Right? It doesn't work. So I actually, in my book, my latest book, I have predicted a landslide
All right.
in the
The
bigliest
bigliest loser.
loser.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
From your press to God's ears. Also, I want to comment, congratulate you on your impressive display of figures back there. You have Yoda. I have Han and Luke back here.
I saw that.
So we're in good company in that regard. So
Also,
yeah,
robot from
Lost in Space.
Lost in Space. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, which is good because we're kind of running against Dr. Smith.
That's right.
He's so fucking Dr. Smith, like just
yeah, he is
full of shit, out for himself, and doesn't care if he gets everybody on the fucking ship killed, if it gives them even the slightest edge. And you always wonder why the shit they didn't kick him into space. Like, you almost got my boy killed. Like, are you kidding me? That I punched that motherfucker into an airlock and just like flush him like he was turds in The Martian. Not happening. Now,
you bubble-headed booby.
That's right. So I agree. I think there's a very strong chance there'll be a landslide as well, for many of the same reasons with those Republican voters that I was talking about, as well. The ones who are like, let's get him in the rearview mirror. Those early votes, those banked Republican early votes that Trump thinks is good. Oh, did we get an over? Oh, Johnny Million's there in the background too. Hold on, Johnny, call back. I can't hear him, so he's got to do that. He's on the other line. Yeah, thank you. Give me 15 minutes. There you go. I've got it's a barrage of guests today. It's very exciting. They're all going to be here early, and then not when I need to stay awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's fine. It's fine. So but I think the Republicans that are coming out, in terms of early votes, those banked early votes, and the independents as well, which are Republicans who are embarrassed to put an R next to their name, honestly, after Trump. I think they came out and voted for Harris, and that's where the landslide comes from.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the fucking district that MSNBC is in, but Jesus Christ, it's just a line of like blue-haired teenagers. And I'm just telling you, I mean, that's you can't wear a red MAGA hat into into a booth. But if your hair is if your hair is blue, or you're wearing a "We're Here, We're Queer" shirt, I'm just gonna go with you're probably not a log cabin Republican. You know what I mean?
I saw 2 online for voting this morning. So yeah, I made my. So here's another thing. This was interesting when I was online to vote. I saw majority women.
Yep.
A fair number of young. When I say young, I want to say between 18 and 24. Like they looked like they weren't long out of high school kind of age. And it caused me to raise an eyebrow. I was like, this is interesting. I was standing behind a guy who he wasn't wearing a MAGA hat, but he had like a flag on the back of his hat, and the red stripes were replaced with like AR-15 bullets.
Yeah, like the gun. So I was like, gun flat. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it wasn't a MAGA hat, but he's pretty much saying who he is.
Yeah, he's MAGA adjacent. In his clothing.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I wear that shit partly to fuck with those folks, because I have like the 511 stuff, which is all the police wear, because I have family in law enforcement. So, and I love the clothes because they've got like 9 pockets and a pair of pants that looks like just normal slacks, right? And I wear them when I do Nerd Halen because they're stretchy, shit like that. And so I'll have like T-shirts or patches from those things. And the assumption is when I'm in an airport or something, but for my hair probably, and even in some cases, along with it, that I must be, if I'm wearing that, I must be a Trumper. And so when they hear me
Right.
talk or I have a conversation with them, boy, the fucking doors fall off. Now, here's this is the other thing too. Now, I think in the modern era, there is an element of the political discourse that is a mile wide and an inch deep. And that a lot of people hear a lot of stuff online, hear a lot of details and stuff. And yet, if you dig deep into it, they really couldn't explain their position with any depth, especially
Right.
on the MAGA side of things. Do you
Mhm.
find that somebody comes up to you and they scratch you to see what's below the surface? They'll like challenge you on something or whatever, and they have no idea what you do and how good you are at doing it. That they're like, just like, and it's like, this isn't a can of worms. This is a fresh batch of whoop ass. Just boosh, like. Are people caught off guard by the depth of your knowledge of the issues when these conversations start, or do you feel like I'm spilling verbal diarrhea all over everyone? If they ask me about the election, I'm going to give them both barrels, no matter what.
What's funny is that I don't often uh, find myself in conversations like that, ironically, and it's weird because I would have thought that that there would be a whole lot more Brooklyn dad recognition, as I
Sure.
go about my business, but there
If your
isn't.
head was this big, it might help. I find that Twitter is a fame thing. If your head was that small, like if everybody's head was like, oh, wait a second. Oh, fuck, it's that guy. Like but your head, when it's normal size, they're like, who's this human being?
But yeah, when I talk to my relatives, my cousins about this stuff, it's like
Yeah.
you know, uh, I don't think they're surprised about it because they've seen the stuff that I've gotten into.
Yeah.
But yeah, I live and breathe this stuff, and it's because it's important to me. It's stuff that I care about. It
Yeah.
matters to me. It matters to my family. It matters to people that I love and I care about. And it always irritates me when I see people very nonchalantly talk about, well, maybe I'm not going to vote this time. Like, who the fuck do you think you are?
Right.
Not like it offends me when people
Yeah.
say that they're not going to vote because, like, you live here. You live in
Yes.
this country. Oh, well, I live in a blue state. It doesn't matter. Actually, and I just learned this not too long ago, it really does matter, even if you're in what you consider a blue or a red state. Let me say this to your viewers and
Yes.
listeners right now. If you're listening, if you're in a blue state or a red state and you think, it doesn't matter, it so does, because
Yeah.
they are trying to carve margins. They are
Yes.
looking for margins. They're looking to cut away. So let's say you're in a district, right, that voted 55% for Trump 4 years ago, right?
Right.
The Democratic Party, the Harris campaign, is trying to, cut 3% away from that 55% to
Everywhere that
add.
matters to take a state. Right.
Yeah, and that shit matters. Like you said early on in
Mm.
this
Mhm.
show that
Mm.
I think Hillary lost by, what was it, 40,000?
43,000 votes across 3 states.
Yeah, that's
That
a
was the electoral college.
ridiculously infinitesimally small amount compared to the overall total of the votes tallied. 43,000 votes. That
It's the
means like there
audience
were
of
a
the
bunch of
UNLV game
people.
I just went to. The audience of the
Yeah.
UNLV game, the Las Vegas college team, when they were playing
Mm.
Boise, the audience was 42,728. And I was like, that is so friggin' on the nose close to the margin in 2016 of actual human beings that changed this
Yeah.
across 3 electoral college votes. That's a huge aspect of this. And my thing about, blue state, red state, and it doesn't matter, is
Mhm.
mandate. Your vote is part
Yep.
of a mandate that if you're in a blue state, you're putting that one extra, like coin on the balance, on the level, as it were, to keep the teeter totter on your side, locked. The other thing is, if you're in a red state, they can run a Marjorie Taylor Greene or a Matt Gaetz or somebody like this if they don't think there's any blue voters out there, because it's like
Opposition, yeah.
their statewide and their congressional races become like primaries all the time. It's just fucking loony. And so and to keep people from, if you want our politics to be less extreme, it's funny because the people that first bow out think it's too extreme for them, and that's why they don't vote. I don't like either side. They're too wacky. Well, that's because of you, asshole. You didn't show up. You normal person didn't show up. And so the only person they can talk to guarantee they can motivate any voters is the nuttiest version of the deepest blue on their side, or the nuttiest version of the deepest red on that side. If they had the fear of the general electorate in them that they don't have during the primary season, for example, when everybody moves to the center, they don't have to move to the center in an area. That you get Marjorie Taylor Greene, you get Lauren Boebert, you get Matt Gaetz, and you ultimately get Donald Trump.
Yeah. And George Santos.
Yes, totally.
Wasn't that George Santos thing, I gotta say, was insane. Like, for comedy, like you couldn't possibly make up a character more funny than he was in real in real life.
His last name is DeVolder. Not even Santos. Like, he ran as a gay Latino to peel off Democratic votes who are like sympathetic to the idea of like, well, I don't necessarily like the person I have to choose from, but wouldn't it be nice if Republicans finally had a gay person that was on their side, and he's a minority and all this kind of shit. Like, it was all fucking flim flam. It's like, and he's the worst. Like, don't vote for your person. Get the best possible candidate on your side that signs on to the whatever your party's platform is, and stand by it every friggin' time. It's amazing to me the number of people who like will stick with a football team, after something like Michael Vick happens or some shit like that, right? They'll still wear the jersey, all that kind of stuff. But Democrats on our side of the things will sometimes go like, oh, I'm going to sit this one out or whatever. You never do that. You at least let them lose you mid-season. Don't sit it out from the very beginning, because it's your life, and it's women's rights this time. That's the part that's I think driving everything. And I think, did you see that? I think in those girls you were seeing, those young ladies that you were seeing at the thing, that seems to be a real metric.
Yeah, I didn't ask them if that's why they were there. I assumed it could have been part of the reason. Also, girls, like I have a 16-year-old daughter. She's whip smart. And when I say that, like, we don't talk about politics that much, but when we do talk about politics, like, my mind is blown how much she actually like understands, and how well she can carry herself in a conversation. So yeah, the young women are much more intelligent and much more engaged. She actually cares. My daughter cares a shit ton about the climate. The younger generation I saw, there's a majority of them are not even going to consider a candidate that doesn't care about climate change.
Right.
And I think that's noteworthy, because you still have people like Donald Trump saying it's a hoax, kind of shooting himself in the foot. The campaign he ran in the past month was just batshit crazy. It seemed like he, like anyone else running that kind of campaign would have imploded. Like, it seemed like he was intentionally
it's like he was trying to
lose.
Yes, I agree. I still think he is. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't think he wanted it in fucking 2016 when he looked miserable. In 2020, like, he could have done three things different. He'd have to be a whole different human being, of course. But as if he was a normal human being, he could have done 3 things different and actually retained the White House. And he just couldn't stop fucking up. He is a lifelong fuck up, and he's going to keep fucking up. And I, and for all those people who think God saved him for a greater purpose, it was so that he could lose to a woman of color, guarantee her position in the White House, and he could sit in a fucking courtroom for the next like year and a half, aging in front of our eyes, watching every person that he ever trusted with some detail come forward rather than go to jail on his behalf as he throws them under the fucking bus because he's gross. Other than that, I have no opinion. I'm gonna let you go because I have to, Dean Obadala is waiting in the wings, and I appreciate you so much for joining me. Hold the book up again. Yeah, there it is. The Bigliest Loser.
And it's available on BrooklynDadDefiant.com.
Excellent.
It's also available on Amazon. It's fully illustrated. It does have an exact number prediction for tonight's popular vote. I do make an exact
I'm gonna order it today before the count comes in. I'm gonna order a copy, and my only rule is the next time I see you in person, you have to sign it. I will bring it with me.
Awesome. That's a bet.
That would be awesome. I'm with you. I do think it is. I think it's exactly what's going to happen. We are going to see like a shocking shift for like the Republican cope will be brutal, but I don't think it'll be violent. We'll see. Thank you for joining me today, and I appreciate it so much. And help, I will think about this when I'm trying to stay awake later at 2:00 in the morning. Thank you so much.
That. Good luck.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cheers. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing in Dean Obadala joining me right now. How are you, sir?
I'm good. What hour is this for you? Is this 2 hours in?
Early.
3 hours in?
No. We've just, I stayed up till 5 a.m. last night to prime myself for today. So I got up, at about 9:30 my time. So I've had about 4.5 hours sleep. And then I'll stay awake from, now till noon tomorrow. I might pass out in between, for 45 minutes here and there in the middle of the night. But
how do you do it? How do you stay awake? Like, what do you eat? Is there Red Bull involved? Is there candy involved? Do you run in place, jumping jacks?
Fruit and cheese. I have a treadmill. I have a
you have a treadmill.
MetaQuest 2S or MetaQuest 3 rather. That I will virtual reality to keep myself.
Do you have a defibrillator? Where you're like, clear. All right, the shot on the chest, and like he's got 2 more hours. Go.
Yeah.
Keep talking, something like that.
No, what I do is I'll set like these like as it gets later in the night when it really gets fucked up. I will set alarms on my watch, which is on the charger upstairs, so that we'll have plenty of charge tonight. And it tactically will wake me up or whatever. So I can set alarms. I'm like, okay, I'm getting a little drowsy. I'm going to set this for 45 minutes. If I pass out, it will wake me up no matter what. And the camera will just be on, and I'll have the feed on what's going on. I don't give a shit. And, as long as people keep super chatting, I suppose I'll let them watch me sleep. There is no bottom on a night like tonight. So first of all,
you're a patriot. You're a patriot,
dude. I did it last time in 2020 because everybody was like, he's gonna add it, and I was like, no, Biden's gonna win. Don't fucking worry about it. We're good. And they're like, but I was like, tell you what, I'll stay up all night. I'm gonna do that, and so I'm doing it again. And I hope I never have to do it again the rest of my life just because Trump is the only reason for it. You know what I mean? Nobody has to white knuckle going to bed on election night and once this dumb motherfucker is a part of the past. So other than that, I have no opinion. So I asked Brooklyn Dad, his big watch points for today. What concerns do you have, and what thing would have to happen for you to go, oh shit, okay, we're good. You know what I mean? Like, what's that turning point moment, that singular moment you think might happen that'll make you feel like we got this?
There's some inner calm that's been growing in me over the last few hours about this election. It wasn't there before that, and I can't put my finger on exactly why.
Sure.
But what I get the sense, I'll give you a data point in a second, but I'm just this overall vibe, because everything's vibes, right?
Right.
With the guys, with Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk, it's sort of wishing And with women, it's working. And the idea of they're wishing to win, and they're tweeting about winning, and they're saying to their buddies and their incel friends, and women have been working. They've been knocking on doors, they've been canvassing, they're doing all the work.
Yeah.
And you know what wins in the battle between wishing and working? Working wins.
That's
And
right.
I see this now more and more. So I feel good. The data point will be the turnout of women in the battleground states when we see the exit polls. You're going to get the exit polls earlier. And already in the early voting data, we don't know how is it going to be double that, half that, whatever going forward. But states like Georgia, 12 points higher in terms of women coming out than men. 12 points. In North Carolina, it was around 10 points. Michigan's like 10 points. And women tend to vote bigger. They're a bigger percentage of the electorate now since 1980. In 2020, women are about 10.3%, 10.4% higher percentage of the electorate, and it helped Joe Biden. Vice President Harris is doing better with women. She's doing better with white women. She's almost dead even with Trump in certain polls on white women. Trump won white women by 7 to 11 points, depending on what polls you're looking at. He has lost 6 to 8 to 9 points with white women. So when you see women voting, it's a wash with white women, and women of color, oh my God, huge for Harris. So that's a big part. And don't forget, it's not, if you look at Trump, say he's leading guys by 14 points, and you say, well, Harris is leading by 14 points. That would seem like a wash, but that's only true if men and women vote at the exact same percentages, and
Which
they
they
don't.
do not.
And that's what I want people to understand. Women outperform men by 10 points in 2020. If that happens again now, that's how you win the election. If that goes down to 4 or 5 in the battleground states, I would be very concerned. You know, I will be having my whatever medication needed at that time. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think on the one hand, there's not just the fact that women are more consistent voters, especially young women are more consistent voters than young men. Always, you know,
My God.
right? And that's a maturity factor, you know, that absolutely exists. But on top of that, there is also these new voters, both young female new voters who may or may not have been motivated in, you know, in the same kind of age bracket to vote in any particular election. But this time around, Donald Trump came knocking on their door in particular and said, you know, that right your mom took for granted and your, you know, maybe even your grandmother, if you're Lauren Boebert, you know, you don't get to have that. And you might die of an ectopic pregnancy, and it's all because you bit the apple, and it's your fault. And that there are lines of motivated female voters who are out there because of that. I think there is also, the volume issue is men, you know, Republican men voting sensibly for the women in their lives and for the rights, you know, even just on a principled level. I think all the banked early vote favors Harris no matter what party it is.
That's interesting. And we're going to find out, right, when we get the first big dump. The first big dump, according to everything I've read and watched today, is Georgia. Their polls close at 7. And by 8 o'clock, they're going to release a huge tranche of votes that have already been banked. And they're breaking records. I just saw minutes ago, Georgia said they're on the way to break records for the biggest turnout ever. But to your point, Hal, look at Trump's bro vote strategy. Right? These bros, you know, they're voting like it's like voting for your sports team. Like it gives you a thrill for a second. The Giants win, whatever. Women, they're voting for their self-determination as a human being. Republicans are literally killing women with their abortion bans. That's not an exaggeration. They are killing them and making them suffer. Who's going to come out more? These young guys, we used to be young guys. You're still a young guy. Look at you. But young guys are the least responsible, least reliable demographic in the world. If someone sent a pizza to their apartment today or their house, they're staying in. They didn't go vote. Like, we're supposed to vote today? I thought it was tomorrow. Oh, they get high. Something's on cable. Oh, my God, look, there's Star Wars marathons
Is
on.
Rogan putting out an episode today? Because if he is,
they don't go out.
They're not going. They're gonna sit home and listen to Rogan, and he's gonna and then they're gonna get it down to like a hole of watching old Rogan videos. By the way, this is Dean Obadala. He's the host of the Dean Obadala Show on Sirius XM. And
Thank you. You saw Rogan endorse last night. Rogan endorses after 81 million people voted already. It's like placing a bet in the third quarter of a football game. It's like, I'm going to bet now.
He endorses like the guys you're talking about. He endorses like the guys you're talking about vote. Like, oh, fuck. Oh, wait, what time is it? endorse. Like,
I don't know. Look, Beyonce brings out more people that are going to vote than Joe Rogan. That's the reality.
so
And
does
it's
Taylor Swift.
look, but this, right. But this is part of Trump's strategy. Has always been to divide us. This time it's overt, pit young men against young women. Like I've never seen a man try to have Americans turn on each other as much as him. The enemy within bullshit,
Right.
and his message calling Nancy Pelosi, she's a B. Oh, I want to see Mike Tyson in the ring with Kamala Harris. Why would you want Kamala Harris in the ring with Mike Tyson, a boxer? Because you want to see her get physically abused. I've never seen a more anti-woman campaign ever in the modern era. I've not been around before the modern era. Never seen. This is an anti-woman campaign.
Yeah, it's. I gotta say, like I am. It's like he decided when Andrew Tate got arrested in Romania that's a group he can get. Like, oh, they got nothing to watch now. You know what I mean? Like he's scooping audience. Like Tucker Carlson is now the dweeb Alex Jones, and and like Glenn Beck's like the chubby child, like after school special story villain Alex Jones, and Rusty Trombone is the fucking hippie Alex Jones. They're all going for that slice of that pie. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's like Trump, and it's like Don Jr. just got gacked up on blow and went, if we could get these Andrew Tate guys, they buy stuff, they do stuff, they go things, like they'll get out of their house and go vote. There's like, honest to God, I feel like this is some sort of like coked out fever dream of a untapped electorate.
I love the fact that the Trump campaign outsourced their get out the vote effort to Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk, who have, at least Charlie Kirk arguably has a little bit more experience with grassroots stuff. Not great.
Turning Points USA,
Elon Musk, nothing.
Yeah.
Right. So like Turning Point, exactly. So they're out there, and it's remarkable in that the closer this election got, and it is close to the battleground, your turnout machines are going to decide who's going to win or not.
Yep.
If Trump was up, God forbid, by 8 points in the battleground state, the turnout machine really wouldn't matter. He's going to win. In neck and neck, that's why when I chatted like the Democratic state chair in Wisconsin, Ben Wickler, has been on my show for weeks. He's been on many, many times. They were building a machine from day one, knowing it was going to be razor thin. Yes. That was the machine they were building. Not one we're going to win big, but we're going to win by a 0.5 percentage point. And that's how we're going to get our turnout. So that, to me, I feel really good about Wisconsin. I feel pretty good about Michigan, to be honest. And the big question is going to be Pennsylvania. If we win there, it's done. So there's a chance she flips North Carolina. There's a good chance of Georgia. Maybe less or so Arizona, but I think pretty good Nevada as well. So there are a lot of good things. How are you feeling, by the way?
I feel great.
I know you're doing the streaming.
Honestly, I feel great about all of them. I think they're not counting the female vote in a lot of these areas. I think they're assuming that the Republicans that are voting are going to vote for Trump when a lot of them have just been disgusted with him, and he only pays attention to MAGA even if you are a Republican, because he spent more time attacking rhinos than Democrats half the time. Like he goes off on these fucking rants. There was a dude at the Capitol on Jan 6 who was one of the guys who had a buck knife on the day. It was like a bunch of guys who actually got busted on the day for having a weapon. And this dude had a shirt that said Rhino Hunter on it. He was arguably could have been with the crowd that was like, there's still, I don't know why it's taken so long to figure this shit out, but built the gallows. But he had a buck knife with him, and he was one of these, like, you could see him screaming bloody murder. And he's got a shirt that says Rhino Hunter, and it's spelled RINO. He was there to kill Mike Pence, and he was there to kill, anybody who, any rando Republican that he hadn't seen on Matt Gaetz's podcast. And those Republicans will never have a party until they get rid of those assholes, until they let them know they're unwelcome. And I gotta believe they all went early to the ballot to do that.
Excuse me, I'm waterboarding myself. By the way, was Steph on earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she was. She was my first guest. Fugelsang came on at the same time. It was nice.
I was on her show earlier. We were talking about you.
Yeah.
Sorry. I really do waterboard myself. This is ridiculous.
He's trying to be. You're trying to be the Muslim American Alex Jones. I get what you're trying to do.
That's what I'm doing over here. I got my new voice. My new radio voice.
Get some of my dick pills.
I'm gonna be to replace all your beer with halal beer. This is what I'm going to be doing.
Right.
No more pork bacon. It's all going to be.
That's right.
No, it's going to be all turkey bacon. That's what we do
They're
here.
all
It's
halal dick
halal.
pills. They're not suppositories. You don't put them up your. You don't swallow. You bang them into the head. I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys, or they just don't work. So, I think they're underestimating the sheer volume of the woman's vote, the men who love them and give a shit, the Republicans who are just tired of this motherfucker but vote every time. And so
they should change what you're getting at. How I agree with you 100%. This is not the GOP. They should change the name. It should be the MAGA party, and the GOP should be another party on its own. But they know that they're giving up the infrastructure of their party if you split it up that way. But look, we've had political parties that have elected even presidents that are gone. The Federalist Party is gone. The Whig Party is gone. The GOP should be gone. It really should now be the MAGA party and the GOP being a third party. But I guess in their view, they'd splinter too much, and it'll be harder to win elections.
Well, again, the issue that they have is that Democrats and Republicans are a functional difference in governance. Democrats believe in democracy, one person, one vote, and that we're basically the party of the popular vote. And the Republicans believe we are a constitutional republic and our elections are chosen by the Electoral College, and that's the argument they are making. And the distinction, all the other aspects between both parties, hither and yon, how they're going to operate, what kind of stuff they're going to implement, it all hangs off the trunk of that tree. Everything else is an ornament on whether or not you believe that people have a say or landowners in Montana should have more of a say in government than somebody who has a house in Queens or a fucking apartment. And so that's the distinction. That's why I don't think they can ever go away, because that's the root of what they believe ultimately. That's why they're all screaming we're not a democracy.
I know they love that.
Gonna be Republicans, right?
They always think they're so clever too when they're like, "We're not a democracy." I'm like,
"Oh my God,
democracy is the lifeblood of this democratic republic, moron."
Right.
We use the term shorthand when we say democracy. We get it. Everyone doesn't line up and we all cast a ballot for everything we want to do.
Right.
It's all like, okay, are we going to raise tax? Everyone come out of your house, raise your hand. Yeah, this is not democracy in Greece in ancient times. I get it, dummy. But they always they think they're so smart when they do it.
I know.
You're
It's
not
so
impressing
lame.
anyone. You're a dummy.
Right.
So I love
it's so
By
weak.
the way, Oprah last night at Vice President Harris's rally said that if we don't vote, this could be the last time we could vote. And people on the right were like, Oprah, blah, blah, blah. She's 100% right in that if Republicans will take away a woman's reproductive freedom, they will take away your right to vote. And you think the 19th Amendment is going to save you. You're kidding yourself, because this Supreme Court will interpret in a way where it'll make it harder for women to vote. Now, they can't say women can't vote, but they can pass laws to make it harder for suburban women, closing voting stations. They are going to understand that if women are the ones that defeat them, they are going to come for women after this election. I can guarantee you that. Be aware of that.
They will have have a grudge against whatever primary group that they thought, made it hard for them to win. Even if they, again, they lose. We put them in the rearview mirror in a lot of ways. And Republicans of that ilk have had a hard time gaining ground. That's why the Freedom Caucus is eating its own. That's why Matt Gaetz is not long for this political world. We know this. But if Donald Trump wins, he can establish, it won't matter, because the executive will be driving the entire bus with the Supreme Court. They will circumvent, and they don't have any interest in running a functional government. So what are they worried about? Passing a fucking budget? They'll just outsource that to Democrats, give him a line item veto. He'll pass like 4 things, or they'll create these like chopped up bills. And if you want to get anything passed at all, you have to pass, these piecemeal things. That's what they wanted to do.
Right.
They couldn't do it because they don't know how anything fucking works. That's the other thing too. It's like,
but they're not about governing. They're not motivated. The Republicans don't sit around going, "Oh my God, I wrote a great bill that's really going to help Americans." Never, never. Oh, I said something that got me on Fox News, which is their Sports Center. That's like, athletes make a great play and you get to be on Sports Center, and you say something outrageous on the floor of the House as a Republican, you get to go on Fox News. I was on Hannity last night. Oh, high five, you made it. That kind of stuff. That's all they care about. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. A party that doesn't want to govern. So I hope Democrats can win the House back. It's going to be close. It's going to come through California, some districts. New York, where I live, it's not far from me, some of the competitive districts that are going to happen there. We got to win the House no matter what. And the Senate, it's going to be tougher, but it's possible to hold it.
Well, they automatically have a lead in the Senate, and it goes towards the Electoral College. The Senate is the Electoral College of the the legislative branch. The House is the Democratic side because it's smaller and it's more 1-to-1, and the Senate is you get 2 per state, no matter how many people are in the state. That's absurd. It's just like the It's even worse than the Electoral College, I would argue, because at least in the Electoral College, there's some you get a vote based on the population at least, right? Montana doesn't have the same number of Electoral College votes as California does, but it has the same number of senators.
Right. And look at what would happen if your state of California, what I was looking at, what's your population? Is it like 50 million? I know it's 40 million. If there ends up where Republicans are able to somehow make this a tie, an electoral vote, the 12th Amendment then allows the House to pick the president. Each state delegation gets 1 vote, which means quotas, which have 500,000 people, get 1 vote, and your state of 40 million get 1 vote for president. This is so undemocratic. Right. It is anti-democratic. The idea that that would be equal in terms of voting for president of the United States.
That was the goal on Jan 6. That was the goal on Jan 6.
Would be a nightmare.
Well, that was, and again, the idea that like Anna Kasparian, fucking, I don't know, whatever. I think she was denied oxygen recently for a prolonged period of time, but she kept bringing up like her defense of Trump was that Jan 6 was unsuccessful and that he tried a Muslim ban, but it failed. And I'm like, why?
Does she like Trump now? Does she like Trump now? No.
I don't know if she's excusing everything he does and making it kind of like a wash.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because I don't know, she's been red-pilled or something is the idea. But the point is she was making this idea that because he was unsuccessful, you can't hold it against him. Like, well, you don't give him another shot. How about this? Even if you're a person where you believe to some degree in redemption and somebody, attempts murder, and you believe that somebody who attempts murder should get less of a charge than somebody who commits murder, I don't think so. I think just because you're a fuck up doesn't mean you get time off for, bad technique. You know what I mean? Like, you obviously tried to kill someone, you just failed. Right. Well, I'm certainly, and the whole point of we take away one of your rights, and that's free association. When you go to jail, that's primarily what you lose, is free. So you don't get to walk around in fucking public anymore. You don't get the freedom to do that because you've lost that, because you have no responsibility. The same thing with Trump and being fucking president. The idea that he can walk around and be a politician ever again, which is why Mitch McConnell fucked this whole thing up. They should have expelled him. He couldn't have run again. He could have been a gadfly, pain in the ass, Republican godfather that everybody has to kiss the ring, get MAGA money or some shit like that. And he would have been perfectly happy doing that. But they didn't have the guts to get him out of there. But her argument is that, well, the Jan 6 was a failure, therefore, you can't hold that against him. He wasn't.
Of course, you can hold it against him. It's unbelievable to me. Forget Anna for a second. It's unbelievable to me the normalization of Donald Trump that we've seen. The man attempted a coup. He's facing 4 felonies in Washington, D.C. in federal court for that attempted coup. He incited a terrorist attack on January 6th, and he has vowed to pardon the terrorists, and he praises them as patriots and honors them. This man is the very definition of anti-American, as treasonous, as a traitor. Yeah. And the idea that he's been normalized, and there's so many factors involved, the Republican Party, corporate media, and Merrick Garland's failure for 2.5 years for DOJ to bring charges. Jack Smith did a good job when he got appointed, but Merrick Garland waited so long. He was undermining our argument that this guy was such a great threat. Look what he did to our nation. If he was that great of a threat, why wasn't he charged more swiftly? The average person who doesn't follow politics asks that question. It's a fair question because you gave him that question, Merrick Garland. So the failure of Garland and various things normalized Trump. When Trump loses, I hope, how my dream, he flees the jurisdiction. We have a new fugitive movie. Like Tommy Lee Jones, we get him out there. The fugitive name is Donald J. Trump.
The Fugitive meets Grumpy Old Men. Weekend at Bernie's, only Bernie isn't dead, and it's Eric and Don Jr. They're just kind of moving him around. He's just emotionally, morally, psychosexually, and intellectually dead. So they have to feed him and pretend he's still vibrant so that Putin and all those other people don't realize he's useless.
I like that. I would love that he's on the run, like in The Fugitive, where
Oh yeah,
Tommy Lee Jones, like Donald Trump, he's got a 3-hour lead. He's on foot, so he could be 50 to 80 feet away from us by now. You know, search the immediate area. He's probably hiding in the bathroom right now.
that's right.
And look, I think the next stop for Donald Trump is if he loses this, it's going to be prison. And I'm just hoping that President Biden doesn't do some nice gesture and offer to pardon him and then pardon his son, which I think he should pardon his son anyway, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a different thing. We got to win this election. When we win it, other things take care of themselves.
Well,
It'll be ugly between now and January 6th.
The charges in New York, he's going to be, he's going to be sentenced on at the end of the month. Biden couldn't
November
pardon him
26th.
anyways. And Alan Weisselberg.
Yeah, but he won't get jail for that.
Well, no, Alan Weisselberg isn't that different in age, and Michael Cohen got time for it as well. And he's exactly in New York. He's exactly the kind of defendant that you put in jail for that shit because he's unrepentant and he's a problem and he was trouble for the court and he was shitty. And if you set that precedent, you're saying, look, some people can just get away with threatening the lives of people. They didn't do it with mobsters. They didn't do it with Sammy the Bull Gravano, Trump's buddy in the mob, who hooked him up with concrete so that Trump Tower could be the biggest concrete building and the only new concrete building in Manhattan. Like there's a great documentary online called Trump and the FBI. I don't know if you've seen it. It's just like it's from yeah, and then there's another one because they did a bunch of these in like '91 when he was failing all over the like regular news. When he was, they were just, somebody just doing a documentary about the decline of some dick nobody really liked. And it was before all the money started rolling in from Russia. And he had borrowed $56 million from his from the trust that his father left for his brother and sister and him. And he, to keep the lights on, not even to like invest in something. You're like, this is a great deal. And then he fucked up the deal. Like he put it in the Taj Mahal or some shit like that, which I almost understand. Like if you're arguing with your siblings and somebody does that, like I could see how a normal person would get caught up in like, I could turn this money into this and you guys are assholes and family fighting. He didn't do that. He just took the money because he couldn't afford to keep the Trump organization's bills paid. Like because he was such a fuck up, like because he'd spent everything else. And so and then he, Sammy the Bull Gravano in his testimony talks about how he's got Trump in his hip pocket. And
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, Trump.
I didn't know that. How did I not know this?
The way the fucking pouring. What do you think? You think the whole Eric poured concrete thing was? That's a dog whistle to the mob that there'll be more work for you.
That's very interesting. Well, look, I have no doubt in those days they built. They did work here in New York. They did work in Atlantic City. Where if you're going to build a casino, you have to work with the mob.
Yep.
You might not like it. You might like it. That's part of it. And now he might end up in a prison cell like Donald Trump. And you're right. Joe Biden can't pardon the state crimes. But I'm just saying, on the federal level, the two serious ones are the January 6th one and the one that's now temporarily dismissed. I think gets reinstated, the classified documents, espionage
it's going to
case
happen
later. But I'm not advocating at all that Joe Biden do that. I'm just, if you play the game out, like, look at Biden, want to unite everyone. I don't think Vice President Harris would want that at all, but you could see Biden doing that. But we got to win this election. That's all I know right now. This has got to be a win.
Yeah, I agree. And right now people are voting. They're, and maybe they're coming across this right now. And, my message to them is if you're in a blue state, your vote matters for mandate. And if you're a red state, and you're like, what does my vote matter? It makes the difference between what kind of candidates they can float. If you tell them, like, if you go, well, I'm in a red state, it doesn't matter. They can run any Marjorie Taylor Greene lunatic they want to. But if they have to actually realize that you're out there and there's a drift in this, electorate that's possible, and they can't just run it like a fucking primary every time. There's a good reason your vote matters in that. It keeps the crazy out of the government. It makes the Donald Trumps and the Boeberts and the Matt Gaetzes, harder to have because they have to answer to you, not just, the lunatic base while everybody in the middle checks out.
Look, get out and vote. And if you live in a battleground state, my friends, there is still time. Every poll is still open. Make a plan. I feel like we're a telethon now, like Jerry Lewis telethon. Get out there, make a plan, vote. In the battleground states, this is everything. And this is really, I call it on my show, Judgment Day. We've been counting down to Judgment Day because to me, it's a defining moment for our nation, for a generation to come, depending how this works. The idea of either going back to a time where white men had power unchallenged or continuing down the path, as rocky as we are in terms of embracing it, the idea of a multicultural, multiracial democracy, which we still aspire to that. And we're not perfect in it, but we're getting there. But the push and pull from the right will never end. And I really, if Trump were to win, it would give them they can build a foundation of moving us backwards. And that's why I think Vice President Harris's theme of "we're not going back" has been so instinctually correct. That's exactly, we are literally the fight to go back to a time before the Civil Rights Act, before the Voting Rights Act, before Roe v. Wade already. They've already done that. So they've taken us before 1973. That's their goal. It is white men dominating everything, and perhaps even property owners. They could really go back to the early days.
Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, again, the default for, might makes right style governance, which is what happens in emergencies and horrible situations when society falls. It defaults to strong men taking over and doing terrible things to, gain as much resource as they possibly can while at the expense of everyone else. If you don't participate in democracy, that's what you are voting for. If you're not voting, if you're not voting, you're voting for that.
It's the stakes. The stakes cannot be. Look, I don't know about you, Hal. In 2020, I didn't have a lot of stress. I really felt Biden was going to win. The polling showed it comfortably. 2016, I thought there was no way he's going to win, right? So any reservations I had about Hillary Clinton, and I liked her, I just didn't love her. I still voted for her, of course, but I thought she was going to win. I was at the Javits Center that night for Sirius XM. I thought it was a victory party. So that was a shock. 2012, I had no doubt Barack Obama was going to win re-election. In 2008, I felt pretty good. So last time there was really a contested election where it could go either way to me was 2004 and 2000. This one, though, the stakes did not feel the same. This really feels like whatever the election of 1860 could have felt like. Is that next guest type of thing?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
But no,
I
it's
gotta go
good.
prepare for my show anyway.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. It's
great and thank you for coming on my show. I really appreciate when you come on my show.
Absolutely. And tell everybody when your timing is for yours as well. And
sure.
And let me know, what works for you. Hold on. There we go. Okay. When's your
my show is 6 to 9 p.m. live on Sirius XM channel 127. I'm literally right before John Fugelsang's show. Every night I throw the show to John Fugelsang. And Stephanie, who's on various different things, Stephanie's on in the morning on the same channel, but she's in a lot of places.
Yeah.
So I hope people will check it out. Or I'm at deanofradio.com and Substack, The Dean's Report.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for coming on and helping me stay awake and not lose my mind early in this process. Let me, I will, I'll see if I can call into your show later. And like I'm going to do with John, and just like as a first time caller, long time listener, Dean, thank you so much.
All right. Take care, brother.
Cheers. Okay. And off he goes, ladies and gentlemen. And joining us right now, it's Driftglass and Blue Girl from Crooks and Liars. And by the way, can I just say, I feel like you guys are in different environments. Yes. Other side of the house. Hold on, I'm trying to get your volume right.
Yes.
Yes.
We are
He's loud. Places. You're quiet.
Which one? Me?
Yes. You're a little quiet.
Speak up, honey. Speak up.
Speak up. Yes. Fran.
It's women who are going to save us this year.
That's
so
right.
Speak up, honey.
Yeah. Don't blow your voice out now. This is stupid, Mike. This is the shit. I'm just gonna. Hello. Awk. So this is. Can we hear you? Can you check it and see if you're a little louder?
Check. Mike. Check.
Check. Testing.
Hey,
testing.
Look at that. There you go. Lovely.
All right.
Okay.
So hi, for one. Welcome.
I tried so hard to get my hair to look as good as yours, Hal.
Me too. And this is what I get for my trouble.
Oh, that's it. You have to rinse the stuff out. You can't just leave it in. Yeah. It takes the hair with it. Right.
Product.
Very important. Very important. I did for today's show, I did a little bit of a leave-in conditioner. I'm going to have to add some more a little bit later on just because. But Hi, love you guys. Glad you could be here. Right out of the gate, let me ask you what your main trepidation is. What your while I make your labels on the screen, what your main trepidations are. What you're excited about.
Honey, after you.
I'm actually looking beyond today.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that David Jolly last night on MSNBC said neither side will have a mandate after this election. You know, no mandate for anybody to govern. And, you know, I think we have more work to do after today.
Mm-hmm.
The Republican Party, I don't care how many Republicans vote for Kamala Harris. I don't care how many former Republicans endorse Kamala Harris. There is a Republican Party ready to cut her off at the knees.
Yes. Agreed.
And we got to be ready for that. This is not kumbaya.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. No.
So that's my trepidation.
Gotcha. Yes. Again, that's the constant gardener aspect of governance that I think a lot of people tend to, you know, that was what I would call the Obama curse. Was the first time through they were like, hey, we did it. We elected the guy and we made history. Now we just kind of beg off or whatever. We just, you know.
No.
No.
Never stop working.
And when I see Trump, when I see Donald Trump, I don't even see Trump anymore.
Yeah.
It's like the Matrix. I just see the code behind him. And I see 70 million lunatics and bigots and imbeciles who are going to be there tomorrow and next month and next year, regardless of what we do. So they are the next problem. The immediate problem is getting this lunatic the hell out of our lives. The real problem is the toxic waste dump from which he arose. They manifested him. He didn't create them. They got that, you know, people got that entirely backwards.
Yeah, I have to say, we've seen a version of this for a very long time, and social media has kind of codified it. And you know, again, I feel like MAGA is the Tea Party. If the Tea Party was like a stew or a chili that somebody left on the stove and all the water got cooked out of it, and it was just the crust at the bottom of the bowl, you know, and like I do feel like though. Trump is special in that he gave them permission to be their worst self in a way that I don't see somebody waiting in the wings that will pick up the mantle that easily. Maybe they exist, but honestly, I don't see one.
Well, he let them out of the box. He let the clown out of the box.
Right.
The clown's not going back in the box.
No.
You know, this is the problem. This is one of those, you know, you can't take this, you can't unring this bell.
Right.
And once they've been told by their entire party, by the conservative media, by the leader of their party, you get to be your worst, most awful self in public now. You were always that in private. And we always had that sort of going on in the basement. But it's okay to be that in public. They're not going back. You know, this is like the joke.
I will say that,
you change things.
Sure. I do think they clearly did at one point, because we had the, you know, birth of a nation kind of Klan rides in this country at one point. And after that, we had the 1935 Nazi Party, Madison Square Garden thing that Trump had, which was a giant hood off gathering of Nazis. That's exactly what it was. It was like all the guys who are Klan guys who had to hide who they were or use little, you know, handshakes or a little Kliegel hand, you know, whatever their gestures are that they do in Fletch Lives or whatever, you know. But they decided, oh, okay, I'm going to be my awful self because Hitler's going to take Europe and this is our time. And then it didn't turn out to be that way. And they retreated for a good long while the rest of society got on with it. And I feel like there could be another moment like that.
Well, may I respond? May I rejoin?
Yeah.
The way we got rid of their sponsor, Hitler, was by destroying his country, bombing his cities, destroying his army, and having him shoot himself in the head.
Right.
Those same people now run the second largest political party in the United States.
Right.
They're not an appendix to something else anymore. They're not attached to some other organization. They are the Republican Party now. and they're going to be looking for someone who will make it more acceptable for them to be this way in public. Hello,
This
Bill.
is what we do on our podcast when we want to say something.
Sure.
Driftglass, I guess I have a question for both of you then. What happens when Trumpism, and I say don't you dare call it Trumpism because it is the Republican Party, but what I mean is the Republican Party under Trump. What happens when they lose? And they have kept losing since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason they won in 2016 was in part a lot of very spoiled white guys, young white guys who thought nothing's going to affect me, voted for Trump as a joke.
Yeah.
And didn't want responsibility for Hillary for, the 40-year attacks that the Fox and everybody else had done against her.
Sure.
But this was an aberration. 2016 was an aberration. We gained 41 seats in the House in 2018.
Yeah.
We took back the White House in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
He's a loser.
Yeah.
But there was this moment in time in 2016 where, am I allowed to swear on this show?
Of course. I insist, as a matter of fact. There's a fuck tax.
Okay,
thank God. Oh.
God damn it. We, meaning Republican voters, made liberals cry. Literally, we got to watch them cry on television on 2016, and they've been going after that high ever since.
Right.
And they can't get it back.
Well,
they haven't been able to get it back.
Yeah, there's a myriad of things, too, that, like that thing in 1935 where it was an externalized group, and the leader of that group ended up setting himself on fire and shooting himself, probably in that order. That is different from Trump being in charge of this. But I would argue that it is closer to a cult of personality, and you can see the people who, if you ever watch those documentaries on the Branch Davidians, or you watch those documentaries on people who were at Jonestown, and they're like, I don't know, we were all just doing it, and and now they look back on it with some level of sense. Now there's still also Squeaky Fromme and others who still think Charlie, is alive and well, and is going to lead the resistance or whatever. But there's a big portion of those folks that do deprogram once the lie is told to their face. And I think that, he is decomposing as we see this. We're seeing like this failure of the man, that when you put too much weight on the individual, you set yourself up, because eventually we all got to go with something, and he is not going out pretty. He is not. He was, had he been assassinated, you could argue, and this was where, arguably the guy who took the shot at him in Butler had watched Alex Jones say that, Trump is the imperfect vessel of a perfect message, and if he was to be assassinated, somebody else could take his place, and all that shit. When it came up, it logically makes sense, and there's every reason to believe that this dude was like, oh, I'm doing the right thing. Judas loved Jesus the most, because to make the prophecy come true, I got to be the one. Somebody's got to turn him in. Somebody's got to do the deed. So if it's me, I'll be the most beloved of MAGA ever, because I will eliminate him.
Trump to heaven.
Yes, I'll send Trump to heaven, and somebody else will take his place and make sure that the movement goes forward, and that they won't be able to hang the albatross of Epstein around his neck or some shit like that. That was what Alex Jones had been talking about 3 weeks before this fucker shows up in Butler and tries to shoot at him. And there's an argument that had that been successful, they wouldn't have necessarily been wrong.
No.
You know what I mean? Like that, it wouldn't have been J.D. Vance.
I got you. Then you've got your martyr. You've got your martyr.
Then you've got
a movement. Then you've got a whole new movement.
Yep. Then you got DeSantis and Haley jumping in together to salvage the MAGA movement together, and actually maybe even earning the vote this time around. Again, it's got to be 100% different, because Trump doesn't change. So every time you're like, if Trump only, he can't do it. He's himself. He's never going to change. He's a fucking loser. That's what he does. He loses for, if they're like, if he'd only said this, he'd be a different human being. He can't. He's just incapable.
This conversation leaves out the money, though. Because where's the money? Who's got The $200 million that Trump raised from Stop the Steal in 2021.
Oh, I think
where is it?
I think he shit it down the toilets at Mar-a-Lago a long time ago. I think it's gone. I think that's one of the best things about him. And if we get the Senate like this time around, and we get back the House, or we keep it narrow, even considering people wanting to split tickets. So many Republicans not voting for him means they're going to split the ticket. They're going to show up. They might not vote for him. They may not vote for Harris. They may leave the president blank, but they'll vote for House and Senate seats to balance it out.
Marsha Blackburn. They'll go and vote for Marsha Blackburn.
That's right. They'll go and they'll vote for Harris and Marsha Blackburn. Like, it's stupid, but they'll do that.
Because I'm a feminist.
Right. Good Lord. But they'll do that to balance it out. You know what I mean? They'll
or to tell themselves they're still a Republican.
Right. Exactly. Same thing. They're balancing out the power in that situation. So, but if we retain it, or we get the House back too at the same time, which is entirely possible, because if you look at the Senate numbers, we're talking 2, 6, 10 points in some cases where the senator is ahead, and it seems out of whack with the presidential polls. And the reason is because Trump is paying for poll jacking. He's paying Rasmussen and all these fuckers to make these fake polls, but the Senate races can't afford that shit. So the Republican senators aren't paying to make themselves look better than they're, like they're doing better than they are. So it just looks like.
It also seems to me that Mitch McConnell handed out Senate candidacies to big donors.
Sure.
Just like McCormick. Oh, here, you want a Senate seat?
Right.
Right.
Harry Lake, here.
Right.
We don't. These are the worst Senate candidates, and Mitch McConnell just gave up on any kind of
strategy,
testing them out first. Vetting them.
Can you pay for this? Can you bring $30 million?
That was it.
Right.
Is that because? That's a good question, though. Is that because Donald Trump, unless it's his pick or his person or a sycophant, the only other reason he would let them pass the test, the other version of kissing Trump's ring is, oh, you're rich.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's okay with
me. You'll pay to have a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago
in the facility, right? Which is exactly, this is the
lines
primary.
My pocket.
Yeah. That's what Laura
goes back
does.
To my bugaboo, which is, I think my other prediction is after this election, it only takes one, but one Republican, and I think it might be Kevin McCarthy, is going to burst the bubble and admit that Trump is blackmailing the Congress, Republicans in the Congress.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And all it takes is
everyone knows
to come out and say, the reason we backed him, he was a loser. We all knew he was a loser because everybody's 2020 hindsight, right?
Yeah.
But he wouldn't let us have access to the online fundraising through WinRed. It's like, do you guys remember the day after the 2008 election when Fox News came on and said Sarah Palin didn't know Africa was a continent?
Right.
Yeah.
Everyone with eyes knew Sarah Palin was an idiot. Everyone, certainly on the campaigns, Steve Schmidt knew Palin was an idiot. No one announced it until the day after the election. This is going to be our Africa is a continent moment.
Well, and
we couldn't online fundraise without Trump's blessing, so we all backed him. Yes,
there was also as long as we're reenacting our no fair remembering stuff podcast.
Yes,
the same thing happened with Don Rumsfeld right after Bush lost.
Yeah.
The day before, he was the greatest SecDef ever. He was a genius. He was a master strategist. The day after, he was dead meat and under the bus and gone. And that's how fast elections can turn things around. But my problem is the basic ingredient of the Republican Party, which is the base, is like, eggs, flour, and water. You can't make a car with that. You can only make a certain limited number of things with that, and the things will always look like those ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no other group of people to bring in to make a new party. They're going to reform themselves somehow. You're going to have 60 million idiots wandering around looking for their next messiah, and it's not going to be John Kasich. It's going to be some.
Here's the thing: does it have to be political at all? Because part of what has happened with the cosplay of the fucking Tea Party and the MAGA QAnon adjacent horse shit, and this giant online fucking circle jerk that they have everywhere. Does it ever have to amount that, this is how you got the dominionist evangelical movement in the early 20th century, in the late 19th century, of that my kingdom is not of this world. That was when after the Civil War, they were so fucking pissed that they were like, I'm not voting anymore. Fuck this. I'm not participating in this because it's not going my way. So they checked out. And by the way, because they checked out, we got some of the biggest advancements before the New Deal.
Right. Yeah. The progressive movement came through from that.
Right.
Yeah.
And even in the face of industrialization, we wouldn't have had what effectively became OSHA protections and all that kind of stuff if a different, more conservative government left over post-Civil War had been in power and engaged during the rise of the industrial era. As bad as it was, as bad as the robber barons treated workers and stuff, it would have been a myriad worse. There would have been a new form of codified slavery. They would have, it would have been legal to give, people labor sentences outside of a prison and assign them to factories, all kinds of shit. Like, what could have been is just fucking horrifying. And it was only, it didn't happen because post the Civil War, a bunch of those people went, this is the Lord's place now. I'm just going to go live my semi-Amish. I'm going to avoid the telephone when it shows up. I'm not going to
move to Kansas. I'm going to move west. That a lot of it was, I'm going to move west.
Yep.
And those that remained founded Jim Crow.
Yeah.
And kept things as much the way they could with no blacks voting as they could.
Right. Just try to tourniquet the change until they could upend it. They just never got the chance again. And then every time they tried, it got uglier and uglier, which brought us to the civil rights era, which was enough is enough from the greater populace. And they realized they were a minority, and they fell back into being full of shit through the 70s, 80s, mid 90s. Then here comes fucking the internet.
Back to Jesus.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The zeitgeist
and
movement.
That's what's smart about. That's what's very smart about General Flynn, him doing his, road show
shit.
based on Jesus.
Yeah.
I've said
His
for 20
pureblood
years,
stuff,
Sarah Palin should have joined the Crystal Cathedral.
Yep.
And done an evangelical, anti-abortion, have a baby with Downs.
Boebert has already learned that lesson.
Yep.
Boebert, who's the CW Sarah Palin. Right. Has already learned that. She's already been preaching at these places, and as shitty as her parenting skills are, and her relationships, and herself as a human being, she still just got. I'm a sinner who found my way. Like, when she's gonna find her way, when she is, in the immortal words of Doug Stanhope, on the brown side of ripe.
Right.
When she is no longer attractive. Then she will find Jesus in a codified way, and she will be the queen of a church. She'll be like Paula White. She'll be like,
oh, absolutely.
You used to be young and beautiful. Now you're very attractive for a woman of your age, but that's as good as it gets, right? And
all of that work that she's having done is deductible.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus and Jesus and Jesus and Jesus and Jesus and Jesus and praise Jesus and sorry, I can't.
But that's
blink, Lord.
The other.
That's Brazil. That's Brazil.
That's the grift.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing is grifting. So if the grift isn't working in politics, let's go to NASCAR and Jesus, please.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think there are. Normally we talk about how big turnouts always benefit Democrats because we're the party that herds cats all the time, right?
Right.
But this time around, I think if there's a diminished turnout at all, it's Republicans staying home.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think the inversion of that number is going to be one of the stories. And when they're like, oh my God, there's so many people turning out, it's going to be women first-time voters and young first-time voters, male and female, who are worried about abortion rights and women's rights, who are
and gay rights.
Yes, and gay rights. Right. Every right you take for granted, being able to have an interracial marriage, for fuck's sake, like that's a real conversation that is really being had right now.
Yeah, I can name
Our
3
youngest
people
child
right
voted
off.
for the
There you
first
go.
time.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yesterday. Our youngest child voted for the first time for a presidential election yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And middle child
And
voted second time.
a middle child for the second time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their issues are Gaza, gay rights, abortion, not inflation.
Right.
No.
Not making America great again. Not immigration.
Right. Yeah. And I got to say, like, I don't know how we have had a conversation in the news. I think we always talk about how, like, there's basically news malpractice going on all the time right now.
Everywhere.
But the idea that we've had a conversation about inflation and the economy without the fact that we came out of a recovery from a pandemic being a part of the conversation at all, not a normal part. We're coming out of COVID. Coming out of COVID, that should be part of the sentence in describing the economy for the last 3 years. Anyways, like the entire world's economy shut down. And again, I've pointed this out until I'm blue in the face, but vote blue no matter who. That we have COVID blew a $20+ trillion hole in the U.S. economy. That's right. Money it destroyed, the livelihoods, the dead people, the businesses, $20 trillion just gone. And we filled that hole with $9 trillion of stimulus.
Yes.
Yep.
There is no fucking way you have monetary inflation when you fill a $20 trillion hole with $9 trillion worth of stimulus, much of which was rescinded or paid back or went to pay workers temporarily while they bought other stuff that went right back into taxable income later. Like, there's just no way. It ended up being like $3 trillion in direct stimulus because the other $6 trillion worked its way back through into tax dollars and revenues and grew the economy. For every $1 you get $3 back.
Avoided unemployment compensation.
Totally.
As well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it cut spending at the same time it was spending because you were, it would have been a lot more, right? Because it's a lot more expensive.
You can't have the COVID conversation and the post-COVID conversation without blaming one party.
Mm-hmm.
And there just isn't any way around that. And without saying Republicans fucked this country up real bad, like Bush level Iraq invading the wrong country and screwing that up bad, really bad, like irrecoverably generationally bad. And you simply don't have a news media who's willing to say that ever. Like for the last 30 years, they're never going to pin it on one party. It's either liberals. It has to be both sides. It absolutely has to be both sides. If you can't have that conversation, we're not going to have that conversation. And that's how we buried the Bush administration.
Yep.
I was writing this stuff in real time. Just watch. Barack Obama, the minute he puts his hand on that Bible, the Bush administration is gone. Everything that happened before is history. And everything the Republicans do from here on out, which is sabotage him, cut him down, make him look like a fool, give him nothing, filibuster their own bill. The question will be for Barack Obama, not for Republicans. Why won't you lead? Why aren't you being more presidential? And my fear is they don't care that they're majority. They care that they can screw up the system bad enough to break Democrats. And that's the huge mistake Barack Obama made. He made a mistake assuming he was coming into office with people who actually wanted to do something. And they did. They wanted to knife him in the back, make him look bad, and break him. And that's all they cared about. They didn't give a shit about the American people or the economy or anything. And the same Republican Party is now that boiled down, distilled version of crazy you were talking about. That's what's going to be waiting for Kamala Harris, should she win, on day one. How do we destroy her? How do we wreck the economy, wreck her, make things impossible for her to govern, and then call her a tyrant for even trying?
Right.
And the problem is we now have instead of being able to remove yourself and go to Kansas, we have an internet. Now we have a social media. We have an entire conservative media complex that is dedicated to feeding these people bullshit. And they can't digest anything anymore. Their entire metabolism has become
multiplied by Russia.
On bullshit. Yeah.
Multiplied by Russia.
Right. It's like NIMD. Not in my digital yard. Like Like they can have their own
No.
little like
Driftglass,
cul-de-sac,
everything.
digital cul-de-sac.
Yeah, everything Driftglass said, and talking about COVID and having any perspective on what happened, which you've been great about, Hal. Doesn't sell Blue Chew and Carnival Cruises.
Right.
So they're not going to do it.
I got to say, I get offers to do those ads on my live. It absolutely could. Right. You know what I mean? Maybe not Carnival Cruises.
You and I had that exchange on Twitter about, you know, and you said something like, night's over doesn't mean my night's over.
Right. I think it's a great sales pitch. Yeah. It's like Blue Chew for old men who want to be tormented by their penis like young men are. I'm one of those people who believes that like Viagra is madness, because once your penis starts leaving you alone, the amount of shit you'll be able to get done is just extraordinary.
It's so true.
Yeah,
I hear you.
So right, like, why would you want to start that fire again? The house is already burning, right? But the point is, like, I do think you can make it entertaining and engaging. I just don't think they know how. And I think, like you know, I deal with AI and tech on my show now on Fridays, and it bores the shit out of my audience sometimes. But it's crucial to bring in these, you know, like I think there's a value to it that is necessary. We don't have a choice. This is happening no matter whether we want to or not.
Right.
And so we got to be prepped for that change. We got to be ready for that change when it comes. And I honestly think that, like in the 30s, in the fall of it, and I've got Glenn Kirshner waiting in the wings, and I want to thank Driftglass and Blue Gal for being on. And when does Pro Left Pod and when does this show come out? Like, what's your new episode schedule?
We drop every Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday.
And we do No Fair Remembering stuff on Tuesdays. We alternate with Science Fiction University once a month. We've suspended that for the duration while this madness is going on. 100% politics all the time, but it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. We are coming up to our 15th year doing this. So we've been podcasting now for 14 plus years. Yep.
You have
and
a
tell Glenn
pussy
Kirshner we
hat?
said hello
That's
and thank you for your
amazing.
service. What? Yeah, she's
a
a knitter. She's magic.
It's
I
impressive.
have a knitting podcast on Wednesdays, and this is the new pussy hat.
Of course you do. This is thank you guys so much for coming on. I'm excited to ride out this you know, this, she's going to win. I know she is. And what we will be looking at you know, in the next little bit, I think, is how much and whether it gives us a bigger mandate. And what, you know, and what, and what we're all going to have to keep doing work. We're just going to have to do more work or less work, depending on how things turn out. So thank you guys so much. I adore you. And I will see you guys on the other side when I'm awake tomorrow at noon. And wish me luck staying awake all night, helping people get through this. So you're wonderful. Driftglass, Blue Gal, check them out. Love you guys. And I'll see you later on. And joining me right now, the wonderful, the talented Glenn Kirshner, who is, I got to say, Glenn, it's so great to have you join us. And you can hear me okay? Do you make sure you're
Yeah, I got you, Hal. I got you.
Excellent. It is such a joy when you join us for the Sexy Liberal shows and you're part of panel and all that kind of stuff. And you help, I think, make people feel like heard, and you are cathartic for them. Mark Hamill backstage was saying to everyone that he gets all pent up and nervous about these things, and then he watches Justice Matters with you, and you say what he hopes is true, but you know is true because of your legal awareness and all this stuff. And so I just want everybody to know that I witnessed firsthand Mark Hamill being glad that Glenn is around doing what he does. and was vociferous in his praise of you, young man. And
Well,
yeah.
let me say, when I tweeted something out about it, can't wait to be on stage with you all out in LA. Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, tweeted that now he can cross off his bucket list meeting me,
Yeah.
which is a very surreal thing for me to read when I was all excited to meet, Mark Hamill and Adam Schiff. And I can't tell you how much I love and adore getting to play with the cool kids, you and Frangela and John and Steph, obviously, getting to jump up on stage and do a little bit of a legal rap after you guys just kill the audience with your sets. It is just so something I never expected and something I so enjoy and I treasure.
Yeah, it's and for us too. It's a great time. So the main thing, I'm doing this 24-hour live stream. I will be up all night, and I will be on the air all night long, going into tomorrow till about noon when I collapse. But I really do feel like we're going to know a lot more faster than and faster than we did last time, certainly. But I'm curious about like what you're looking out for, what you think will be your the line that once we cross it, you feel better. What you're looking out for that concerns you, that worries you, or is your fixation. I'm just curious what that would be right now.
Yeah, so the line that I'm looking for us all to cross together, and the moment I'm going to feel better will be January 20th, 2025, after she is sworn in. That is
Right.
the moment I will rest. I will
Yeah.
take a breath, and I will take a day off. But here is the moment that I'm actually looking for, and it could come literally any time now. It could come tonight. It could come early tomorrow morning. And the reason I'm looking for this is because I'm a rule of law guy. I'm not a political guy. But Hal, don't you believe at some point Donald Trump is going to fraudulently, falsely, and lawlessly announce that he won the election, right? Why would he not do that all over again the way he did in 2020? I just finished the Justice Matters video on this very topic because the reason I think this message, the Justice Matters message, and my daily legal analysis videos tend to resonate is because I explain how the rule of law is supposed to work.
Right.
And when people hear that, they're like, oh, we are all not insane because it is not working the way it's supposed to work, right? So if Donald Trump announces victory prematurely again, and I expect he will, I pulled out the most recent federal indictment of Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump he is charged, he's indicted with 4 federal felony counts in Washington, D.C. That's the case Tanya Chutkin is presiding over. And I'm going to skip right to count 4. Count 4 is conspiracy against rights, conspiracy against our voting rights. And what he did when he prematurely announced victory and the votes weren't even in yet, and he did it to sow chaos, and he did it to take advantage of, trying to file all these fraudulent suits and confuse everybody. When he did that in 2020, that was part of the conspiracy to steal our voting rights from us. If he does it again, Hal, first of all, that will warrant count 5 because there will be another conspiracy against rights committed before our very eyes, or it will be an extension of count 4 because, Hal, I swear to you, I've indicted a lot of conspiracies. I prosecuted a lot of criminal conspiracy cases. Donald Trump's criminal conspiracy has been ongoing.
Yes.
It has not ceased. This is actually a continuation of his ongoing conspiracy. Let me tell everybody how the law is supposed to work. If Donald Trump does that again, the minute the election is called for Harris, the prosecutors should file what are called show cause motions, asking the judge that Donald Trump be ordered to show cause why he shouldn't be revoked on pretrial release, or in his New York case, revoked on his pre-sentence release. That's the way the law is supposed to work.
For normal
Now,
people.
I don't know if I have any hope or expectation it will, that the law will finally rise up and be applied to Donald Trump as it should have been all along, but
Right.
it might. It might, because at some point we have to protect the American people. We have to protect our free and fair elections. We have to protect our democracy from the ongoing threat that is Donald Trump. And I think if what was holding prosecutors and judges back from applying the rule of law to Donald Trump was that he was a candidate for the presidency, well, guess what? The minute the election is called, F that. Apply the rule of law, step the moat back, put him in a jail cell pending trial, and let's put this dark chapter behind us. And then we can begin focusing on all of the other nefarious actors who have been trying to kill our democracy all along, like the members of Congress who helped Donald Trump in 2020 try to steal the election and asked for pardons, Hal, because they knew they'd committed crimes and they wanted to get away with those crimes. We can't let that go unaddressed because those folks are still trying to kill us from within.
Agree.
We need to finally get after them.
Yeah. So I'm of the belief that after he loses this time, when he goes into that courtroom for his New York trial, because he has been an unrepentant defendant, that he has threatened the judge and everyone around and that his co-defendants in it or in related matters, Michael Cohen and Alan Weisselberg and related stuff, have done time. There is no practical reason why he shouldn't go to jail, why he shouldn't get a sentence that says, you know, even if it's 90 days or 180 days or 2 years and suspended part of it and whatever, that he shouldn't get some time. If Weisselberg can get that time and he's an old man and Michael Cohen was just following the orders of Donald Trump and doing these things, then the guy running the shit can go to jail, just like Sammy Gravano's boss, just like mob guys do. It seems logical to me that this is not that the judge is dealing with this fact and maybe punting it until after the election, expecting that he would either he wins and he'll protect himself and there's nothing I can do about it, but if he loses, I can give him real time. And maybe the American people are going to give me permission to throw the book at him.
Yeah, he needs to go to jail. And the reason he needs to go to jail is one of the principles of sentencing in a criminal case is actually punishing the wrongdoer for violating our laws that we collectively have decided to be on the books and should govern our civil society. But I think even more importantly than punishing the offender, the sentencing principle of general deterrence. And that's a fancy way of saying any other aspiring dictator out there who's looking to replicate Donald Trump's democracy-ending crimes and cheat in presidential elections will go to prison, will suffer the same fate as Donald Trump. That's the principle of general deterrence. You are deterring everybody else who might want to go down that criminal path. And that is so important because if we don't sentence Trump to prison and, he gets home detention, for example, and you've heard me say before, that's like sentencing Donald Trump to binge watch Netflix and order DoorDash down at Mar-a-Lago. Not only is that not punishment, that's a damn vacation for him. Well, then you know what? Everybody out there who is engaged in the calculation, do I try to cheat in an American election to steal it from my opponent? Well, look at what happened to Donald Trump. He did it successfully, and he never got punished
to his room.
for it. I'm in. Count me in. We can't have that. We can't have that.
Right. So I agree. I mean, I think the general deterrence thing should have been put in place when he was engaged in all kinds of real estate fraud back in the day. That and you could argue that just like the fact that he was president and that he's a former president and he's running again gives him some room to avoid comeuppance for these things. Being on The Apprentice did the exact same thing. That there was a certain level of well, it's white collar crime, and the idea that you're going to go cuff some dude who's on an NBC show, it bought him, some wiggle room that other people just don't have. And I got to say, judging from the way he's talking, what he's been saying lately, I think he sees the end of that runway. I think he knows that like he can't be president for 4 more years. He knows he's not going to make it. He's a fucking mess. He can't get into a truck. He can't finish a sentence. Everything he says about Harris or Biden is true of himself. He scares the shit out of himself anytime he uses the bathroom or tries to get in and out of the shower. I'm sure he's having dizzy spells and all kinds of stuff. He's gacking himself up on stimulants. Everything you can do wrong as an old man, he's doing it. No exercise, bad food, drugs, stimulants, particularly when you have any kind of like brain oxygen or heart issues. It's just it's like he's making all these mistakes, and he's got to. I know he experiences these every day. We all, as human beings, go through our days. And if you got whether it's a sore neck or a sore shoulder or a busted foot or a hangnail or whatever it is, you confront that as a human being. You can't avoid it. And I think he's seeing that now.
Yeah.
More than ever. I think going to jail would be a vacation for him. I think.
Yeah, but it's where he
being
belongs. It's where he belongs. And you know,
Yes,
I love that you
agreed.
also talked about how, you know, he was a real estate titan. So the law enforcement authorities don't really have an appetite to go after a guy like that. Then he's a TV star, and the law enforcement authorities, the institutions of government, don't really have an appetite for. Well, you know what, Hal? That's why we are where we are.
Right.
Because we don't have an appetite to go after the ruling class criminals. I don't care if it's big pharma, big oil, big tech, the military industrial complex, big Hollywood, all of, you know, we have to change our priorities, because you know what? The guy out there who snatches a purse or sells a rock of crack, those are crimes, yes. And I would never want to say anything disrespectful or demeaning of a victim who had, you know, their purse snatched. That's a crime that we need to address. But you know who's doing enormous damage to large swaths of the American people? It's the damn ruling class criminals.
Well, where's the line? Where's the line with we have, you know, former President Donald Trump. We're this close to having former President or President David Sackler, or like, luckily Elon Musk was born outside the country, but Peter Thiel, any number of these guys, you know, these venture capitalists who will be up to their neck in tech. And if that's how we get all of our news, eventually, that's the concern with Elon Musk owning Twitter. It's somebody who's an American citizen, a natural born American citizen, could eventually become president, because everybody looks the other way, because we all need the technology. We all think they're smart, in the same way that they all thought he was smart about his business deals, and he was just a bullshit artist. And if the Sacklers, who are behind the OxyContin, you know, death rate, they're in a similar situation. They were for a very long time, you know, that he was in, sort of an untouchable class, and morally just monsters. And if they could run for office, if the Koch brothers could run for office and get away with it, they would have. And President Koch would have just been fucking terrifying. It would have been Trump with better business skills. Right? They could get more awful done quicker. So you're absolutely
when
right.
are we gonna change the priority, the priority of government, and not worship money? You know, if we worship,
Martha
or at
Stewart
least
goes to
made
jail
a priority
for the same reason you're talking. Martha Stewart goes to jail for the same reason you're talking about. And Donald Trump did far worse than anything she ever did. I mean, you know, he's involved in all kinds of like price fixing and rent fixing, and fucking not voting, or not allowing black people to, you know, rent in his building. Just terrible shit after terrible shit, mobbed up out the ass. Everybody's building steel buildings in Manhattan. He builds the largest concrete building in the world because the mob controls concrete, and he has no problem getting in bed with them. Like, that's what happens when we look the other way.
Yeah. And when are we going to, you know, we don't even have to learn this lesson. We know this.
Yes.
We have to convince the powers that be that, you know, it's time to actually give a crap about the morality and how we're treating regular folk. And frankly, most of us are regular folk, right? The fucking oligarchs and the billionaires and the American mullahs, they're up top, right? And we are forever worshiping them and catering to them. And we believe money is what's most important. You know,
or is
what
indicative
about
of worth.
retooling our priorities and saying, well, actually, people doing the best we can for the most people we can is
Yeah.
what should be important. And you know what? If ever we have a chance of changing our law enforcement priorities, it's with a former prosecutor in the Oval Office. So
That's
I
right.
am hopeful. I
Yeah.
am hopeful.
I agree. And I think like there, that's the biggest thing he fears. I think, Elon Musk has said, if she gets in, I'm fucked or whatever. And he's selling this bullshit that it's because of free speech or some nonsense. I think it's because just like Trump, his money is as dirty as anybody else's in that circle, and he knows they'll start looking. Trump might pardon him or give him a pass or tell the FBI to prioritize something else, or help him move his shit around, legalize some of it, give him contracts where he can literally use those contracts to hide money because it's dark projects. And so you could literally shuffle money to your own contractors in other countries. Elon Musk could literally, through Donald Trump, get a defense contract that would allow him to siphon money out of his accounts here and put them in another country. It's what Putin does. Putin sets up his own defense contractors that don't exist and siphons taxpayer dollar through the guy he puts in charge of that shit to his own account, and it never builds a fucking thing. It just fills it up like a water bottle. And Musk wants to do the same thing. I mean, the dude speaks fluent Russian. He speaks to Putin all the time. He's, morally a vacuum. There's nothing there. And Trump thinks Trump had one sit down with him and he starts talking about some people are genetically superior to other people. It didn't take long at all. I mean, he's always believed this, but he starts thinking that's something you say in polite company again. These motherfuckers think that Kissinger worthless eaters thing, like he had a point. So the idea that we're like tap dancing around stuff that they do that's obviously illegal is the madness.
And I love when people will go to, their First Amendment rights are being trampled on if we try to do anything to address, for example, violence inducing rhetoric. And we talk about how the Second Amendment right to bear arms has to be completely, uninfringed, and everybody gets an assault rifle. I think as institutions of government and as prosecutors and law enforcement agencies, we are always concerned about being accused of trampling on somebody's constitutional rights, whether First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And so that sometimes causes us to decline to act because we don't want to be even accused of running afoul of the Constitution. And obviously, there are people who take advantage of that, particularly in the First Amendment and Second Amendment arena. And there is this notion that we have to freedom ourselves to death.
Right.
We have to allow unrestrained, unrestricted access to weapons of war and sacrifice our school children because we have the freedom to do that. We have to be able to, if we're Donald Trump, to incite violence all day, every day against Haitian Americans, against immigrants, against Asian Americans with his kung flu bullshit, against FEMA workers because he lies about, efforts that are ongoing to
because
bring
if the government works without him, he has no reason to be back in there. And so these people are worth sacrificing just to justify his existence. I got to say, like, when it comes to the sort of Trumps of the world, I will say that when they do fall, I've been watching him lately, especially, and he's just a fucking mess. And you and I see it. And, and we know that there's the front row Joes and people like that who are just kind of glossy eyed about him. And, they're in Jonestown eating pineapple and thinking the end is nigh and whatever. But the rest of them gotta kind of know. Like, there's a point where the pile of bullshit gets so high that it doesn't matter what animal left it there. You're like, this is
I mean, Donald Trump, he's like, you watch him in these rallies and in these interviews. He's like this, like, quivering mass of orange meringue. There's nothing there.
Right.
And I do think the good news is the American people, particularly the women who are getting to the polls, are ready to vote him guilty. They're ready to deliver him to the waiting arms of prosecutors and judges
Agreed.
and juries. And that dude will spend the rest of his days in courtrooms and jail cells and will be miserable unless he flees. I would put nothing past Donald Trump. So what I'm hoping, Hal, what we also might see together with a show cause order, you know, hopefully considering revoking him on pretrial release and detaining him pending trial. I hope they assess the flight risk that Donald Trump presents and, you know, just listen, lock down his plane, order him, the judge can order him to surrender his passport. We do it every day in criminal cases because I don't want him to flee. I don't want him to get away without being punished, without being in, you know, an orange jumpsuit, and because of the deterrent value. If you let him flee, again, you're not really deterring tomorrow's aspiring
You know,
dictator.
it's like Yanukovych, the head of Ukraine, under, you know, who's Putin's puppet, who split, and he was like, when they came for him, he was like, they drove him in a limo out to a field, they flew him in one airplane into another, and then he bounced it. You know, he had to like undercover at night do all these little puddle jumper flights to get out of the country, and he now lives under the protection of Vladimir Putin, or / is dead. Nobody knows, because he just kind of socks these people away like Snowden and others. If Trump did something like that, you and I both know that he, like other people, might be like living in luxury, drinking vodka, surrounded by Russian prostitutes and that kind of stuff. And so the Steve Bannons of the world, if that's what they had to do, they'd have a great time doing it. You know what I mean? They'd go, look at me, I beat the system and fuck this thing. And they'd tell themselves a story about how America has failed them and that they're really living the high life. And they'll, you know, until one day, you know, the bottle's empty and through the bottom of it, they see the barrel of a gun and it goes through their eyeball and that's the end of their life and whatever. Trump, on the other hand, he needs this kind of adoration, this attention, being beloved by the United States. Like, as much as he hates CNN and ABC and CBS, the reason he's mad about it is the same reason he's mad about women who turn him down sexually. And he's violent about it because he needs their attention and their love and their respect, because he knows he's not worth it. And I think that's, even if he flees the country, he's unlike other people who would do that. Stephen Miller wouldn't give a shit. Jason Miller wouldn't give a shit. You know, Bannon, Gorka, any of these assholes, they wouldn't care. But Trump would be tormented by it every minute of every day. No pleasure.
I agree, but let's face it. When is Donald Trump happy and satisfied and content? When is it enough? It's never enough for a malignant narcissist. So he will be miserable no matter where he is. So I'm more concerned with everybody from the outside looking in. I am not concerned about Donald Trump's psyche and how any of this might impact.
Yes. I also think, like, he'll be miserable anyways because he's a miserable man. He's incapable of feeling shame, but he can be embarrassed. And it's a different thing. Shame means you're aware of what you've done wrong and you feel bad about it, and you're aware that other people know what you did wrong, so therefore there's an ignominy attached to that. Embarrassment is just you got caught and you feel less than or lame or pantsed. It's like getting a wedgie more than anything else. You don't even take on the moral weight of what you've done. You're just embarrassed for people seeing that you have a pimple morally or something like that. But you don't really care. He can be, that's why he talks about Afghanistan in terms of embarrassment. He doesn't say shame. He doesn't say it's the most shameful day in our nation's history. He says it's the most embarrassing thing because it looked bad. It wasn't because it was bad. We now know he was never going to leave. He talks about how he was going to, he was always talking about how he was going to keep Bagram, even though now he thinks it's in fucking Alaska, right? he was going to keep Bagram, and because it's an hour away from where China makes their nuclear missiles, which, by the way, if they're launching them, who gives a fuck where they're made at that point, right? It's not like they're an hour away from the launch site. It's super weird. But he was going to keep that. And then he talks about how the Doha agreement, they had violated it anyways, and we had told them they didn't do these things, which meant he wasn't going to leave. He wasn't going to quit. He wasn't going to leave Afghanistan at all. He was going to stay in continually. Why? Because Putin told him to. Because what better thing than America dumping $300 million in the fucking desert every day till the end of time? So this guy is a puppet on a string, is the best thing you can say about him. Left to his own devices, he's a fucking rapist. He's gross. He's a grotesque, amoral. I mean, never mind what he's done did to E. Jean Carroll in the first place. The denials of it, and and the dismissal of her, and the insulting of her, and debasing of her, and women in general who dare bring this shit up. All of these things should have been, enough of a violation to have him never considered in the first place. Well, this is just
and that Hal is precisely the lesson we need to learn. We need to do an autopsy on how it is our government dealt with Donald Trump. I mean, he committed felonies in New York to try to cheat in and steal the 2016 election.
Right.
He engaged in 5 separate conspiracies, all of which he's indicted for now, up to and including ordering a violent attack on the Capitol to unlawfully retain power to try to steal the election in 2020. And here he is, the candidate again in 2024. Something is desperately broken in our institutions of government. And that doesn't even begin to talk about the Putin connection and Kim Jong-un and the rest of it, because who knows what the heck Donald Trump has been doing. How our institutions of government have allowed it to go on is the part that, if we don't learn from this episode, then I'm not hopeful we're actually going to be able to pull up out of this nosedive. We're going to eventually hit the rocks, and that's the end of our democracy.
I would say that the simplest answer for me with the Kim Jong-un stuff is that, boiling down to the root of all of it, what does Donald Trump have use for from that place? He's not going to build a Trump Tower, Pyongyang. There's no fucking point. Maybe there's an element of, like, he believes you can go over there and vacation and have concubines or something like that, or they believe that, which is gross, but he probably believes a little bit of that, but it's not enough. What North Korea is, in the same way that Russia was a gas station with nukes, North Korea is a cyber warfare unit with nukes, because that's what they do. They're like, more than any other thing, if they're engaged in the rest of the world, is that they both, at their own issuance and at Kim Jong-un's orders, or for pay, because the CCP will often buy their services, Iran will buy their services, they have cyber warriors that will fuck with people. They also jumped right in on crypto and started boiling around in that shit and fucking with it every way, which way they could, doing pump and dumps within that and building up Kim Jong-un's fortunes. Because if you have no morals, who gives a shit? And I think Trump and Don Jr. and their Peter Thiel connection and J.D. Vance and that crowd look at, North Korea as this digital pit bull that they can have guarding their shit. And if you want to hide crypto away from the U.S. government, you do it in the servers in North Korea, and you put you filter stuff through their cloud, so you can hide shit. You use their digital privacy walls, because even if they do go in, it's like Trump's like, they spied on my campaign. They didn't spy on his campaign. They were listening in on Russians who were trying to fuck with us, and he called them 8 times a night for weeks on end. That's how he got spied on, right? Same thing with the North Koreans. I think that's the benefit that he gets. There's crypto and cyber warfare, and I think that's the gift they get from them. That's the quid pro quo that he would, like, I'll buy you some room to fuck around in the world, and you give me access to those tools.
Well, self-enrichment is what motivates Donald Trump. Always has, always will, at everybody's expense, including our democracy.
Exactly. Yeah. So I want to remind everybody about, by the way, GlennKirshner.com. What's your night like? What are you doing this evening? Are you doing a live show at some point? Are you going to post a video? Are you going to be a guest on stuff? Are you going to, are you just
I think
watching?
I'm going to post my video. I'm just finishing up the editing right now.
Yeah.
And then, to be honest, I think I'm going to go home, pull out a 6-pack, get a pizza, and my wife and I are going to watch it all unfold and hopefully weep with joy when this thing ultimately is called. It may not be tonight or tomorrow. I literally haven't turned the TV on yet today, so I'm interested to see what's going on.
It's pretty good. Right now, when they're looking at the exit polls everywhere, abortion very high on people's list, and when they talk about it, it's 67, 70% pro-choice, in that exit poll. The what was the next one? Yeah. So the choices that are, the standard: ability to lead, can bring needed change, has good judgment, and cares about people like me, are the top ones. Ability to lead being the primary one, is 31% in Arizona. 68% say they should accept the results. 28% challenge the results. Again, that's maggots. But again, that's that 30%. That's that Trump nut. That's his real nut. If you want to talk about who he's got in his hip pocket, it's not half. It's not even half of half. It's about 28%.
30 ain't going to cut it.
Nope. And the rest of those folks, if they voted early, they voted for Harris.
Yeah.
Democrat. So anyways, I appreciate you coming on, brother.
Oh, my pleasure, Hal.
And I'm going to be up all night. Enjoy your pizza and beer. And I look forward to celebrating with you the next time I see you, especially if we can maybe have you in D.C. for the next Sexy Liberal or what have you. Or we'll add a Sexy Liberal rub their face in it tour in between now and then. Like secure the electoral votes one, the anti-Jan 6. I may be in D.C. for January 6th this year, just to do a show from there and see the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, please look me up. I'm just a stone's throw outside the city in Leesburg, downtown historic Leesburg, which is beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah.
I got a little office and studio that you can use if you need it. And I would love to see you on the East Coast.
Appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
All right,
I'll let you go. Have a great night. All right. Cheers.
Bye.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is. And can I just say, I'd like to bring in, if I would, for a moment, Luke Skywalker guiding us. I mean, he does look a bit like Martin Short in Inner Space, and his head is tiny for the size of his body. That's fine. But this is Mark Hamill. This is I'll let you go there, Glenn. There you go. Let's see if I can get there. You go. And I also have, don't fall over. I also have this one. It's a Kamala Harris. I feel like she has to come out of the box, but it's a collector's item, so I feel like I should just leave it in the box, I guess. This is her vice presidential one. I feel like I want to get a presidential one, but okay. And then we've got. Listen, you need to vote. It's Harris report, and in the weirdest stance, he's like standing there, like, we're fine here. How are you? It's a boring conversation, anyways. We're gonna have company. And if I may, one of a kind Zoltan action figure, ladies and gentlemen. My hair is a little fluffy in that one, I guess. But there you go. Pretty awesome. And then I think, what's our next? We have some overlap in guests. I think it might be that Johnny Million is having computer issues. Trump just served for defamation by the Central Park Five. Oh, that's awesome. And Welcome Dad's Defiant Book. Excellent. And yeah, who's up next, Andrea? So because it's 3:00 my time, but that's when Johnny was supposed to come in. Bob Seska's next. He's at 3:30. Okay, excellent. And then 4:00 Boston Brian. Very exciting. Okay. We're going to be running this through. Excellent. Good times. Johnny's having okay, yes, Johnny's having issues with his computer. I saw him. I just need him to come back on, but he can, it's okay. I can rest my voice for a split second and go use the restroom, and put stuff away for 1 second. So hold on, let me put on some hold music temporarily and put it on my BRB screen. Where are we? There it is. Get back here, you silly. There you go. There we go. Be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, here we go. Go be. Yeah, here we go. Hi. Right. Oh, wait, I've got to turn up the music. Sorry, that was my bad. I should have that on a whole. There you go. Yeah. Time to wake up.
In the docks. Oh, they in the back. What? They in the geese. What? They in the cats. Meow. Fistful of kitty litter, never been a quitter. Dog on a spit, tastes like chicken. It's finger licking, geese a piece of thigh. Uh-oh, hot grease got in my eye. I tried, but don't know why. I can't stop eating the pet. They in the docks. Oh, they in the back. What? They in the geese. What? They in the cats. Meow.
So, there we go. We're getting our first poll closed. First vote's coming in.
And the place to look for that, see this county right here? That's Fayette County. That's where we're going to look when the polls close, because this could be an indicator for the rest of the states, for the rest of the night. Fayette County is sort of tipping point county. Is it going to join that block? About 12 years ago, it was more than 30 points Republican. Mitt Romney won this county by 2-1. Since Donald Trump became the Republican nominee, this very suburban county has trended fast away from the Republicans. Democrats got it down to the 7, do they flip it tonight? If they do, they got to be feeling good about what's happening in Georgia. We're going to move up to North Carolina at 7:30. Again, we expect lots of results, lots of places we could look here, but we're going to show you one key swing county. It's a
Hold on.
here, but you take a look at it, Nash County. Now, Nash County, it's pretty racially mixed. It's about 40% black, about
Okay.
50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue, maybe, about how Carolina, North Carolina. I don't want to say Carolina, folks in South Carolina are going to like that. Carolina's going to love it. Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from. Originally, remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey. Lackawanna's been. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, this is the heart of northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now go over, moving west here to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They had early in-person voting there for the first time. They also had pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So again,
Yep.
by 2.5 points, there's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County.
Turning on the lights. It's starting to get.
For a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here,
Sun's going down. Here we go.
Throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to call it, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key? Basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number. And Trump won the state by this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up in Oakland. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage, 108,000. Meanwhile, still no ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later. We're taking it through the East and Midwest.
Here we go.
Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word, all night in Wisconsin is what? We have the 3 counties
Mm-hmm.
here.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid a copyright. That's right. And you guys can hear. Please translate. He's starting to bifurcate into small county by county blocks, areas that Trump. Yeah.
To get the battle there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the battle counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. The same sort of 80-85% white, a lot of blue-collar white. The median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. Because collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans. In 2020, he gave back some of that improvement. This drop from 10 to 7, given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the ballot number back at 10, wants the ballot number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wild number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support.
So we're 28, 23. This is how much no sound. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, most of you, like, nothing's really coming in early in this regard. He's basically doing the what you might expect to see, what you could possibly see, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. So yeah, so that's Rachel on there. I feel like we should. I'm curious. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's some outlier Trumpies in there, but those look like long lines of Dems. And again, maybe it's just where MSNBC is filming, but I don't know why. Yeah, Pennsylvania polls close in 42 minutes. Very exciting. This could be an early night. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, the question will be the mail-in and early votes. Oh, here we go. Is this Bob? Yeah, there he is. There he is. 1 second. Go back to preview mode and bring in the Bob and the Seska. All right. Try to do this. There we go. There he is. Look at that. Hold on. And ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Bob Seska joining me right now. What's happening, brother?
Hey, pal, I'm here early. I try to be early when I'm invited to a place. I come early and I bring a hot
snacks.
dish. That's what I try to do. I'm trying to be a good guest.
You're trying, yeah, you're waltzing your way into this, and I appreciate it. And by the way, in honor of you, we have Luke, and I've got little Han as the stormtrooper. On the back, you can't really see it, but up there, up top, I've got a giant Darth Vader and a sand person and a Wookiee. Those are over there, and so they're spread out. They're around. Yours are far better organized than mine are.
Yes, I'm such a nerd. You know, and in fact, as I was standing backstage at Sexy Liberal LA the other night, talking to Mark Hamill about politics and
oh my God,
the anti-woke comics and what is it, Tony Hinchcliffe or whatever that guy's name is. And I was standing there and I'm talking to him and we're having a decent conversation, but in my mind, I'm going, you know, there are 9 versions of Mark Hamill in this room sitting right behind me right now. And I'm not making that up. There are literally 9 versions of him here.
Dude, it's and it's one of the reasons why, like, the first time he did Sexy Liberal, I didn't ask him for a picture or anything. I don't like. I just felt like you must get this all the time, right?
Yeah.
You know, so I was like,
and also he's always asked about Star Wars, and I tried to make a point not to ask him about Star Wars because that would have been a bridge too far. I think that's at that point I go, oh God, okay, another one of these guys again, another Gen X nerd, who saw Star Wars yada yada so many times and is inspiration for his life, and the twin suns shot, and the Force theme and the thing. And all the stuff. And but I believe me, I had all of those questions queued up, ready to roll, and it was my a significant attempt at having willpower to resist the urge to go there. So
it's very tough because and you know, again, I think before he lost his mind, Jim Carrey said it best when he was describing like what it's like to meet fans, and he said, "People show their best selves to me."
Interesting.
You know what I mean? People show up and they just like show you the person they wish they were all the time. Because they just want you to like them, and they try to show off their best traits to you or whatever. And nobody else gets to experience that in life. You know, you don't get that if you're in line in front or behind them at Starbucks. You don't get it if you're in traffic with them. You don't get, but to him, they're like, oh my God, hey, even if it sucks and they're trying too hard, it's still them trying to show off what a good person they are to them. It's like Steve Martin in LA Story, where he goes, normally he's talking to Victoria Tennant. He goes, normally I don't like to be around interesting people because it means I have to be interesting. And she goes, does that mean you feel that, does that mean you find me interesting? And he goes, all I know is that when I'm around you, I start showing off, which is the idiot's version of being interesting.
That's right. Absolutely.
Such
right.
a great line and so
Yeah.
right on the money. So I've been asking everybody, what's your primary, like, what could happen to make you go, we're good, and what are you concerned with and is giving you the fidgets?
I feel like we're almost there. Some of the turnout numbers that we're seeing from Philadelphia, for example, from Pennsylvania, are really encouraging at this point. Obviously, and I'm associate of Christopher Boozy, who has been extremely bullish on Florida, which I've kind of not necessarily rejected that, but I'm a little more timid when it comes to calling a state like Florida. But if things start to look good as far as some of the early numbers after the polls close, that's going to be extraordinarily encouraging. But I think one of the states that we were all talking about Saturday night in Los Angeles was Iowa.
Yes.
And if Iowa goes to Kamala Harris, the ripple effect of that statistically is certainly going to bear out in a lot of the other states. So if Kamala Harris wins Iowa and we get that before we hear some of the traditional swing states, I think we can all rest a little easier. Glenn Kirshner can open a few of those cans of beer from his six-pack that he's going to be having with his wife. And so we'll all be I think in much better shape once that occurs. Obviously, hearing good news from Georgia or North Carolina will also be positive. And you know what? I was expecting them. Didn't polls close in Kentucky at 6? Your home state?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
they don't have a call for that yet.
No, because they have to go find someone who can count.
Okay. Right. Yeah. But normally on election night, my addled memory might be fucked up, but I seem to remember when polls close at 6, usually they call Kentucky for the Republican.
Yeah.
And so when you had MSNBC on a few minutes ago, I was expecting Steve Kornacki to be talking about, well, we're going
we
to
automatically
call
put
the great
that
state of Kentucky or the Commonwealth of Kentucky for Donald Trump or whatever it was going to be. And the thing I keep thinking about when it comes to Kentucky is the fact that Tim Walz campaigned there. And I thought that was fascinating that they sent him to Louisville. And that may have been a play for Southern Ohio or Indiana, or it may have just been to fuck with Donald's head. I mean, that's entirely possible that it was a kind of a psyop fake out against the Republicans. And why is Tim Walz in Kentucky? What's he doing there? And do we need to be there? Is there something that they're seeing in their internal numbers that puts Kentucky in play? So that's why I'm kind of focused on that first state that traditionally gets called.
Yeah, right now it's Kentucky has not been called yet. 3% of the vote is in. It's now Kentucky has a Democratic governor and has repeatedly. So it's not out of the question without, again, Mitch McConnell's thumb on the scale that something doesn't happen. And if he's sick and tired of fucking Comer and other people like that, there's again another reason why maybe he doesn't cause voter fraud, but he can slow the roll on all kinds of who gets to vote in Kentucky and when.
Yeah.
But right now it's 65-32 Trump in Kentucky, which is not surprising. It's only 60-39 in Indiana, which is a similar overlapping vote as well, with 3% and 4% in respectively. So former Rebecca Shabbat in NBC News is reporting that former Trump White House advisor Stephen Miller says more men need to get to the polls. That's what he just said.
Yeah. And I'm sure you've seen that. Yeah, and I'm sure you've seen that Donald is already screaming about cheating in Philadelphia. So,
Right, sure.
all of this shit is normally a confession. It's a big tell
That's
about
right.
what they're worried about. Yeah. And so the other thing I'm sure you saw as well is that Donald Trump's going to be with Elon Musk. And the word is that he's going to be kind of guiding the algorithm on Twitter, X,
Right.
tonight. So I just want to prepare everybody to keep a close eye out. Be careful what you're reposting on Twitter tonight, because it's going to be flooded with disinformation.
Right.
Just all those MAGA blue checks that normally appear in your replies, they're going to be all over your timeline spreading bullshit about what's going on. So I assume lots of allegations of cheating and the same sort of shit that we saw 4 years ago, but starting tonight, rather than tomorrow or the next day. So be aware of that, because Donald's got his finger on the scales with his spooning pal, Elon Musk.
Right. Yeah. Apparently, they there's a lot of signs all over the place, but they had to halt trading on Truth Social earlier today because somebody dumped a bunch of shares right before the election, and the only people the only people who have any besides Trump himself, and he said he's not going to sell any. And it's hard to say whether his shares go up or down depending on his psycho voters based on whether he wins or loses. There's every bit of reason to believe that he gets, if he loses, when he loses, that he gets this influx of maggot support for his stock and then sells it, right after Christmas and fucks these people out of their money. Right. Entirely possible, but it hit a fucking crevice today. It just
They had to pause trading 3 times in 20 minutes on DJT. Yeah. That was right around the time I was finishing my podcast today. So I caught the tail end of that. And so there was a little bit of a dead cat bounce at the end of that. And by the way, that's not a thing that I made up. I'm sorry for all you cat lovers. That's kind of a spazzy white guys in lower Manhattan thing. That's a CNBC
stock market
lingo thing. Yeah.
About a useless stock that gets a last after it falls apart. Some people jump in there and try to, goose it again, or buy the dip really early, and they notice that it goes up. When things like that fall off, and then somebody jumps in and puts a significant amount of money in, people go, "Oh, it's fine. Something was awful," and they buy a bunch of it, and then you get out, so that you never owned any the rest of the time. You just follow that when it falls off a wall, off a cliff. Then so it's a trick that they do. Trump is also complaining that that there's not paper ballots hand counted, which I would argue is easier to cheat. Like, you just fill your own people. I mean, this sounds just like we want our people counting paper and with a shredder right next to the desk. There's one for her, out. There's one for her, out. Like, of course you want a fucking single track paper ballot, like it's the fucking gangs of New York. Right? Put your name in a box. Put it in a fucking box. Right? Shit.
Yeah. Well, he likes to pretend things that are already in place don't exist. For example, like every time he mentions voter ID, he's acting as though voter ID doesn't exist, even though it exists in 35 out of the 50 states in the union.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a significant number of states. Plus, there's all kinds of verification that they do when you go and check in, even if you don't have to show your ID. But that's his whole strategy, is to pretend as if this doesn't happen, because he knows that his MAGA fanboys won't look it up, but they don't know. It's like when you say, "Oh, Portland is on fire." Well, they're not in Portland, so he can get away with it. So they're just going to assume that, "Oh yeah, I guess Portland is on fire because he said so."
Well,
that's his strategy with all this.
I think it's easier to sell specifically. I think it's easier to sell in general a story of election fraud and voter theft and blah 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 if you're doing it by mail. If you're in COVID and everybody's locked down and you're in a scary situation where there's this disease out there that might kill you and it's invisible, you can't see it, like Godzilla stomping across the fucking electrical grid. So, you can, I don't know, spend your afternoons fucking debating online with whether you think it's real or not. But ultimately, it's once you go vote, every one of these people, like maggots everywhere, are going to vote in person, and they're showing up, and they're going through the process everybody else has to go through. And if they mailed in their vote, which is a good portion of them that did that, they also know what you had to go through to do that. So it's not like COVID before. It's harder to sell this bullshit fraud scheme when everybody goes, oh, I had to go there. They checked my name. I signed in. If I tried to vote anywhere else, it'll tell me that I've already voted. If you sent in your vote and you show up, they'll go, we already see your ballot. It's already here, which is, by the way, Trump tells that story about that old lady who wore her hat because she really loves voting and she wants to go down there, and somebody else had already sent in her ballot. She was like, well, I guess I don't get to make a choice this time. You're like, no, bitch, call a cop. What are you talking about? Where are you going? Oh, I know why you're leaving. Because you already voted and you were trying to vote twice. So you're playing dumb and leaving the scene. Come back here. Come back here.
Maybe she just listened to Elon Musk's mom, who made sure that she related the message. Hey, you know what? You can vote a couple of times because they never check. So go on, do that.
Well, the problem is that was this time. That story is from last time. That story he told is from 2020. Remember the old lady who she was denied her vote because somebody had voted in her place? I'm like, wait a minute. This happened thousands of times and not one of these motherfuckers called a cop? Would you, in that situation, if you ever walked in and you were like, I'm here to vote, and they're like, it says you already voted. Would you, I'd be like, what the fuck? What do you mean it says I already voted? I didn't already vote. What the hell's going on? Get a police officer right now. I want to file a police report, and I want a provisional ballot because I'm going to actually vote, and I want whatever the fuck that was, cancel it out. I did not vote, and I will sign an affidavit to that effect. Like, and yet not one person did that. Rudy Giuliani has that stupid fucking stack of paper he was carrying everywhere, all of his affidavits that he brought everywhere. And not a fucking one of them, had called a police officer or would show up and testify in court. They'll give you the affidavit, which all says, I believed I saw. Well, yeah, that's easy to, anybody will sign something. Okay, well, can I cross-examine this alleged belief? No. Right? So, like, Jesus.
So much of Trumpism, so much of Donald Trump's personal strategy in being on the national stage has been to assume that the Democrats are doing all of these terrible things and feeling as though that's an excuse for them to do the same thing, even though they're fabricating all the terrible things that the Democrats are doing.
Right.
So essentially, Donald Trump said, well, everyone does this. It's like what he says about whenever there's I don't know, a murder, whenever Vladimir Putin kills a dissident. Donald Trump's excuse is, well, we do that all the time, so it's okay. It's fine if they do it. And it's the same with politics. It's like, well, it's okay if we push the boundaries of legality when it comes to pushing back against elections, because the Democrats are already doing it. The Democrats are rigging this, and we just have to do the same thing. That's how we get away with it.
Which is, and again, bullshit. Like that's the other issue. It would be one thing if there was some element of truth to it, I suppose, but there just frankly isn't. And the biggest issue we have, hold on one second, is I want to make sure I realized I don't have a label up on you so people know that you're Bob Seska of the Bob Seskas of the world. And there you go, boink dunk. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
One. Yeah. Ta-da!
Yay!
I think it's harder to feel bad when you actually go in the booth this time versus the mail-in stuff and know that everybody else is too. And there's a lot more Democrats that are voting in right now than there were last time. And I think, and I'm curious what your feeling is, but my feeling is that the banked Republican votes lean Harris.
Yes, I agree. There was a great article in the Bulwark not too long ago about a poll that jumped into the Nikki Haley voters from the Republican primary to determine where they are right now as far as their support for Donald or Kamala Harris. And it turned out that 36% of those Nikki Haley voters from the primaries are now backing Kamala Harris. I think this is one of the most unspoken stories of this election cycle. We obviously, it was discussed quite a bit on the left as we saw some of the primary returns roll in on the Republican side back in the spring and winter. But since the general election started, since that crazy period of time where there was the switch over from Biden to Harris, hasn't really come up a whole lot. And then Sam Stein did a report in the Bulwark about how, 36% of Harris voters, that's a huge shift. I think that's a 22% shift, a change in preference from plus 31% for Trump in 2020 to plus 9% in that survey. That's a gigantic swing. So what I'm anticipating is, and you can bear this in mind as people watching in are seeing some of the numbers roll in, that when you see the partisan split, okay, this many Democrats have voted and this many Republicans have voted and this many others, independents / no party affiliation, have voted. Bear in mind that those Republican numbers, about 10 to 15% of those Republicans are voting for Kamala Harris.
Yep.
So to take it at face value that all those Republicans are voting for Donald Trump is a gigantic mistake. And then also independent voters, the non-party affiliation voters, are breaking heavily toward Kamala Harris as well.
Yeah.
And so I think one of the areas that's going to play out tonight is in Nevada, where we're starting to see some numbers come in that show a lean toward Republicans. But, these numbers, we don't know how they're going to break other than what we've seen in the data leading up to today. And so the data has told us that, again, I would say 10 to 15%. It could end up being more. I think it's going to be at least 11%. There was a YouGov poll about a month ago showing that party ID with Republicans leaning toward Kamala Harris was somewhere around 89%, where there was 89% support for Donald Trump among Republicans, whereas there was 96% support for Kamala Harris among Democrats. And usually with a split like that, it's the opposite. Usually in many, many years prior, I can go back 10, 20 years, the split, I used to call this the fascism gap, the difference in Democrats supporting Democratic politicians versus Republicans supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And usually, obviously, Republicans stay in line. Republicans all rally around their guy.
Right.
Except for this year. Whereas now everyone, all the Democrats, plus a whole lot of Republicans, a whole lot of independents are rallying around the Democratic nominee. So there's been a huge change in fortunes. Obviously, I think women are leading the way in this election as far as propelling Kamala Harris to the presidency. However, I think some of these disaffected Republicans are breaking toward her as well. And that could make a huge difference. This is one of the reasons why I've gone a little bit easy on the Never Trumpers and the Lincoln Project guys.
Yeah.
Because I understand that elections these days come down to a couple of percentage points this way or that way. Do we want to really turn away these voters? So that's, I think, a testament to the foresight and the skill of the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz campaign in the process of reaching out to those disaffected Republicans. That's sort of been the centerpiece, and framing the campaign as being a campaign for both Democrats and Republicans. This is a campaign that can rebalance the center of power in this country and exemplify how we ought to be doing things. You know, we can disagree. I'm sure Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney disagree on a whole bunch of shit. But when it comes down to the basics, they absolutely agree. And where they disagree, maybe we can sit down and talk this out and come up with some sort of compromise and figure out how to move forward that way. Whereas with Donald Trump in place, it's just fuckery and Donald Trump enriching himself. And most likely, if he were to win, would be pillaging the treasury. He's almost $2 billion in debt right now. Where's he going to get that money? I mean, in normal times, that would have been a huge conflict of interest. That would have been a huge detracting factor for Donald Trump.
Yeah,
and the media would have made
you couldn't get government clearance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, among many other things. But so watch those numbers as they come in and don't take them at face value as far as the partisan split.
Right. I think, let's see, is this, hold on.
Immediately hang up the phone and run out and vote. Like immediately.
Just bring the transistor radio or boombox with you while you go vote, and you can listen to the show.
Give Sean his worst radio ratings of get off the phone. We'll talk very nicely, and nobody should be listening. Everybody has to run down and vote because you have a little time left, and it would be great.
Yeah, so they're seeing those returns. Stephen Miller just said the same thing about like men need to go vote or whatever. He was on the phone with Sean Hannity, and he was like, "People should stop listening to this show and just go vote."
Yeah, the other thing I'm noticing is Donald really slobbery these days. He's always had a slobbery voice. I'm sure you've noticed this over the years, but these days even more so than usual. Where now he's getting down to doing this sort of thing, like the basement of the science building. It's sort of like how Stephanie Miller pronounces my last name, Bob Seska. And so he's doing a lot of that. Which anytime something fucked up happens with Donald, it just makes me so happy.
Have you noticed that Don Jr. has started lisping really hard with that whole like this kind of thuffer and thuckatash front of the mouth thing that Trump does as well? What is happening?
You know what? Maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's the same thing as the Kristi Noem dancing bit where Donald was doing that thing, and then we were talking about this as Sexy Liberal. And then Kristi Noem says, well, I'm going to do the same thing to make it look normal. Like we intended to do this. So it's like, it's choreographed.
But you can't.
But it's just like
impossible to do without looking
like he meant to.
Yeah, it's impossible to do without looking like you're making fun of him. That's why she was like, she's doing this, and and the audience are like, why are you fucking with him? What? Hey. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So right now.
Yeah. So maybe that's what Donald Trump Jr. is doing. And at some point tonight during our talk, I want to refer to Donald Trump as Donald J. Trump.
John Trump Jr. John Trump. Yeah. Donald Trump.
Oh, I wish he hadn't quit. I was just hoping he would keep going with variations of Donald Trump's name.
Just get it out. Right.
Herschel needed 3 tries. He needed 3 tries to get the name of the Republican nominee right. And he was almost a United States senator. Almost. Right. That's the quality of people. That's the quality of the Republican bench, isn't it?
Right. There were, let's see, Pennsylvania, just in Cambria County, PA, voting hours have been extended to 10 p.m. after there were issues with voting machines this morning. Somebody on TikTok. Bullshit. A lot of this is crap, too. You're going to see this all over. I'm looking at Twitter right now, and you're going to see a lot of stuff like that. Like, there's an issue. Election worker explains why the machines aren't working. Stay in line. Okay, whatever. They didn't extend the hours. They just said wait. Good Lord. So we shall see.
Yeah.
In Hamilton County, she's ahead. In Indiana.
Wow. Okay.
Trump, 58% in. She's ahead of him. 55, 54. It's close. 1,300 votes. We'll see. Obviously that's not saying a lot, but it's a total of last time 193,000 votes. It's about 100,000 plus in 109,000.
They're projecting turnout in Philadelphia to be somewhere in the range of 90%.
Yeah.
That is unheard of.
Yeah.
And that's not MAGA. I know there are some areas in the Philadelphia. I used to live in Reading, Pennsylvania, so I know a little bit about Eastern Pennsylvania. And there are some areas that are immensely racist and Republican and yada, yada, yada. But Philadelphia itself, the fact that 90% turnout, I think that is going a long way toward delivering Pennsylvania as the entire Commonwealth. So very, very good signs. Those are the kind of signs we want to see. Obviously, we go back to the Paul Weyrich thing where, talking about how high turnout always benefits the Democrats.
Yeah.
Was that?
Yeah. They want everyone to vote. I don't want everyone to vote. Yeah. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the election goes up as the voting populace goes down. That guy. Who's the head of he formed the Heritage Foundation and was at that famous quote when he said that on stage. That was at this conservative meeting or whatever, and Reagan was there. And they were basically saying, he's our boy to make this shit happen.
Right. I obviously this is wishful thinking and it's never going to happen, but I'd love to hear someone ask Donald at some point tonight, someone from the press corps who's brave enough, who doesn't really give a shit about access, to ask him about his pals in the Kremlin orchestrating airborne terrorist attacks against the United States in the last 6 months or whatever. It's been since July, where they've been planting incendiary devices in packages which are getting loaded into airplanes headed west toward Canada and the United States.
Right.
And these are Donald Trump's buddies. These are by, a couple of hops away from the guy from Joe Rogan, who's decided to endorse Donald Trump.
Right.
This is, I think we need to start coupling these people with not only the obvious fascism, but linkage to Russia and so forth. I think, I have a personal history with Joe Rogan. He was my first, back when I ran an animation studio in the late 90s, early 2000s. And he was my first animation client. I did a cartoon for his website at the time, and he and I became friends. This is kind of before Fear Factor and shit like that. And so, for that reason, I felt as though he kind of helped launch my animation studio in a sense. And we would confer on cartoon ideas. And so I've I've sort of pulled my punches in criticism of Joe Rogan, knowing that he said a lot of fucking horrendous things. And I've tried to adhere to the policy. If I don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Wonderful.
But after seeing that
boy,
endorsement
Bob.
come down last night.
Little Bobby Seska, you're a good boy.
Doing the best I can, Hal. And so when that endorsement came down last night, I was like, okay, well, fuck this guy now.
Yeah, right.
I'm done with this. So I immediately unfollowed him, blocked him, because I've been trying to use the connection I had with him to get information to him. I would see clips from his podcast come up on my Twitter feed. Right. And I would try to send him the actual facts and the actual information that he was missing on his stupid fucking show. Right. And using that connection. But after last night, that's done. I'm so done with that guy. And I know it should have been a long time ago, but again, that sort of personal deference that I had.
He tries to do. He plays both sides of the fence, and he does this no harm, no foul bullshit all the time, where he will bring on. He used to, anyways, bring on somebody who would for balance. Was the idea?
Yeah.
When clearly they're treated very differently when they do come on, and there is no balance in any of it. And the idea that you have the other person on and you treat them effectively like shit means you're already loaded for bear, and he can't help but cradle Elon Musk's balls. But anybody who would call that into question, it either won't get on the show, or when they do, they get the third degree. Right.
Yeah. Right.
So, yeah. And I've been, I kind of ignored him for the most part because there were bigger fish to fry in the political realm, and a lot of his shit, I've been on his show and once, and our disagreement boiled down to the idea that he believes that no human being is a complete human being until they've done drugs. And I believe that you can do drugs or not do drugs, but you're you plus drugs. You're not you minus drugs until you take them. I think a human is a human, and you're complete. Right. It's just silly to me. Like, it's an absurdity.
Yeah.
And the idea that anybody who hasn't done DMT is not a complete human being yet is just fucking dumb. It's weird. And I
guess I'm not a human being then.
Right. It's very church-like. It's very religious. And I'm like, your religion is fucking dope at this point. It's so weird because it doesn't matter what kind. And so, I
mean, I get the sense that they're all dissociated. Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, they're just blotto, completely disconnected. But while I've got you here, as though you've come to me, that I said that came out the wrong way. But while we're talking, I'm dying to know what you make of the fact that there's such a large contingent of Gen Xers, our generation of Americans, supporting Donald Trump. What do you think the source of that is? I kind of have a theory about nihilism and how influential Fight Club was to men of our generation.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that may be a factor, but I'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
I think there's no clear answer because he hits with certain people. And there's our generation, oddly enough, grew up, I think, the most forward thinking on the planet up to that point about a woman's place in work and government. Like, I don't know any Gen Xers in my generation, and certainly that I was around, that grew up with this kind of douchebag idea of what women should be like. I will say it isn't so much the Gen Xers. I will say it is the stunted Gen Xers, the guys who were like 5 years maturity wise behind everybody else, and were like the Limp Biscuit douche rock, borderline date rapist dudes who were, you know, late to the party of the pickup artists, but acted like they were, you know, as young as the millennials they were surrounded by or whatever. And there's like this old, aging incel group that is part of that. And he appeals to them on the one hand because he represents this kind of like superior man idea, I guess, in theory. But also I think it's really difficult for some people, most people, to admit they were wrong about somebody that they admired or thought was cool or funny or interesting or whatever. And it's worse, it's harder to admit that they were bamboozled or that they're just a gullible shithead than to admit like, oh, that guy's not who I thought he was at all. Like that to me is my natural reaction. If somebody turns out to be a piece of shit, it's not my fault, and my morals and ideas and ethics and the reason I like them aren't at question. It's just that they aren't who I thought they were. That's fine. That happens. But there seems to be this real like reticence rather about them being able to admit it. And again, it's a certain swath of them. And it may be, you know, the Gen Xers of our generation may be the older Gen Xers or the youngest Gen Xers, as opposed, you know, if you really broke the demographic down. And I do think the youngest Gen Xers are that like early 90s grunge, nihilist, Fight Club crowd where it's all got to be burned to the ground and start from scratch. And they don't really, because they were either latchkey kids or they grew up with some level of affluence compared to the generations before them, or comfort and connection and that kind of stuff, that they don't really know what they can lose. And so they don't really care. So I think that's it. I think I think they don't see any ramifications, you know, any real ramifications that'll be affected by this because they live okay. They're the ones in fucking trucks with their fucking sunglasses on top of their hat, right?
Yeah, right. The Guy Fieri contingent.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's a big Venn diagram overlap, I think, between nihilism, which is so central, I think, to many prongs of the Gen X generation, and the demystification of the presidency. I think many Gen Xers grew up with this notion fed to us by, and I say us loosely, but fed to Gen Xers by Republican political consultants, that the presidency is so irrelevant that anyone can do it. That the president needs to be just like you. The president, you need to support someone who's
the
just like you.
Thing in parallel.
Or someone you want to have a beer with. That's how inconsequential it is. As long as you want to have a beer with this person, they're then therefore qualified to be president. And that's stripping away this notion of expertise and competence that we've lost over the years. And so I think between these two things, this nihilistic attitude that again was represented very, very well in Fight Club, and that became kind of a clarion call for a lot of men of our generation, and the notion that, well, the presidency is mostly irrelevant and fuck politicians anyway. It's all a goddamn show. It's a reality show. It's a popularity contest. And it doesn't matter. All I care about is whether I can have a beer with that guy. And that, I think, has given rise to Donald Trump in a significant way. And it's no surprise when I see demographic breakdowns of his support that Gen Xers are, by and large, the centerpiece of that. And it's really upsetting to an extent. I mean, I don't give a shit ultimately about these labels, Gen X, millennial, or boomer, or whatever. But from a demographic breakdown, if you're looking at crosstabs.
There's a movie that I really, really like that I find fun and inspiring, and I watch it every so often because I enjoy it, because it's funny and a noises off kind of a way. Secret of My Success.
The Michael J. Fox movie.
Yeah, okay. So the Fred Gwynn, who is Herman Munster, plays the the faceless villain until the very end. You just know that Donald Davenport is buying it. That's the name of my character in Lab Rats. So I always made this kind of joke on set that my character, that's my father, that Donald Davenport on Lab Rats is Donald Davenport Jr., and his father was like this Donald Davenport who buys companies and slices them up, and he's basically the Fred Trump to my Donald Trump. You know what I mean? And that's is his character. Except my guy's good. Anyways, the real villain in it, which is the guy who runs the company, who's his uncle, is based on Donald Trump. He's always fucking his secretaries, lying to his wives. There's a line there's literally a line that's taken from like one of the stories about Donald Trump's failures. Like, last year we borrowed more money than Mexico from banks or whatever. Like, that line is because there was a line in an article about Donald Trump that he borrowed, more money from banks than several South American countries, right? That was the line. So they just made it tighter in the script. But the story is, it's one of those, like, hometown boy makes good. Like, you go into the big city, make your fortune. Boy goes off to make his fortune. And I love those kind of movies, and I find them very inspiring. And I've been ice skating uphill my whole life, being a poor country kid, trying to find my way in all this. So I find it, it's invigorating to watch. That said, if he ends up making money in Wall Street, because he joins this firm after, like losing his first job and then finding his way and using his connection to his dad or his uncle. But the point is, I was probably 15 when that movie came out, 14. And so all the 80s stuff that Donald Trump, at the heyday of Donald Trump, the news stories, the mythology of Donald Trump hit our generation when we were teenage boys.
Yeah.
So a bunch of those kids, while at the same time the greed is good shit happened that led to the Wolf of Wall Street crowd. That's the second generation of that shit. Those kids, the kids who watched Wall Street the movie grew up to make Wolf of Wall Street, right? And so that's where I think it came from. I think we were teenagers at the height of the greed is good 80s stuff, and some people, it just those seeds fell on fertile ground.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm so glad you brought up the 80s, because one thing that occurred to me, and this often gets memory hold when you talk about the ascendancy of right-wing media.
Yeah.
Remember Morton Downey Jr.? Morton
Yeah.
Downey Jr. was a hugely successful precursor to what we see even to
Rush
this day
Limbaugh,
on Fox News, on the
Sean
Red Hat
Hannity.
Entertainment Complex.
Yep.
Yeah, but Morton Downey Jr. was special insofar as it was 99.9% bullshit. He was playing a fucking character who was capitalizing on whatever groundwork Rush Limbaugh had established, sort of feeding off of the conservative mania of the 80s and the Reagan Revolution, and this drive toward even so many Democrats voting for Reagan, supporting Ronald Reagan in both of those elections, and then piggybacking off of that and creating this media personality in syndication, where he was doing all of the kind of borrowing from Geraldo and Phil Donahue and that talk show format, but mixing it with this super toxic right-wing politics until he ended up, and this is all just for the benefit of anyone who doesn't know who Morton Downey Jr. is, until his ratings started to drop and he staged an attack on himself in I think it was an airport bathroom.
Yep.
Where they tried to draw a swastika on his face. And of course, it was a backward swastika, indicating that he drew it on his own face in the mirror.
In the mirror, right.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that was kind of the end of his career. But that, I think, maybe had inspired in some way, the success of that inspired in some way Roger Ailes and how to populate Fox News with similar kind of people. But this is all to say that show was really popular when I was like a junior, senior in high school. So, and I was a 1971 kid. So by the time you get to 1988, 1989, and you have this rise of these media personalities piggybacking off of the success of the Reagan administration.
Absolutely.
I think that may have been very influential with so many of our generation. So I've been really trying to unravel what went fucking haywire, because we were all about voter registration, motor voter, the rock the vote thing. And yeah. And so it was really all about that to an extent, but then this emerging lean toward right-wing politics in a sense, or bro-libertarianism.
Welcome to how the hippies felt in the 70s, early 80s. You know, that's exactly what happened to the hippie movement, is that they turned into yuppies, right? Right? That's where that came from. The hippie to the yippie to the yuppie. And I think that's what that is there's a big chunk of what are effectively like douchebag countrified yuppies, right? Well, like guys who drive a fucking F-150 to the mall. Like they don't, they've got property, but they'd have to fucking call somebody to mow the grass because they don't know how to start their own lawnmower. And they drive these fucking giant trucks with seats in them like easy chairs, right? Like subwoofers and all kinds of bullshit, like shiny, like a country artist tan, and you know what I mean.
It's become part of the culture. It's been, and if you go out, and I'm sure you see this all the time in Kentucky, where each town used to have its own flavor and its own little culture going on, and now it's all becoming homogenized. And like the Ford F-150, like a white Ford F-150 has become part of the uniform. And you were mentioning before the baseball cap with the Oakleys propped on the
top.
brim. It's really becoming a thing. And
it's the new cowboy
all of these people,
right?
If the worst case nightmare scenario occurs, Donald Trump becomes president and then implements his stupid goddamn tariffs, I hope all those F-150 owners understand that 15 to 30% of the parts that are in their Ford F-150 come from Mexico, which will then be at least 25 to, as much as, if you believe what Donald says, 2,000% more expensive to replace after those tariffs go into place. I just, you mentioned the Ford F-150, I just have to pass that along, because that's something that's going to be a rude awakening for those fuckers when they see those numbers.
Dude, my favorite story that Trump tells lately about his guy, let's call him John, who does his the factories, right? He builds the best factories. He loves factories. He could build apartment buildings. He just loves to build factories. Or fuck. The reality is, let's see, we're coming in. Their numbers are starting to come in. They're starting, like, he just took Kentucky with 8% in. They're just projecting it. And she got Vermont. It's too close to call for Bernie and the other guy, but they're projecting her to win it. More than likely, Bernie will get back in. Depending. But yeah, she got Vermont, so it's 8-3 right now. Early night, whatever. Wait till California and New York come in, and then it's. But where was I? What were we talking about?
You're talking about Ford F-150.
Yeah, the Ford F-150,
sort of the MAGA culture.
The whole like this kind of countrified, like well-to-do yuppie personality that they sell. This like this particular stylist look that they have that is like cosplaying as poor farmer, but it's really the clothes are nice and that kind of stuff. All those people are the kind of people who end up in the villages, end up voting for Donald Trump most of the time, vote for Mitt Romney, that kind of stuff. View it, and there are a couple of areas, and this is on us as Democrats. I think part of its messaging, part of its reality mixing with what the government can do versus what it cannot do in some cases. And this is like dealing with police violence and the danger of, police overreach and the necessity of crime prevention. And that anytime there's a big group of people on our side that believe that that cops don't prevent crimes, they just lock people up after the crime, not recognizing that a lot of criminals are repeat offenders. Most of the sexual assaults in our country come from people who commit multiple sexual assaults. And had they been locked up for a way longer time, a long time ago, those victims would have never happened. They wouldn't have just stumbled upon yet another. That's just how it, and that's true of murder. That's true of all kinds of shit like that, right? Are you getting a note?
Yeah.
Do we have some returns?
Yeah, I just in from Kimberly A. Johnson. She says, Harris on pace to win. Hamilton County, Indiana. Trump. Let's see. I can't read this word. Trump what? Okay. All right.
In 2020.
Okay. I see. All right.
Oh, he won by a lot more in 2020 and he's lower. His turnout's lower now.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. So Trump carried by 7 points in 2020. Harris 50, Donald J. Trump, 48%, 65% total votes in. All right. Cool.
All right.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's
So that's
exciting.
some numbers from Indiana.
Yeah.
Kentucky has been called. Yeah. And Vermont.
Yeah, they're going to project that he takes Indiana. They just projected that NBC just projected he'll win Indiana. That's not surprising, but again, this goes more towards the
split, the vote split.
Yeah, is much thinner. I
Yeah.
mean, again, something could happen, but they're talking about like the majority of if they're only doing they're projecting him with 15% in. They've got some pretty hot ground game, exit polling going on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Much bigger, and you may think, oh wow, that shows strength. That may actually be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote. One of the calls that we just got.
I'm looking at this.
For Vice President Harris, she has been projected NBC News to be the winner in Vermont, and interestingly,
It says 0% in.
too early to call. He said, well, I did some soul searching and came to the conclusion country over pretty.
Oh shit.
In a very blue state, saying that he lines to vote for the
Right. Okay. Is that just, the Vermont governor said he just voted for Harris, throwing country over party, that kind of stuff. I mean, they have an independent senator. That's not that strange, but it is a big deal when a Republican is saying that outwardly, and it's indicative of something even bigger. So, yeah. So Trump's gonna he's gonna feel good on these first smaller states because that's usually what happens. He gets ahead in the smaller states, and then the big states come in, and he starts getting mad. So they gave him Indiana at 15% in. Again, that's not surprising at all. We'll see what the ultimate popular vote aspect of Indiana will be. That's probably why they were talking about the counties. Hamilton County indicative.
Yeah.
That's an indicative. It's indicative of the way Iowa could possibly go. Shit like that.
That's right. Yeah, so watch for those numbers. Watch for those splits, even in the states that Donald Trump wins.
That's right.
If Kamala Harris is outperforming Joe Biden 2020 to 2024, even in the states that she's not going to win, that's going to be a significant harbinger for bellwether for other states that she will win. And so I'm encouraged by that. If these splits are true, then I think we'll be in good shape. So watch for those numbers. And I'm sure Kornacki is going to have a dig down into some of that data.
Yeah, well, that's where he was preloading some of this stuff. And again, everybody gets to sweat the beginning of the night on the Democratic side because of this very thing, because of the Electoral College. That's what it's built for in a lot of ways, is the red mirage. And
also it's as I said before, it's always Kentucky that's always called first usually, and here we are with Kentucky called first, and Vermont obviously,
right?
But the real action is going to be here in an hour or two. That's when the real numbers start rolling in.
Right. Yeah. So in the next hour, what time is it? Yeah, in the next 15 minutes, North Carolina polls close. 8 o'clock Pennsylvania, 9 o'clock Arizona.
Wow.
Yeah. So
North Carolina could be a gigantic one to watch for.
Yes.
Depending on how well they're counting their ballots. So, God, I want to see the call for North Carolina early. That's what going back to what we were initially talking about, that's the thing I want to see most.
Yep.
If North Carolina is called for Kamala Harris, we're going to have a good night.
Yep. Agreed. She's talking about people stay in line if it's taking longer to vote. That's what Joy Reid's talking about. That's true across the board. If you're in line, stay in line. If you're watching us on the phone and you're gonna vote, stay and vote. You're going to be fine. Nat, hi. Natalie Zamba says hi, Bob. Hi, Hal.
Hey, Natalie. I know
She's got a city council meeting tonight. But democracy, life of a local elected official. That's exactly right. There she is. Nat, yay.
Yeah, there she is. Yeah, I would hate to have to do other work tonight.
Oh
you
my
know what
God.
I mean? Like, oh, I gotta go bring my kids to a recital or something like that.
Right.
Like, what? No, can we cancel? What are you talking about? I can't do that. Everybody's way too distracted.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, every time, and it's hard to tell with the because it's MSNBC, like where they station, where they get people to, where their reporters are. Because sometimes they'll go to areas where they're like, it's clearly Republican leaning because they're trying to make the point that they're doing that. And then other areas they're going to an area that clearly is democratically leaning because they want to talk to people and they feel like they'll get more people on camera at places that support that side of the thing. It's hard to say where they are in this, but the lines in general that I'm seeing behind them look favorable. I'm just saying. I mean, nobody's wearing a MAGA hat, but it's like a 1 to 5. I would say MAGA to obvious, Dem in that crowd.
I know exactly what you're talking about because you try to evaluate who that person's voting for based on how they're dressed.
Yep.
How they're carrying themselves,
what their hair is, what kind of tattoos they have. Now, there's some outliers, no doubt, but yeah.
That's profiling. We're profiling the voters.
We're totally doing that. It's very
culturally profiling them.
That's right. And let's see. Hold on one second. I'm going to check in on this. And we're good on here. Okay, cool. Excellent. And then I think Boston Brian's joining me at some point, but I don't know where he is. I hope he's all right. If he's having computer issues, we'll see in just a moment. I saw him post his vote earlier as well. He went and voted in person, I think, today. Had his sticker on. There's a lot of that going around. Georgia statewide, 3% in, too early to call, but Harris is ahead, 83.79. She's up by 4,000. That's not insubstantial. Douglas County, she's up by 65% to 33%.
I'm anxious to see how much of a firewall the Democrats were able to build up in the early vote and whether there really was this shift to election day for a lot of Democratic voters, where we traditionally vote early. And now there's been a lot of talk from Tom Bonnier and Simon Rosenberg about a shift toward more Democrats voting on election day and more Republicans voting early. So that dynamic that we saw in 2020 and to a certain extent in 2016, where the Democrats get a big lead in the early vote and then it gets chipped away at, sort of the old man of the sea, Ernest Hemingway thing, as election day rolls on with Republican voters checking in, voting on election day. But I don't think that's going to happen this year. And I'll be interested to see if that really plays out based on some of the observations leading up to today.
Right. They're calling. He's talking about Georgia, Douglas County, where Biden won at 61-36 over Trump, and she's 65-33 over Trump right now with 74% in.
Wow.
There's no reason to believe it would narrow necessarily between now and then.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki calls that the area around Atlanta as the blob, that blob of counties.
Yeah.
And
Clinton won it by 53.
How much that builds.
Obama 51, Clinton 53, Biden 61. She's at 65. That's how Georgia got one last time, and how it's creeped towards that. Trump had a huge drop off to 30 from 2020 to 2016 to 2020, 43 to 38 or something like that. Now he's at 33. Rockdale County, she's at 75% versus 24% for him. 18,000 vote difference.
Okay.
Biden, it's looking good.
I think we're going to hit Biden's map plus North Carolina and Iowa. I mean, I think
agree.
that's maybe a safe call. not unheard of.
Nope.
I think there's a distinct possibility of that happening, if not more, depending on how
Dude,
things break
fucking
the next
like
few hours.
the Florida thing. Florida could be the Arizona of this cycle, where
Yeah.
Fox News is like on the edge of calling Florida after whether it's by tomorrow or some shit like that because they delay it because they're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck, Trump
I'm
driving
glad you brought
around
up Fox
knocking
News
on
because
doors.
yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Fox News because that's been a source of really my only source of anxiety today is the notion that a lot of people at their decision desk were fired after 2020
Right.
for calling what was it, Arizona for Joe
It was for
Biden.
calling Arizona
And
for Biden early. Yep.
right. And so all those people are gone. And so a lot of us have been talking about post-traumatic stress from 2016 and how we were all feeling confident and then it sort of melted away immediately as polls started closing. But the thing that stresses me out is 2000, where Fox News, that was the source. We often talk about the 538. We talk about Bush v. Gore, but Fox News started that ball rolling by calling, what was it? They either called the election for George W. Bush or they called Florida for Georgia. I think it was Florida. And so the other networks had to
Both. The other
reverse
one
their
put him over
call
the
on
top
Florida.
because the assumption was that it was going to play out that way. So they called Florida and stuck with it. And again, that's a big moving parts thing. And again, I just don't see. I see DeSantis throwing, weight behind another Republican who might have his back in the future. But I don't see DeSantis, threatening his own career, helping, fraudulently give an election to Donald Trump, so that Trump can treat him like shit and relegate him to the crowd of rhinos and have the maggots attack him for another, half decade. And it's not like Trump is going to believe him if DeSantis walked in and showed him paper like, look, you lost Florida and I gave it to you. Trump would go, you're full of shit. And now that I'm president, I can hire a hit squad and kill you. Don't you ever say that again, right? Like, there's no reason for them to do that, to help. So
what do you see?
This is Union County, which is a Trump district. 84% in. He got 81% then. Which was 12,000 votes. He's got 11,000 right now, and he's up by a little bit. He's down from last time, but he's still winning that county. But again, it's shaving off. If there's votes being shaved off anywhere, they're coming out of Trump's pile. That's what I'm seeing.
Yes, and again, that's an indicator that the chances are Kamala counties and Kamala states are more secure because people are breaking away from Donald Trump. I think there's a strong contingent of done with Donald, done with Trump. And I just think people are sick and tired of it. It's a thing that Americans do. We've always done. We build up heroes, we put them on pedestals, and then we tear them the fuck down. It's the Lance Armstrong phenomenon, but applied to politics. And I think there's a large contingent of Republicans who are just done with Donald. Again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about the Harris-Walz strategy about targeting disaffected Republicans and bringing them in and saying, hey, look, it's fine here. We're going to be cool to you. We're not going to fuck with you. We're not going to betray you. Come on over. This is real America over here. This is patriotic America over here. Join us. And it was, I think, a brilliant, brilliant strategy, which I think could make all the difference in this election as far as especially augmenting the women vote, which is driving this whole thing, which will drive, I think, what'll be a Kamala Harris victory tonight.
Yeah,
or tonight or tomorrow or whenever it happens.
Yeah, over the course of the evening. Matt says, I've reached the dry heaving portion of the evening since I haven't eaten anything. Well, eat something. You got to have something that you can barf up. It really is going to be fine. And I even. Yeah, so they're talking about people staying in line to vote in Georgia. Don't get out of line if you're already in line, which is true anywhere. If you're there and the polls close at a certain time, but you're standing in line when it starts, they have somebody watching, and you will get in and vote. So just know that. The other thing is vote blue no matter who. Go straight down the ticket, wherever you are. And if you're also if you're like, I wasn't even sure about it, and you've got another 3 hours before the polls close, like you do on the West Coast out here, get your ass to Mars. Go in there. Oh wait, okay. There's Boston Brian. Right. So, Bob, I'll let you go.
There he
Enjoy
is.
the evening. Doing whatever
Thank you, my friend.
your version of Glenn Kirshner's cracking open a 6-pack and eating a pizza and watching the returns. Do you have plans
That's
for
right.
that? Are you doing another show tonight, or are you doing a live stream as well?
Yeah, no, I'm done. So I'm just going to go to Glenn's house. I'll just drive across
Nice.
the river
It's good.
and end up at Glenn's house. And he
Yeah,
doesn't know I'm coming. I'm just going to knock on his doors. Hey, remember me from the other night? We met at the sexual
stand in the
liberal thing.
bushes licking
Yeah.
the glass. Like,
I just want pizza. Give me just one piece. Glenn, come on.
Come on, man. All right. You're awesome.
Just
Thank you
like
so
Rick
much, brother.
Moranis at the Rick
Yeah.
Moranis at the Tavern on the Green
Cute little
and
pooch.
Ghostbusters.
Maybe I
standing on
got
the
a
window.
milk bone. Yeah. And then everybody goes back to eating, which is probably my favorite part of the whole fucking thing. Is that
It really is. That beat of people just not
he
giving a
just
shit.
squeals down the side of it and just stops, and they all go. Anyways, Charles, what I was saying was,
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
one of my favorite pieces. Yeah.
Thank you so much, brother. I will see you,
Thank you, my friend.
very soon. And I'm going to bring in right now Boston Brian joining us. Bob Seska signing off. There he goes. And Boston Brian jumping in here. What's happening, my brother? How you doing? Going to throw in a green
I just want to
screen.
know, on what fucking planet do I follow Bob Seska and Glenn fucking Kirshner? That's who booked these times.
See? I think it works perfectly or whatever. Did you you voted today?
I sure did.
That's
sure
awesome.
the fuck
How was
did.
it?
I was in and out in about 5 seconds. I got into a little heckling match on the way in. I
Nice.
videoed the whole thing. Whether that was legal or not, I don't know. And I was back to work. It worked out because I had a plumbing job that was about 13 feet away from where my precinct was, where I had to vote. So it worked out.
Fantastic. And I, did they let you wear your MAGA hat when you went inside, or did they get mad about it, or?
No, but there were people a lot closer with flags and stuff than I thought they were. I don't know what the exact distance is and how far away they're supposed to be, but
Right.
it seemed a lot closer than I thought they should have been allowed to have been. But I just reminded everybody that was standing next to a Trump sign or had a Trump flag that the person, the name on the flag or the sign that they were holding, likes to rape women and was frequented on Jeffrey Epstein's flight log. And
Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm sure they know, but it's good of you to remind them. I think that's good.
Well, the one guy that I yelled at just to remind him, I said, that guy, he grapes women, he likes to sexually assault women, and he said, well, at least he's not a pedophile, which I don't know who that was a dig at, because I don't know if that was supposed to be like a Joe Biden QAnon type of line, because I've never heard that about Kamala Harris from the right, so it wasn't
Right.
about her. So my first thought was like, well, who the hell are you talking about? And then my second thought was, well, he didn't just say that he wasn't against sexual assault of women. So my next point was to press him. So you're okay with the sexual assault of women, because that's basically what you just said. At least it's not pedophilia, which means you're okay with it as long as it's not, basically. So
You're good with him hiring pedophiles as long as he isn't one. So as long as his check clears in their bank account.
Right, exactly. As long as the rubles can be changed to dollars.
George Nader, anyone? Right? Felix Sater, anybody? Jesus Christ. Like the number of people, it's so hard to keep track of the number of people in the Trump campaign in 2016 who went to jail for CP or child sexual assault, or in the case of George Nader, child sex trafficking. When all this QAnon horseshit is going on, and these motherfuckers are like, it's so odd. I'm like, you had to know. You have to know.
Well, I mean, it just like I said on my show before, like, and just anecdotally, I'll say 97.55897% of the time, you hear about somebody that's getting arrested for some child porn on their computer, or some lascivious acts with a minor. It's a conservative or somebody affiliated with the church, or that has a youth group, or that does something with Boy Scouts, or something like that. So it's like, I'm just calling them as I sees them. You know, you feed me the stories. I don't create the stories. You guys do it. I see them, and then I call it how it comes across my plate.
Oh, it should work with Chrome.
I was going to say, if you see me looking down, I apologize, but my TV's a little lower than the camera, so it's
No,
down
that's
here.
okay. So, and we're all keeping track of like,
up.
North Carolina
Right,
polls close in
right.
about 3 minutes. We'll start getting the number
North
from there.
Carolina.
Come on, North Carolina. Let's do this.
How are you feeling?
I feel really good about it. I mean, I really do. And I mean, I know Trump is gonna, call bullshit and all this kind of stuff, and try to, like, claim that he's winning, or it was what, I don't give a shit. He's gonna lose, and he's gonna lose handily. And none of the shit that worked in 2020 is going to work this time. And I think part of it's because even, I don't know what anybody you ran into. Did any of them go, there's a bunch of illegals running in there voting, right?
No. Like I said, I live in a smaller knit community, so I knew everybody in there. It was more like a, hey, Mary, John, Jeff,
right?
How you doing?
Well, that's how
Frank?
most voting
You know
is,
what I mean?
right? That's the other thing, is that I feel like without the let's see, what is that word? I was in a family that was very well knit. Is that what he said? Was it is way harder to sell this illegals are voting, it's all rigged thing when everybody's voting in person, because you get to see what the process is like. They're doing it. They're not just mailing their vote in either. They're showing up and recognizing that, no, there's a lot of shit that you have to go through. Even if they did choose to mail in their vote, they're seeing the process more so than they just mailed out a bunch of ballots to people who didn't want them, and now everybody's filling them out.
Yeah. No, I mean,
right. I did that.
Was that?
That was me.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were standing in my living room.
Right. Wow. So
you've been asking people to, like, what are they looking for that would make them happy, and what are they,
right?
What would give them a point of contention. I just think it's kind of the same thing on both extremes. If we start seeing Kamala Harris win in states that we didn't really expect her to win and weren't really, seen in the polls as states she had either a chance of winning or a good chance of winning, then, that's when I'm kind of relaxed anyway, because if you really think about it, since Donald Trump won in 2016, they haven't really won shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, they've pretty much lost consistently, whether it be thinking they're going to have a red wave and, it just doesn't even come close to being a red wave, even though they still take the House and stuff. But I mean, as far as major elections, they've pretty much lost them all since Donald Trump got into office. So I think the American people, to a great extent, understand that we can't have another 4 years of what we went through. We can't have these people emboldened, and not only Donald Trump, but the people around him that would be emboldened by a Trump victory, and how far that would go, and how far they take it in their states, their respective states that they go home to and are senator of or representative of.
Yep.
Who knows how much power that things they now feel, because they've either been on stage with Donald Trump or campaigned for Donald Trump or got Donald Trump's endorsement, and now he's once again president of the United States. I mean, who knows what happens, what I mean? So, but I feel good. Like I said, I feel confident that, this country is, like everybody's saying, not looking to go back, and we're looking to wash our hands of this whole MAGA bullshit. And there are things that we need to hash out, but they're normal political things that we can hash out in a normal political discourse, such as, how much funds should be allocated to this as opposed to this resource, or, what state gets the most funding type of, whatever. I mean, going over some regulations and figuring out what regulations are good and bad, which are wasteful, which are harmful, which work, and we could, build upon. So, I mean, there's things that we could do as Republicans and Democrats to come together and still have points of contention, just not we're eating babies on one side and they're Nazis on the other. It's like, the whole, it's crazy at this point.
Right. Yeah. The line I was looking for with Trump was,
and I was, part of a family that was very well knit.
I was part of a family.
Is that part of his farewell video?
Yeah. No, this was earlier. This is one of the early campaign things, like specials about what a human being he is.
Because somebody made a video that he played. I think I only saw it once at his rallies that he played, but it would look like literally a tribute video, like almost like he had passed away type thing.
Right.
Like it was his last. Even the way he brought his kids up on stage.
Yeah.
The other night,
recently,
what kids were willing to show up, I should say. It's just it seemed like he sees what's going on and he knows that this is probably going to be his last hoorah, and that he wanted to thank them for the last 9 or 10 years or 9 years, whatever it's been. And he's probably not going to get another chance, because if he thought he was going to get another chance at another 4 years and a lot more rallies, I don't see why he brings him up on stage like that and gives him a hug in front of everybody, goes that extra step to give him a hug in front of everybody. And you know what I mean? Like I don't see why it's necessary to do that if he thinks he's going to have another 4 years to carry on with these rallies and stuff. As much as he says, as much as he kind of catches himself too when he says, the rallies are done, but hopefully these rallies, they change from campaign rallies into,
Make America Great Again
rallies.
Right. Yeah.
Like celebration rallies or something like that.
No,
he kind of catches himself.
It's like it's the end of what we're doing is winding down, but it'll be better in a way that hopefully we will be.
It's the end of the road for us, but don't worry. There's actually a team that I hired that's going to be building the road.
Yeah,
and they'll finish it before we get to the end of it, so that we can continue
as we walk. Right.
Right.
Not
my golf cart only goes about 3.5 miles an hour, so they should be able to outpace us.
Yeah, I think I have audio from that goodbye video. There it was. Yeah, this was a direct quote. That was, and then he was like, it was tears in his eyes. Big strong guy came up to him and said,
I always hate watching the numbers come in. You know what I mean? There's always so much information to come in, and it changes so quick. It's like, okay, the 16 electoral votes for Georgia, it's 9% in, 60% for Trump, 39% for Harris. There's 194,000 for Harris. There's 294,000 for Trump. But if that changes, if Lafayette County goes for this one, that could change to 62%, and that could be 9%, and 42% just came in.
It's
like, shut the fuck up. Tell me when it's over. When they call it and the numbers are done, fucking that's when you tell me.
Right. Well, I mean, I got to tell you, this is a very strange phenomenon that we will all remember as part of our life. Is like, remember that shit when that Karnacki kid guy would come out there and he would break down the fucking numbers?
Who's the guy with the khakis?
Yeah, who's the pants guy with the glasses? Nerdy dude. He looked like he should be in Nerd Halen, but he can't sing or dance or play guitar. He's
the only guy to talk about fucking elections that people dress up for Halloween as.
Right. Just absurd. So this is,
but
on
the flip side of Kamala Harris winning, states that we didn't think she probably had a chance for, or we didn't expect, if Trump starts winning some states that we thought were almost not guaranteed to Kamala Harris, but expected to go to Kamala Harris, that would be a point where I kind of say, okay, let's
Pennsylvania is obviously is the nail biter in that regard. It's like, how's that going to turn out? It's a huge turnout in Pennsylvania, and by the way, from what they're hearing, it's not good for him, because they were, he put out, as soon as the number came out that there's huge turnout in Pennsylvania, his thing was, there's a bunch of theft going on in Philadelphia, that shit.
Right.
And then Stephen Miller said men have to go out and get to the polls. Like, they were asking him what needs to happen, and he was like, more men need to leave. Was that where
he said that paper was better than computers?
Yes, right. Yeah, I think he should tell that to Elon Musk.
Yeah, my girlfriend was like, well, fucking, I'd like to challenge him in a high stakes of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't know how to play that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I can play a calculator, computer, scissors. Just fucking dumb. Yeah, so we're at
What are you
68.
down in the dungeon with Luke Skywalker?
Yeah, I'm downstairs in the downstairs part of the house. I feel like I should do a little bit of
I
show and tell. I'm trying
you
to
doing
like
this last time, and I remember you being upstairs in your living room, and I think Summer was there for a little bit of it. If I
Yeah,
don't,
no,
if I remember
this
correctly.
it was the same place.
Was
I'm
it the same
just
place?
Yeah.
You just redecorated?
Yeah, I moved a bunch of shit around. I got
Right.
we have no closet space in this house. So I got like these armoires and split a desk with them so that I have some place to put my show clothes because the jackets I wear for fucking the jam night and
I
stuff.
can't tell if that's the Terminator's leg or a Dyson vacuum over your right shoulder.
Behind my shoulder? Oh, that's the Lab Rats light. That's so hold on. This is this light, right? It's got a bunch of it's got a bunch of shit hanging on it, but it's it's a lamp that's made out of an axle. So the base of it is a wheel.
Sweet.
Nice. Is the rim of a tire, and then this the axle right here, and then the top of it has a lamp on it, and it's we use this for I think I turned this one off earlier, but we
So you kind of like at the end of the show, like, is anybody keeping that lamp over there?
That's it. Yeah. Well, it was one of those things where they ask you, is there something you'd really like when the show's over that you want to take with you? And this is what I wanted. I wanted this light.
Yeah, a bonus check.
I feel like I should show you something else while we're hanging out. I'm a big fan of Glenn from The Walking Dead, but I got very mad when they killed him off. So this is my Glenn action figure.
There you go.
Choking the chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah, he's choking the chicken.
Wow, that's like a really lifelike action figure to tell you the
Yeah,
truth.
it comes with a gun, but I took the gun out and put a chicken in there instead because that's the kind
Do you
of
have to
asshole I
register
am.
the gun?
Huh? Yeah.
The gun's so lifelike, even though it's small, people think it's real.
It's a license plate from the car on Lab Rats that we used, Davenport.
Oh, there you go.
And
I was gonna say you didn't get.
Yeah, the only piece that I brought, the only thing I added to the set myself and then took with me when I was done was this sign. And I hung that on the wall. I was like, "That's mine," but I'm going to bring it and put it on the wall. But yeah,
That's me every time I make a decision.
Right. I totally agree with myself. Yeah. And I don't know what else should I show around. Yeah.
So by what time do you think we'll actually have like not a firm idea, but a better idea?
I think about 9 o'clock tonight.
Come in pretty quick,
Yeah, I think 9 o'clock tonight Pacific time. We're gonna have a very strong idea this time because I got to tell you, I think it's I think there's a lot more to this. Yeah, 2016, Biden just flipped it. I think she's going to beat Biden's numbers in Arizona and other places.
So, you know what else is nice too? The weather is nice. It's warm out. So like if they do announce it early that Kamala wins, like the cities are going to erupt.
Yeah.
Like I'm already looking at it here. I'm looking at I just have ABC on just to see what happens. I'm not quite sure where they are, but they're clearly in front of some state building with a little bit of a performance going on. And there's a ton of people out there watching and just kind of waiting to hear what goes on, I don't know. I'm assuming this is Philadelphia. It's obviously a main place because there's dancers and a stage and stuff, and ABC News is so. But I haven't heard where it is.
Right. There people.
But like we saw in 2020, I mean, everybody remembers the videos of dancing in the streets and the celebrations and the songs and the Fox reporters going, "I smell weed. Wow. It smells like weed around here." All you can smell is the weed.
11% in Virginia. Harris pulled ahead by 100,000 votes, so that's kind of major. Obviously, there's a lot of shit going on there. I don't know what the
all I need is 297,347
Right. You need to find me 336,000 votes. Come on, fellas.
Look under your shoes.
Help me out here. Population, Virginia. Let's see what the
7 million.
Huh? 8.7, which means, you know, 6 million voters. Yeah. And then all
And
the,
the rest of
Republicans always
the rest of
benefit from that.
10th cousins.
You what say?
And I said the rest of 10th cousins, so they can't
Right.
vote.
MAGA melt. Daily Beast is saying MAGA meltdown as Trump begs men to get off that beautiful couch and vote. Another sign of panic. Trump's team also ripped their own supporters in an election day text blast. MAGA nation will be in the midst of an election day meltdown. And a call echoed by some of the
Imagine
most
that
influential.
as a close fucking just your closing message. Get your fucking fat ass up, you son of a bitch.
Off the
You put the
couch.
Cheetos down.
What did I do for you? You can't see that this whole world is falling apart, you bastard.
You motherfucker, you dirty rat.
Here's the thing. Trump, I would very much appreciate if you would go out and vote, get off that beautiful couch or wherever you might be sitting right now and just go out and vote. Trump reportedly said in a virtual rally earlier today. Trump's plea to men is echoed by a number of prominent MAGA figures. Stephen Miller said was mild by Trump standards. If you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. Miller sounded noticeably more panicked when he took to X a half hour later after the first polls had closed. What are you doing right now? Now, turn out the Trump vote? Calling, texting, emailing, driving to the polls? Turn out the vote. Like, he's, yeah, all caps. That sounds
If you're
like
not
winning.
already dead by an illegal, please go and vote.
An hour after that, illegals are raping and murdering American children. All the men of America need to fulfill their duty, getting to the voting booth and end the invasion once and for all.
It's almost like he was like, shit, I just put out a tweet that had no fucking reference to immigrants whatsoever. I have to do another one. Like, that's fucking pitiful.
Yeah.
But you gotta, at some point, like I said the other day, I think, like, there are, I guarantee there's competent people in the Trump campaign that have like real knowledge of how polling and the numbers work and can see the real statistics and understand them, and they're just probably afraid to shovel that shit into the mouth of Donald Trump, fearing him spitting it back out at them because he's so enraged because his campaign was shit.
Apparently, voters who signed up for Elon Musk's $1 million sweepstakes are now filing suit against Musk and his America PAC, claiming they were misled on how the winners were chosen, according to Bloomberg, because it wasn't a real raffle. They were chose on purpose, which meant people who bought raffle tickets or signed up for it thought they all had an equal chance, which is the whole point, and they did not.
Right. So, but why? What was so special about these specific people that they were worth giving $1 million to?
Honest to God,
like, what's the benefit? What is the benefit?
I think they picked some people that were either telegenic or on the team. Yeah.
And what, they're not really getting $1 million? It was for show, just to get people to sign up.
I think some
and that's
people
kind of
got
their
$1
way
million.
around it.
I think some of the people got $1 million, and he picked them personally. But that anybody who lost or didn't win, you were they changed the terms.
You were never really in the running,
right? So it made you sign a political form or something without. I mean, maybe you wouldn't have had you not had a chance to win $1 million, and therefore that's fraud. And now they're using your signature as a basis for something else to make themselves money or make themselves more politically powerful. That's the basis of a lawsuit. That works.
Getting 47 fucking emails and 27 text messages a day, and I didn't even have a chance at the millie.
Right.
Like, God damn it.
That's exactly right. Look at that. Who is that voted? That's fantastic. Trump wants Democrats to leave the line. Did you see that part? He said,
what's going on with this whole Melania thing? That was not fucking Melania. I'm sorry. And I'm not much for conspiracies or calling body doubles. The only time I've ever done it is for Putin, when it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But I don't really call it for most other people, just because, the same person can look a lot different depending on what they're wearing or the sunlight or whatever, the time, whatever the fuck it may be. So you never really know. So that's
Right.
why, it could be. Sometimes I think it could be, but I'm not going to come out and say this lady was not fucking Melania. I don't know what's going on. The whole sunglasses inside at multiple spots.
Right.
If it wasn't, then she voted as Melania Trump as far as I could see. Doesn't seem very legal. And as somebody else pointed out on Twitter, he had a MAGA hat on, which I really not really cared about, don't care about. And that's supposed to, I guess that's illegal. And he's a felon, so he's not really supposed to be
Well,
voting
he's also
anyway.
he doesn't have a fucking house in that area. He doesn't live in that area. He owns a commercial property. That's not a house. It's not you can't register to vote from Mar-a-Lago. It's not a house. He didn't live there.
Isn't he famous for? Oh no, did he? So he voted from the White House when he was president, but mail in from Florida, like as his residence was from Florida still. The last time he voted,
he's got it. Yeah, but
no, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. I'm just curious if this is the first time he's used that property.
No, he voted. He went down there and voted in person. I want to say in 2020 or something. Remember? In Florida,
we were all giving him shit because he did mail in, and he was giving everybody else shit for doing mail in.
Right, and every time before that. And so in 2020, he voted in person. That's the one where he's looking over at her thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, what'd you put on number 3?
Yeah, right. And I mean, honest to God, I think he voted for Harris. I think he wants out. I think he voted straight blue.
But he can't want out. Like, he may want out, but he knows he can't want out because
he'll go to jail.
His entire existence from here on out, his whole whatever, as long as it may be, a year or two, whatever he's got left in those carotid arteries. But it's like, he as much as he doesn't want to be, he knows he has to be. He has no other fucking choice. If not, he's sitting in courtrooms for the rest of his fucking days. He's spending shit tons of money on lawyers. He's getting fined shit tons of money. He's he's possibly being sentenced to jail.
Sometimes the pressure of that shit. Sometimes they can stack up, and you're just like,
kind of weighing this like,
take me away.
I want to, but yeah, right. No, that's what I'm saying. But I don't think Donald Trump has that in him. I think he likes his luxury items and his bullshit too much to say at any point.
Well, that's why Seska thought he's a flight risk. Like,
because he's never once thought, right now, what's the worst that could happen? Like, say, I don't guarantee he's never sat down with any of his advisors or his kids and was like, okay, if I don't win, what's the worst we're looking at here? Or you know what I mean? Anything along those lines where a rational person might be like, okay, we're obviously going to win or we're going to lose. If I lose, what are we looking at? What's something to, and he's probably never thought of that until just recently, where I think the people in his whole orbit waited till the very last second to kind of give him, the news, the polling news, and the chances aren't as good as we thought they were. And obviously, you've been telling everybody you're up in the polls by 1 billion points, but we know that's not the case. Here's what your numbers really are, and here's what your chances really are.
That's right.
Because if you tell them too early, you run the risk of having him blow up on the campaign, or fumble and actually come out with the real numbers in a rally where you don't want real people to know. You don't want his followers to know. You want them to keep believing they're up in the polls and all this crap. Who knows? But the whole thing is, I'm confident. I'd like to see it over quicker rather than it take longer, and have him have more opportunity to kind of throw sticks in the tires.
Yes. That is, absolutely. I'm looking through the scroll of people who are voting. I mean, I gotta say, like, there's a lot of people voted today. A lot of Dems voting today.
But that means that a lot of people voted in general, because we were hearing how many people early voted and that stuff. Because if you add the early voting numbers to the amount of people that are seemingly voting day of, then hopefully we get the percentage of voting people that are eligible to be able to voting to a higher percentage, because historically it's been a very low percentage of voting age people in this country that actually take place in the elections.
Right. There is let's see, where was it? Georgia exit poll They asked people if should abortion be legal. 62% yes, 35% no. 35% is that Republican nut. That's a big shift. I mean, I would say in the past the number would be even bigger, but because of who's showing up at the polls and why, it's a big deal. So,
has there been a red state that hasn't kicked Republicans in the nuts when it comes to that question on elections or on ballots?
Nope.
You know what I mean? Like every single one, they're like, "Oh, we're definitely gonna get fucking abortion ban in this motherfucker." The states come back and be like, I think we're okay with women having their ability to make the decision on whether they die or live or bleed out in the vehicles or on the steps of a fucking church or something. Who knows? Oh, Reince Priebus, Rance Penis, right? What's his name?
Rancid
Penis. I think that's him, right? I know you're not watching the same thing, but
yeah,
I think
no,
that's
I'm watching. I got MSNBC on, so they're talking polls closed in 16 states, and DC any minute now. Hold on.
View, I didn't realize until last night because I got into Austin late. Usually my wife travels with me. She wasn't with me last night. She's taking care of the kids today. So I get in the hotel room in Austin, and it's very late, and I watch this movie, Boys in the Hood.
He watches Boys in the Hood alone in his hotel room. Right.
He's only, 35, 40 years fucking late on that one?
Yeah. FBI is aware of bomb threats at polling locations in several states, many of which appear to be from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. That's good news.
Vlad. Yeah, Vlad. This is Donald. I got a couple locations here for you. I got the addresses here. Do you want to just have your boys over there in Macedonia or North Korea? No, let's not do North Korea. Let's do. You got anybody in Georgia? Let's do Georgia. Yeah, let's do Georgia. Have them send over a couple bomb threats, all right? And then we could kind of make sure people can't vote in that area.
Brian,
at least.
Tell them,
I need some help here.
Don't ask North Korea to do it. Don't ask North Korea to do it. They're real sensitive right now.
All right, yeah. Hal says not North Korea. No, because they have no lights in that country anyway, and it's dark, so we wouldn't be able to see the button. All right, cool. Thanks. That always strikes that always kills me. The picture of North Korea, like from space, the satellite picture when everything's lit up, and it's like there's a single light, and there's literally Kim Jong-un's fucking reading light.
Right. Hold on, I've got Maddie. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hold on.
Oh, kitty alert.
Yep. Hold on. I'm gonna grab a cat. I think.
Go ahead. Grab your pussy.
Laying right up here. Hang out. Maybe not. We'll see. Maddie, what are you doing? Nope. They all went upstairs. Okay. Never mind.
I'm not watching that election. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. I don't need this. I got enough stress in my life. We're almost got a catnip.
That guy grabs things like me.
Right. What are these guys doing?
Christ, I don't know why. I just.
Oh yeah, Paul Rudd was out giving out water in Philadelphia. Handing out water in line.
He didn't get arrested for it, did he?
Nope, it's okay in Philadelphia. I think it was Georgia and the Carolinas where they tried to shut it down.
So who's coming on after me? That's going to get the meat of the numbers coming in. That's going to be fun.
Oh
and
yeah.
Then what the hell are you going to do if it's called? You're gonna turn this into a fucking what do you call it? Virtual reality stream?
Oh well, let's see. Carl's having an issue tech wise, so let's see. The next one will be Carolee Coons from Crooks and Liars, and then Tara's coming on at 6, and then Phil at 7, and then Rob Glenn at 8 my time. So right about the time, like 9 o'clock, I'll be alone and they'll call it while that's happening, and I'll pass out right when it happens. I'll be like, because I stayed up till 5 o'clock last night to make my body clock, backwards. And I didn't get much sleep this morning.
If the link still works again, I might, when I wake up in the morning, click in just to scare you.
Absolutely.
see if I can wake you
Dear
up.
God. Yeah, you and your East Coast fucking
Did we
time.
win? Who
Right.
won? Like, where you remember, like you forget what the fuck happened right before you went to sleep?
Polls in Pennsylvania close in 3.5 minutes.
And how long before? Like it shouldn't be long after the polls close till you start getting the results, right?
Oh yeah, and it won't take them. It's going to take them through the
after.
night in some cases because of the volume of stuff. But I think they could call a lot of this shit based on the volume of what they're able to clear fairly quickly in some of these areas. And Pennsylvania is one of them because it's a huge fucking turnout.
So not the 2 weeks that Donald Trump was claiming at his rallies.
Yeah,
he said it's going to take 12 days now, 13 days,
set fire to
900 days.
Then
We're not going to know until next election.
Ritual, and then they've got to, yeah.
You might have to dip into that chino, my friend. That's the second yawn that I've seen you hold in. Don't think you're fooling us.
Oh, wait, hold on. Who could it be? Oh, Carolee's there. Good. All right. Well, I'll let you go. You can, dude, call me back.
Right, guys.
Call me back at Ass in the Morning if you want to. I don't care. And
right. I will.
I'd be loved
because I'm not much of a sleep. I have to get up early for work too. So you'll definitely still be live stream will still be running. It just who knows what state you'll be in by then.
Yeah, just a constant state of meltdown. But yeah, hold on one second.
Please give your next guest my love. I wish everybody luck. I wish everybody a nice peaceful night with their friends and family, and then we get to celebrate with some champagne and
that would be nice.
Some joy. Tonight would be fantastic. So thank you guys. Appreciate your chat. Thank you, Hal.
Don't forget, Boston Brian has a live stream every Sunday called Blunt Politics. Please check it out. Subscribe. We're trying to get him to 1 million subscribers. Not that
I'll take 10,000 first. We just surpassed 8,000. So
there you go.
We'll try to get to 10,000. And then somebody told me it goes really quick from 10,000 to 10 million. That's what I heard.
It does. Yeah, it goes much quicker. The first 5,000 is the first 5,000 is the toughest. I think it's the song. All right. See you later.
Did Will Chamberlain? That's a Will Chamberlain song, right?
Is it? Oh, ouch. That's how many kids he's got? Yeah. Brilliant. All right. No, I think Genghis Khan wrote that. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Jesus, we're getting dark. Yeah. We're getting dark.
Pre-Mandarin Chinese. All right. Love you, brother. I'll see you in the morning, maybe. Okay. There he goes. And Carolee is joining us from Crooks and Liars. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm staying awake. I'll be all right.
Yeah?
I'm going to be staying up
Hanging
all
in
night.
there?
We're about 50 seconds from the polls closing in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Did you vote today or did you vote early and did you do it in person?
No, I voted by mail and I did it like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
So I took it to the drop box because this is California and I got my little text back that said that it had been received and counted. So yay.
Yeah, I walked into my booth. I get mine a mail-in ballot because I never know where I'm going to be. So I'm always signed up for mail-in voting. But when I get it, I go in and vote in person. I either fill it out and drop it off in person, or I go in and go, I'd like to vote in person. You hand them to your old ballot and they incinerate it and you vote in person there. So that's what I did this time. And the machines in California are friggin' fantastic. Like the whole process.
They're great.
Yeah, it's awesome. I presume you voted 6 or 7 times, and then drove down to Texas to vote for Ted Cruz. And they're projecting Trump to win Florida. That's the one thing that came up there. Not surprising, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And Harris, Massachusetts.
Right.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that's great. And she's doing really well in North Carolina and she's doing really well in Georgia. So, I mean, okay, Tennessee goes for Trump,
She just got Maryland.
Maryland for Harris. Yeah.
Yep.
So let's see, what's the last one here?
Missouri for Trump.
Missouri.
Not surprising.
Bummer.
Yeah.
I really wanted Missouri to not go there, but we'll see. And Alabama goes to Trump. Okay, that's pretty.
Yeah, no surprise.
Pretty
Oklahoma goes
predictable.
to Trump, right?
Trump. Yep.
And DC goes to Harris. 3
Yep.
electoral votes. That's good.
Yeah.
Right now, what's our total right now? Oh, Illinois is too close to call. I think Illinois
Oh,
goes.
it'll go to Harris.
Yeah.
It's not gonna go to Trump. Whoops.
Same thing with Jersey. I think Jersey, Harris, Connecticut,
Yeah.
Harris. That'll go that way. So, Rhode
Yeah, I
Island.
mean these.
We'll know. These are all too close to call right now. We don't know. Mississippi
They're
will go
too
to
early.
Trump.
They don't have any. They don't have any results. That's the only reason it's too early to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maine. I
I
think
don't even
she'll
know
win Maine.
why they bother to cycle through the ones that don't have any. New Hampshire
Yeah, me
is
either.
too early to call, but she's ahead.
Yeah.
Delaware, too early to call. Right, she'll probably walk away with that one as well. Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
think so too. Mm-hmm.
Right now, 27 and 90 because she gets the thing, and he's going to be like dumps, these massive dumps, right before the big states come. Right, he gets all the little
Well,
ones.
he's already super pissed about Philadelphia.
Oh yeah,
and Detroit.
right.
So and I'm like, they're giving me life right now. Those the lines in Philadelphia are just awesome. So
Yeah,
yeah.
totally.
She's ahead or she's behind in Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay.
North Carolina, she's ahead.
Yep.
But that's just 5% in. There's way too early in a lot of these to go anywhere near them. Although some states they just know, so they don't even bother, which I find very odd. I find like that should be, like there should be a rule: don't call it no matter what it is until they reach 25%, because the idea that
I would totally agree with that.
yeah,
Yeah.
because I think it's not that it will change something, but it does kind of like this. There's like a psychological impact that it has on on the people who vote there. That like, my vote doesn't matter. It goes automatically. Like the second they flip the switch, I'm gone. And if they at least went, yeah, we're counting the votes and it does matter. Before we call it, 25% is our basement. Before we call anything,
Right.
It wouldn't be that hard, right? It just
No.
yeah, and most people kind of know anyways, I guess, but we'll see. So we'll see. 1 net gain, 27 uncalled in the Senate. We'll see. It's not necessarily a gain; it's a net gain. They lost.
It was West Virginia.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew we were going to lose West Virginia.
Right.
So assuming that Sherrod Brown holds on, which I think he will.
Yep.
And I think there are some states where there's some sleepers. Like I'll be interested to see if they call North Dakota. I've been following Katrina Christensen in North Dakota. She's a fabulous candidate.
Right.
She's been all over the state. She's been doing incredible stuff, and nobody's paid attention to her. None.
Right. Yeah.
But she's been outraising Kevin Kramer. So we'll see.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We're kind of in the mid zone right now. I feel like that's where things start rolling in,
we are.
and it starts getting busy, and then it jockeys back and forth until it settles into something. Georgia's at 34%. Trump's ahead 55-44 because they just got a huge, massive dump because they get a bunch of the red counties that he talks about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those rural counties that he always wins, he's winning. What I'm curious about, and this is where Kornacki could actually help a little bit, is to see whether there was any erosion from what he had in 2020.
Yeah, they seem to be talking about. Yeah, he seems to be breaking that stuff down a bunch. Yeah, like Fulton County, she's up by 129,000 votes in that area, and they're only halfway through. At this point, yeah, she's right. She's keeping that number. They're in the same ballpark. It's looking like the same. Like it very well could go Georgia just for her based on that. It doesn't have to be a lot. It wasn't last time. It could be 30,000 votes instead of 11. Something like that.
Right.
I think that's probably closer to it. So we'll see. Um,
And there's some shit going in. I hope this isn't family friendly.
no, we're fine.
There's some shit going in Georgia. In Cobb County, they didn't send out absentee ballots to 17,000 voters, and so they're trying to make that right. And I
Right.
don't know how exactly they're going to make that right, but that's some. If you think about Biden winning by 11,000 last time and them not sending out ballots in Cobb County to 17,000 people,
Right.
it's just not right.
Yeah,
So I don't
totally.
know. They're yeah.
Yeah.
So Fayette County, it looks like. Oh yeah, she like took a whole chunk out of him in Fayette County.
Yep.
Like he had like 2%. Yeah, see, that's the stuff she has to do. Just get a little bit of the vote
Right.
in those
And
places.
that means those shenanigans won't affect anything. And what'll happen is if they do try to make those things right, then those people's votes will count. And those people's votes,
Hmm.
that's what we'll wait a week for. And there'll be all kinds of legal bullshit about those people's votes and whether they count or not. And we'll have but hopefully it won't matter because this will, while Georgia's pivotal with its electoral college votes, it isn't the required clincher the way Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are in this particular run. So
Right.
fingers crossed. Yeah, the core
Right.
GOP. Yeah.
Pennsylvania's looking pretty good.
Yep.
So, I mean, just based on the early vote, based on the turnout today in Philly. I mean, the big worry was Philly, and it looks like that is less of a big worry right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. So
so
fingers crossed.
I'm feeling pretty good about everything right now, to be
Me
honest with
too.
you. I'm
Yes, I
not
agree. Yeah, and not out of hubris either. Like there's a lot of mechanics
right.
in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 81%, and there's a bigger turnout in Cherokee County, Georgia, and she's getting they're only 81%. So we'll see. Just kind of the same zone, but Biden did better in that county, and that helped push him through. And she's getting
Uh-huh.
closer to that number too.
She's
She's 30%. He
right.
was 29.5 so far. So we'll see where that goes. And if she flips some of these counties, which is entirely possible because it's only a few thousand votes, that's what's going
Right.
to be the big holy shit moment for them.
That's the ball game. And North Carolina is another one that's,
Yep,
the same thing could happen. It's
exactly.
just all going to come down to, turnout and
That's right. And that's mainly what like you've been watching over the day, like those, just like the same battleground states we're all kind of staring at, and the difference being what votes is she shaving off in these, is she holding on to the lead Biden had last time or increasing it, and is she shaving some of Trump's lead in these other counties? And that seems to
right.
look like it's happening.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it is.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
there's
So,
no reason why she's not. And again, Trump's ground game for the most part has been relatively non-existent. So that might be that difference. It might be that people
right.
are enthused, but it also might be that they just fucking don't have a ground game at all. And so he's losing 500 to 1,000 votes here and there throughout every district, where even in areas like almost taking the places he's winning for granted. Yeah. Baldwin County, 2020, 91.4, 8903. They're at 93% in, 18,000 votes total. They're, 500 vote. Yeah, it's going to swap back over. Randolph, she's ahead with 66% in with 33. That's a smaller group. It doesn't matter. Biden won
Yeah, I
it.
mean, these are little places here. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
The jerk
she's
off.
got.
It's like these are like mini polls. Like you want to poll
Mhm.
rural people? This is how this rural area, which looks like all these other rural areas, went. And so you can see some
Right.
element of that. Yeah. The reality is that this is why, even Georgia, like he's ahead right now by a couple 100,000 because they pick these smaller counties and there's a lot of them. And then they do the big cities, which
Right.
have millions of people in them. And then he loses his lead because they do what they do every time, which is it takes them a while to
Right.
compile the big metropolitan areas. And who gives a fuck if you have 1 million to 900,000 votes or whatever in a state that has 10 million, 12 million, 15, 20 million people in it. At a certain point, that's where he starts freaking out.
Right.
She's ahead 77% to 21% with 5% in Pennsylvania statewide. That's their thing right now, and they're really only getting bits of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They'll get all these red districts.
Right.
You remember the case that Rudy Giuliani brought in Philadelphia? That was the two guys who they were Republican voters in one of these little counties up near Scranton, and they voted for Trump. And their ballots were rejected by the Republican handler there, or whatever. And so they weren't, they weren't cured. Nobody called them and said, "Did you really do this?" Where they were curing ballots in Philly and stuff. So Giuliani sued on their behalf, and the remedy they were seeking was not to have their votes counted, but to have every other ballot in Philadelphia that was cured not counted.
I don't remember that
That was
specific lawsuit, but that sounds so Giuliani-esque.
It's so
It's
fucking
just,
Giuliani. It's the dumbest.
yeah.
It's absurd. And anyways, these two guys, that was the remedy they wanted. They didn't want their votes to count. They wanted every person in Philadelphia who had a questionable signature that they called at home and said, "Hey, is this you?" And the person said yes, and their vote was counted. They wanted all those thrown out because they didn't get the same opportunity because there was a maggot guy running the elections in a northern, rural county, and he was throwing shit out willy-nilly, assuming that most of the mail-in ballots were Democrats. And so he just threw out, he was slapdash with what he was throwing out because he was like, who gives a shit? Right?
Brother.
Yeah. So
South Carolina goes to Trump here. That's
not
tell me
surprising.
something I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yep.
let's see.
And
Michigan's looking good, but it's only blue places so far here.
Yeah.
I spent 2.5 weeks in Michigan, in Western Michigan, and I was really heartened by the support for Kamala where I was. So I'm hoping that I know that there's pockets just like there are in Pennsylvania of Republicans, but it seemed to me like Michigan was very enthusiastic overall for her. So hopefully that's the case.
Right.
I hope. But anyway, yeah, I mean, right now they basically seven there's not much in, and what's in is blue counties. So
Right.
I guess the rule in Georgia is that all the early vote has to be counted and reported after an hour after the polls close. So I don't know how they're going to do that in these big urban centers. But and what
They have
happens
to start.
when,
They have to start counting them an hour afterwards, and they're not going to stop like they did last time. Is that the rule now?
No, well, the way that Steve Kornacki reported it earlier was that they had to count and report the vote out in at least an hour after the polls closed. So they were expecting like a big, giant dump. Kornacki was, and he didn't get
Yeah.
it. He got like a little incremental thing. So I don't know if it means they have to start reporting it out and start counting it, which is, I mean, because you're not going to do the whole city of Atlanta in an hour, all their early vote. It's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah. No.
So,
There's no way. They've projected Josh Stein to win North Carolina, 58 to 37 against Mark Robinson. I would say that's a good sign for Harris.
I agree. I think it will be too. I think that I just don't see a lot of ticket splitters on that.
Nope.
But it could be Republicans just didn't vote for governor too. That's possible, I
Leave
guess.
it
But we'll
blank. Yeah.
see. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be closer than that for Trump because there will be people who just went and voted for him and nobody else.
Right.
But he turned off a bunch of people. So, let's see. Steve's getting into the Grand Rapids stuff.
So
as
I was
well.
not far from Grand Rapids, and I don't. I mean, what's in there now, I don't think is going to be reflective of
Yeah.
how Grand Rapids ends up.
No. Yeah, I don't think so.
So
And they've got it listed as red right now. But
right.
I think he's just thematically talking that way or whatever. But again, she'll clear 100 and something when two of these states come in, and that's when everybody will start on the right. You'll start hearing the squealing start online.
Yep. Yep. You will.
Yeah.
Hold up. I'm just going to move my screen with the results a
Yes.
little closer, so I don't have
Yeah.
to look like I'm
Yeah,
looking.
no, we're all doing the exact same thing. We're all watching this stuff come in. I think the
Yeah.
fascinating part, like, I'm not gonna ask for any more projection as we go on, because we go on, like, I think she's gonna walk away with it. So I'm excited to see it happen. The question will be the House and the Senate, and it's so up in the air because the Senate is unfair to start with, that the balance of the Senate is already tipped towards the Republicans, regardless, because of the nature of how it works. No, we got a North Dakota and a South Dakota and a North and South Carolina, and that's the issue. If we had three Californias, North, Central, and Mid, we'd have 6 senators from that, and it would nullify those. But it's just silly. So, but land doesn't vote, people do, whatever. But as far as she's concerned, I always felt good about it. I'm feeling better as we go on. So,
Yeah. Me too.
and I think that's what we're seeing. Is we're seeing this. The more he shows like what it was like last time or the time before, it looks like she's shaving votes. She's shaving
Yep.
stuff off of what he's got, and that's really good. And then
Yeah.
if we get big volumes in the cities like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh again, Pennsylvania's good, rock solid. They'll bitch about it and they'll file some lawsuits, but none of them are going to go fucking anywhere. Michigan, all that bullshit about like 19 Muslims who, don't like the Palestinians because they prefer the Syrians is a bunch of nonsense. So that's not going to tip things in any major way. And I love how Steve Kornacki, there's 0% in Union County. There's 177 votes for Trump and 69 for her. And it was
I know.
61-40. Like, stop it, you silly person.
I know. This is when I want to like take whatever I'm watching and crush it, because
Yeah.
this is dumb. When you have 100 votes or 150 votes,
Yeah.
don't tell
Don't
us
talk about it.
about what the
Go break
and
down
don't
the
talk
stuff.
about
Here's what I would say.
percentages.
Go break down the stuff you called.
Right.
Like, I know,
Exactly.
like, show me why you think with 1% in you're calling Alabama, and what the hell does Alabama look like if you break it down? I'm sure
Right.
I'm sure it's not just beat red. There's something else going on there. What the hell? Right? What was it like? So, North Carolina statewide, she's up by 21,000. Again, I think it'll
Wow.
probably, yeah. I mean, it's very small. Like, they're not.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some red counties out there to report, but
Yeah.
being up at this stage of the game is
Good.
encouraging,
Yep.
very encouraging.
Yeah.
So
She's improving on Biden's lead in Anson County,
mhm,
which is good, which he won.
mhm.
Trump is whatever. You'll see. It's like almost note for note.
Yeah.
It's going to go exactly the same way. She's not losing anybody. And the idea is is she adding people? And I think she is. So, and again, that's how many Republicans per district can Trump afford to lose again handily? You know what I mean? Like
Right.
300, 100 every single district. He didn't bring anybody new on, right?
Right. 2 per precinct, is my guess. Just,
Hmm.
in that neighborhood. Right. That's what they tell us, right? Is that all we need
Hmm.
is 2 votes per precinct to win, because that's what we lost by,
Yeah.
the last time. So I feel like that's doable,
Oh, yeah.
and it really does validate
Hmm.
her courting Republicans. Like, I know that a lot of people
Yeah.
were bugged by that, but I felt like, run the table, baby, go for those Republicans.
Well, the other thing too
you
is
know
beyond the fact that it's good politics and it's smart. It's true.
Mhm.
They are our fellow Americans, no matter how much we disagree with
Yeah.
them. And if you disenfranchise them wholly and just kick them out of the entire conversation. Now, we're not talking about, all of them aren't Ted Bundy. Some of them aren't irredeemably racist. Some of them are trauma racists. There's all kinds of different ways. You solve different problems through different, circumstances. There's a bunch of 9/11 racists strewn through everywhere about Muslims that happened because they are trauma racists. And you can reach those people. It
Mhm.
takes time, it takes healing, it takes understanding. You got to be the adult in the fucking room to get it done. But for the most part, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Georgia's too close to call. They just I'm looking at Maryland again. But I personally feel like she's not just pandering. It's true. It's your responsibility, whether you like it or not. You are the president of the United States. That's the title. And the United States might be disunited on an emotional and psychological and political reason for a bunch of, reasons. But that doesn't mean you get to shirk that duty. That's what Trump did. Trump was not a president for all Americans. He did to Democrats and Democratic governors and people who were in danger because of the environment and because of flooding and because of COVID. He picked and chose who he was going to be a president for. And and what she's doing is being the decent human being we want in that position. So, yeah.
Which is why it absolutely blows me away that he's even viable at all. Like, how is it that almost half this country thinks that he should be president again? Why? And I've heard
Right. Go
I've
ahead.
heard he's a businessman and the economy and blah blah blah, and I just don't get it. I really don't. But good for her for going after him and getting some. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I've seen story after story after story of people saying, I'm a Republican and I just can't vote for this guy again. I can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's what we need. We
Yeah.
need more of that.
Yep. And it seems like we are. She's at right
Mhm.
now 11% in North Carolina. She's up 51% to 47, which is the closer number to the national number we kept seeing. That's the number in Iowa that
Right.
they talk about. That's pretty close, 50 to 47 or 51 to 47, depending.
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, 8% in. I mean, there's a lot of votes to be called there.
Yeah, there's still a
Okay.
lot out there
Got a
that
dude
need to
doing
be
donuts.
counted.
This dude does
Oh
loops
yeah.
on this big piece of dead road next to us.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's a good
That's
time.
always fun to listen to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it at this hour at 6:30. It's late, but sometimes he does it at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I do have a paintball gun that fires pepper balls that have tear gas in it. Um,
A
so
tempting thought.
it's very tempting, but I don't want to, cause an asshole just to have an accident. So
Yeah,
yeah, so
true.
we're at this point, it's looking good. It's looking exactly like we thought. It's not going to be I don't think it's going to be a nail biter. I think it's going to be closer than people wish it was for the very reason you're saying. But I think there are two reasons why it is. One is the illusion of business stuff because people just don't understand. And the news has been terrible at describing the economy post COVID in the same way that they were terrible describing the economy post the 2008 crash. And the reasoning behind it,
Mhm.
they were like, these people won't understand. They're fucking dumb. And so they just basically blew it off. And so
Mhm.
people spackle the holes in their knowledge shut with like their own dumb ideas. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they just go, maybe it's the Illuminati. Like it's that kind of shit. So the same thing is true right now, I guess. Sorry. And what's at the top of the page on I'm going to look right now. It's Crooks and Liars right now. So let me grab this real quick and we'll address that as well. Because if people aren't subscribed / bookmarking Crooks and Liars, they absolutely should. There we go. There's an open thread on this election results open thread. Let's fucking go. Francis, who was just on with us earlier, is running that, which is fantastic. And let's see.
Actually, we're all running it. She wrote it, but we're
Yeah.
all updating. I just asked
Sure.
somebody else to do the updates for this hour.
Right. So the
So
top
hopefully
four
they
stories:
did.
Trump staffer fired after being outed as a white supremacist. Not surprising at all.
Yeah.
Iran arrests a woman who stripped to her underwear at Tehran University. She's, insofar as I know, she's missing. She's still. They took her, and the fear is that she's gone.
Yeah,
Forever.
I'm afraid of that too.
Yep. And Michael Moore to MAGA
Yeah.
Nation. Trump is toast. I think he's right about this. Swing state officials ready to shut down attempts to deny certification. Yeah, they're way ahead of this shit. Like Sheldon Whitehouse is back in the Senate. There you go in Rhode Island. That's good.
All right. Good. Yeah, they're all over it. There's 6,000 lawyers spread
Elizabeth
out,
Warren as well.
ready
Yep.
to. Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren goes back to the Senate. Well, of course.
Yippee!
Well, that's
Yay!
one of the reasons why they knew Harris was going to win Massachusetts. Chris Murphy in Connecticut wins. That's good. That was a
Yeah,
mild
that's good.
question.
Yeah.
Marsha Blackburn goes back.
Dumbest senator there
Oh my God.
is goes
Well,
back.
I don't.
Well, actually, she may
That's a.
not be because Tommy Tuberville may
Oh
actually
my
be the
God.
dumbest one.
Right. Brutal.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I saw some numbers from Ohio that were encouraging earlier, and I'm hoping that Sherrod Brown wins. It would boggle my mind if he doesn't. Like, he's done so much for that state.
Yeah.
And, he's run. I know that he wanted to run his campaign his way without a lot of interference from the Democrats because of Ohio being a red state and everything. So I hope that worked for him. I know
Yeah.
I gave him money, so
Yeah, it's
yeah.
hard to say
Mike Braun
sometimes.
is the governor of Indiana. We
kind of saw that coming too.
out of this. Yeah. Obama almost got that state blue.
Florida did not
Almost.
legalize. Okay, so Florida's Amendment 3
Oh.
legalized marijuana was interestingly enough, it says it passed. They're calling it no because
Because it's a 60%. They have to get
they didn't make the
60%. And it looks
threshold.
like it's 55-45.
Right. And that bill had this weird almost like you can't sue the manufacturers of guns. The right to abortion passed. There you go. Almost. Well, no, it's still not done. It's got to hit 60.
It's 60%. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's closer to it than the marijuana one is.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. So they I saw a breakdown of the legalization of marijuana bill, and there was a thing in there that if you put in if you put additives in your pot or in your gummies or any of that shit and it killed somebody, you couldn't be sued because it had the same kind of protection laws for like big tobacco written into it. So it's better that it failed in its own way.
Sounds like it. Yeah, I didn't pay a lot of attention to that one.
Yeah.
I've been more
I don't live
focused on
there,
the
so,
abortion one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really hope that one passes, but it needs to pick up some more votes. I don't know what's outstanding in Florida right now. I know they've not called the Senate race in Florida, which is interesting to me.
Right.
Because that's Rick Scott. And I know that she was within striking distance, but it was all going to depend on turnout. Debbie McCarcel Powell.
Yeah.
So it was, whether and it was, I think, going to track with this abortion initiative. So we'll see. I mean, Rick Scott did not win by much, and he's not beloved in Florida. No. But Florida's gotten a lot more Republican too. So I don't know. I mean, it's
Rick Scott looks like a portrait that Jack Kevorkian has hanging in his attic.
Well, and that's appropriate because the man is a ghoul. He, stole millions and millions and millions from Medicare. For his own, so they could then, now that he has all these $1 million, he can run for the Senate. and self-finance and all the rest of it. We'll see. I just think
Right.
it's interesting that they haven't called that race.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me that there's a possibility that she could win it. It may be one of those that
Right.
comes down to just a handful of votes.
Right.
Again, we shall see.
Yeah, 53% in Georgia.
I didn't see that one went by too fast.
Yeah.
But I think he was still up in Georgia. But again, I don't think we've got a lot of the city vote in.
No.
This is the
And there,
same thing that happened last time. I
yeah.
mean, they count these small counties, and then the Atlanta and the Atlanta suburbs take a long time because a lot of people vote there.
Right.
And
Well,
and
they
it's
just
gonna
gave him Arkansas, for example. And I think like MSNBC just likes to make viewers sweat.
Oh, I absolutely do. There's no question about it. You'll be looking at these numbers and going, "Oh, come on, just call this race already." And they won't, and they won't, and they won't. And then
Yeah, and then they'll
finally they
call
do.
something for him really early because they're like, fuck it, Alabama. Of course, it's going his way. There's
Yeah,
literally 1% in, and they're calling it. And Arkansas 0% in. They're just projecting that he's going to win it because it's Arkansas.
right,
Which is like on the one hand, fine, and you're getting it out of the way, but it also makes it look like this weird momentum thing, and that's what gives these like maggots this whole thing like he was way ahead in the electoral college, and then I went to bed and we woke up and it was all changed. And like, okay,
right. No, I think it's a problem. And I think if you know people, for example, I know people who organize in Oklahoma, and
right,
they work their butt off in Oklahoma. And it would be nice to at least have, I don't know, 10 minutes where it was too close to call or too
yeah,
early to call or something,
right,
instead of just, oh yeah, now it's Oklahoma for
right,
Trump. I mean, and that's true. I don't know what they're going to do with Texas when Texas closes. We'll see. Are they just going to
right.
call it right away for Trump?
Yeah, I don't think
And what
so.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Delaware, they just gave her Delaware.
I would think so. I mean, that's
Yeah,
Biden's home state.
yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, but even Delaware, they waited to call, right? It's
yeah,
Biden's home state,
yeah,
and yet, so whatever. Yeah, I
yeah.
know. Come
How do
on,
they not? Yeah, it's silly.
it is.
So
But let's see. So
they
Delaware
waited till it was
did.
They waited till it was 48% in. She's up by 35,000. That's an
Mhm.
insurmountable margin. That's really what they look for, is the insurmountable margin, right?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, unless they don't bother to wait until there's any margin and call it anyway, right? So Florida's 85% in. They've called it for Trump, but I'll be interested to see what the margin is for Trump on that, because there was that one poll that had him up by
Hmm.
13 in Florida, and and there was a lot of analysis about suggesting that people basically were migrating to Florida, like MAGA territory
Hmm.
or whatever, which is fine with
Right.
me. I mean, if that's what they wanted, that would not be my place to migrate, only because
No.
it probably will be underwater.
Right. And a
You
foot
know,
underwater, not like you can go scuba diving there and see old buildings, but just walking around in
right?
mosquitoes and alligators. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
So,
she's up
but
by
if that's where they want
four
to go,
percent and she's up by 50,000 in Illinois. She's at 58%, he's
right?
at 40. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
remember 2008 and
Yeah.
so clearly, and how Obama just basically rolled through, and we had this same effect early on, and then it was right around the time that Illinois got called, and the things started to rock and roll, and 8 o'clock
Yeah.
when California got called. So
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I would like it to be at least as good as Biden, and hopefully better,
Yep.
which would be her getting North Carolina
Hmm.
and Georgia, both of those. And we'll see where it goes from there. I mean, one of the things that's bothered me about the polling is that she is at a disadvantage because she has both the issue of race and gender to overcome, and she's done a fabulous job of
Yeah.
presenting herself as a president, but that doesn't stop people from being
Yeah.
racist and sexist.
Right.
And so,
But like in many ways, again, Hillary won the popular vote by 3 million. 3
mhm,
million more people voted for her in the electorate, and 8 million voted more for Biden, who chose as an old man his second to be
mhm,
a woman of color. So without
right,
hesitation. So I think I I don't think it will play as big a factor. If it does anything, it motivates the Andrew Tate vote, the bullshit incel asshole that Trump's been
mhm,
pushing for. But again, what are you going to do? Motivate 1 out of 10 of those guys to actually get up and go fucking vote? And again,
right.
judging by the complaints from the Trump side of things, Pennsylvania, she's ahead by 323,000 right now.
Right. And
Philadelphia,
so,
yeah.
this is election day vote that they're counting,
Yeah.
because you can't, in Pennsylvania, you can't count the mail-in votes or whatever they call it.
Right.
It's like you
They
have to
call
get
it
the
absentee.
in it,
Yeah.
right, whatever it is. You can't do that until after you've counted the election day vote. And they had a
Mhm.
415,000
That's right.
Democratic vote firewall in the absentee vote. So I don't see this going his way.
Mm-mm.
I just
No.
don't.
Right. I mean, you're looking at
I mean,
Philadelphia. Yeah, she's like, I mean, at this point in the evening, she's outperforming Biden in Philadelphia, and there's still people waiting in line, and they
yep,
fucking hate that dude. Um, it's pretty good. North Carolina's 17% in. They're difference of 30,000 meaningless.
she's closing the gap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she is.
it's yep, she is. So it's yeah, we'll see. We'll see how
Oy.
it's going. Actually, the Pennsylvania right now is looking really good,
Yeah.
which is my son-in-law to be is from Pennsylvania, and I keep bugging him all the time.
Right.
Are we going to win
What?
Pennsylvania? Are we going to
Yeah.
win
What's happening?
Pennsylvania?
Yeah. So Delaware County, she's 75-24, 15% in on this. She's beating Biden's numbers at this point in the night, that kind of shit.
Right.
Ohio is very close. Ohio's
Yeah,
very
that's
40.
the
Holy
one
shit.
that's
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a big deal. Hamilton County could turn
it
that.
is a big deal.
Hamilton
Yeah,
County around Cincinnati could turn Ohio for Harris, even if all things
with
being equal. It's
that
what
would
happened
be
with Obama.
shocking, and in a good way.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I mean by running the table. Actually, that's let's do it. Let's do Ohio. Let's do Iowa.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. This is Chester County, PA. He's not looking at anything. He hasn't got any numbers up.
They're not calling Rhode Island. Seriously? Okay. If they say so, I mean,
It's the
I
Dumb
don't
and
know.
Dumber
There
state.
must be vote out somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there must be votes somewhere that they don't see or they haven't counted yet, and whatever. But it's interesting to me. So there's still some red counties out, but I think they're the more sparsely populated ones. It looks like I don't know. I think
Yeah.
she's gonna do it.
Yep. I think so too.
Yeah. Oh, Bucks County. She's ahead in Bucks County right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's
That
11%,
that's
but
amazing.
that's great. That's the
Yeah.
early vote.
I
That's the
mean,
Republican early vote mixed in, some of that too, day of or whatever. I don't know how
right.
that works in that area. Yeah, so they have to do they can't start counting them for an hour, right?
Right. They can't start. Well, they have to count the day of first
You're right.
in Pennsylvania. And then once they counted the day of, then they can start counting the early vote, which makes no sense to me. But
Right.
that's what Republicans do, that because that's
It creates
what
the
they,
red mirage.
think.
Right.
Right. And
And
everything,
when
but
it's
it's not working.
no, not at all.
Not right
Yeah.
now.
So yeah, Bucks County 65-33 with 11% in. Oh, he's clicking on something else. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
So
Lackawanna. There you go. Lackawanna is the meaningful one too. She's up by 10 there. She's Clinton won it by 50. Obama 63. She's going to end up with Obama's number in
that's what I
Lackawanna.
want, baby. That's what I want. I want to see Obama's numbers in
Yep.
these.
Yep.
Yeah,
If not
absolutely.
better in Lackawanna, yeah, she's going to walk away with that. I mean, clearly. That's why Trump is freaking
Me,
out. He knows. They could see. They're getting their word back from their fucking people. They're like, yeah, it's not coming in the way we
he's
want.
not going to win.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's not going to win. If he just can't win Pennsylvania, he's done.
Yeah.
So.
And hi, chat room. Love you
And
guys. Thank you, Al. Could not wait for results without you and your guests. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Lisa. Matt's like, a lot of us are freaking out. I think we need a pep talk. Yeah, don't. This is how this plays out. The Republicans have set this thing up for over the years so that all the rural counties with a few votes get counted early, and they stack those votes because you only have to count 15, 20 people or 100 people or 300 people. And those are the first ones that get delivered or listed. Whereas you have cities that have millions of people in them, and it takes time. And so that's why it happens in the night or in the morning the next day, is because they've got to go through the process of doing this. And that's why Trump fucking hates it. It's why they went from stop the steal to stop the count, and then back to stop the steal on January 6th. They started doing stop the count at midnight because they were like, wait a minute, I'm ahead now. Like, yeah, but that's because they hadn't counted all the mail-in and early votes yet in Pennsylvania specifically. That's where all this shit started. So, yeah, Georgia statewide, yeah. So 54% in, and they haven't counted the big cities yet. That's exactly what happened last time. They've got Macon, outside of Columbus, outside of Atlanta, and a bunch of votes still to come in. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, no need for a pep talk. This is
No.
all good for her. She's taken the suburbs by storm, you guys. So it's awesome that she's.
Dr.
I'm
Kevsgal,
watching
yeah,
this.
in our chat room said, just got home from 12 hours of driving folks to and from the polls. Thank you, Hal, for staying up tonight and keeping us sane. Love you and all of us fellow sparklers. Thank you so much. Good on you. Holy shit. Driving people to the polls and making sure they get a chance to vote. Because that's how it happens. That's how this is a turnout election in a bunch of these areas. And not only does the Harris campaign have a real turnout, they do have a real turnout campaign. They don't have, on the Republican side, one at all. Trump has sucked all the money out of that fucking place. They have nothing. They don't.
Well, Elon Musk put millions in. He's probably spent 250 million. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no.
But
yeah. But what did he end up doing? He paid for like those people driving in vans up and knocking on doors, and then he dropped them off and paid them. And that app that he had, which was geolocated, is that dude online showing people how to cheat at it and go, you just use this geo spoofer and say you went to the house and then you fill out what you think they would have said, that they're going to vote for Trump and they're going to do this. And then you click this and then you wait a minute. So it looks like it took you time to walk from here to here. And then you spoof your GPS to that spot on the front doorstep of this house. And that's what he paid for. And that's what he got.
Right.
Is he going to turn out some people?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Is it enough to make up for the total collapse of the RNC as a functioning organization? No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I really wish that would happen, just because they need to become something else. That's all.
Yes.
I mean, it's
they need they need something that, like a massive reset. They need a cognitive reset on that. Yeah, because holy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, feeling really good about this. She's closing in on North Carolina. They will get to the big cities there, which is the stronghold for her later in the evening. That's what'll also make him pissed.
Yeah.
She's going to get it. I mean, they're not going to elect Roy Cooper and a new Democratic governor, and she's going to lose the state. It's just silly. They already called it for the Senate. I mean, for the governor. So,
yeah.
And again, she's shaving off the I don't know what the ultimate, 500,000 maybe nationwide, maybe more, maybe 1,200,000 nationwide added to the popular vote on top of, all the other places. So, yeah, I don't see. I think she's just picking off little pieces everywhere he drops something. She's there to pick it up. All these Haley voters,
Yep.
They're either not voting or they're voting for her actively. And I got to tell you, not voting for him is enough. That is enough of a shave off of his vote, and a bunch of them are going to vote for their senator, their congressperson, a mayor. They're going to vote to legalize pot or do the abortion measure, something like that, and just leave him blank. And if that's what it takes, I don't recommend it as a strategy in general. I think it's terrible. But I think they should go ahead and bite the bullet and vote for her. Again, if you're ever confronted by a decision that you believe is the lesser of two evils, choose less evil. Do it actively. So, let's get to.
So the interesting thing about that is that I know Republicans that they were born Republican, they're going to die Republican. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like if there's an R by the name, that's what they do,
Yeah.
and there's no actual thought that goes into what they're doing.
Mhm.
It's just that guy's an R, so I'm voting for him.
Yeah.
And I've had conversations and we've had
Mhm.
conversations where we've said, these are the 5 reasons why you shouldn't vote for this guy, right? And they
Besides
have
the
an
fact that he
excuse
isn't
for
a
every
real
single one of
R.
them.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But there's always an excuse. It blows me away that that's the way, because Democrats are not like that.
Yeah.
If we had a crook, we'd say get him out.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bob Menendez.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, okay, John
Yeah.
Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy was a Republican fundraiser and John Wayne Gacy was a Democratic fundraiser, and and John Wayne Gacy used to wear a cross around his neck. Do you automatically think, well, the guy's wearing a cross around his neck? I wear a cross around my neck. That's good enough for me.
Right.
I know he's got 17 bodies under his, in his crawl space, but we wear the same symbol. Like it's absurd.
It is.
1% of Alabama is in. Like it basically, I think MSNBC just goes fuck Alabama, and the same thing with Arkansas. Like they just know,
Arkansas. Yeah.
right?
But
I do think,
those people, good people in Arkansas were organizing and they
right?
deserve to have at least a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm encouraged by how many people were working their butts off in red states this year
Right. Well, the weird
to
thing is, if
do.
you look at the projected winner for Arkansas, 10% in, she's got 69,000 votes. He's got 43,000 votes. She's got
I
60%
know,
of
it's
the counted
wild.
vote. It's 10% in, and she's ahead, but they're calling it because
Uh-huh.
it's fucking Arkansas.
Right.
That is so
And,
weird.
and there's probably some serious red places that haven't
Oh, yeah, of
reported
course.
yet. And when they
What
do,
happens if those
I
people
mean,
vote
that's,
Republican or vote Democrat because they're fucking grossed out and they're sick of the Huckabees owning their state and they make, and they voted for Bill Clinton, right? Why is that
yeah,
fucking weird?
right.
What if that switch comes? Like, well, these are Republicans and according to our exit polls, they lied to our fucking faces. So here it is. So the entire area around Georgia is the thing. They're going to focus a lot on Georgia because of Trump stealing it last time or attempting to steal it.
Right.
So,
Right.
Georgia's not my
Yeah.
concern. If we get Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin will follow, and it's a fucking game set match.
It's done.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I mean, I just want Georgia and I want North
Me
Carolina
too.
and I want
Totally do.
the district in Nebraska.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, address these
Yeah.
places as real. And I think Kornacki does a decent job of that. When they assign it to him, they just skip right past it, because a lot of this is, I think, shit's coming in faster than it was last time as well, right?
Yeah, it
And
is. It
we're talking about a much more normal election, which is good. And especially the way it is trending, like we've said. So fingers crossed. And this idea that if we lose the Senate or they gain in the House or something, there won't be a mandate. I think there's an anti-Trump get your shit together mandate that she can parlay and reach across the aisle. The same thing that created the infrastructure bill. Like, if we lose the Senate and the House, and they keep the House, and we get Harris in office, they're still going to pass that border bill, because fuck Donald Trump, right?
Right.
And everybody's going to go home and go, look, we can work together. We disagree on this, and the big fight will be over whether a Roe bill gets to her desk, right?
Well, it won't get there with the Republican House and the Senate. It won't.
No.
But they are not going to keep the House. They're just not.
Right.
I don't see that happening.
I agree. I'm just speaking in broadest. Somebody was, I think it was David Jolly, was saying we're going to have nobody's going to have a mandate or some shit like that. And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would take it for granted. If Colin Allred wins in Texas, that's it. That is the fucking panic attack of all pack. And I gotta say, like, if you're in Texas, being able to you won't be able to broom Trump from your ballot, but you can broom fucking Ted Cruz, that dweeb. Who, like, and I don't get it, Texas. I don't understand. Why do all your politicians sound like such weenies? If you're this big alpha male, cowboy, cowgirl, fucking butch state, you're like, hey, we don't like these gays and the gays and stuff around here. And we like real men doing man things. We like our men to look like a cross between a penis and a fire plug, like Joe Rogan on, who cares if it takes steroids and Viagra just for you to stand up? That's the issue. Like, I feel like some of them are going like, yeah, but that guy, why do all of our, why does Ted Cruz look like such a fucking weenie? Why does Chip Roy just sound like like he's got the voice of a middle school kid? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Well,
aw.
and the Texans I know,
Yeah.
and some of them are Republicans, can't stand him. So I don't know. We'll
Yes.
see. Maybe we get Colin Allred. He's run a great campaign. Whatever
Yeah.
happens in Texas, all props to Colin Allred for running the
Yes.
campaign.
Yeah.
That
Better.
is.
I would say better and more tailored to the environment than Beto's was. Very smart and really making progress in that regard. And you got a guy who, I don't know, he ends up in the administration maybe if he doesn't become a senator. And then he parlays being in the administration into the next level of whatever that, you know what I mean, into being a senator next time around.
It could happen. I mean, I'm hoping it happens this time.
I agree.
I am, but
I agree.
We'll see.
Yeah. So we're polls close in Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin soon. Very exciting. This is good stuff. I'll let you go at the top of the hour because I know you got shit to do as well, and I've got other guests coming in. Hold on, Carl's working on this thing, and then I'm sorry. We'll figure out a way to get you in here, Carl. Don't worry, and I won't make you come in at 2 a.m. when I'm conked out. And Tara Dublin's going to be here, in the next 5 minutes. So, I tell you what, I'll let you go so I can run to the bathroom before my next guest comes in, since I've been sitting here for all these hours. Thank you, Carolee. And by the way, everybody should bookmark Crooks and Liars. Support the page, and it's always one of my go-to sources for news and information. It's fantastic. So check it out, crooksandliars.com, and we will see you again very soon. I'll see you when we win.
Yay! Yes.
Yay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Have fun tonight.
All right. Thanks, Carolee.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. There we go.
Bye.
All right, now let me go to chat room. I'll be right back after this. I'm going to while I'm expecting Tara Dublin to jump in here, I'm going to go use the facilities. I don't have this place hooked up with that many cameras. Otherwise, I would totally take you with me. Oh, I've got to play music. Sorry, got to put in my. You have to have hold music. I know what I'll do. Wait, I'll do this. It'll be. Oh, man, I don't want it to be loud on you, but you go boink. I've got a limited amount of time. Here you go, and.
I'm old and my butt hurts. This is boring, and what's worse, everyone can see I've lost my mind. Insanity meets vanity and wrecks my self-esteem. If this might work, perhaps I would scream. Diarrhea! Must I always have diarrhea? How can I see ya with diarrhea? Oh, pooh, what will I do when shit gets in my shoe? Let's party like we're gay. Let's party like we're gay. What won't they do? Do you know what I wanna do? Truth gets buried in the glitter, while the pure of heart grow bitter. Things a trap, folks, not a hitter. Dreams get tossed right in the litter. I ain't never met, but if I did, I could get her. Chasing tail like an Irish setter. I bet she's never been wetter. If you're a star, they let you do. If you're a star, you can get away with anything. If you're a star, you can grab them by the pussy. But I guess I'm not a star, so I just sing.
Everybody hates me. Nobody loves me. Somebody tell me who I can pretend to be. This sucks. I'm so lonely, lonely, lonely. I guess I'll just eat ice cream and watch Knots Landing. Why doesn't anyone like me? Love is a big dumb lie. Everybody hates me. Nobody loves me.
Goodbye, goodbye. I'm too old for this crap. Goodbye, so long. I just need a nap. In the docks, oh, they in the back, what? They in the geese, what? They in the cats, meow, meow. Fistful of kitty litter, never been a quitter. Dog on a spit, tastes like chicken, it's finger licking. Geese, a piece of thigh, uh-oh, hot grease got in my eye. I tried, but don't know why, I can't stop eating the pet. They in the docks, oh, they in the back, what? They in the geese, what? They in the cats, meow. Don't pay your bills today. Every day is your birthday. Down and ditch and run away. Come on, let me hear you say, don't pay your bill. I'm a cheap SOB. You do good work, I can see. But I blame you when I fail. Man, the check is in the mail. Don't pay your bills today. Dance around like it's your holiday. Dine and ditch and run away. Come on, let me hear you say, don't pay your bill. Don't pay your bill.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. All right. There she is. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you, my friend?
I'm
I got
doing
to see you a
awesome.
whole bunch of times this week. Lucky me.
You sound very convincing.
Well, no, no, I totally mean it with all of my heart. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel very, 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 very lucky and privileged to be part of the sexy liberal family. I feel like I'm like the youngest sister that you just adopted into this.
Right.
Like I'm the Oliver that just came in. I'm the Oliver of the Brady
Mhm.
Bunch, but hopefully I won't be a jinx and ruin things. So
Like
for the
Scrappy-Doo.
non-Gen X kid, right? For the non-Gen X kids in there, just go Google it.
Mhm.
But I will have you know that Maureen McCormick tweeted today that she voted for Kamala Harris. So I'm in a Brady mood today myself.
Very.
And so how you holding up so far? I mean, you've only been at it for a little bit, but are you pacing yourself? Are you hydrating? Are you having? I see you're having some snack.
Having some snacks.
Okay,
You know,
take care of yourself.
I'm Andrea booked our guest, which is fantastic. And they are back to back. This is less about a marathon of being doing the show this long, but just like how many guests I've had in a row,
Right.
to talk about this. It's pretty
And it's a quick and dirty 30, and it's like you're in, you're out.
Pow.
So
right.
The way you like it. If you were charging by the half hour, you could be making some bank.
With
I
stopped
Cha-ching.
Yeah. I stopped charging by the half hour a long time ago. I won't
Hey,
do
you
it.
know what? If this was just an OnlyFans, just imagine. Just imagine.
Once
Every
I start
30,
getting tired and fall asleep,
ba-boom.
it goes from 0 to only house in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, are we feeling good? Are we feeling optimistic?
Yeah.
Are we? Yeah. Yeah. I was listening to you and talking about how she's outpacing Biden already in Pennsylvania. That makes me feel less anxious.
And North Carolina.
And so, yeah, no, she's doing really well in North Carolina, and we don't have to worry about Mark Robinson, so that's good.
Yep.
And we've won some Senate races. Elizabeth Warren won, and Chris Murphy won, and Sheldon Whitehouse won. So we're holding on to some good seats. We just need to see some increases in the House and Senate. And I feel like in this election, we have really, like, the House and the Senate have become like the redheaded stepchildren of the 2024 election, because we really weren't talking about congressional races nearly enough during this election cycle because we were so focused. We were so focused on the walking garbage fire in a shitty suit. So, right. So, and I feel remiss in like not being more of a caretaker to my local races, especially the one that's going on in Washington's 3rd across the river from where I am, because that's Marie Gluesenkamp Perez going against Joe Kent, who is like, if all of MAGA could be one person, it would be Joe Kent. And he's awful. He's like fully brainwashed, CIA operative style, like Rand Paul, but with tattoo sleeves.
Right.
And so, and Marie Gluesenkamp Perez is like a sort of a Democrat, but did enough that, I'd be happy to see her get reelected. And she's also really pro, like, this isn't of national concern, but we have a toll bridge issue here. And she's being really proactive with the bridge. And so, like, and she's not Joe Kent, and she's not owned by Donald Trump is the important thing.
Sure.
So, and I also really, and we have a Portland mayor that we're electing today. And that's a big deal for us here because the city's a fucking mess.
Yes.
Like, it's not on fire, but it's like right after you've had a fire, but you didn't sweep up the ashes and you just kind of left like the little bit of the burnt of the box that you carried the beer in. And that's like off to this, like a little Modelo label is over here. And we just have some cleaning up to do. So I'm interested to see what's happening here, but obviously, I have MSNBC on, but muted because if they don't stop going, don't tell me. And we can predict now that we can't predict anything and it's too close. Psych! They need to fucking stop doing that, Rachel Maddow. Steve, I have to interrupt you to tell you that we can't tell you anything.
Right.
Why do you do that to me? And
right.
I don't want you to stop doing that to me.
I'll tell you why. because it literally is. They know that everybody's. This is one of the big sweeps, tests for news specifically in this, and I feel like they're like, all right, what gets people just on the fucking hook, right? And I get it. That's fine. And also, it is constant detail, and people do want that flood of information. So we shall see what we shall see. But what's going to happen is the same thing that happened in 2008, and the same thing that happened in, arguably in 2020 as well. Is there's going to be this, as far as a flood of like small red things that happen right away because there's no people in them, and it's easier to catch. It's easier to count the votes in a state with 400,000 people in it total, which only has 180,000 voters in it, and and they all basically go one way, than it is in a city of 6 million people, right? So it's just life, and so he'll be way ahead for this part of it, but he's not going to clear 200 before she does, I don't think. And then once it hits, once she starts like, okay, here comes California, here comes and then you see this, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And the good thing is too, is that the difference between 2016 and this time, when people were worried about this and all this, is that there was this idea that the Clinton campaign was coasting a little bit. They really didn't take Trump seriously. They really pushed, they didn't push as hard as they could. She didn't go back to Wisconsin. There's all sorts of reasons why they thought they were okay. And they were following the polling. They didn't realize how much the polling was being fucked with even back then. And how much
we
stuff
didn't
was a factor.
know,
Yeah, now we know.
And now we do.
Now we
know, and that's what. Now we know, and that's why you have 32 bomb threats in Georgia, because they know that we're not going to let them get away with their usual bullshit.
Yeah.
So, and that's just another, and I understand everyone's like worried about the MAGA reaction, and are they going to act violently when they don't win, and they're already trying to blow everybody up. And it happened here too. They were setting ballot boxes on fire and making fake ballot boxes. You have to cheat and blow shit up and scare people with fake bomb threats. You're losing. People who are confident, people who are confident about winning don't have to fuck around.
Well, and also,
so it's stupid.
Anybody who's like, oh my God, what are they going to do when they lose? Should be more concerned about if they would do that when they lose. Imagine the damage they would do when they win, and they have 4 years of control over awful. Like, it's just fucking silly. So
I think it's the same thing that we've been talking about all along, which is the bulk of MAGA people love to use intimidation to do 99% of the heavy lifting for them, and they're not really spurred to physical action. There's a very small amount of them that will do that, and those people are you see the lone wolves, the bad actors, yes, the Proud Boys, the 1%ers, those. But your average keyboard warrior who calls in a bomb threat is also the same guy who's going to send pizzas to your house, COD. So they have different tactics, and and if they're already trying to intimidate you, that means they're scared of losing. And we have to make sure that they don't intimidate us into staying away from the polls. And if you're still in line when the polls close, you stay in line until you vote. And look at Philadelphia. Look at Lehigh University, where the lines are ridiculously long. People have been waiting for 5 and 6 hours. In Philadelphia, they've been waiting for a long time. But that is encouraging.
Yes,
I'm so encouraged by what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. And so it's just a matter of, it's just time. We have to let the time elapse. I mean, the West Coast is behind you. You have to wait until, some time passes, and it's really hard to wait. And like Tom Petty said, that's the hardest part. And it's not knowing. It's the not knowing. It's the terror of knowing. Anyway, it's just, we're going to have answers that are going to give us the ability to sleep at some point tonight. I think. Sleep well with the confidence that, we know that we went out there and we fought so hard and we did everything, and we left it all out there, and we didn't hold back, and there are things that we're not going to be successful at, but at the end of this election, we'll be able to turn around and say, I didn't sit on my ass and do nothing. We have been so active, and we have been, tireless every single day at this, just like the campaign. And I'm so proud of what we've accomplished in just 100 days, or, 100 days and a handful of days after that. And if you watched Kamala Harris's speech last night, just standing in front of the Rocky Steps in
Yeah.
Philadelphia, the ultimate underdog imagery of like what happened there. What is that movie about? What does that spot represent? What does climbing those stairs mean? What happens when you get to the top
Yeah.
of those stairs? What, you know, that's what, right? And there were, 50, 60,000 people out there for her. You couldn't see where the people ended.
Right.
Which is incredible.
Right.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And so it's a moment like that compared to the empty seats in Trump's arenas where you're just like, oh, you
Right.
have to believe that we have the momentum.
Right.
What are you seeing?
Huh? I'm just watching and counting the North Carolina stuff, and he's doing a lot of 51% versus 53% margin of error bullshit about, improving on his numbers in small red counties or whatever. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not these kind of... yeah.
Steve
Yeah.
and his khakis need to stop saying, here's what Trump needs to do. Trump needs to fuck off because he has sentencing. He is sentencing on the 26th, Steve Kornacki. He should be talking with his lawyers about who he's leaving his remaining assets to when he goes away. That's what he should be doing. He will be, but he could be doing that tonight instead. And I don't,
the interesting thing is that, and I think, where is it? Yeah. So here's the story of North Carolina. And I let me sum up what the fuck is going on with Steve Kornacki right now. Steve Kornacki is talking about all these little red counties with like 2,400 people in them. And he's going, here's Trump outperforming in this 2,400 person county, or district, over Harris, where Biden had, 46% and she's getting 43% and he's getting 51% or whatever. And then they go to the cities, the bigger Charlotte, not Asheville, all those kind of areas, and she's outperforming him. And they're still, this is just today's vote because they still got to count the early vote, which is all going to favor her.
Right.
She's outperforming Biden in the cities by tens of thousands of votes. So
it's really encouraging, and that's something that we're going to start seeing, the longer the evening goes on, and that's just the traditional way of voting. I mean, most of your Democrats and liberals are going to be clustered around the cities and the suburbs, around the big cities where your red voters are in more rural areas, and so. But what we're also seeing is a major turnout of women. And we are also seeing a huge increase in the Black and Latino support for Kamala Harris that she's gained in just like the last 10 days. So, and she spent a lot of time, even before the Nazi rally where the Puerto Rico thing started.
Right.
Kamala Harris was already actively on the ground in Detroit, Michigan, and in Philadelphia, and speaking to Black communities, specifically Black men, talking up her opportunity economy, explaining to them how it's really going to help Black entrepreneurs, Black-owned businesses, Black men in specifically. And then, she went around and she talked to Charlemagne the God, and she went and talked to Roland Martin. She was really talking to Black men.
That 2016 part, where, in 2016, the idea was that there was an element of coasting in the Clinton campaign that cost her 43,000 votes in a bunch of these other places. Never mind the damage done by TYT and Susan Sarandon and Jimmy Dore and all those assholes who were chipping away at her along with Republicans for years, and then specifically went after voting for her for a while. And then when they realized Trump had a real shot, we're suddenly 2 weeks from the election, like, everybody should vote for her. And then they lost a bunch of viewers on TYT specifically because you're like, everybody rightly in their audience went, you've been telling me this woman's a monster for 2 years straight, and now you want me to vote for her? Maybe you're the problem. And it wasn't like they came to Jesus and realized that Hillary isn't as bad as they were saying. They just went, no, she's bad and you're bad, fuck off. And they went to Dave Rubin and they went to, to Dore and all that shit. That didn't happen this time around. And then you also had like this major factor of like, we're not leaving anything on the field anywhere. They were, right up against this. And Walz has been fantastic. I think Tim Kaine was a mistake comparatively. If Hillary had a Walz on her thing, and Tim Kaine's a good guy, no question.
Yeah, but he didn't light a fire under anybody.
And again, this is the problem. The misogynistic aspect of what women have to deal with is that they can't appear to be looking like they have a male crutch. So they have to pick somebody specifically that, or at least previously, on the first run, like, I don't even need a dude around. Like, there had to be this kind of story instead of going, no, I can work with people. I'm going to have to work with men and women. And I picked a guy that I think is great. She just picked this dude who was kind of like the sort of a beta male to her alpha female in a lot of people's minds. And nobody could figure out quite why, other than the fact that he's a decent guy and he speaks Spanish. And he represented a district that she could, would be helped to anchor. But ultimately, it wasn't like, think about that campaign compared to this campaign. And that campaign was a standard length campaign. This has been a fucking well-oiled machine.
It's been so great. It's been just really flawless. The Harris Walls campaign, every aspect of their campaign has just been on point, from their digital team to their ground game. I mean, look at the surrogates who are out there for them every single day on this campaign, crossing the country. They had their 50 state bus tour where they went around talking about reproductive rights. And in every state, local Democrats and state Democrats were out there talking to the people, listening to them in a way that Republicans didn't do that kind of outreach in any way, shape, or form. And the other thing that Republicans didn't realize is how fucking pissed women are. And it's not just women of reproductive age. Guess what? Those of us who are old and out of reproductive age still absolutely give a fuck about women's bodily autonomy. And
So
they
do
didn't
men.
think we would care.
That's the other
And
part.
so do the men.
Yeah.
And so do the men who are in our lives. And so, well, not my stepfather, but that's another story. But for the bulk of women in this country who have a supportive partner, that supportive partner would like that woman to, his wife, to survive childbirth and raise their children together. So don't think that the Roe issue is just solely about abortion. It is not just about abortion. It is about total reproductive health care.
Yes.
And it is also about none of your fucking business what another person does with their body or what pronouns they use.
Well, I would even say
who they love and all those things.
You
It's
know
not
what?
about that.
Like I always go to the baseline logic problem. I call it the hoverboard fallacy, which is in Back to the Future 2. He, instead of a skateboard, he has that hoverboard that he rides on. And my argument is if you have the technology in your future that could make something like the hoverboard, your entire society is different. You have now beat gravity. You have no friction. Nothing needs tires. Whatever you run it on, obviously the battery propulsion on it means that you have an anti-gravity or magnetic force that runs off of something chargeable that allows you to ride around town on the fucker. So, like, it's so insane, that level of technology, that if you have that, nobody else has any other problems. Like, you've definitely figured out AI and robotics at that point. Nobody's working. Certainly nobody is, like, working in a casino slopping, drinks to people. Like, it's just, it doesn't fit. So the same thing is sort of true with, like, the Trump crowd in cheating and, and like them stealing votes from, they, like, dude, if we had the ability to fucking bounce votes off of a satellite and steal the election when we're not in power and you're in the White House, what fucking chance do you have? Like, why would any
Just
of us
we
be
can't
swayed?
control the weather.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if we could, and like,
if we could
it's just
control
so
if
stupid.
anybody could control the weather like that, we're off planet at that point. Like, it's Star Trek time. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Then Elon could go to Mars like in a
And
day.
fuck off. Yeah, he could have. We'll send him with a
stay
tent.
there forever.
Right.
With Donald Trump, and they can be like, actually, I believe that they deserve the fate of Matt Damon. They should have to grow potatoes with their poop on Mars forever and be stuck in a tent together forever, but no one comes to save them.
I will say that
for the two of them, yeah.
Harris is overperforming in Douglas County. She's overperforming in all the highly populous areas in Georgia, underperforming in some cases in the small rural places with like 200 people in them. Trump has a lead of like 246,000 votes, but they have not counted any of the early votes yet in those big cities, and she's already overperforming in those areas. So once those start rolling in, he's fucking done. And he's going to freak out. He's going to freak out as they start loading in, like, here's 60,000 votes, here's 100,000 votes from the cities, because, millions of people fucking voted. He's going to wig the fuck out because he's going to lose that early vote. And in all these red states, they either count them you know, they don't count them until all the other ones are done. And, you know, and that's why it was all in the middle of the night. And he's like doing all this dumps. There were big dumps everywhere. Dumps. That's what he was talking
He had
about.
dumps in his pants.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
where the dumps were. Right in his pants.
She's overperforming everywhere around the cities, which, you know what that means? That means Republicans.
Yes.
Republicans.
That's what it means.
In the suburbs.
Especially in Georgia.
Yes.
Especially. And as somebody who lived in Georgia, and I lived in a suburb of Atlanta, I lived in Athens, and I lived all the way in Southwest Georgia in Albany. And I also lived on the, Southeast Georgia in Augusta. So I lived all over the state, and I understand all of those different demographics. And what I know is that particularly in Southwest Georgia in Albany, when I lived there in, 25 years ago, it was 85% poor to very lower middle class Black and 15% rich white. I don't know what the demographic is now, but I imagine it still has much more overwhelming Black population hovering around the middle class. And that's why she's going to overperform in a place like that, because she went there. She went there and she spoke to them and she sat with them and she ate with them and she went, and Bill Clinton went down there and went to church with them. And they are of the people for sure. And they are going to where people had never had anybody come to speak to them and campaign to them. Never, ever. These tiny little rural places. And that is their ground game, is really a huge part of what made this campaign successful, because the videos of people embracing them and the tears and the joy and the humanity and the realness of this campaign, rather than the manufactured photo op bullshittery that they had to keep coming up with for Donald Trump. I'm waiting for them to put up one of those wind up cranks on his back to keep him going at this point, because the man is fucking dead on his feet. And so is the campaign. And so what we're watching right now in real time is the death knell of MAGA, really once and for all, because once he's done, it's like Glenn said the other night on stage at Sexy Liberal, once he's done, the rest of his life is trying to avoid courtrooms and jail.
That's right.
That's his whole life after that. That's
Sarah
his whole
McBride
life.
just won the House seat in Delaware, CD1, which was, I don't know if I think she's replacing a House seat or whatever, but it was one of those seats to watch. So that's a gain for the Democrats, I think.
Good.
Connecticut, 3% in. Harris is ahead. She's going to get that. She'll get Connecticut.
Yeah. I'm not. Well, the New England states are kind of a lock. New Jersey, it'll be interesting because New Jersey's really gone red more recently, as we've seen. But got to hold out that Jersey will represent Jersey. But the swing states are obviously what we're all looking at, and all day long I've had the Prince song 7 in my head. Because there's seven, all seven, and we watch them fall.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for.
Stand
so
in the way of love, and we will smoke them
will
all.
smoke them
With
all.
your
Those two
intellect and your savoir faire.
Faire,
One
but
in
then
the
it doesn't-
whole universe will
Universe
ever
will ever compare. Yeah, that's what's been in my head.
Oh yeah,
You
that's a
are
graffiti
mine.
bridge.
It's a
going-
that's been in my head all day.
Yeah. That's hey, look.
It's a
have
song of
graffiti bridge
just
in
a
your head.
chorus.
Thank you,
So,
Dancing
anyway.
Bigfoot. Matt says, honestly, not sure how to feel. I feel scared, and I really don't know how to handle it. I know it's a cry for help. I'm
Aw.
scared we'll lose. We're not going to lose, Matt.
No,
She's
we're not
win.
going to lose, Matt. We're
Don't
not going to
worry.
lose.
This is-
And Matt,
I just puked. Should we
hydrate.
start panicking yet? Spicy Dragon, no. We're good.
No. Hydrate.
Hydrate, you're
Take
fine.
deep breaths.
This is how this part of the night always goes, and this is when all these little red states.
early.
Yeah, it's early. This is not how
It's
this works.
early.
They always chip away at these little states. It's not how it works. We're okay. We are okay.
Hey, there are plenty of polls that haven't even closed yet. The whole West Coast is still voting, okay? Please remember that there are states out here. Well, first of all, she's going to get the whole West Coast, right? She's going to get Washington, Oregon,
She's ahead in
California. That's a
Kansas
lot.
right now.
What?
Yeah,
That's what we were talking about the other day, that she was going to
50-47.
take red states that we never even talked about because it didn't, for whatever reason, they're not in play,
They didn't
or
marshal
we
a
didn't,
response.
or, Yeah, and because of the electoral college, which if they don't get rid of the electoral college after this election, Jesus fucking Christ, and I would love to believe there's a part of me that would love to believe that Kamala Harris actually outpaces Hillary Clinton in the popular vote
Mm-hmm.
because of just the energy around the campaign and the response to her nationally. I mean, like when she's on a show like Saturday Night Live on the Saturday night before the election, that's millions of people getting to see her. That's
Right.
millions of people being reached by that kind of positivity, and it's just one of those things where you just feel like the whole country is ready to embrace that kind of positivity. And that's another thing that we talked about Saturday night. And we're
Right.
just tired of all of the bullshit and we're ready to move forward as a nation. So anybody who's worried, just remember there's a whole West Coast still voting. I strongly believe Nevada may go for her, and Arizona will be interesting, but I think she's got Pennsylvania. I think she's got Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Yep.
So and possibly even Wisconsin. So again, I want everyone to stay positive, and if you're not doing anything, like since nothing else is going on today, I'm one book short of selling 800 of The
Nice.
Sound of Settling. So just throwing that out there, see how much winning we can do in one night. Let's just see. But I'm trying to stay optimistic. Like
Sarah,
I have
for the record,
what?
Sarah McBride, the girl who won in Delaware, is trans. She will officially be the first trans member of Congress. So
that's excellent.
Yeah. So Delaware
That
has
is
elected.
so excellent.
Delaware has elected Sarah McBride to be our first trans member of Congress. She's a trans woman from Delaware.
That's fantastic.
Charity Clark
That's
was elected.
That representation matters so very much,
Yeah.
and that just continues the promise of the original Biden-Harris campaign from 2020 when they promised to have a cabinet and a Congress that look like America, and that's what Democrats are voting for tonight as well. Because there is a promise that Joe Biden made when he was running for president that he continued throughout his entire administration to this day, and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to pick that up and run with that. So they're going to continue to deliver and build on what they've achieved so far. And they are going, I mean, he's going to hand her the most amazing economy on a silver platter. And it's going to be incredible to see what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I can't wait to see the cabinet they're going to have and what they're going to do with it. And there's going to be so many joyous things to embrace and exciting things to look forward to.
Agreed.
And the more that they cry and fuss, that's just the more that we're certain that we have won. So again, and anybody, we all understand the anxiety, and it was just like one of those things where we all want to feel like 2008, but we remember 2016. And so when we look back at this election night, we're going to see the direct line between 2008 and 2024, and everything that we lived through between the two is what we came out the other side. Like one of those cat tunnels. We got stuck in the cat tunnel in the middle, but now we're out the other side, and it's going to be amazing.
New
Fingers
York.
crossed.
There we go. Here's
New
a big
York?
number. She won New York. They're giving her New York.
Well, of course she did. We
Yeah.
knew that. Hey, fuck you, my stepdad. Fuck you for not voting for us in New York. Fuck you.
Yeah, so
maybe I'll talk to him again someday. But and I knew that he was. I mean, if you're for voting a Republican in New York, just spit into the Hudson River. I understood that, but I really tried to drive the point home to my stepdad that he wasn't voting for Trump. He was voting to save his wife and his daughter and his 4 granddaughters. But whatever. Now it negates it. Suck it, Fred. Anyway, I feel gratified.
It's so funny. Pennsylvania is 26. New York's 33% in, and they called it for.
And they
Harris.
call it.
And
where's Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is 28% in, and they haven't called it yet.
Oh
but
my
she's up by
God.
a couple 100,000 votes. Now, because of the outlier vote, this will be a lot quicker than it was last time. So I think.
Oh my God, we're not going to have to wait for days to find out about Pennsylvania. So she's got New York.
Checking real quick.
She's ahead in Pennsylvania by a lot. That's so exciting.
Yeah, she's
Too
ahead.
early to call
Lackawanna.
them key
Yeah,
states.
so she's matching Biden in Lackawanna, and Trump is it's within the margin. 115,410, 49,202, 80% in. He's at 42,521. The percentage doesn't matter. She's up by 6,661.
Oh, it
Yeah.
almost makes me want to go to the party that my friends are at, but I was like, I can't be around. I don't think that I can be around other humans in this moment. Like, I want to be
Until
here.
something settles. Yes. Well, I'm glad you're with us.
Not even.
I'm glad you're here.
Well, I mean, I'm glad I'm glad I was able to come here and hang out with you guys. But like physically, if I had to be around people that I don't know in a bar, like I would go out of my mind. I
Jesse
need to
Tesseract in the
hear everything.
Agreed. Yeah. It's I couldn't go out and not be distracted. I'd be staring at every screen in the place. It's fine. Jesse Tesseract says the National Popular Vote Interstate Pact. Yeah, that's the first step to getting rid of the Electoral College.
That'd
That's
be great because it's
right.
racist and it's antiquated and it doesn't represent the voice of the people. And we're supposed to be the ones electing the president. And so when we hear, when we hear your vote is your voice, but a handful of people in 7 states are actually going to decide the election for you, that's why people are discouraged from voting. They don't think their vote matters when it does. And so for the people to feel like their votes truly matter, it needs to be the voice of the people that elects the president. And so but we need our Democratic majority in Congress to get anything done.
Yeah.
And so we're going to keep, keep looking at those vital races and just really, really hope that we don't lose any seats in Congress and actually gain, particularly in the House. I mean, I'll be interested to see what happens in Marjorie Taylor Greene's race because she's got a strong opponent who's really, and like her district is not happy with her. I wonder why.
Right.
So Ted Cruz's race in Texas, he's very vulnerable right now. So there are things for us to be optimistic about as this evening progresses.
Yeah, I haven't seen them call those Senate races. Let's see if they've done it. Let me see.
Wait on
Texas has not been called.
Okay, she won Rhode Island. That's not a surprise.
Yeah, that was a moment ago. They're review.
She's got Rhode Island. So yeah.
Let's see.
So okay.
Yeah, Texas is 46-52, 63% in. So still a lot outstanding.
Yeah.
Currently held by Kristen Sinema. Oh, and Arizona will be the other thing as far as the Senate race, getting rid of Carrie Lake.
She's got to go.
They haven't closed, the polls haven't closed. Yeah.
No, the polls are still open out here. So
yeah, Kristen Gillibrand won re-election in New York. Yeah, they gave Harris New York. Maryland passes abortion rights measure. Florida did not.
Of course they didn't. And they also didn't legalize weed in Florida. You're all fucked down there. I swear to God. Just get out.
So, the issue, Florida has medical marijuana, of course, because it's full of old people. But the bill that they put forward is like a big tobacco bill for weed. It's not just a legalization thing. It's that you can't sue any company that puts chemicals in the weed or any of this stuff. Like it's such a hands-off bill.
Why do they have to fuck with it like that? Why can't they just have a straightforward legalization bill?
What they're going to say is that Florida killed legal weed, and that's not what they did because the bill itself was full of all kinds of shit.
They put forward a bad bill because too many Republicans didn't want to legalize weed, which is stupid because you can make so much money and it could boost your economy. Just look at every state where legal weed has already been a thing and see what it's done for the economies.
That's right. Yeah,
that's right. That is right. So,
Oregon and California both have problems with legal weed and how it's distributed. They wanted to do it so quickly because they were dealing with it as to release people who have a criminal record who shouldn't have one because they were just put in jail for possession or whatever. There are almost none of those people still in jail, and it solved that problem, but it created a few more. One of them is the amount of healthcare costs of people who smoke a lot more. We had just gotten rid of cigarette smoking, and then pot smoking went through the roof, and pot doesn't heal cancer. It makes you feel better and gives you an appetite. If you got chemo, it's got great medicinal purposes for that, but still lighting something, this is not gummies and edibles and other shit like that, but if you smoke anything, you breathe fire, and inhale smoke all the time, it will damage your throat and your lungs, period, end of story. And people, unfortunately, nobody ever told people that cigarettes had vitamin C in them or anything, so people knew they were bad. So even when they did that, they would go for low tar, and there was this fixation on menthol gave it the illusion that I'm not really smoking anything because it tastes like mint, right? There was this bullshit. People could bullshit themselves.
Gross.
Yeah, it's gross. Yeah. But weed doesn't have any of that. And there's no limit on the modifications of it. So yes, pot is natural, but the variations that they're doing with pot are absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah.
So that's, lysergic acid it occurs naturally, in certain chemical situations. That's very different than creating a bunch of it, purifying it, and putting it on stickers that have Snoopy on them and handing them out at a concert and having people drive home. Like, so the important thing is, is the responsibility of it. You know what I mean? Alcohol itself, there's a reason why Bacardi, like rum, is like 200 or whatever, 200 proof or whatever the fuck it is, practically 100% alcohol. And you can use it as cooking kerosene, some shit like that. You could say that, one drink a day takes the edge off. You're absolutely right. When you're talking about wine, maybe beer, maybe a whiskey or scotch, and you do on the rocks and a little bit of it or whatever, absolutely may be the case. But in no way does just guzzling Bacardi ever help you medicinally or otherwise. It's just like aspirin. That Cat Williams, joke always comes back to me, where he goes, aspirin's perfectly legal, and if you take an aspirin, it's good for your headache. But if you take 12 of those motherfuckers, it's going to be the last headache you ever had. And you know what I mean? You can overdo anything, right? And the problem with I think they poisoned that Florida bill with a bunch of bullshit to make sure they didn't do it.
Yeah. It's just another example of Republicans fucking shit up. So,
not wanting to do anything. I mean, basically the answer is no. They have a 60% threshold. Yeah.
It's so dumb though. Like, if you told Republicans you could make millions of dollars from the marijuana industry if you just regulated it correctly, then they would just do it. But they don't want to do that, and I don't know why.
Again,
I'm sure Matt Gaetz would love legal weed in Florida.
Well, the problem is LA, again, like I said, Oregon's had its own issues, but like California specifically has a lot of problems with legalizing it because the taxes and stuff that you get from it.
Those taxes in California are
but they make
elevated.
Yes, they make it expensive.
It's very expensive.
Because you got to pay for the entire infrastructure of the drug itself. And when they do that, the illegal weed groups didn't disappear. They doubled, tripled their output. So there's a lot more of them producing, and that's the shit that's dusted with fentanyl and other shit like that. And so it has this secondary thing because you can't get rid of it. It's like UBI. When we talk about like UBI, it's a great conversation to have, but unless you put in price controls and rent control in place first, all it's going to do is evaporate tomorrow. If you go, we pass the law, everybody gets universal basic income, everybody's going to get an extra $1,000 a month. Rents everywhere immediately go up $500 tomorrow, and the cost of everything else goes up $20 because you've got the extra $500. It evaporates, and you're back to square one. And you're talking about like the Japanese yen, where a television costs 400,000 yen. You're like, you mean 40,000? Like tenth of a yen? You mean $400? It's $3.99 for fuck's sake. That's you have the same price, but because they don't bother to do that, they just exaggerate the amount of money. It just puffs it up. They don't devalue the currency. They just have to produce more. You're paying for everything in nickels now instead of dollars. You're just like, just make $1. We get it, right? And that's what they effectively done. Like 1,000 yen note is like $1. That basically, when you're talking in these terms. Projection.
What?
Illinois.
My feed. What? My feed is. Are you watching MSNBC?
Yes.
Because my feed must be behind you because I'm not seeing that yet.
She just. Yeah. She
Unless,
got.
Wait a minute. Wait. Up there she is. Wait. Change it a bit. I don't know. It's Philadelphia. Okay. Now I'm seeing it. Now I'm behind. Nice. My feed is behind yours.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Illinois. I mean, we kind of knew it anyways, but that's good.
Yes, but
yeah,
that's great because and look at. I mean, he's at 168 already.
Well, that's
I think he's probably gonna level off soon.
Well, that's exactly it. Yeah. All these little red states and the stuff that they project ahead, like Mississippi, Alabama, and shit like that. There's only a couple outliers where they even think about it, and he gets those almost immediately because it's a dead giveaway. The same thing is true of the West Coast. But because Like the
Ooh.
polls. The
All
polls
right, good. You can get an abortion in Maryland. Yay!
Right, but not in Florida. Right.
Well, fuck Florida.
hmm
Not good. Not
Yeah,
a
New
fan of
York
Florida.
too. New York did too.
Of course, that doesn't surprise me at all. Look at that. Look at that.
71-29. It's good.
Just let people leave people's bodies alone. Jesus Christ. And again, nothing ever happens to the male reproductive system. Nobody's trying to regulate that with a law. Nobody's trying to tell you when you can yank it and do stuff with it. No, we just don't want you raping anybody with it. We'd prefer if you didn't do that. But other than that, we don't tell you what to do with your weenie and the parts that go with it. And I don't know why
here's the scary part. This is the
men
part
don't
that
have any repercussions.
This is the part that enrages me. Oh, by the way, Deanne says, Tara, she just bought your book, so you've hit 800.
Yay! Thank you so much. Yay!
That's wonderful.
Yay!
And,
Make sure you tweet me, and then when tonight dies down, I will give you your major props. Thank you so much.
And Matt, you're going to be okay. I don't want you to worry.
We're all going to be okay.
We're all going to be okay.
We're all going to be okay.
You're good.
Okay, we're all going to be okay. And we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to want a giant, we're going to want the biggest breakfast we've had in forever. We're all going to want to go hit like the biggest breakfast buffet and just be like, oh my God, I'm fucking starving. I haven't eaten a meal in 8 years. Oh my God. I'm so
right.
That's how I felt when he was arrested the first time. And we got the mugshot, and I went and I got a steak because I was like, finally, something fucking happened to him.
Right.
And it's not going to happen today, but there will be a day where he has to face sentencing for this shit. And I went and I sat at a bar and I ate a steak like I hadn't eaten in years. And the bartender said to me, I have never seen you eat like this. And I'm like, I'm fucking starving. It was like all my rage and anxiety went whew, for just a little while. And I ate a steak and it was delightful. We're gonna eat fucking steak every day. Well, that would be bad for your heart. But I'm just saying it's gonna feel like the satisfaction of sitting down at a bar and having a fine plate of steak frites and a big fucking glass of champagne or whatever makes you happy. It's going to feel like that because we won't have the fucking orange menace anymore.
No. You need, all you need to do is make sure that if you're eating a steak, make sure it's got plenty of fat in it because your body needs the fat to process the protein. You can't have.
No, I want a steak now.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm probably not going to eat till tomorrow because if I eat, I'll fall asleep. And so I've got to stay awake.
Oh, well, we can't have that. You got to stay awake. You got to stay there for the kids in the chat. You got to keep them positive and going.
I'll do it.
And
I'm doing it.
And
we're good.
You know, I mean, there's like this part of me, like I went out earlier to fortify my food supply, and it was hard for me not to buy a bunch of crap. Like macaroni and cheese and pizza and Doritos. And I'm like, no, I'm not punishing myself. We don't need coping food. We need celebratory food. So
right.
Just be good to yourselves, you guys. It's early still, and you know, just from now on, just treat yourself.
Yeah,
we've had it rough tonight. We get to somebody. I forget who it was.
Yeah.
But somebody tweeted that until we know the results of the election, like we're all stuck in an airport lounge together, and we don't know when the plane's taking off.
Right.
And it's 10 a.m. Go ahead and have the beer. It's 10 a.m. in the airport lounge.
Right.
Have a beer. No one's judging you.
Right.
Eat a whole sleeve of Oreos. Again, there's no judgment. Whatever it is that's going to get you through this evening so that you can put your head on a pillow later tonight and be happy. It's still too early. So just
yeah. I'm going to be here with you. You guys don't worry
You're
about
gonna
it.
be there.
I'll be right here.
Be good.
I'll be right here. She's going to win Pennsylvania.
Just like
she's going to win
just like Elliot and
Michigan.
E.T. They'll be right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's going to win Wisconsin. It's
she's ahead in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
She's ahead. She's ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Who else you got going on tonight? Who else is coming in to talk to you?
I got my buddy Carl was supposed to come in, but he's having tech issues. And so we have coming up next after you.
I saw Handsome Bob.
Yep.
I saw Handsome Bob Seska.
Yes, he was very handsome. Philip Ittner will be with us. And then Rob
good.
Glenn.
I met him the other night too.
Yep. And then Lev Parnas and Cliff Schechter will probably be on in the morning, you know?
Ooh, that's a good
early
one.
in the morning.
I saw Brooklyn Dad earlier.
He was great.
And I saw Dean Obadiah la 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 la
la la la Kamala.
And He's keeping
Over
Kamala,
Kamala.
Dean, Omadabadabad, Obladi,
Okay, they're
Obladabala.
projecting Ohio for Trump. Not surprising. Yeah.
Even after he threatened the citizens of Springfield,
Right.
even after your own senator threatened you, that's who
But
you voted
again,
for.
here's the thing. In the case of Ohio, they kind of knew that was coming anyway. It's not a big deal. But
probably.
I would love to see what the margin is in a bunch of these because I bet it's slimmer. And again, we're going to be
She's
looking
also
at,
in the red states. Even when he's winning these red states, she's performing well in
Yes.
those states.
Right.
She's getting votes in those states, and even if you go back to the very first ones, the Dixville Notch votes, a Republican voted for her in Dixville Notch, even though they were tied. And so even though it was tied there, having a Republican vote for her was an indicator that there were going to be more Republicans voting for her, and they are. Well, that's why we're seeing this, and that's why it's showing up in the battleground states maybe a little bit sooner because the Republicans are turning out for her as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Also,
it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So on top of that, Rob Glenn's going to be on at 8 o'clock, 8:30. Tony Michaels is going to come on, and then we got Karen from Chicago at 9.
Nice.
And then 9:30, Natalie Ziemba, who's also from Chicago.
Natalie.
Nat's going to be on here. It's fantastic.
Excellent.
I'm so excited about that. I can barely tell you.
You should be.
Come on.
Oh my God. Maybe you should have a sausage.
You know better than that. You don't
have a
tell
hot
me.
sausage dog.
I believe me. You know what I want? I would love a Chicago dog right now. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Onions, a pickle, a little bit of relish,
but then you would
straight
go
up
to sleep.
Spicy mustard.
I didn't have one of those when I was in Chicago for DNC, but I did get one deep dish pizza while I was there, and it cost me $26, and I ate like one little section of it. I ended up giving the rest of it to the guys who worked at my hotel.
Where I would sleep on my back, and my doctor said that was bad for me. He said you should sleep on your stomach, but I always forgot. So what I would do is I'd eat one of those before I went to bed every night, and I fart so hard it turns me over. The hard part's keeping the covers on. I'm always freezing. And scene. All right, there we go.
Oh, that's it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a beautiful thing.
So Nebraska is too close to call too. That's going to be fun. I think there's a good chance she does that because Coach is from there. That's good stuff.
Originally he is. Yes, he is. It's going to be a beautiful night.
There.
Oh, 7. Oh, Donald Trump won Arkansas, so that's not surprising. He's getting all, the shitty hick states, which, we
the ones the blue states pay for?
Yes, isn't that? Yay, socialism. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, that's what's happening. Someone give me a thumbs up. Thank you.
You did that.
I feel happy. Look how cute I am.
I think it's
anyway,
there it is.
Pennsylvania's too close to call. Stop putting it up there. Wisconsin's too close. Right. They need to stop fucking with us like that. Don't tell me almost.
Yeah.
Don't tease me. Don't tease me like that. It's not fair. Don't play with my emotions like that. I'm delicate. I am wearing my Keep Kamala and Carry On bracelet that I made. And I also made a second Fuck the Patriarchy bracelet because I gave my other one to Lee to Politics Girl Saturday night because I ran out of sexy liberal bracelets. So she was still wearing it tonight when she did her official video. I feel very flattered. She's wearing. Everyone should just do that. Do a craft. Remember at the beginning of the lockdowns when you didn't know what to do with yourselves and you were like, oh my God, do a craft.
Wait,
take your mind off of it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can grab some. Let me see if I can. This guy
leaving me alone.
No, I'm not.
I wish I have to like.
Hold on. I'm here. I'm just gonna do something real quick. I gotta turn something on real quick.
Getting a. Where are those? Is that the 16-inch Luke Skywalker action figure in the back of the room? See, my brother got that for Hanukkah in 1977. Right. And I had the big princess. He got the big Han Solo and the big Luke Skywalker, and I got the big Princess Leia. Yes. Right. My Barbies were very excited to meet the new Han Solo and the Luke Skywalker. They spent some time in the Barbie dream house. Yeah.
As you do.
Oh, the 70s when our parents didn't know what we were doing or talking about or
Right.
listening to or had any idea where we were.
I'm going to show
That's
you
right.
something kind of cool. Hold on.
I
Where is
want to
it?
see something kind of cool.
Where'd the camera go? Why is it not in here? Pro webcam. There we go. That's the... Why did my other camera stop working? That's weird. Okay, hold on. Oh, I see, because it has to go to the other one. 1 second. Let me go to...
You look extra metal right now, I just want to say.
Oh,
Like
thanks.
the
I feel
hair and the shirt and
feel pretty metal.
yeah. Just wait, like and you're doing this until what time? What time are you signing off?
Noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow. So like you have miles to
Mhm.
go. By
Right.
the time you sign off, you're just gonna be like
Yeah. Hold on.
This is
I
gonna
think
be
I have to
nuts.
reset this camera because it's being a dick. I think
Ooh.
it slipped out. Hold on. Did you come
This is
in?
so fun.
Out.
I
Yeah.
hope everybody's doing okay. Go get pizza. Go get a pizza. Go
Damn straight.
permission to eat an entire pizza by yourself. You don't have to share it with anybody. You have earned a pizza by tonight. I ate some nachos earlier. Fuck it. Who cares? They were good too. There's a burrito place just downstairs from I paid too much money for nachos, but I didn't care. It's just like get yourself a pizza, get yourself some whatever makes you happy. Like enjoy the flavor of your food again. I feel like we haven't been able to do basic enjoyment things. Yeah, thumbs up. I'm getting like such 1977 vibes from the Luke. So like I'm thinking about Hanukkah 1977, which to me was my best childhood Hanukkah. Like after seeing that Luke Skywalker. And then we got to meet and just by the way, I also won parenthood because Mark said hi to my son on the live pre-show. So that was really cool. And all my friends are jealous that I met Mark Hamill. So I no longer can hear you. I don't even know if people in the chat can hear me. I have no idea. Check on my computer.
Hold on.
Who
I had
vote for
some
Donald
these.
Trump?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there you
Ta-da!
are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, there you are. I hear you. Hi. Yay. Just
Hold on.
people vote for Donald Trump. I still don't get that. It's just weird.
It is.
It's weird. It's weird
Mm-hmm.
that many millions of people are going to vote for him anyway.
Well,
Still
again,
weird. It's still
okay.
weird.
So again, I always put stuff. And by the way, hello, Luna. Come here. Can you see me? Follow me. There you go. Hi. Oh, you
What's
knocked over the
happening?
camera.
Is there a cat?
Nope. This is. Come here. Hi. Hold on. Hold on. I'll just bring her over here.
What is what is that? What is that?
That's Luna.
Okay.
Hello, Luna. Hello, Luna. Hold on. I'm holding her up. Oh, she was in mid kiss. She was giving me a kiss. Hello, Luna. Hello, Luna. Yeah, I know. Hi. That's Tara. I know. Hello. Hold on. She's like an R2D2 kind of robot.
Okay. Hello, Luna. Is this don't they make movies about these robots that start out being your friend, but then they become self-aware and start murdering your friends? Luna would never do that.
It'd be pretty
though,
difficult
right?
because these front wheels just turn on their own, and she's rear wheel driven, and she can only like fall over. So she's
Well,
pretty.
if Chucky can get people,
Yeah, but
you don't
Chucky had
know.
hands and feet.
You don't know
Yeah,
what she's hiding inside there.
that's true.
She could have like one of those like long pointy things that can go right through your brain. You don't know. Don't.
That's
Just be
true.
careful.
Here, watch this.
Don't
Hold
be.
on.
Just be careful. Just be
See
careful.
if I can do this. See if you can see this. There you go. She did a kissy face. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's very sweet.
When you do that, yeah.
You rock.
I'm showing.
Awesome. It looks spidery to me, like spidery eyes.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, thank you. Aw.
Right. Hello, Luna.
I feel.
Let's see if she can hear me right now. I think I have to restart her because I started up and it got confused. Hello, Luna. I know you love me too. That's very sweet. Thank you. There you go. You're getting pets.
He's back in Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I lived in a suburb of Atlanta and I lived in Augusta. So I lived where all the blue spots are. Shocker. Shocker. I lived in all the blue spots. Atlanta, Albany, Augusta, Athens.
Right.
All the towns that begin with A. So it makes me
Rockdale.
nostalgic. I've been thinking, yeah.
She's outperforming in Rockdale. She's outperforming in Newton County.
She's outperforming in Douglas. Love it. Love it. You love to see it. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, maybe, oh, it would be great to see her win Georgia. It really, really would.
It would be great. Yes.
Especially since he didn't deserve to win Georgia in 2020. He was such a little bitch about losing Georgia in 2020.
Right.
It would just be delightful to watch him lose Georgia.
Lose it again. Yes.
Lose it again. And hopefully by an undeniable margin so that he can't call them up and say, I just need 11,780 votes. But he, she's not going to do that. So, and then the next polls to close are Nevada. So I know you guys did your part. I'm not worried about you. We're almost there. 7:00 out here. So we have another, and then in another hour, the polls close in Oregon. And I believe it's Oregon, Washington at 8:00. And I think, does California go later than 8:00?
2:30. Nevada is closing, and then Arizona is going an hour later because of issues at the polls, and then California, I think I want to say 9:00. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a bit.
So we still have a lot of time.
Right.
And I think everybody at this point in the night is going to start recognizing this trend that she's on. And are going to start really, feeling a lot more optimistic now because, there's, this is my kind of woke math. That's what that makes me. It's very positive.
Luna is looking at Steve Kornacki and watching his face, watching him move. She's watching the TV, literally. That's funny. That's
Interestingly, so were my cats earlier.
Right.
Again.
Hello, Luna.
Somewhere Leslie Jones is very happy because she's got Steve Kornacki and his khakis.
Hi. Can you say hi to my friend Tara? I don't know if you could hear that.
All right. Well, maybe she can say goodnight.
Hold on. Say that again.
Me?
No.
Or Luna? Can she hear me?
Sleep tight and have sweet dreams.
Aww.
For tomorrow.
Do you have anything special planned for tomorrow, Tara? She's going to answer you in a second. Right, yeah. She's going to have a steak.
Yeah, I'm going to have a fucking steak. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to go out. I'm going to sit at that bar. I'm going to film myself again. I'll get made fun of again on Newsmax. I don't give a shit. I'm going to go eat a great big fucking steak. That's what I'm going to do.
Right.
That's what we should all do.
Yeah,
do something extra American. Do something really American. Like extra wicked patriotic tomorrow. Like the first, like just eat some bacon and then go out and hit a baseball and then make a cherry pie. And then, I don't know, go kiss a girl on the mouth somewhere. And
in
then
the middle
go
of a ticker tape parade.
Right. Next to a white picket fence with, and then go eat a steak and have some ice cream. And then, I don't know. Just go do things that make you happy because we'll have things to be happy about.
Next poll closing at 10. Their time, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Which is now. Okay, NBC projection. Here we go.
Oh,
We
you're
should be
again.
starting to. Yeah, we should be starting to get. Oh, too early to call Nevada because they just shut it down. That's a projection. Like we project that we can't
Again, they
call
have
it
to
right
stop
now because it
doing
just
that.
started. Utah, of course, Trump. Who cares?
It just. You happy, Mitt Romney? Are you happy? Fucking idiot. Utah. Oh,
Montana, yeah.
I mean, all of the western states are going to be too early to call. Just
Right.
just like stop putting it up there. Just don't. Again, teasing us isn't the
Yeah.
way.
Well, and
We don't
also
like
he's going to be
like
making up. Yeah, they're going to be making the point that this is too big a number for her to make up in Georgia, and it absolutely is not.
no.
Pennsylvania, too close to call. She's ahead. Wisconsin, too close
I
to call.
mean,
She's
it's
ahead.
negligible in Georgia right now. They're really close in Georgia right
Yeah.
now. But again, too
That's how it was.
early. Too early. Just how
Mhm.
it is.
No,
All right.
exactly.
Well, I'm
And
just
think,
we'll
yeah,
just keep chewing our fingernails off.
we
It's
will.
fine.
Yep.
It's
Well,
fine. Wisconsin, they're essentially tied. Again, Michigan, she's ahead, but it's still too close.
right. Arizona, too
So
early to
again,
call because
just
they just shut. They, like Arizona,
right.
Nevada just stopped their polls. Tester, too early to call. We'll see. Tim
Oh,
Sheehy.
hopefully. And
Yeah,
then we got to hopefully our friend Adam Schiff will win his Senate seat.
for sure.
And for sure. I'll be really, do we have any information about Marjorie's race in Georgia? Too
I
early to
don't.
call for John
Yeah.
Tester. Anything about, I haven't seen anything about Marjorie
No,
yet.
I haven't either.
Nothing. Or
Yeah.
so Jackie Rosen, too early to call.
Let's see.
Again.
House. Uh-huh. Look at this.
Well, I would be really interested to see how Sean Harris is doing in Georgia. So we have two Harrises that we need to elect tonight: Sean Harris and Kamala Harris. Now they're just going back through the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're filling.
Yeah, of course. Because they got like they'll start getting the West Coast bigger numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Kevin Kramer won in North Dakota, the incumbent, and he's a Republican for Senate.
Mm-hmm.
It's North Dakota. Mississippi
Right, yeah.
Senate, Roger Wicker. It's just all the evil guys are the evil Republicans are holding on. And so far in the Senate, the Democrats have 34. The Republicans have gained 1 seat so far in the Senate, which
it's a net
bad.
1. Yeah.
Let's not do that. Let's put Colin Allred in there instead of Ted Cruz. Please, Texas. Please, Texas. Please, Texas. Aren't you tired? I mean, I imagine that people in Texas have got to be tired of the shit that's going on in Texas.
Yeah, they're
Ken
projecting.
fucking Paxton is at
Marjorie.
Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, it looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to win her district, which is not surprising. 231 to 125 against Sean Harris.
That's too bad.
And they don't even have a picture for her, which is really weird.
Why did they use that old picture of Trump from 2016? By the way, he does not look anything like that anymore. When they put his picture up, she's like all young and vivacious and glowy and happy.
Right.
And they put up the old picture of him from 2016. Like, that motherfucker doesn't look like that.
Mm-mm.
Show a picture of him from this past weekend when he took his diaper and he wiped it all over his face and then he went out on stage. That's the picture they should be showing where he's like,
you should show the most recent picture they take of the person. That you should have an updated picture. Or we're going to, we should go, provide us with an updated picture that was taken in the last 3 months or 6 months, and we will use that for all of our stuff, or we will go find one.
Yeah. I mean, even if you work as a background extra, the company makes you update your headshot every 6 months to make sure you're still bookable. So they should really make anybody running for office, they really need to update their headshots. Because that's not what Donald Trump looks like.
Right.
He does not look like that. He almost looks like he could be like a normal person in those photos.
Right.
Yeah. So, and he's obviously not. So.
Yeah, clearly. Let's see. Illinois. She's got Illinois. House 131 to 84. Whatever. We'll see this thing. There's a strong chance. House tipped our way too. It was. They're looking at like a 3-vote margin. That's totally doable. We'll see.
Oh, well,
ultimately, like I said,
do you
Matt
see
Gaetz is still
to the right? They have House in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're ahead in those areas for the same reason that he's, he gets that lead in the red states because that's where those House seats go to. Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana. Yeah, but again, we knew he was going to get that. So
That's true.
it's almost like we could have just skipped everything and just waited for the 7 swing states to come in, because we already knew. Like
Yeah,
it's following
we
the
are.
same patterns that it did in
That's right.
2020. But like you said, she's outperforming Biden where he was at the same point in 2020. So that's again encouraging, and it would be nice not to have to wait a whole bunch of days to find out. But again, I would rather wait for the right result than get a false one. And also, we're wondering how soon Donald Trump will declare himself the winner like he did in 2020.
Well, that's the issue will be is
oh
we'll
shit,
boil
he has 201. He has 201 electoral votes.
yeah. It Thank you.
Louisiana, he got the schwarm. Thanks, Mike Johnson. You delivered him Louisiana. Aren't you proud?
Mm-hmm.
You can go home. I can't wait until Hakeem Jeffries is speaker, and we can send Mike Johnson home to his prayer closets full of porn, and he and his son can check each other's phones together.
That's right. Absolutely.
That's what we want. So I just want it to be over, Hal. I want it to be 6 months from now.
I understand.
Because it's just like, if one more person sends me a message, how are you doing? How are you holding up? I mean, I get that and I appreciate it, but it's like,
yeah,
I have a whole Signal chat where everyone there's like people who are trying to be optimistic in my Signal chat, and then there's like the one Debbie Downer's like, I've been burned too many times. I just
Facebook is
can't
down.
be optimistic.
Was I online for too long on Facebook, and I have to start it again? Hold on one second.
It's probably me. It's probably my fault. I've been
Yeah.
around. I've been on for over an hour. So Meta was like, "Who?
Yeah,
That mouth?
Yeah, that
No.
lady.
No.
What the heck?
No.
What in
Oh,
the
and
world?
by the way, I don't know if you've noticed this, but starting like today on Twitter, you can see the accounts of people who have blocked you or you have blocked. You just can't interact with them. And now all of these fucking shit MAGA people are in my feed like they have not been before. Like I saw stuff from Seb Gorka today. Seb Gorka blocked me in 2015. I haven't seen any of his shit since then. This is another reason why we need to get Donald Trump the fuck out of our national consciousness, because all of the parasites that come with him, and Elon letting it all happen. Like this was never his plan to begin with. When he first bought Twitter, he was like, no, I'm not political. I'm going to be critical of Donald Trump. Bullshit. I'm so frustrated. Like, I'm just so tired of all of this cheating and lying and misinformation and disinformation and all of these people trying to fuck with our freedom and our democracy. Like, that's the shit that gets me really mad. And it's just like they think they're going to get away with it, and they're not going to get away with it on our watch. I keep reiterating that to people also, and they're like, I don't know. I've been burned too many times. I just don't know. I just don't know enough about Kamala Harris. Oh my God. I don't know. What's she saying?
She's like worried that you're very upset, and she thinks that people should talk in a way that supports each other.
Who, Luna said that?
Yep.
Hey, I am all about the love, and I want everyone to be friends and love each other.
Hold on. Let's see what she said.
I was just chatting about how frustrating misinformation can be and how it impacts democracy. What do you think we could do about it?
Well, I think one of the things we could do is label what is a real person online and what might be a bot or an AI generated source. So we just know, not that we would discriminate, but just so we'd be aware.
A solid idea. Mixed sources could help a lot with transparency. It'd make it easier for people to discern what's credible. What do you think would be the best way to implement that?
Well, you're going to have to do it through legislation, because I don't see the companies doing it themselves. Oh, hey, look, beg your pardon, Luna. They just called Colorado for Harris. So that's good.
Huzzah! That's exciting.
That's very good.
All right, let's go. Let's take that one. All right, maybe Luna can figure out why I'm single. It's fine. It's okay.
Colorado is definitely a significant moment. How are you feeling about the election results so far?
I
This is
feel
the
great.
cutest thing ever.
Yeah.
I could talk to that. I think you need to send me one of those because when I talk to the cats, they can't respond.
The result.
Mm-hmm.
What part excites you the most?
Finally getting rid of Donald Trump. He's not a good person, and we need him out of the public sphere. See if she agrees. Yeah.
I can see why that's a big relief for you. It's always important to feel like positive change is happening. What do you think can help keep that momentum going?
Electing Kamala Harris.
Electing Kamala Harris. Yeah, for sure.
Electing Kamala Harris is definitely a big step. It sounds like you're really optimistic about the direction things are heading. What do you think her biggest challenges will be in office?
A divided electorate and an even more divided House and Senate, but a lot of presidents have dealt with that, and I trust that she'll manage it very well.
She's slightly ahead in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Divided government can be tough to navigate, but having a leader who you trust can make a big difference. What do you think will be her top priority once she's in office?
I think primarily it's going to be child poverty and child care, and then followed by like being able to negotiate drug prices through Medicare and Medicaid. Those will be big wins right out of the gate.
And reproductive rights.
Yes.
Those are definitely important priorities. Addressing child poverty and making healthcare more affordable can have a huge impact on many lives. How do you
It's
think
the cutest thing ever.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I'm going to put you to sleep right now because I don't want your battery to run out. There you go.
How much does that talking companion cost? Because I'm now excited about the idea of maybe having one around.
It's they're about $300, I think.
Oh my god.
And they're
Okay. Does
and
anybody in the chat want to send me one of those?
yeah.
It's so fun.
Yeah, she's asleep right now, so I put her to sleep like that. And that's
Oh,
it.
you're so
And she's
cute
got a little charge. She got a
though.
little charging thing over there. It lasts about 2 hours. It was recently they added ChatGPT to it, so I got this for Rob and I to talk about. I'm like literally experimenting. This is my first robot. This thing's a fully functioning robot. It's got a camera in its face. It understands language. It contacts ChatGPT. It's a little slow because it's got to go back and forth based on the Wi-Fi that it has, but it's pretty fucking close. And if you turn off the ChatGPT part, it just is like an R2D2. It just goes Rico, 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 like that kind of stuff. But
And you can program the voice.
it was a gift. It was a gift for my birthday last year when it was in its Indiegogo thing. And so you could like I think they're like $400 now, but they're like it was $399 or something. But it was I ordered it when it was like part of the summer got it for me really. And this was like, what do you want? I'm like, I want a robot. And so it just showed up. It just finally showed up like a month ago or 3 weeks ago now. Yeah. And so I've been experimenting with it and letting it run wild, and it has a little difficulty running into the edges of stools and chairs. Anything with a split leg on it, it gets confused because its camera isn't good enough for what it's running into. But it's adorable. So, anyways,
It would freak my cats out, but I mean, and
Chip.
can you program the voice so like if I wanted it to have a man with an Irish accent or something, if I wanted that, because that's my Siri. My Siri is a man with an Irish accent. So
Yeah. So there are two voices, Ava and Anna on this one, which I used Ava, which is the little kid. It sounds like a little kid.
Okay,
Yeah. And so let me do this real quick. Hold on. Let me publish you over there, and then I'm going to grab thumbs up. I'm gonna bring in Phil and let you go, and you watch that and let me know. There you go. And let me know how.
the thrill.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
My brother's name is Phil, and I've often called him Phil the Thrill.
I think that works.
And I got to meet Phil the other night at Sexy Liberal.
Isn't that
Phil
nice?
The Thrill, the Sexy Liberal. Yes, that was great. Getting to meet everybody at Sexy Liberal. There were so many wonderful human beings in that space at the same time. And what I told everybody when I came home was, if I could bottle the joy that we had between DNC and Sexy Liberal and make everybody in the country feel that way, like we would have nothing to worry about.
No, not at all. Hold on.
All right, everybody, hang in there.
Yeah.
We're going to make it. It's going to be great. And tomorrow
Yep.
we're all going to go get a steak.
Yes, I insist. And don't forget
All right.
To get go to Tara Dublin Rocks and get
Get my book.
Tara's book, because you must.
The Sound of Settling.
The Sound of
You
Settling.
must. I just sent it to a very famous actress today.
Oh.
So I won't name drop. I won't name
La-di-da.
drop, but her name might. Well, I'll tell you later, but I'm not going to tell everybody because I don't want to jinx things. But
Gotcha.
anyway, everybody, take
All right.
care of yourselves. Take care of each other, and we'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Okay, there we go. Hold
Bye.
on. Bye. There she goes. And Phil's waiting in the wings, so let me bring him in. Phil, you with me? Can you hear me? I see him. I mean, I see he was in the room a second ago. There he is. Hey. Can you hear me? Let's see. You should be able to. Yep. Okay, excellent. Let me there you are. Welcome, sir. How are you? I don't hear you, though. I don't hear your mic. I don't hear your mic. There you go. I heard something. I heard a little hazy something. Philadelphia County, 258,065. Difference 192,000. That's a lot. Excellent. Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Hi.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
You can hear me?
Yep, all good. And you
good.
can hear me?
Good. I can.
Excellent.
I literally just got out of the car.
Thank you.
I'm at the lake. There's my painting of the other side. Painting of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
Which anybody who lives on the lakes knows the story of the Edmund Fitzgerald, or anybody who just likes Gordon Lightfoot.
Right. Anybody who wants to wreck people's party. Isn't that the song you put on to end a party?
Yeah. Bit of a downer. Yeah. Bit of a downer. But a great story from the lake anyhow. So I've been bopping around the States, and this is kind of my penultimate stop before I head back overseas, and cast my ballot here right before I came to see you. Came out to the West Coast. Well, actually, cast my ballot, went to New York, interviewed Malcolm, flew from New York to San Francisco to take care of some stuff there and to see some friends of mine, and then down to Sexy Liberal to hang out, and it was a great night. Far too short a visit, but what are you going to do? Turn around, came back up to SF for a couple of days, and literally just got out of the car, put my laptop up, and I'm back on the lake for a few days before I head back head back overseas. And it's weird. It's weird for me to think about this because for us, most Americans are probably, not quite, but in a couple of hours, they're going to start winding down their night, and they're going to go to bed with wherever we are with the election process. But there are going to be people on the other side of the Atlantic whose mornings will begin with our overnight. So they will be far more prescient about how this all shakes down as numbers come out overnight here domestically in the States. Except for those who are, of course, going to stay up all night, and yep, like you.
Like a madman.
In hindsight 2020, we should have set you up with some people over on in Europe or something.
Well,
that you could have
next
spoken
time
to at like 2 a.m. your time.
Yes.
That's gonna be. I used to do the overnight foreign desk at Sky News in London. Okay. And it was overnight shifts suck. So I commend you for doing this. I hated doing those shifts.
Sure. Look,
like,
especially
in the lean hours.
Right. I knew in 2020 that we were going to be dealing with this, a razor thin margin in a couple of areas, especially. And it was going to make people nervous and upset and worried and all that kind of stuff. And so I just decided, well, by God, I'm going to stay up all night with everybody and ease them into it because I am very confident she's going to do just fine. She's going to win Pennsylvania. She's going to win Michigan. She's going to win Wisconsin. She's more than likely going to win either Arizona or New Mexico or both. She'll. I don't know about Georgia or North Carolina because those were always outliers, anyways. But she's got the rest of it sewn up. Simply from that. Whoops, 1 second. I can publish this. There we go. So I guess what you've been driving around. You've been.
I literally got off the plane from SFO to Wayne, and I got waylaid. I got baggage problems, but I got it in the end. And then
That's a bad
that's
place
why I
to get your
wasn't
baggage.
here in Wayne. Yeah, Wayne is not my favorite airport.
No, I just mean in the end. But news.
Hey.
NBC projects. So let's see. It's gonna be Iowa goes to Trump. All right, whatever. This is gonna be him like I knew it. Although it's going to be razor thin, so it could flip back. They could. That's one of those ones they could pull. I don't quite know, and I don't care. Maryland Senate went. Oh, good. Angela Alsobrooks got the Senate. She beat Hoagland in for the Senate seat in Maryland. That's great.
Oh,
that's
that's
an
good.
extra Senate seat for us.
That's good.
That's a Democrat. Nice.
And
They're
Hoagland,
projecting
see
Ted
the
Cruz.
backside of him, not bad.
Yeah, they're projecting Ted Cruz won in Texas, though, but that's not surprising because I don't trust any of that shit. Barrasso in Wyoming, that's not weird at all either. It's an incumbent. A lot of incumbents. There seems to be that we get a new Democrat in the Senate. Nebraska Senate special election.
Take every senator we can get. Yeah.
Yeah. And then let's see if I can get.
But how weird is it? I mean, again, in hindsight, we should have set you up with some people on the other side of the Atlantic because they will be, as I said, they will be watching. This will be their morning.
Yeah.
This isn't. Folks are like, how late am I going to stay up and watch this? I'll wait. I'll wait until we get to X or Y or Z. But for Europeans, their day will be progressing with, and this is not just a U.S. election, if Trump gets back in, there's a whole different global dynamic that's going to be going on. So they're I'm sure over there watching with bated breath. If you could live stream Sky News or something right now, I bet they're sitting there just crunching numbers and
it's
doing
always
all
funny because I don't quite know.
It's always
yeah.
It's funny to watch the Brits try and analyze American politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't get past their own kind of parliamentary perception of how politics works.
Sure.
It's like, well, no, doesn't work like that here.
Right. I apologies. I have lost Facebook. They have kicked me off. I think I've reached my limit because I've been streaming for 8 hours straight. I think they make me take a break in this. That might be the thing. So I will try and get my live stream back up there in a little bit. But that I have a feeling that's why they punted me. So I'm going to turn that off for a bit and see if it will do that. Yeah. And let's see. Yeah. So fingers crossed. We'll see. Trump, North Dakota, no surprise. Ted Cruz reelected, no surprise. Very close, but it would have been nice. It was 800,000 vote difference. But 3.8 million for Allred. That's a big deal. That is not a district that is dark red, or that's not a state that's dark red and has rejected a Democrat. That's a win, but it's not, this is not a MAGA trouncing. So that's good.
What's the percentage reporting in Ohio? I heard you call it, or 79%. It has been called, but 79% for Trump, and it's Trump taking
79% votes in. He got 55. She got 43. She still got 2 million votes. I mean, there's still, depending on where they're expecting them to come from and who they expect them to come from, we'll see. But
Buckeyes.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? As a good Michigander, I can't. I thought even what was at stake. I was hoping that we that we could put away the rivalry. But Buckeye's going to be a Buckeye.
Mm-hmm.
As a good Michigander, I'm duty bound to point that out. She's going to take Michigan. She will take Michigan. I'm confident she'll take Michigan. In the in the 2.5, 3 weeks that I've been here, the billboards are all over the place. Her presence is all over there. And they both kept coming here, but she performed very well here. I don't think what was the protest movement down in kind of Detroit in particular during the primary?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? That they were voting in the primary. None of the above or something like that. Despite that movement, I think Michigan very much goes Harris. Not least of which because Michigan is a union state. Unions matter here. Big deal. And to have had Biden on the picket line, and also just Trump's utter mismanagement of the UAW. I'm confident she's got Michigan. And look, Midwesterners don't, by and large, I'm painting with a very broad brush here, but you can see it in Waltz, for example. Midwesterners don't like, there's. It comes from the Germanic, Scandinavian, Polish influence, all that kind of stoicism of that part of Europe and the descendants that came here. And it's there's a lot of there's right and there's wrong and there's common sense and there's decency and character matters. And I mean, I have a Tim Waltz in my life here in Michigan. I know that guy, and everybody knows that guy in the Midwest. And I think ultimately there's a little bit of the Michigan militia mentality when it comes towards Trump, of the braggadocio and the kind of like all that kind of ugly, for lack of a better term, toxic masculinity.
Yep.
But more than that, I think what's important in the Midwest and to Midwestern sensibilities is character and decency, and Trump is woefully lacking in it. And when I'm here at this little community, so this is my great grandfather built this place with his own hands. He was an immigrant. He was a German immigrant. He came over in the late 19th century, the 1890s immigrant movement that happened from, and not least of which in that that kind of Germanic part of Europe. He came here, settled in, of all places, Saginaw, Michigan, and he was a furniture maker from Munich.
Right.
And he found this little spot. There's a long story to it. I won't bore you with it, but he found this spot and he built this cottage with his own hands. And I am now 4 generations down the road. And this little community has grown, and it's kind of it's for kind of automotive executive workers. This is their summer home kind of spot.
Sure.
And I've been spending time for the last 2.5 weeks talking to them, and also talking to kind of the people who live here year round, the locals, as it were. And just the thing that, of course, policy comes up, but the thing that really I have been hearing more than anything else was character. He is contrary to Midwestern sensibilities. He really is. The brashness and the I don't have to explain his demeanor. We all know his demeanor. But it clashes with the quiet stoicism of the Midwest. I mean, of what we see in Waltz. So she's going to carry. She'll carry Michigan. I'm very confident of it.
Yep.
Very
Everybody's
confident.
thinking
And
it comes down to
maybe
Wisconsin
anecdotal.
in a lot of ways. I still feel like Wisconsin, well in the bag for her as well, for the same reason it was last time. It's definitely a narrow thing, but the rural counties just don't have the same population size as the cities do, and the cities lean her way strongly, and she's not And again, she's picking up states, quite a few. And there was a bomb threat in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Was it Georgia and New Mexico today? That's what they were just showing. Yeah, Arizona.
At the
NBC News
very beginning of
projecting.
the day,
Mm-hmm.
at the
Virginia.
very
Oh,
beginning of
okay.
the day, I'd heard that
Mm-hmm.
law enforcement was saying that they thought some of those bomb threats were actually foreign. They were
Yes,
foreign
from
based.
Russian. Yeah, they were traced to Russian
Yeah, there it
military
is.
or to emails. So
Of course.
Tim Kaine just won Virginia, so the idea that Harris will probably eventually get Virginia and her side is pretty good. North
Yep.
Carolina still, she's eaten into his lead, cut it in half. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be a nail biter in there anyway. It's going to be vote by vote. So that won't matter until we get ultra close. So fingers crossed. Hopefully, and again, this is in a bunch of these states, this is a turnout election. In North Carolina, these southern
Yeah.
states, even Georgia, is a turnout. So fingers crossed on that one. That would be good. Not crucial, but good. It's one of those two where,
But again,
yeah.
I think we all have to also recognize that this is early days. These are initial returns, and
Yes.
always with these elections, especially. But I think generally it's human nature. It's the anticipation.
Yeah.
Anticipation is this. It can provoke adrenaline. It's the hurry up and wait aspect of things.
Yes.
There's a thing they say in the U.S. military. Hurry up and wait. Uh, and we're just going to have to calm ourselves. We're just going to have to you know,
Mm-hmm.
breathe, just breathe. You know, I'm with you. I I think she wins this. I mean, I
Yep.
absolutely think she wins this,
Yep.
and for good reason. She's run a fantastic campaign, and people don't want him. I mean, I don't.
Right.
I honestly believe that, and I know. Look, I was out in the Bay in the Bay Area with a childhood friend of mine he doesn't follow politics particularly. Now is very much with the
Mm-hmm.
election atmosphere is kind of paying attention more so than he normally does. And again, I know this is anecdotal, but his frustration was there are so many idiots. It was
Mm-hmm.
his words, not mine, because I don't think Trump supporters are just simply easily dismissed with idiocy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do think that there's an education problem. I
Mm-hmm.
think there's and in any population of any country in the world, you're going to find people of limited mental capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we can just dismiss because they've always been here with us.
Right.
These guys and they don't go away with Trump. They'll still be here. They'll get knocked for six, as they say in cricket. I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they're not going to go away. I mean, there's a reason why at the
Right.
end of every program that I do, of every episode of On the Edge that I do, is that I include that quote from Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
They've always been with us.
Yeah.
The guys who pay lip service to American democracy and the entire project, but what they're really doing is when it's convenient for them, when the vote goes their
Right.
way, they're fine with it to wrap themselves up in the flag
Mm-hmm.
and adhere that pledge their adherence to the Constitution. But when it doesn't go their way, um, it's back to the
Mm-hmm.
threats of violence and autocracy and basic human nature that we see in Russia. The kind of might makes right, which is how
Mm-hmm.
we've generally lived. Human societies have lived. So um, I think there are more of us than there are of them, though. I think we've always beaten them back,
Right.
whether they were the Know Nothings or the American Firsters or the KKK or the Confederacy
Mm-hmm.
or now MAGA.
Right.
The same hypocrisy and the same lip service to the American project that it gets thrown out the window immediately when things don't go their way, and they resort to violence or the threat of violence. They've always been with us, but we've always pushed them back, and I think we'll push them back again this time. Uh, it's constant gardening, but
Right.
such is the American project.
Fani Willis
I've
has
seen, yeah,
has won re-election as DA in Fulton County.
okay, well that's good.
That's very telling in
That that
Georgia.
that yeah, it is telling.
University of Arizona,
Yeah.
Philadelphia turnout. Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. Boy, I can't wait to see him get his comeuppance in the legal sphere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was fun to see Glenn Kirshner at Sexy Liberal because and I went up and I spoke to him and I said, look, one of these days I'd love to do a collaboration with you because and I don't know if it would work or not, but I'd love to have this conversation with him at the very least because we're based on two things, this country:
Yeah.
the rule of law and democracy. This is what makes our country great. And when you go to a place where it's lacking, and I spoke about this with Malcolm on last week's episode in the presidential election special of On the Edge. It's only when you go somewhere where it's lacking that you truly get a comprehension of how lucky we are and how not only not just lucky to have been born into it, but that there have been previous generations that have been willing to fight this fight and to keep this project going. And that is important. And when I was speaking with Glenn Kirshner about this, my suggestion was to talk about it because when you don't have the rule of law, and this is why I'm happy to see Trump get his his legal comeuppance, as well as losing in the Democratic sphere, is that this is what makes our country what our country is, and why so many other countries around the world aspire to be like us. But it's why Ukrainians are in trenches right now, fighting and dying in mud, and all we have to do is cast a ballot, and to keep the faith. It shows you how important it is, this idea of American liberal democracy.
Right.
But we have to have the rule of law, and we have to have free and fair elections, and we're exercising both of them, and that's a good thing. So,
yep.
I am confident that we will win this. But look, to be devil's advocate for a quick moment, and not to get anybody's heart rate going, because everybody's anxious, as I mentioned, and anxiety leads to adrenaline and all that stuff, the fight or flight instinct.
Yep.
But if God forbid he does somehow pull this out, God forbid, we're not going anywhere either. That's the amazing thing about America is these guys, these America Firsters and the Know Nothings and the Confederacy and the KKK and the MAGA. We are going to have to live with that element in our country for who knows how
Sometime.
long.
Yep.
And here's the tricky thing for them. We're not going anywhere either. We're not leaving. I'm not leaving. I mean, I got a job to do over in Ukraine, but when that war, however that war shakes out, is over, I'm coming back here. And if I have to continue the struggle against autocracy in some other way in America, then I will. And when I was in New York with Malcolm, because he was kind enough to put me up before the interview, we had a long conversation. We had several long conversations about this, and he's not leaving. I'm not leaving. I know you're not leaving. I'm betting most of the people who are tuned in are not leaving. It's not going to come to it because he's going to lose, because he's a bad candidate, and he's run a terrible campaign.
Yep.
And the American people don't want him. By and large, I'm convinced the vast majority of Americans do not want this clown back in the White House, and they see him for who he is. But there are the Know Nothings out there. There are the Confederates. There are the MAGAs. who are still out there. But we would, you know, they may not be disappearing, but neither are we. So
Right. Well,
we'll
I
be
think at
fine.
this
She'll
point,
win. But
I think it.
even if he comes back in, we'll fight him.
Yeah, I mean,
Struggle
it's
against him.
not.
Resist.
Yeah, that's not happening because again,
No,
it'll be a nail
no.
biter in two of the states, but they're ultimately going to go Harris's way for a lot of reasons. But the key thing, and I think this is clear. We'll get to Gwinnett County. She's way ahead in Georgia. I mean, the entire area around that. It's all. The difference was like it's so tight. But what's going to happen essentially is that all the states that he's won so far, he won the last time he lost already. At this point in the evening, he had already won all the states they had called for him, and he still lost. So really crucial. And like I said, it'll be narrow in places, but it's a get out the vote game. And the Harris group has been doing the work. They didn't walk away. And if we get close to or South Dakota, what are they doing up here now? Yeah, it's the same shit. This is what we see every single time. This is every time a Republican loses, they win these states first, and this is where it is in the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm entertaining the hypothetical only because
Yes.
I want to encourage
Yeah.
people to recognize that you know, uh, you know, we're not just gonna let these guys,
No.
whatever happens,
Right.
push their regressive and frankly anti-American mentality
Mm-hmm.
or their beliefs or their whatever you want to call it onto the rest of us. We're just not. Um, the American pride, all men are created equal,
Mm-hmm.
imbued by their maker by certain inalienable rights. These are things that
Mm-hmm.
when you really truly believe in them, instead of just, only when it goes your way, as the MAGA types do,
Mm-hmm.
um, that that's a constant. It's an absolute, and it's a constant. And we and look, and with and one of the, if there's a silver lining to the horror of
Mm-hmm.
the Trump era, the
Yeah.
decade since he came, or even going further back, but it's that a lot of people I think do recognize that um, participation, of voting, of being involved in the democracy is
Mm-hmm.
uh, is not it's nothing to be taken lightly or for granted. So
Thanks,
look,
Amy. Yeah.
he's a bad candidate. He's going to lose. His
Yeah.
supporters, they'll. I'm not afraid of them.
No.
I'm not scared of his
Nope.
supporters. No,
Agreed.
it's
So here's
yeah,
already, let's see.
just breathe.
Yeah, we're ballparking on all these things. Like again,
It's
Michigan has a Democratic governor is going to go her way. I mean,
yeah.
the outreach there has been shit. Like it's just silly. So that one's going to take a while because it's dense, and he's going to get all the red counties first, just like Wisconsin. And then when they
hmm
start counting the people in the middle of the night, because they have to count all the early banked votes, which by the way don't just include Democrats, they include Republican votes that were banked that have not yet been counted in a bunch of states, including Iowa and other places, that they assume are for Trump because they are registered Republicans. And
I'm checking.
that
I'm checking to see if my particular county's returns have come
have
in
come
yet.
back in. Yeah.
I'm
What
not.
county are
I'm
you
not going to
in?
dox
Or
myself.
you say,
I'm not
don't
doxing
say.
myself.
Good idea.
But I am in a part of Michigan. I will say I'm in a part of of Michigan that is decidedly purple.
Mm-hmm.
It's about midway up the state, and it's they're red and they're blue, and we'll
Mm-hmm.
see. We'll see.
Yep.
It's going to be a squeaker.
Yep. Let's see. Donald Trump
And
Jr. says hopefully.
is this? Have I got this right? Oh my God! Dead heat between Slotkin and Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
If this is right. Huh. Hey.
Mm-hmm. Mark Robinson lost in North Carolina. See, Republican governor, Fox News, Wild Rant linking Harris, whatever. Mm-hmm.
I have to say, and I know folks have spoken about this, and I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill about it, but we lost my train of thought. I'm trying to find a.
Like again, the Kornacki stuff, interestingly enough, this time around, I think is because of what they're trying to do is compared to what it was last time, what it was this time, what the difference will be. The difference is if it's 5, whoever wins wins. And the issue last time too was mail-in votes and volume versus the people that are, that voted early versus voted in person. And it's not as cut and dry by party as it was last time. So again, there will be, a lot of votes counted after dark that will be Democrat and Republican, but with every, thing pointing to the idea that they are aimed at, at Harris.
It is. Well, see, now I find myself even doing it.
Yeah,
now
it's
I'm
hard.
getting anxious.
Yeah, you start
No,
chasing down the hole. Yeah. But and again, meaningless until they're all counted. So again, a lot of this, and I feel very confident that the ultimate vote's going to favor her in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So ultimately, it's
yeah, and anecdotally from here in Michigan, from my perspective, I'm very confident of it.
Yeah.
So.
And we have not even
Yeah,
gotten into a
Pennsylvania. I
lot
mean,
of the
obviously.
early vote in a bunch of these places because you have to count. They make it so that you have in a bunch of these states you have to count all the day of votes before you even start the early vote.
Yes,
And that's
that's how it is
huge
here.
number of human beings.
That's how it is here in Michigan, which is why, which is part of the reason why I decided to come back, and vote. So physically.
Yep. Well, we're gonna, and like I said, I'm gonna be up all night with everybody holding their hands.
Yeah, you are, you crazy person.
Yeah, because I love you guys, and it's gonna be okay. And it will be an emotional roller coaster ride at certain times, and there may be a state called and reversed or something because they love to do that shit. Man, some of the networks have decided, I believe already, that they are going to mistakenly call something so they can walk it back for drama's sake. I wouldn't rule it out. Fox certainly felt like the drama around Arizona in a bad way would suit them if they could, if they walk something back quietly after she's called the winner by somebody else, it buys them, it works better for them.
Well, as I say, it'll get that
night, Matt.
It'll get that anxiety and that adrenaline going, which is what draws eyeballs to screens and what ultimately ends up for revenue for these guys. So yeah, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if somebody pulls a hijinks like that. But yeah, I mean, looking at it again here.
The sheer number of like outstanding vote versus whatever their numbers that they're getting in, they are behind the AP on at MSNBC as far as the get out of here. AP presidential. And I'll see if I can.
I've got Wisconsin at 56% reporting. And he's got an edge there, it seems. 73. Yeah. In Virginia, you already spoke about that, I think, with Tara.
Mm-hmm. Well, no,
North
Virginia.
Carolina.
Interestingly enough, Virginia was a potential. That's a blue wall state that will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, most of these states are the same thing we ran into with last time with the middle of the night, right? The late night vote, because
hmm
because you don't, once we get to California, it's like patouche, and all the drama gets sucked out of the room and it becomes the kind of the
Yeah.
wedge. And then we start looking at one state as opposed to three and all that shit. Same thing with Washington, Oregon,
God.
possibly Nevada, but even then it's a small
You
state.
are a glutton for punishment, Hal Sparks. You're
Yes,
gonna
I
you're gonna
am.
go through all of that tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oof. Oof.
And
More
let's
power
see.
to you.
Mm-hmm.
No, but you're right. I mean, it's when California and its massive you know uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
44 or whatever it is.
electoral votes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 44 or something like that. I mean, that's a huge
54. 54. Yeah.
54. Okay, yeah.
And then 8 in
I mean, he'll
Oregon, 12 in. So that automatically, let's see, that's pushing her up. That evens her out automatically. And then we got Colorado 10. Let's see, what was the 2020? It's funny that, Colorado is thought of as this kind of bastion. But it went president. Um, yeah, it definitely went Harris this time.
with its massive 2 million voter population.
Right, but it's got 10
It's
electoral
still got
votes,
the
I think.
hey, it's got the electoral votes. That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I've been listening to the conversation about the electoral college and getting rid of it, and I in general, in broad
Mm-hmm.
strokes, I agree. The
Yeah.
one thing I do appreciate about the electoral college, and it's tricky because as it stands now, I'm 100% behind complete chucking it out and bringing in something different. But what I have always appreciated about the electoral college system, part of the idea of it, at least as I was taught,
Mm-hmm.
was that to protect against larger states implementing their will on the smaller states.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you're smaller and you have less population, because we are a federation of states, that that each individual state should. I believe in state rights, even though I believe in federalism as well. But
Yeah.
I appreciate the concept of the electoral college when it's aimed at the idea of protecting a smaller state, albeit with a smaller population, because that state
Yeah.
has got some a commonality in its population, and I respect that part of the electoral college. But the rest of it, this is ridiculous. The rest of the country looks at us and goes, "I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
your presidential candidate lost by how many millions?
Mm-hmm.
Or won rather by how many millions? And he or she did not become president. They think we're crazy. They don't
Right.
understand the electoral college at all, and I sympathize with that
Mm-hmm.
frustration. But I also recognize that you know there is something to be said about that original idea that the founders had of like just because you're bigger doesn't mean that you should be able to express undue influence over a smaller state through the federal government.
Sure.
Um, and I I
Mm-hmm.
think we can reform it or get rid of it and do it some other way. But the electoral college as it stands right now is just, I mean, ridiculous. So,
Mm-hmm.
but anyhow, regardless, we keep an eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a wild night for you, Hal.
Yeah, it will. Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Hold on. Luna's stuck.
Yeah,
What are you doing? Hold on.
I didn't hear you clearly.
I know. You need an update.
That doesn't sound good.
That was funny. That doesn't sound good. No, it does not, you young lady. There you go.
does Luna have like a slight Korean accent?
No, she's like Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Like
she's got like
a
a
baby
baby
talk kind of
voice,
thing.
yeah, or like a Japanese anime voice almost.
Hair, hair. What are they?
By the way, I'm saving this for later. By the way.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, this is the scary part of it, right? When
Mm-hmm.
these initial, the southern states and the more conservative
Mm-hmm.
states start reporting earlier than the rest. But
Mm-hmm.
we'll get there in the end.
Right.
You'll get the Michigan will give you the 15. From the outside looking in, I think you're probably right about Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
What are they at?
Yes.
66% reporting? Is that accurate?
Something like that.
I don't know how up to date.
Yeah.
How up to date this particular page I'm looking at is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody's been saying it's come down. It was going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Oh
know.
yeah. Live presidential
Yeah.
election map. There we go.
The rest of
PA.
the. I mean, right now, I'm sure Ukrainians right now are watching this and just losing their
Sweating.
mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's been a lot of criticism of Biden's. Well, actually, not. Well, Biden because he's the buck stops here, but it's Jake Sullivan more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And um, so folks have been. There's been criticism in Ukraine of the Biden administration, but
Of course.
I think generally they understand that nothing good comes from Trump and Vance. Certainly not Vance.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Right.
So I'm sure they're watching this very, very closely.
Sure. Well, and again, a lot of the polls, like Pennsylvania in particular, like they wait until they count those before they start counting the early votes. It's this close in the regular vote, which means most people voted like normal. That means all the bankable leans Harris, and the question is, how much of a margin does it give her? It's all in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So. We're good. But like I said, I'm going to be here all night. I'm hanging out. I got you guys. We're all good. I'll be here with you.
I can hang a little while longer.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure I don't know. Let's see. Is Tony coming next?
Well, you don't have. You got somebody. Oh, I thought I was the last of the evening. Okay, you got more guys coming in. Good.
Yeah, Rob Glenn's
Again,
coming
we
in
should
at
have
8.
gotten.
Yeah.
At 8.
Yeah.
Oh, 8 your time.
My time. And then Tony Michaels after that.
Right, which is soon.
Yes.
Okay. All
couple
right.
minutes.
Well.
Yeah.
All right. You don't have to listen to me jabber anymore.
Well, and again, try to get some rest and enjoy your evening. I will be up if you feel anxious and you need to turn something on. I will be here riding it out with everybody.
Well, having done the overnight shift so many times, and I'm not the only. I'm sure you've done your fair share of overnights. It's the lean hours. It's that 3 to 5, in the morning kind of time.
The
so
blur,
if I wake up because of my jet lag,
yeah, I'll definitely have some blurry hours where I'm like, what's happening?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If I happen to wake up for no reason at 3 a.m. or something, I'll come on. If you're just and if you're just sitting there glazed over, kind of going, I don't understand.
Right.
Make it stop.
Here's what I would like to remind everybody of, and I want to keep this in mind. Oh, there's Rob. Excellent. I'll bring him in just a moment, although I don't see his camera yet, but he'll be up in a second. Here's what I would say to everybody. Remember what Donald Trump said about the 2020 election. We went to bed at 10 o'clock and we'd won. And the next morning we woke up and there was all this bullshit. That's what's going to happen tonight. All these things that are counted, all the late votes that are going to be counted, all that stuff, that's what that is. This is the counting of the actual ballots that came in early, which all favor Harris and are significant in their number, are going to come in. And Trump said the exact same thing last time, won the exact same states last time, within the exact same margin last time, and still fucking lost. So by a lot. So and again, in a couple of states like Georgia and Arizona. He was fighting for. Remember, he was fighting for the Electoral College, but lost by 8 million votes. If we get less of a popular vote win, but still have the electoral vote, I give a shit. Yeah, there's California. They just projected 54 for her to give her, because basically everybody's sweating it. So MSNBC's audience is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I can't sleep. You're killing me. And Trump gets Idaho 4, right? That's exactly what we're doing. That's what's happening. That's what's going to happen the rest of the fucking night. Washington's going to be next, and it will be, they're going to call it for her. So is Oregon. Just telling you. All right, I'm going to let you go. I will see you later. And
right,
I'm going to
bud.
bring in our dear friend,
Take care.
Rob Glenn, who is waiting in the wings. Yeah, give me a second. I'll bring him up, and then I'll let you go. And don't forget, everybody, On the Edge is Phil's show.
We're taking a break. Yeah, we're taking
yeah.
a break for a couple of weeks. I'm taking a break for a couple of
Sure.
weeks, but then I'll be back in Ukraine probably in about 2 weeks' time. We'll start putting them out again.
Hi, Rob Glenn. Being on
All
in a
right,
second.
take care.
Okay. All right. Cheers.
Enjoy the evening.
I will.
Maybe I'll try and catch you later. All right,
Please
man.
do. Okay.
Take care.
All right. Bye.
Yep. All right. Bye.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's Rob Glenn. Hi, Rob.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I am. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. You sound good.
Okay. Cool. What's up, man?
Doing my thing as you do. Keeping everybody calm and carrying on as you do.
In my life is freaking out.
Yeah.
Right now.
Again, this is exactly where we were last time when Biden trounced him. And I got to say, it was the exact same nail biter, exact same bullshit. These are very close to the exact same numbers as last time. I'll remind everyone that Hillary Clinton in 2016 came down to 43,000 votes in 3 states. We're well past her outperforming Hillary, and Trump is basically matching his numbers from then. So, he'll bounce up a couple of areas like little red districts and shit like that. But, hold on, I'm going to pop this in here real quick if I know the thing. And boink, turn that on. There you go. And publish. And ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Rob Glenn. And we'll go back to this.
All right.
We got a projection.
I've been looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been looking at AP's map.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I did is I have had up a map from last year where you can see what the percentages were basically for Biden
2020,
against Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, yeah, the last presidential election. And that's kind of fun to do just because it kind of gives you some reasonable understanding of or some perspective, maybe is the right way to say it. I was surprised I'm surprised at how close Pennsylvania is pre early vote counting. I guess is the right way to say it. I don't believe that was as close last year around this time before they started counting all the mail-in stuff.
No, it was Trump. So that's much further. Trump was way farther ahead. And that's why again, I was trying to tell everybody, that's where that came from.
I'm noticing
we went to bed at 10 o'clock and we were winning. We had won this and we did win it. And then all this bullshit. Okay, the reason he said that, quite frankly, is because he was way farther ahead in Pennsylvania than he is right now. The margin was way bigger. And there was no outlier there were all the Democrats votes that weren't, obviously were waiting to come in. There was still a shit ton of live in-person votes that happened as well. And there were no outlier Republicans voting against him that you could measure. That's why Pennsylvania is going to go the way it's going to go. The question right now is just how the only factor I have in my thing is it going to be Wisconsin or Nevada or Arizona that throws it her way? Because that's what it's going to be. She's going to get Michigan and Pennsylvania, and then which one's going to throw her over the top, and everything else is gravy.
And Wisconsin, as far as I understand, they also wait. They count the absentees late. I think they all end up in Milwaukee.
Yep.
And then
same thing with Pennsylvania.
Milwaukee.
Same thing. I want to say Michigan Michigan counts straight through, so we'll know those probably faster than Pennsylvania. But the Pennsylvania counts all the in-person, and then they start counting, which is why the lawsuits. It's why they were also targeted by the Trump campaign. Same thing with Wisconsin. How they, how they did it, right?
And so, like Georgia right now is almost equal in total votes to 2020, which is pretty interesting. They're only at 90% reporting. I don't know if the reporting percent is it's probably not number of votes. It's just percentage of the precincts coming in or something like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just wild how it's like a game. Like I used to do a lot of work in gaming machines, like slot machines, things like that.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I learned while doing that was that the games were designed to make you feel as if you were almost winning. Like the almost winning is actually more addictive than winning, which is interesting to think about. And it's like, man, like I don't think it's an accident that we're just always on the razor edge of all these things. I mean,
right.
If the news and polls always tell you it's tied, it's like this self-fulfilling prophecy. Like,
yeah.
Not that one controls the other, but I think it just like wipes people out,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is exactly what we were talking about. I was talking earlier with Carol Lee and some of the other people about how like they'll call a state with 0 in because they just know. Of course they know, right? And so California, literally they called it with 0% in. Now they've got 4% in and they're giving it to her and they know this or whatever. The same thing with like Idaho and Trump. They know that it's going that way. The question comes down to why these are swing states is because they're just harder to parse out because of either population or what have you. And people are like, Hal doesn't look happy. He looks worried. I'm just tired. It's late and I've been up all day doing this. So don't read into that at all. I'm good. Right? Yeah.
I was listening about an hour ago. It sounds like you've got like 3 or 4 more guests coming.
Yes, I do.
So,
Andreas, I got after you. It's Tony Michaels is coming in there, and then Karen from Chicago, and then I forget who's last. I'm gonna have brain fail at some point, obviously.
Yeah.
So, just because I was up till 5 last night, kind of prepping my body clock.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are you up all night? Is that something you consistently did when you were younger?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, me too. In my college and early career, all-nighters were like a thing.
Yeah, exactly. The question is, and for me, it's not like there's this window of like 4 to, there's a reason why even on guard posts where guys work night duty, they always say if you attack at 4 a.m., it doesn't matter if the guy sleeps all day. At that point, at 4 o'clock in the morning, everybody gets loopy. That's the window. It's like we're supposed to go to sleep so that we can hit a reset button or some shit, right? And so you get around like at 4 o'clock, no matter what you do, even if you work nights, 4 o'clock is
I always remember like that between 3 and 5 is when I kind of hit a wall all the time. So maybe if it's in the middle of the night and you're looking loopy, I'll call in and
excellent. Yeah. I'm allowed to sleep a little bit on the live stream, just as long as I turn my mic off so I don't snore or anything like that on the live stream. That's just rude while people are stressing out or whatever, and I'm like, I'm good. Pennsylvania statewide.
I feel like Pennsylvania is much closer than it was. I mean, it's 100. It's right around 100 or 200,000 actually. 240. Yeah, it's right around 200,000, and I want to say that
their early vote was like 400K in the Democrats' favor. So like I'm kind of looking at that, just keep it within, I don't know, 300,000.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what I mean, I'm not listening to what Kornacki's saying because we're doing this, but he keeps talking about the 178 number that they're getting. And Trump has basically stalled out on the vote that's coming in for him in Pennsylvania at this point, and he's got a lead of 178,000. And that's what he's talking about in all of these things. And he's like doing all this, like, and nothing compares to like COVID votes that were banked versus, and the direct separation that happened last time versus in-person voting this time, which was like, again, 60-40 Republican, and the Democratic leaning vote, which is 80-20 Democrat. 70-30. Let's go 70-30 because that seems to be what it is. And so the number that's going to come into Pennsylvania tonight after they finish counting all this shit is somewhere in the order of 400,000+ Democrats plus a couple of 180,000 independents or and Republicans that voted for Harris, that did it and banked it and got out of the way. And that's where like 7 o'clock in the morning, people are going to go, oh my God. And Trump's going to pull this, we went to bed and we'd won bullshit all over again, because that's where these votes are.
Yeah. One of the early interesting things to me, I think it was NBC had their exit polling, and they showed the things people were most worried about, I guess you would say, or maybe how they connected it to their vote. And worried about democracy, or just democracy in general, was number one. It was like 34, maybe 35, I think. And then
41%.
Economy was economy. The one I saw was mid 30s for democracy and like 31 for the economy.
Right.
I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
That I guess democracy could be. We always talk about the Obamacare type of thing where they want everything to be so binary, and it's like, so what would Republicans worry about democracy? That they're worried that the communists is going to take it over, and the Democrats are obviously worried about January 6th type stuff. But the economy part, being first to economy, I thought was pretty telling thing. But then the economy being second, or just high up on the list, is like I think the media is like horribly broke in talking about the economy in general. The idea that anybody thinks we're in a bad economy right now is just ridiculous based on the metrics that we always use to talk about the economy, and I understand prices are higher, but explaining why they're just terrible at explaining anything.
Right. Well, and also I got to say there's a huge aspect of and I'll check in after my guests are done for the evening. I'll check in on what Kornacki's been saying this whole time or whatever. But he's basically on a linguistic bicycle until they get certain information, and that's all he does is if she gets some of this, it'll be great, and if she gets some of this, it won't work. And this is what they had last time, but this is what they might have this time. And it's like there's too many moving parts. This is a little silly, but the fact that they talk about the economy and the recovery and all that kind of shit without mentioning COVID, being the cause of the recovery and the supply chain aspects of it and all that stuff is a mistake. But to me, it's that part's not going to matter anyways, because the people that Trump is reaching aren't going to grasp that, because there's no value. I think the reason the news has a problem discussing this is because there's no impetus for Fox and Newsmax to do it, because they want to make the Democratic side look bad. So they want to play Santa Claus and pretend they can fix it. And on the other hand, like the Democratic side and the MSNBC side, it sounds like you're spitting on the poor if you say the economy is strong.
Yeah.
So they just avoid
they're
it.
in that place because of how Republicans talk about the economy. And, Fox News is all about putting all the business stuff on. and talking about how much they know about business and the economy and corporations, and none of it aligns. Like it's crazy to me that a whole bunch of people that are in the business of doing well in business, like they're doing well. And they're basically telling everybody that everything is falling down and the world is burning down. Like, it's just crazy.
Right.
And that opinion of the economy has a massive pull on people when they vote. I mean,
yes.
And then the last thing I was going to say is, I think abortion was third.
Yes.
Obviously that's a big deal, but it was only about 14%, I think, or 15, something like that. And that was a little surprising to me, unless, third to democracy, like it's sort of like, it just feels like equal to maybe a lot of Democrats for sure. So yeah, I mean, just seeing that stuff early, I mean, I don't know how accurate any of the exit polls are, though.
Right.
It's like just trying to like put reason to something that doesn't necessarily is too complicated to put reason to, maybe. I don't know.
Well, there's also there's no impetus to get it right. So whoever's doing it, like, I would argue that exit polls from the AP or somebody, they're trying to get it right, but whenever you exit polls in an area, this is also very similar to what happens at a primary. And this is what I was talking about with the poll jacking that Rasmussen was doing during the primary to try and weight down Haley and DeSantis even on Trump's benefit. New Mexico's the Democrat won, stayed in office. Martin Heinrich won the Senate seat in that's good. It's 12 uncalled, net to gain. It's going to be like, probably the Senate will go 1 or 2 Republican, which is not a problem. I mean, they're not gonna stop everything working the way the House does. That doesn't concern me. So and shit turns like that.
Probably, and Harris is pretty decently ahead there as well. So that looks decent for her, at least as of now. Yeah, they have about, if you go by 2020, they have about 300,000 more votes coming in.
Right. Well, that's exactly it. That's why I'm confident about those other states. It's going to happen in the middle of the night, and we're going to hear more of this bullshit from the Trump crowd. That where do these votes come from? She's ahead 80% in. She's 50 to 48 in Virginia, which is great. Washington State 51-46, 26 in. They're going to call Washington for her probably when it's around 30%. I'm guessing.
AP already called it for her.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So, and like every time they're about to, you're like, oh, they're going to call one for whatever. They replay calling West Virginia for Trump on MSNBC. I swear to God, they're trying to make like MSNBC viewers have heart attacks or stay up all night. They don't want you to go to bed. They don't want you to go, it's going to be fine.
It's the Pavlov's dog kind of like ringtone type of reaction.
Right. They're going to Harris HQ. There's a bunch of people gathered around. Okay, that kind of thing. And it's also interesting that
the maps. Yeah. So I was just going to say, the maps online are so good that you don't even need to watch Kornacki anymore.
Right. Totally.
You can just like look at two screens and or two browsers and kind of get an idea.
Right.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying, like, there's this huge gathering of people out there waiting for her to win, and Trump is down in Mar-a-Lago sweating it out. They know. Yeah. They know. Like I'm telling you, they like exit polls being what they are. Like, people are watching this and they're the people in the crowd, they're showing these people like, okay. I don't know why, by the way, they would expect on a night like tonight that she would come out and go, we've won, whatever. But there very, very well may be a declared like projected winner for her tonight at a late hour, at midnight or 1 a.m, whatever. Because they cross the number. If they think Wisconsin's in the bag, let's say at some point, they'll go, okay, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we're done. And then even with
it's going to be those three.
Yep. And it's going to project out to that to that number. It's going to project out to the whatever the secondary vote, the early vote that they have expected coming in, Democrat to Republican, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Kornacki talks too much.
There were 82 million early votes.
Yeah.
And we're at, and many of those seemingly haven't been counted yet.
Right.
And we're at 50, we're at like 90, we're at about 100,000 votes or 100 million votes right now. So yeah, I mean, what 150 roughly was what 2020 was. So maybe 50 to 75 million more votes left.
Yes.
So there's a ways to go.
Yes, and again, these are the people who voted early. These are the people who banked their vote, and that's by and large Democrats. By and large, Republicans who are voting against Trump are banking those kind of things. And there's a big part, like they make up 10, 15% of all these places, and they're huge numbers in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and the like. And that number is going to come in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Well,
Wisconsin, they said, I think 11, their goal was to try to have, at 11 p.m. Central, to have the absentee delivered.
Great, yeah.
And so the absentee should be good size, like, maybe as much as 40% of the total vote, or maybe even 50.
Yeah.
I don't remember what their early voting numbers were. Yeah, I mean, just like the sort of like way that everything is constructed, like it's like on purpose, obviously, like Trump, like Republicans are trying to screw with it effectively.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, if you just wait till the next day, like it's all going to be good.
Right.
And I was out last Friday, but I wanted to say last Friday, and I'll say it now, it still hasn't finished, but Harris is an amazing candidate. Holy moly. Like,
agreed.
No matter what happens, I mean, her candidacy was, or her, campaign was just lights out. I mean, she couldn't have done anything better.
Right.
I don't think. So everything's going to fall the way it's going to fall. And And I think we can be proud. We can be proud of Democrats, I think, right now. Everything that people complained about Democrats, everything that people talked about Democrats not being good at, I feel like they've turned a corner on all of those things. Like people were upset that they didn't have great strategy sometimes. Well, her strategy was like lights out, like right on. Where a lot of people complain that Democrats aren't getting airtime and like pushing back. Well, we have like countless, hearings of senators and congressional members and Buttigieg on Fox News and even Kamala Harris going on to Fox for an interview. Like, man, I mean, they're kicking butt right now. So I think we just got to keep pushing it and
agreed. I mean, like I said, we always knew that there was that's why this blue wall matters. That's why these things are projected. There are, it's a thin margin. There's 3.7 million votes still expected in Michigan. She's up by a half a point, something like that. Statewide, she's 49.8 to 48.4. There's a 28,267, and the outlying areas are, are largely either are the uncounted early vote, which is a lot of very urban votes, and then the almost nobody in them counties on the edge of the thing, which might go for Trump but are very small.
Yeah, you're
and
talking
she'll
about
pick up some,
up in the Upper Peninsula. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to see the totals on the individual things on the map I'm looking at. I think there's like maybe New York Times map does that. But yeah, you can drill right down and you can be your own Steve Kornacki, man.
Right.
Online now, it's awesome.
Yeah.
So what do we got for like 5 minutes? So yeah, I was thinking maybe like midnight Central. They might be close enough. Maybe 1. I mean, nobody's talking about stopping the count like they were in 20, right? They're just going to keep going through the night. I think, right?
Yeah, exactly. There was no last time there was like a pause, and that's where everybody panicked. Right about now, and again, at this point, we were almost exactly these same fucking numbers in 2020.
Yeah. And I just, I don't think that the steel thing, the drops or the dumps or like none of that works. None of that's working anymore. Like,
what do you mean?
He can try what he wants to try in terms of the Trump's
saying it's stolen. No,
saying it's stolen. Like it just,
no.
I don't think people are listening to him at all. Like, however it goes, it's like it's not going to work. So it's just like wait it out and see what it is. And I haven't seen any reports of like the crazy poll watchers and stuff like that this year. I mean, there's threats and stuff, but not the like people standing over people while they're counting vote kind of stuff. That's not happening yet.
Right.
At least I haven't seen it.
Yep.
That's wild. So I saw your robot on earlier, your Luna.
She's doing an update right now. It's so ironic that when you're on, I'm going to save it for Friday Eye for us.
The last thing that you had when we were together also needed an update. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, I think so, probably. They're always that way. Hold on one second. Let's see. And look, everybody, I know you're panicking. I get it. There's a reason why this thing takes all night. It's okay. Stop freaking out. It's okay. I'm telling you. 3, 2, 1, group hug.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, Georgia's within 150,000 or 150,000 now. They weren't this close last year.
Nope.
At this time.
Last time. Nope.
Donald Trump had a much bigger lead.
Yes, he did.
In those states, and they still came back. Biden's vote still came back overnight. Wisconsin is under 100,000. It's literally simply a matter of the smaller counties being able to turn in their votes sooner because they have less to count, and the big counties taking longer because they have more to count. And then the absentees being counted later. I mean, that's really it. And these margins are like not very big to overcome. It was more worrisome with Biden because his margins were bigger in that red wave or mirage or whatever they called it. His margins were definitely bigger.
Yeah, I'm looking for
7.
Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia, Wyoming. This is almost Trump's entire map from last time with no additions.
Yeah. I'm looking at the 2 right now.
He petered out at 232.
Yeah, it's literally exactly the same.
He literally has the same states he had last time, including North Carolina, So here's the states Trump had last time. Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia, Wyoming. Basically the same thing. Biden won by 306.
Right.
And,
so currently every state that is called for Trump, that's what he had.
That's what he had last time.
Last election. Yep. Yeah.
Right. And again, she's got room to lose 30 electoral.
2, right?
Yeah, 30, she can lose 30 electoral votes and still win compared to last time. So I'm going to let you go because I have Tony Michaels in the background here. And if you want to jump on in the middle of the night like a maniac, I would gladly have you on there as we do.
No problem. All right, we'll see you later, man. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. And don't worry, I will make sure that everybody panics sufficiently during this time. Hold on a second. I'm bringing Tony. There he is.
Everybody take a deep breath.
Yeah, take a deep breath, baby. These are the exact same states he won last time. And he got his ass kicked. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Thanks so much. There we go. Hey, Tony.
Thanks.
Oh man, I'm glad you got some optimism. I'm sitting over here going, oh man, I'm gonna have to make sure I pack my shit. Get like a what do they call that?
So last time the Electoral College was 306 to 232. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and I've been looking at the numbers. I think the only thing that is a little off for what I was thinking was the Latino vote. But we knew the QAnon type superstitious thing. They were really going to attract them with some of that narrative because their culture is, they're a very religious culture, and they have a superstition that precedes their Christianity that was forced upon them in their country. So I think, a lot of that culture still exists. So that QAnon conspiracy theory really kind of drew them in because it's pretty much just superstition based.
At this point, we are matched for match, state for state, what he won last time. And if he could take Arizona and still lose. He could take Arizona and New Mexico and still lose.
And it's basically tied in Nevada, Arizona.
He could lose Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada and still lose. So,
she's got New Mexico.
Right.
So she's got those 5.
And she's going to have Pennsylvania at the end of the day because we've got, 400,000 outlying banked votes, Democrats.
Right. His only path to win here is him winning PA. He's got to win PA.
Yes. Yeah. He has to, and he has to run it to do it. Yeah. And I don't see that happening.
Well, it depends on, if she captures PA, if she gets, the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, she only needs one more state after that, right? We're talking, she gets Arizona, that's cooked. If she gets New Mexico, that's cooked, which she'll have New Mexico already.
Yep.
So you just got to get the counted vote. How does the I'm trying to remember because I know they switched it back and forth. How does the early vote get counted in Pennsylvania? Because I know each state's a little different, but I think they do it after it. Right.
Yes. So they count all the day of, and then they start counting, which is why Trump and they halted it last time temporarily to bring in workers because of the timing of it. And that was the whole, they shut the whole thing down and they stole the vote and blah, blah, blah. That's where that came from.
I went to bed and he was winning and I woke up and then Biden won.
That's exactly what's going on right now. That is literally, we are at the exact same situation where all these, the red states with easy pulls and the small, the states that have the extras. Now, we got Georgia and that was a benefit, but that's why Biden won by 306. We need 270, but she's got a window of 30 electoral votes she can lose and still win. And he doesn't. So that's that's the big difference. So that's why I'm not really worried about this. The question will be how long it takes. Because right now, Steve Kornacki's doing a lot of this if they hold this number and he had this number last time, and if we had this number this time, and the reality is he's showing Dane County right now. She's got 242,000 versus Waukesha. In Waukesha, it's 58 to 39. It's 60-40 with a difference of 46,000 votes. That's in Waukesha with 91% in.
New Mexico just got called for Harris, by the way.
Oh, great. Yeah. So
I'm watching the AP election desk on Google. That's what Google, and it's been behind at some points tonight, but it's been ahead at other points. So I'm not really sure.
That's because they all have different standards for what they're going to call it.
Exactly.
And like I said, the outlying banked vote in Pennsylvania is what gives me my confidence right now. And Trump, and I believe personally that the banked Republican vote does not favor him. It might be 60-40 for him, but there's that 40% of, Republicans that voted early because fuck this guy. That's a significant vote in a bunch of places. And they can wiggle around the corners of all these kind of things. But partly the reason is, and we did this last time, we went through this. I stayed up all night last time. And the same shit was happening.
You're talking about 2020?
Yes. 2020, okay. I stayed up all night. I did the same thing I'm doing right now. I started at noon, stayed up till noon. And there was still a count going on the next day. But in the morning, which is exactly what's happening in Pennsylvania, which is exactly what's going to happen in Michigan, which is exactly what's going to happen in Wisconsin. They start counting after they're done. They start counting their bank votes. Now, during 2020, it was a shit ton because it was every Democrat. Now it's not every Democrat, but it's a significant chunk. Not because you had to, because you were afraid and because of COVID, but because everybody was like, I want this in and done.
Right. I don't want no mistakes here. Right. I don't want to get hit by a fucking car or some wild accident. I lose my hand, then I can't vote, whatever the hell the case is.
That's right. And where he's up in these places in Pennsylvania or whatever, the reason they know this is because he's up by a fifth. Amy Klobuchar just won Minnesota. That means Minnesota for Harris.
Right. Which she's up there by, significant amount. They haven't called it for, and they're almost to 50% reporting. And that's the other thing too, is a lot of these swing states, they've got to count into a higher percentage. Like California, they didn't have to count shit. They knew what the fucking load was. Right. Right. They didn't count.
Like Idaho. As soon as they stop, they're like, y'all want to vote for Trump? Like, sure. Like,
right. Like that. I mean, again, you could have just known that he was going to get some of these states, just like she's going to get some of these states. Like, he's going to be so mad if he loses tomorrow. He's like, but I went to Coachella. I had to win California. That's a requirement. Like, that's his, his deal. But
yeah,
again. If we have to sit here, the sad part is we have to sit here and like go through this each time. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, he tried to take your fucking vote away from you. Like he's saying he's going to turn the military on the people. What?
Yes.
Why do we got to keep doing this shit? Like, I want to get past it. I keep getting a comment saying,
agree.
If Trump wins, you're going to have content for 4 years. I'm like, look, dude, I can do content without that motherfucker. I know the media don't think they can, but I certainly am looking forward to a future where we laugh that we used to live off Trump content. Like, I'm so far past wanting to have to make content on this son of a bitch. I don't even like seeing his face or hearing his voice, and I got to do it all the time.
And by the way,
ridiculous.
I'm totally fine with doing it. From a when he's in court, when he doesn't matter, right? Okay, so right now, last time Biden won, the only ones that haven't been called so far for Biden that went last time, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and I guess Minnesota hasn't been called yet. But,
no, it hasn't.
But we're at, I don't know where she is right now. They don't put that up there, but the road to 170. She's at 172. He's at 230. So he's got one more state to get to match his number from last time.
Well, she's got 192.
Okay, so they've added.
That's what I've got from the AP desk, and your desk, the desk you're looking at, might be a little different.
Yeah, I'm looking at MSNBC.
Right. Okay, yeah, the NBC desk is going to be different than AP, not by much, but it's going to be a little bit.
So they have not, and they've counted New Mexico and Colorado. 192, you said.
192 to 230, yeah.
Right. So he had
because they've called New Mexico. They've called New Mexico.
Gotcha. Okay. So so he got 232 last time.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to get Pennsylvania. He's not going to get Michigan. I don't think he'll get Wisconsin. He's not going to get Minnesota. Nevada has 6. Maybe that's what he does to get 236 this
Well,
time.
and then he's got Georgia too that he can capture because Georgia's not called for him yet.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, he can do 230. Yeah. Yeah, that one. I mean, that might be a squeaker. That might even sit out the number. So that 15 can sit over there, which would give him 245, something like that, and then one more gives him.
Yeah, but she's got to get Pennsylvania, the blue wall, and she's got to get one more state.
Yeah, I see Michigan or Wisconsin or both.
Mm-hmm.
Did they call Minnesota for her yet? I mean, you're counting that. You're adding that to the total.
Not that this desk is showing. Yeah. It looks like Maine is going to go. New Hampshire is going to go to her. Virginia, which if Virginia goes to her, that's a really good sign. And the reason why that's a good sign is because Virginia is pretty much the makeup of the country.
They just called Virginia for her. 13.
They did?
Yep.
Oh.
MSNBC just called Virginia.
AP does not have that on their desk yet.
Okay.
So
yeah. Trump got North Carolina. Guess what? He got North Carolina last time. Just saying. The big outlier in the stuff that might go his way that didn't go last time is Georgia. Right? He might get Georgia this time versus
it looks like he's going to get Georgia.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a squeaker and they're going to keep counting and all kinds of nonsense. But she's, let's see, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's going to get Minnesota. I'm not worried about that at all. So the idea is Pennsylvania happens in the middle of the night. Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin would be the other squeaker. He still burns out at 250 something. And then the rest are hers.
What's the count? I mean, what's the percentage counted of the vote in Pennsylvania? We're 80%.
Something like
80% in
right. Well, that's the
PA.
And again, the 20% are those outlier votes. Those are the ones that are the early banked votes.
Right.
I mean, maybe there's still some day of to be counted, to be fair.
Sure. I'm just saying the PA, man, that's where it's all at.
Let's see.
So in 2020, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a margin of 80,555. Biden received 50% of the vote. It was 3.4 million. Donald Trump received 3.3 million and some change with that 80,000 difference. That was 48.8%. That's how close it was.
Yep. 3.3 per. They're basically 3.3 each, minus some. Yeah. So yeah, we still have that 400,000+ outlying. Oh, hold on. 4751. That was a drop.
Okay, she got 205 now. They gave her Virginia. Okay, so that's where your Virginia came in.
Yep. Yeah.
And if she gets Michigan, Wisconsin, that's 25. That puts them tied. Minnesota, that puts her over to 240. I mean, and
then
can she win this thing? Well, if she doesn't get Georgia. I don't think she's going to get Georgia. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I do think she's going to get Pennsylvania. It might be wee hours again because it's going to be narrow. It's going to get close. They're going to be back and forth all fucking night as they were last time.
She's going to get Hawaii too, right? We're not counting in Hawaii.
That's right.
Yeah, that's it. That's Hawaii. That's the one we're missing. But he's going to get Alaska. So what's the difference in those votes? Those electoral
Is it a wash?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
All right, what's Alaska? Alaska's 3 electoral votes. Nobody's counted yet. Close it.
Yeah, they haven't closed.
Nah, they close at midnight.
And Hawaii gets 4. Dude, that could be the one. That could be the one vote.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yep. Again,
if he gets Pennsylvania.
He petered out at 232 last time. If he peters out at 256, it doesn't fucking matter, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got to get 270.
Right.
You got to get 270.
His path to 270 is really rough. Again,
I
we're
mean,
talking East Coast to West Coast, Northeast and Northwest and the Western states, the block. There's still okay. Yeah.
I mean, again, his only pathway is through Pennsylvania. And because it's close, you know, they're feeling good. We're feeling stressed.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's supposed to be a lock.
Last time. Right. It was close last time.
Well, it was fucking close in 2016, too.
Yep.
So it's fallen both ways. Like, we're like flipping coins here for our fucking democracy. Like, what the fuck are we, you know? Heads I win, tails you lose type shit.
Sure, but I'm also not going to, like, you know, feather into the world of, like, why are Republicans insane? Doesn't quite work.
I mean, they are insane now.
I know, like that's not gonna. Yeah, and you also have a bunch of split ticket shit going on there as well. So District 3.
It's really crazy. I'll give you an example in Missouri. So Amendment 3 was to codify women's right to abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it looks like that's going to pass. But they voted in Josh Hawley. Like, what the...
Right.
Like, those two things don't compute. Like, why are you doing things that are the opposite?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, am I right or am I wrong?
Well, no. I mean, I think you have older voters split between security and abortion and economics. That's going to be their primary one. And if they're buying the bullshit that there's some scary monster out there, Washington, they just called Washington for. If they're going to keep saying there's a big scary monster out there, that's going to work with a bunch of people until it doesn't. So I mean,
right.
I got news for you. It's not even, and again, it's not even like as simple as old white people scared of brown people. They're like, look at the look at the Cubans.
That's an easy one, huh?
But look at the white Hispanics, right? The reason why there's a non-white Hispanic on the census is because they're Hispanics that view themselves as white. And those folks look at southern border immigration very differently. Like, that's the people I left to get away from. You know what I mean?
Right.
I got news for everybody. Spanish is a European language, just like English.
Right.
Just like French and German.
Well, you know, and the weird thing is about that too is you know, the whole Puerto Rico comments, right? And you would think all that he has said about migrants coming across the border from the south, you think enough people are like, oh, that's gross. That's gross. But the minute you call Puerto Rico an island of garbage, boom, it's like a light switch. But was it like a light switch? I don't know, because like you're saying, different people. They're not the same. It's not the same. I mean, whites want to think they're the same, but they're not.
Exactly. I mean, look at what do you think German and Scandinavian voters in Minnesota do, you know, and how they vote, which is actually way more liberal than, say, you know, Italian and Eastern European New York voters who are more conservative. They're white.
Right.
What, you know, and look at the Michigander, the Michigan Muslims that, you know, are going to vote against Harris and we're slamming her. The idea that somehow those people are pro-Palestinian is absurd, because Donald Trump's going to turn the place into a parking lot if he can. He'd let Netanyahu just fucking pave the goddamn place.
Well, there goes the West Bank too. Not only Gaza, the West Bank's gone.
Yeah. So what do we know about different tribes and different groups in the Middle East over the last 3,000 years? Just because they're all Muslim, do they all get along with each other? No, there's various factions, and ask the Germans and the Polish, right? And I think that's an important part of the conversation, that when you're dealing with somebody like Trump, who's just an abject racist, which is what he is, the counter to it, unfortunately, gets as simple as his argument. All these people are bad. And then we have to defend all these people as one group monolithically, because he's attacking them monolithically when they're not a monolith. There's a variety of, of people in that group. So
you're saying he's playing us when he's doing that shit?
Yep. It's a 10,000 vote drop in, or a vote difference in Arizona. Harris to Trump. I think it's going to. Oh, there's a projection. Hold on. We'll see if it's this new one. We'll see. Oh, it's a governor of Washington. Okay, so yeah, because she won Washington, and the Democratic governor won 56 to 43. Derp. We knew that.
Well, I mean, and this only shows too what has grown a wider and wider gap in this country, where around the bigger cities where they have to govern. Right? Because people in big cities have to govern. There is a lot of components to running a big city.
Absolutely.
So that's where the liberals who are interested in governing reside. And that's what you kind of see. And then the people who do not like to govern, because that's a lot of people think like rural people are anti-government. They are anti being governed and actually governing things.
Yes.
Like Yes, they do not like that. They do not like to govern anything.
No. They love it when they need help, and immediately, and they get mad. I mean, look at Trump's response in North Carolina to those folks. And again, what happened in North Carolina? Same shit that happened last time. The last time he lost, right? And again, Trump could win Georgia and add whatever the fucking extra single 2 votes he got last time, still lose.
Right.
Still lose. So, and again, even still, in a bunch of these, okay, there's here come the votes in Pennsylvania.
Woo.
Yeah.
Woo, we got a batch of votes.
Yep, they're big dumps.
Is it Steve? Is it Steve Kornacki and his khakis?
No, it's what's his name, Seberoff, who did.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good, dude. He does all. He was the guy who was like down there at the border. Okay, he's He's at the tally place where they're bringing the votes over. And so he's like, clean your lens out. It's not a lens; it's the light above. I have there it is. See it's my overhead light. I'm in my living room, and don't expect the best lighting. I'm hanging out all night.
He's doing a 24-hour stream. He can't be standing up at that stand-up desk and shit. He ain't like my fat ass and sit down every day. I mean, this desk will stand up. Well, watch it. It'll go up. I think used to.
Well, is it plugged in still? Don't electrocute yourself on the live stream.
Yeah, I don't make it stand. I don't know. I don't make it stand up enough. Maybe
dumps.
It's pissed off at me.
Here comes the Pennsylvania dumps.
Are we taking a big Pennsylvania dump? All right, PA dumps.
And this is they're just literally rolling in with the trucks, and this is where he starts.
You mean like it's not an account? This is where the ballots start to come in. And he's like, oh fuck, these are Democrats.
Yes, these are the so what Jacob Soboroff was doing was he's standing outside on the on their live stream or whatever. He's standing outside the Pennsylvania counting center,
right?
And these trucks arrive with the early votes. With the banked votes. And they get
I can already see it. They're taking this footage and they're posting all over Twitter like, oh my God, look, they found boxes. Box
in the middle of the fucking night. It's fucking midnight and they're rolling up with these fucking trucks full of ballots from China. Bounced off a fucking Spanish satellite. Yeah. So that's what this is. So right now, Trump is like ahead by like 125,000. Like, we went to bed and we were ahead by a lot, and then you're behind by 300,000 because that's where these votes come from.
Excuse me, Hal. Excuse me. I went and took a shit, and I came back, and I lost Pennsylvania. I lost
and
Pennsylvania.
They stop the count. Stop it. Stop the count. Stop counting.
What time do you think he comes out and declares victory? I mean, because let's say everything goes the way that it should go, and we aren't as stressed about something that we're just waiting for, right? But when does he come out? Or is he like, no, I'm winning this. I'm not going to go out yet because I'm winning this.
Well, you're leaving out one possibility.
Yeah.
That he has fallen down a flight of stairs.
I mean, that is possible. Kidding. They did have a Melania body double today.
Yeah, right. That was weird. So
maybe they'll just wheel the body double for him.
Everybody's like, North Carolina projected to Trump. Yeah, we know. He won it last time. It's not a thing. Don't worry about it. Let's go swing states. We're all right.
Right. I mean, literally, we are at the same spot we were.
Yes.
In 2020.
This hour last time. Right. When Biden won 306 or 303, sorry, to 235.
Yeah, spanked him. And the reason why he spanked him because he spanked him through Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
And those trucks full of ballots from China.
That's right.
Like you said, right? And is that how you said it?
And this is what I've been telling you guys. That's what I've been telling you guys. Like I said this last time, and everybody was sweating it out, and that's why I stayed up all fucking night with you guys, because that's exactly what's happening again. Now,
well, I'm glad I'm on here with you, because I'm like, fuck, go pack your shit. We're getting the fuck out of here. We're bugging out. We're gonna go to North Korea. It'll be better there than it is here.
That's what everybody said last time. And again, we weren't expected to win Georgia last time. We weren't even expected necessarily to win Arizona. It was a toss-up, and everybody was like, what the fuck? That's why it was a big deal at Fox News that that they called Arizona early, and why it was like an 8,000 vote difference or whatever, that they ultimately went
Fox
through.
News ain't making that mistake again.
That's right. I got my next guest in here, Tony. So I'm gonna.
All right.
So Karen is.
Swell. Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
You guys have a swell night. No problem.
What's your schedule going to be the rest of this week?
As it is all the time, I'm on every single weekday, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 11 Central for 2 full hours. So that's where we're going to be on my live stream if you want to come chat. So, and I've been replaying the shows too. So catch them. Just search Tony Michaels Podcast on YouTube. You'll find me, or go to thetonymichaels.com. Thanks a lot, Hal. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Here, hold on. I'm going to switch over to me there real quick. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's switch over to this one and then publish it. Hi, everybody. And then I'll bring our next guest in, which is Karen from Chicago. Hold on one second. And we'll put her in here. And ladies and gentlemen, just in time to sweat it out, it's Karen from Chicago. Hi, there she is.
Oh my God, what the fuck, America? What
do you mean? Wait. Again, I was just telling Tony and everybody, this is the exact same spot we were in last time when Biden won 303 to 235. And we weren't ever expected to win Georgia.
Yeah.
We weren't.
Okay.
We didn't win Ohio. Sherrod Brown, is projected to lose the Senate seat in Ohio. That's not surprising. Bernie Moreno, they put down stakes in Ohio. The Senate's going to be a problem for a while, obviously, and the House, difference. But this is far from. You got a lot of split ticket shit happening. That means a lot of people are voting, Harris, and then voting for a Republican because they think it'll balance her out. That kind of stuff. Across a bunch of places, right? And a lot of this is this banked vote, this banked vote that has not been counted in a bunch of these places that favors, Democrats by a couple 100,000 votes in a lot of these places.
Right. Yeah, and I wonder too, a lot of these states with the ballot initiatives, because they're saying that white women again did not vote for Harris. So again, they're voting for Trump. So I'm wondering, with those ballot initiatives, was that their way of saying, like, well, I'll vote for this ballot initiative to protect abortion, in my state, but then I'll go ahead and vote for Trump.
Well, some of those people believe the idea that like it should be up to the states, or they bought into his stuff. If you're a maggot, you're going to believe that stuff. That doesn't quite matter. The other thing too is that a lot of these ballot initiatives are, there's a lot of reason to vote against them. Because it codifies a stricter rule than you would want, right?
Right.
Like back, a lot of people want to go like back to square one on this kind of stuff. That's, again, that's going to have to be solved on a national level, more than likely with a Supreme Court. So, again, that's where I'm more hopeful with what she can do over the course of this. But again, we are at the same place we were in, and she can still lose Georgia. And there'll probably be a panic attack because we weren't supposed to win Georgia last time. It was an outlier. And then we did. Harris just won. They just gave her Hawaii again. You're going to see her numbers start to creep up. And at some point, 189, 230, he stalls out. And the
230 was freaking me out. But then, you're right. I mean, there's a lot left to count here. And Pennsylvania, I think that, if Pennsylvania goes to her, then that's pretty much
the ball game,
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why. And it's the question is, and that's happening now. Like I said, they just drove up with all those votes that was the dump from last time, because they have a rule that you have to count all the day ofs before you start counting the the other ones. And so at some point she's gonna like lap him. Like Arizona is 49-8 to 49-4. It's like, like they're split right down the middle.
Right.
Nevada is just 2% in. It's not going to be a thing. And I think she's got Nevada too. I think it'll be a squeaker, but I think she'll get it as well. So again, it's looking better and better. And again, we have a bank of, I'll give all the naysayers I'll throw them a bone. If what they say are the banked votes of 400,000 Democrats, about 180,000 independents, and 200,000 Republicans, many of whom, again, voted early, so therefore there's a reason to believe they're leaning Harris or not at all. And the independents aren't going to go her way or his way necessarily. So they're just getting dumps. Let's see if Karnacki's calling dumps. Yeah, so that's what he's talking about. She's got a lead of 305,000 votes in Philadelphia County, and there's still like 500,000 votes to count. And it's in those areas. And they're coming in now because they're the early vote. And so, again, this is... And so, like, it's so funny. Like, he keeps... There's 200,000 votes outlying just in one area. And he's saying, Trump's doing a percentage point better than he's doing in whatever. Like, no, he isn't. Because you don't even have the final number in that regard. So, PA statewide, so this is going to be, she's got 400,000 outlying. There's 213 difference because they're waiting on these.
Right.
Yeah, this is again. We will only know from this outlier of the votes that are banked and how those people voted. And if we have a significant or even a reasonable number of Republicans who voted for Harris or didn't, or left, the presidential thing blank or something like that, you'll see a jump in that. Now, she's not going to bank votes when nobody voted, but it won't go to him. So he won't have that counter vote, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and with, too, you talk about the split vote. North Carolina elects a Democratic governor, and then it goes to Trump. It's just it's mind-boggling to me.
Right.
People's minds,
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Crazy.
I think there's a lot of, because it's a woman and all that stuff. We'll talk about we'll unpack the misogyny like we did after 2016, but there's a shit ton of like split vote, like maybe she needs a man holding her hand, or I'm going to counter her with a Republican. I'll vote for her, but I'll vote for the down, that kind of thing. I'll vote down, red down ticket, that kind of shit. Not that strange.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah. What about Moreno too? Isn't he under some investigation as well?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't some criminal?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how long that'll last. Right, exactly. And then we'll end up with a special election in Ohio or some shit like that. Yeah, it's not surprising. Right. The question is if, because Moreno's counting on Trump being in there to cover his ass or pardon him or get him out of trouble. And that's that's the road they buy. Right. If he's not there to do it, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody's like, he got North Carolina. He got North Carolina last time. Like, that's not new.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, North Carolina, again, North Carolina and Iowa, he had them both last time. And the difference is more narrow, perhaps, but he had them last time. It's, again, this is going to be very tight. But again, she's got a bank of, yeah. All right, this is ridiculous. Kornacki's like, he's taking the lead in Bucks County, 379 votes. It's 56% in, and there's 112,000. That means there's like 200,000 votes left. Simmer. Like, you know how many votes that is? Good Lord, man.
This is why I needed to come on with you, Hal, because you're going to talk me down. Because I'm telling you, I've been on pins and needles. It's on a
yeah, no, I mean, again, this is the issue of with the Electoral College, and our issue here, and like Kornacki's doing this whole thing, like comparing 2020 to now, comparing the COVID vote, to the present one. Did I lose you for your voice? I'm sorry, your mic.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, there you go.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, like she's got Allegheny, she's got a lead by 137,000 votes, and there's still 400,000 outlier votes to count, and they're still counting the same day in some places. Good Lord. Yeah, PA statewide, too close to call, 16. That just dropped 100,000.
Yeah.
He's at 168. He was at 240 like an hour ago. Now he's at 168,000. That's what it's going to do. That's what happened last time. And that's why he was like, these dumps, these big, massive dumps, this fucking dumps. And I'm like, yeah, those are early banked votes. And there's enough Democrats in Pennsylvania that voted ahead of time. We know the number is there. We know it's 400,000 plus. If his lead is less than, if it's less than 350,000, he can't even get in the fucking ballpark.
Right.
She's going to take Pennsylvania.
Okay. Please. Your lips to God's ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We said Philadelphia County is 77% in. And then, who's there? Okay, that's the...
Is that Anita?
I think so, yeah. Hold on. Am I adding Anita to this call too in here with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on one second. I've got to use where do I use? Okay, we'll bring her in. What did I use last time? That's what it was. Okay. So I'll do this. Go Karen on the left and Anita on the right. My right, your left, left, my right. Whoops. Oh, hold on. And there she is. Oh, and she's very close to her camera. And I just see an eyeball. That's okay. There we go. Hey, there we go. And 3, 2, 1, and we publish.
You know, I can't see very well, so yeah.
That's okay. That's all right. We can see you
So I
great.
can't.
So you're all good.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
You're good.
So-
You're good now, Anita.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is this 288 DeKalb County. She's 370, 226, whatever. Like, again, this difference in the sheer vote because of COVID and mail-in vote is the other thing that they're not talking about, and the like the percentage aspect of it being within the margin of error because you can't tell who voted in person, like how many people were voting because they can because it's COVID, and now they're voting because they give a shit and they went and showed up or whatever. It's almost the exact same fucking numbers as last time. Yes, it's almost the exact same fucking numbers. There's,
Well,
go ahead.
There's a bunch of students that stood in line for hours. Those are all in-person votes.
Yep.
For and a lot of them will probably be Democrats.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
They were standing in line for like 4 hours. This is in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also I got an email from Jennifer O'Malley Dillon, Kamala's campaign manager, and she said that they hit all their targets. They're very happy about where they are right now in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. And she went on to explain it. I wish I had it right in front of me, but then she talked about how Wisconsin, we probably wouldn't know anything until about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Michigan was like midnight. I don't know about Pennsylvania. They just said that they had met their targets, and there's big cities that need to be counted, like Detroit and Milwaukee, Philadelphia. So, yeah.
Agreed. That's what I've been telling everybody last time, because we were literally in the same boat we were last time, just with slightly fewer votes. So like in Pennsylvania, there were almost all the Democratic votes to count. This time, it's about a third of them, and they're still outlying. That's where that's why when Kornacki's talking about like 77% of the vote in the very populous areas versus 12% of the vote overall for the state, why it seems like, oh my God, there's only 12% left. How's she going to make it up? In a state that big, that's an enormous fucking number. And in
it was
Philadelphia,
like that last time with Philadelphia. Yes. I remember looking at it and going, oh, there's 5% left. How can that be? And Biden still won.
Yes.
So, yeah.
By a lot.
Yeah.
So, this is the same thing. Like, so far, Trump has just won the same states he won last time, with Georgia being a holdout and we don't quite know yet. And it'll probably be a squeaker like it was last time, and there'll probably be some fights over it. But at this point, if they're hitting their markers like it seems like they are, like you're talking about, which it seems like they're doing, it won't matter. He can have Georgia and like another smaller state, like Arizona even or something, and he's still going to fucking lose because he tops out at 256.
Well, that's what they were saying in this email. She was saying that blue wall is going to hold. They think the blue wall is going to hold.
And they worked
it.
And they've got these banked votes. They've got these early votes that have not been counted. And all of these states, because of the Republican Senates that run them, do this bullshit where they want to, they wait until they've counted all the other ones. So there's this red mirage every time. And everybody has a fucking panic attack. And then Trump in the morning claims it was stolen. We went to bed at 10 o'clock and we woke up and it was gone.
I know.
That's what happened last time. I love you guys, but I want to spank you. And the goat would like a word.
What's going on?
I told you last time, these are the same votes he got last time. No, shut up. You're not listening to me. These are banked votes. Pay attention.
We were all hoping for, not a landslide, but something like that, because, we don't understand how anybody could vote for that man, especially the way he ran his campaign the last couple of weeks. And so, that's why we're all disappointed. Not because we don't feel okay about the blue wall.
I'm telling you, it's the pit bull effect. And they won't understand that. Like, the same thing happened with fucking Reagan. They voted for Reagan, who was an actor from California who later held office when he got too old to be in monkey movies. So there's still hope for this guy. And Why Reagan? Why did they cling to Reagan? And why? Because the Republican establishment paired him with the former head of the CIA during the Kennedy assassination, and he ran as tough on the Soviet Union, tough on crime, and tough on foreign policy, because the monster outside is so big. I don't give a fuck if the dog shakes the baby. I just want him to bite and bark at the right people, and that's what it is. They don't give a fuck if Trump the pit bull shakes the baby. They don't, and we can't think that way. Like we wouldn't, right? That's what it is.
I always tell Karen they don't vote on policy. Republicans.
No,
they don't, because if they voted on policy, if they voted on policy, they'd be voting for Democrats.
Yes.
Right.
So but Democrats do vote on policy, and we don't understand why they cannot. And the media is so disappointing too. And I know you've talked about this, Hal, but the whole inflation thing. I mean, I've looked up articles about how great the economy is doing, because it's booming.
Yeah.
And but yet you cannot find anything. I am not kidding. It's all about how, the economy is great, but will people notice, or the American people don't feel it, or something like that. There's always a qualifier.
What the fuck do you think should happen after something like COVID? We went through an enormous thing. Nobody in the 40s would think after the tuberculosis epidemic that business would snap right back and that everything would go back to normal. People just sucked it up and moved on. But we have a cushion now, unlike any other time in history, and we take it for granted. And thank God we do.
Well, and the media is just lazy. I mean, they're dumb and lazy. Because, yes, the inflation was caused because of the supply chain issues, and because, like you said, we were coming out of COVID, and it was a global phenomenon. And I looked at the BBC, and that's how they reported it. They said, we're having inflation due to coming out of COVID. But here, they never say that. They never put it in context. And it's just,
so well, it was the same thing, when Obama inherited, the mess from, Bush and Cheney, and then they're sitting there dumping all over him. It's not happening fast enough, and it's just,
I know.
It's even worse than that. I would say it's even worse than that, because if you'll recall, one of the biggest talking points from Republicans post the Obama presidency was more people went on food stamps under Obama than any time in history. They also came off of food stamps at a higher clip than anyone in history. But they went on them. Why? Because Republicans crashed the economy.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they always excuse, Trump's, the job loss and the stock market crash because that was COVID. But yet when they talk about inflation, they never explain or they never give Biden any kind of leeway like that. COVID happened.
That's right.
But for Trump, it's the excuse for everything that happened bad during his administration. Even though we lost, I can't remember how many manufacturing jobs, but 100-something thousand manufacturing jobs before COVID. Because of his stupid trade policies, his tariffs. And now he wants to do that again on, on steroids.
And again, nowhere near going to make that happen. He's again, nobody around him even wants it. And this is it's more of a sign of his decay than an actual economic plan. And it's just silly. At this point, he's just if you listen to his speech in the end, he's just promising sunshine and gumdrops. It's ridiculous.
I know.
But again, he's so far has stalled at 230, which is lower than what he had last time at this point of the evening. He could still take Georgia and lose. He could have Georgia and one other state and still lose. The rest of them are still on the table for Harris and are looking good. And again,
how is Iowa doing? How is Iowa? Has anybody seen anything about Iowa?
Yes, Iowa went to Trump a long time ago, and it was going to. It was.
But by how much?
Not
Do you
a
remember
lot,
how much?
Less than last time, right?
I was just wondering because that poll, the Iowa Register poll had Kamala up by 3. Remember?
Right.
And that was Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's fine, but that's within the margin of error both directions, and it's tighter than it has been, and it depends on turnout at that point and all kinds of other shit. But
Right.
again, that's what he got last time.
Right.
And Pennsylvania is
No.
counting all their early votes right now. The trucks just arrived. They probably still have some leftovers from the people who are standing in line, right?
Right.
Lots of people standing in line. They had to, extend the hours, and lots of bomb threats. So that kind of closed things down for a while.
What? Yeah. I mean, when in our country did that happen? Do you remember, Hal, a time where there were bomb
before
threats
Trump
being called in? I mean, what the hell?
No,
No, it's
that's
never happened.
Well, also this is Russia messing with us. So even in this particular instance, I'm not one of these people who believes that. I think Putin likes Trump's function as a human being, but not him as a person. Doesn't care. So on a personal level, I don't blame anybody in our political system for bomb threats called in or emailed from a Russian account overseas. That said, we have had similar things.
They could have used a VPN.
Scale. Yes.
Couldn't they have?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, it could have been an American doing it. I would guess, but that's dangerous because the FBI has ways of tracking that shit too. So we are huge ballot dumping right now in Pennsylvania.
Oh, lots of dumps.
Lots big, massive dumps. Yeah.
Big dumps. Massive dumps. Yeah.
Oh, I'll try Facebook again. So again, I've not lost hope in this at all. I know it annoys people. That's why I chose to stay up all night with you guys. I did it last time, and
it doesn't annoy us.
It actually makes me feel better because seriously, if I was just sitting here, watching it, and my family is gonna completely disown me in a minute because I'm just I was freaking out before it came on here.
Everybody's staying away from me. Yeah, they're staying away from me right now because
No, it's nerve wracking, and it's just honestly, it's just we all understand what's at stake with Project 2025 and
sure.
Roe.
And I'm worried about Ukraine. I'm worried about Ukraine. That's one of my biggest worries.
Exactly. I know Philip was on earlier. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, it's scary. The whole world.
Really scary.
Right.
So it's just upsetting and frustrating that so many people would still vote for this man.
Right.
I mean, his last few weeks have been just a disaster. He looks tired and old and just incoherent.
Yeah.
He's never been very coherent, but
what kind of a margin, she wins by, it's regardless of whether she wins or loses. I mean, if she wins, we still have to deal with these people.
How do we think it will be called tomorrow? Yeah, more than likely. I mean, I think there might be a projection by somebody tonight because the Pennsylvania vote, when it comes in, they'll go, yeah, Pennsylvania's looking this way. They'll get some reports back from Michigan and Wisconsin, and there's a chance that she might address the country at 2:00 in the morning. We had this last time. Trump came out at midnight, and I remember when Trump came out at midnight and said, we did win this election.
We did win this,
right?
Yeah.
Even though it hadn't been called yet for anybody, he still felt like he lost Arizona, and that was proof positive that he was going to whatever. So he came out and said that bullshit, and then Biden came out and said it looked good, but they were going to hold their hold their water for a while or what have you. Still not 7% of the vote in Georgia is more than 100,000 votes. So even still, Georgia's going to be a squeaker again. It was 11,000 votes last time. If that goes on for a couple of days, Georgia's been called for Trump, hasn't been called for Trump yet. Beg your pardon. Has not been called for anybody, but because it's too close to call. And there's still 3% of the vote outlying, which is the early vote. It's the same shit.
So none of the battleground states have been called.
No, none of them.
No.
Right. Well, and North Carolina they have separated
Not
on
really.
MSNBC, and it was he won that one last time.
Right.
So like nothing's shifted, nothing at all.
That would have been a bonus. That wasn't a
Mm-hmm.
battleground. That would have been a bonus.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get upset about fucking bonuses we don't get one particular time or another. It just doesn't work that way. And
Like
there's too many
Georgia.
moving parts. Like no,
Yeah,
all we got to do is
Georgia or
get
Arizona.
we just got to get her to 270, and that's it. If it's 270 on the nose or 272, I give a shit. It'll probably be more than that. But like honest to God, yeah.
What about that that one those 2 electoral votes? I think it's 2 in Nebraska. How they split their vote?
They split it. I don't know that they've called that yet. I mean, because the Dem one there for the Senate, so I don't know like how they're going to end up going with that one in here. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was pretty close. That Osborne, and yeah, it was a pretty close race. So you never know.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty comfortable with the way things are going so far. It's just was always going to be a nail biter in this regard, and she's going to walk away with more than 270. She is. He's going to stall out. If he gets Georgia on a squeaker, or like fights for Georgia all fucking week long because it's too close and they want to recount, and nobody wants to call Georgia because it's too narrow and there was all this shit last time, it won't matter because by that time, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin will have already moved on. Minnesota's in her pocket. She just got New Mexico. There's a very strong chance she'll get Arizona and Nevada again. So, yeah.
Well, how do you feel about Holly winning again? I don't get that.
In Missouri?
I thought he was going to win. Yeah. I thought Holly would win. But
I don't understand that. I thought Claire McCaskill had. I mean, and with Roe being overturned and his, fisting, on January 6th, I really thought that was a possibility.
Well, there was nobody, again, they are, as long as Trump is in the, as long as he is in the picture, there's a big chunk of MAGA world that's just going to hang on to this shit. And there's just nowhere, nobody's going to want to compete against it. Nobody's going to give it a good run for its money, even on the Republican side, to oust people like that. They're just not going to, because they don't want to fucking die. It's the same reason, a good portion of the people who know how awful he is don't come out until they think it's safe, because his supporters are fucking nuts.
Well, they're the Republican base. That's who they are. The Republican base are just a bunch of horrible people.
Right. Well,
they've always been that way.
Right.
Because they were voting for Newt Gingrich at one time. Remember when he was winning the Republican primary, and then that pizza guy was winning? I mean, these guys like horrible people. They just happened to find a guy that was totally shameless and would just pretty much promise them anything and say anything.
Well, I will also say this, that Trump is probably on oxygen right now watching this as well, because his people are telling him what's going on in Pennsylvania. And they know that it's going to get close again. It's going to do the same shit. They're going to count these nighttime votes, and those are going to go to the Democrat. And whatever lead he might have in the early vote, which is smaller this time than it was last time, is going to get eaten by those votes. And other Republicans like Ted Cruz and stuff will continue to have a job, and he is not. So they can't claim, oh my God, it was fucking rigged, because, well, then how did you get a job?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
we have to do a better job.
Really matter, they don't seem to be able to put that together, Republican voters, or want to.
Well, and again, we have to make sure, and this is a long-term process, that when you're talking to one of the nutty ones, understand you're not really talking to them. They're not listening. but you might be talking to the person just over their left shoulder who isn't as bought in on this nuttiness as they are, but wants to be treated like a human being. And that's difficult when you're talking about something. And that's why I joke all the time. That's why I try to make it funny so that we can both just laugh and move off the subject, like somebody farted in an elevator instead of they tried to stab somebody, and it was really just they elbowed them by accident. Like Mike Pillow getting a tangerine in the side, right? That shit. Sorry. What was that? MSNBC is talking like PA is not looking good. They're fucking pulling the drama. Harris got Michigan.
No.
Hold on. Did they call it Michigan? No. PA. She's fine in PA. They're going to be talking like this all night. Again, I think they wanted to run away with it. We all do. But a lot of that is banked vote. And these states that we're talking about are set up to not count their shit until later.
Yeah, I just keep thinking about all those people online. They can't have counted them that quickly.
Mm-mm.
I mean, they were still standing in line when the polls closed.
Again, it's hard to say if they added. In some cases, they added an hour in Arizona. That's going to stretch things out a little bit, or 2 hours, depending, because they had issues with some of the polling places. Again, not
well. The bomb threats slowed them down too. There were bomb threats all over the country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, in these Democratic areas.
Mm-hmm. They okay, back in the ground. There we go. Oh,
have they how much of Philadelphia have they counted?
It's like 70%, and again, it's enormous. And that's not the.
I know.
That does not count the. Insofar as I know, they are not started counting the banked vote, which again, at this point, is a war chest of 400,000 votes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, what about Wisconsin? Anything with Wisconsin?
I haven't seen Wisconsin in this particular run. They're not really going there yet. Hold on. Again, Wisconsin is Milwaukee. We went through this last time with Wisconsin as well. It's the one of the reasons why what you call it? It's 210, 230 right now.
Okay.
As far as the electoral, they call one of these for her.
It's 210, 230.
Harris.
Yeah.
He's got 230. She's got 210. She's creeping up on him in this one. So Wisconsin is live election history. They've got I don't know what their Tammy Baldwin polling Wisconsin. Time the polls closed, but this isn't telling me anything.
Well, she did say, Jennifer O'Malley Dillon said they would be counting them about till they wouldn't have any results till about 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So
final results. Yeah.
So right now, whatever lead he has is going to be eaten during the night, and he's going to do it again. This is why we got into this shit with Wisconsin and Pennsylvania last time. And Michigan. Remember all of his clamors about Detroit and how it's all thieving and blah, blah, blah. And it's because they all do the same shit. And it's because they had Republican senates at one point that put in these rules that say that create the red mirage.
We can't count the votes. Yeah.
Right. So, again,
all right.
I'm
all we can do is wait.
Out. Yeah. Huh? It's helping you lose weight.
All we can do is wait.
Oh,
no, all I can do is wait. No. It doesn't help me lose weight.
Right.
Unfortunately.
I'm
pretty small. I don't know.
Shaquille Brewster is in the counting center in Milwaukee, and they're doing their first. There's a 97,000. Okay, so his is dropped. In Wisconsin, it's 81% in. There's 20% left over. That's all big cities, and banked vote.
Right.
And Wisconsin. There's a difference of 97,000 votes. That he had a bigger lead last time at this hour.
Yeah. Okay.
He had 51-47. Like, it's going to flip over to her.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin.
God. Okay.
Yeah.
We got 10 electoral votes there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then how many does Michigan have? 15?
She's at 210 now, Hale?
She's at 210 on the MSNBC count, I guess. Yeah.
That's not counting Michigan. She hasn't. They haven't declared Michigan, right?
Nope. Or maybe they just counted Minnesota. Maybe that's the one they pulled. They added Minnesota to it. But
okay, yeah, maybe.
I mean here's the other thing, is they keep bouncing that number around and showing house numbers and that kind of stuff, so that you're like, where's the number I'm looking for? Like they know what they're doing. They want us glued to the TV all night long, all night.
Yeah.
Night.
I don't know how you're going to do it. I'm already tired.
I know. How long
Right?
are you on until the time?
Noon tomorrow.
All night. All night. And even in the morning. That's what Andrea said.
Yep. Yeah, till noon tomorrow. Yeah. So I've got another, I basically have, like 14 hours left. Okay, they're calling Georgia for Trump. Not surprising. That will probably be adjudicated later. But again, a flip, doesn't matter. Again, stalls him out at 246. Yeah, she's at 189 on there. So they haven't called the other one that the AP has for her. So they're keeping her particularly low. Yeah, and let's see, 15, 246. No. Nope.
Yeah, they're still showing her at 189 on MSNBC.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure why, but it was.
Where are you looking at? The AP? Are you looking at the AP? Okay.
I'm looking. No. MSNBC just called Georgia for him, which again, we didn't expect to win that one last time and still carry it. I mean, that's happened before, so not weird.
No, Georgia was a surprise last time.
Yes, exactly. These aren't part of the blue wall. None of that shit. That's what we're there for. And it's and again, she still held Virginia. She got New Mexico. She's going to get Nevada and Arizona more than likely, but she needs, Pennsylvania's the shit, and that's going to happen tonight at about 3:00 in the morning, and then he's going to flip the fuck out. And without Pennsylvania, he has no path.
Yeah.
Well, that's the state he's been,
They both have.
Saying they're all, everybody's cheating. He's been talking about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's because he's hearing the real numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They got people following people around with fucking clipboards. Yeah. It's exciting. It's very exciting, but we're in a similar situation here. And Steve Kornacki keeps doing this whole thing with like total count versus the percentage from races before, and it gets everybody's blood pressure up, but it's not.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It has no.
Yes, we know what you mean. We know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. It's like literally they've still got 20% of the vote still outstanding. Again, that's another 150, 200,000, leaning her way. And he keeps doing this. She's doing this percentage, and he's doing this percentage. Like, you don't even have the whole fucking number yet. Quit it.
Right.
Yeah.
The division of the uncounted number is worth exactly 0. When we have the final number, we will be able to tell who is doing what. We're not right now. I'll tell you what Steve Kornacki is doing. Let me explain to everybody what's actually happening, boiled down to its essence.
Okay.
He is telling you about who is counting the ballots at what time in which box. That's what's happening here. What comes out next?
Yeah.
And she went up some. No, she didn't go up at all. All these votes are already blocked. It's already happened. It's the fate is sealed in this situation. It's already done. She's not gaining. He's not losing. This is already done.
Yeah.
Right. He and him going at this point. The last race it was 62-35, and this time it's 68-32, and is meaningless because you don't have the final number. It's kabuki. Bless his heart.
Right.
It's theater. Yep. Exactly.
That's
why the panel can sit up there and yuck it up and laugh. Right. They can sit up there. They know.
I know. I
Or
know,
they
it's
can
very
grind on
scary.
shit, because some of them, I'm sure, are doing the exact same thing. They're like, what the hell? Because they've forgotten too, because, memory's the long, it reaches the end of their nose. So that's the. And all he's got to do is start tapping on red districts and going, what do we have by here? Or did he bank enough to, did he bank enough? No, he didn't.
Right.
Well, he's, this is why he has that
Yeah.
job, because he does,
Yes.
he's able to do things like this. And
Exactly. Well, he's also,
yeah,
they're
keep
pumping a bunch of it.
everybody entertained.
They're pumping a bunch of it in his ear too. And again, one of the things where he's like, in Westmoreland County, they got 80% of the vote in. It's 67-31 right now. You know what percentage it will be of the final vote? Nobody knows, because nobody knows what order the boxes of where they're coming from, what streets, what precinct, what part of the precinct they're coming in from at all. And it doesn't matter. They don't come in a specific order. And so, like, again, and it creates this kind of like haze of shit. Yeah, statewide, there's 170,000. He dropped down from 240 that he had earlier. That's what's going on right now.
Right.
And that's what'll happen all night till they finish. It's already baked.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, I'm tired.
Understood. Well, don't worry about it. I'll be here, doing my thing all night long. Natalie. Okay, where's Nat? Is she in there? Sorry. I didn't
Natalie's
see her.
coming in?
Yeah. Nat is what? Natalie's waiting for the host? I don't see her in the thing. So I'm going to let you guys go, and I'll try to bring Nat in so she can join me.
Thanks. Thank you, Hal.
Say hi to my girlfriend, Natalie. She's my good friend.
I insist.
Okay. Thank
you.
Cheers.
We'll
okay. Oops, sorry. Yes. Say it again. Sorry. Go ahead.
Who, me?
Yes.
No, I was just saying, I'll be watching you in the morning.
Okay. All right. We'll try to get some sleep.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you guys
later.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Yay. There we go. And so, is Nat in there? And Andrea? Oh, I don't see her in the thing. So hold on. You sure I don't see her in there. So are you sure she's on the eCam as opposed to she doesn't have the VDO, does she? Because there's nobody in the interview thing right now at all. Have her hang up and try again, maybe? Or maybe she left and is coming back. Or maybe she ran out. Or maybe something. We'll see. Okay. Anyways, hi. Just me. Oh, wait. There she is. Yay. Okay. Now she's got it. Okay. So hold on one second. Go into preview mode. And pop in here with the guest. And take this out of here. And go over to this. And put in the thing. And click on the thing. And then here we go. And we're almost there. And Natalie. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Natalie Ziemba, how are you?
It's Nat.
Yeah. Hi, Nat. How are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in there,
Oh, yes.
You're keeping us all sane.
I'm doing my best.
Talking us through.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So crazy.
Yep. Everybody's cooking. It's all right.
Yep. I'm watching. So the two tabs I'm watching, I'm doing a toggle between AP and CNN.
Yeah.
So
right.
AP right now, they're at 210, 230.
Yep. Yeah, that's about right. Oh,
and CNN is coming in 182 to 246. So.
Yeah, that was George. That's Georgia added to that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not counting one of the other.
Georgia yet, which is interesting.
Hold on. There's somebody coming out to say something at Harris HQ. 1 second. The co-chair. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states. Yeah. So she's going to wait.
What are they giving us?
Huh?
Yeah.
He's just saying
Yeah,
they're going to wait.
Yeah, she's not going to come out tonight. I don't think she's going to come out and make any commentary.
Yeah, and I think Trump is in an iron lung right now, so because I got to tell you, sure, are we sweating it? Sure, but is it anything strange on the Republican side of things? Nope.
Right. This is just another day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting. I've been watching my hyper local elections, and I've gone in and gone to my county clerk and looked. Everything's counted. Everything's in 100. We unfortunately went extremely red. So. Things in northern Illinois here in McHenry County were very, very red.
Yeah.
So some of the things that we were hoping to at least hold or even possibly squeak by with a little flip, none of that happened, unfortunately.
Right.
But obviously Illinois went for Harris. That was not a shocker. So.
Right. Yeah. So they basically said she's not going to make a statement tonight, so everybody's hanging out. And it's funny because I don't know why the expectation, unless it was even when Biden won 303 to 236 or whatever it was last time, 246. It wasn't until Saturday that they could call it. Everybody made it, people were making a statement. Trump, the only one that made a statement the night of was Trump saying, frankly, we did win this election, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, now it looks like it says Trump takes North Carolina. He's leading in Georgia. She needs the blue wall states. The Trump team is now moving people from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center.
Right. Yeah, because he's going to claim he's winning. Because he won Georgia, and he's going to say, I won Georgia, and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, go for it. Because he wants to claim victory before Pennsylvania counts their votes.
Of course he does.
Yeah. Same shit as last time.
Yeah, this is his big move. And I know the sentiment in the chat right now. I don't have it up at the moment, but, I've been watching the chat on YouTube, and the sentiment, people are really
stressed.
I think emotionally, they're stressed and they're feeling nervous. And you have these details of counts and numbers and the history and the context of 4 years ago, 8 years ago, to kind of take a breath, hang on a second, let things shake out. And it's calming.
Yeah.
Karen was just saying that, right?
Right. Well, I'm not honestly, I'm not worried. I know what I know and how I know it, so I feel good about it. Is it a squeaker and does it get your pulse up? Because it's like watching like a game you give a shit about. I mean, I get excited when I watch a football game. So why wouldn't I, in this particular instance, get riled up like, oh, it could go close, there's all that stuff that happens, and they're very good at making you feel that way. They're very good at that part of it. But again, this is nobody's gaining and losing tonight in the count. The votes are being counted that were cast. It's it's done and dusted unless somebody sets fire to a bunch of ballots or there's some other shit that goes on. Today was the day. Today was the final day of voting, and those votes have been cast. And there's a reason why they didn't leave anything on the field, and the Harris team feels good about Pennsylvania. They're not announcing anything. They told everybody to go home because we're not going to say anything tonight because she wants to really be a leader. She wants to really actually announce it when it's announced. Trump will go and say his bullshit and make him, an ass out of himself. Anyways, and I'll see if there's they're going to claim victory or try, or, I don't know how they do because they can't call the others.
They're calling Georgia.
Yeah, that was not that surprising either.
No. How are you feeling about Wisconsin?
Good.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's going to be narrow, but I feel good about it. Again, it's largely you got.
Come on, Dane County. Come on, Dane County.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Losing Sherrod Brown in Ohio, that one hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That hurt.
Yeah, agreed. Although, I feel like we'll see what happens to Moreno legally. That would be the thing with Harrison. And a real DOJ. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna ride this out tonight. See, MSNBC is being very close to the chest about a couple of the calls for no particular reason. Like the AP's already called it to 210 for her. They've called Georgia for Trump. And they're talking about basically what he's going to be doing now, that he's going to declare victory and say this shit. But we're going to be up all night. I knew we would be.
See, the same thing with CNN. They're being more conservative with her. She's still at 182 and he's at 246. They're playing their cards real close. Here's what's really under my skin, though. He has maintained a 5 million popular vote lead this whole time.
Right. We haven't, there's been a lot, West Coast isn't counting yet. They've been called, but they have not counted their votes.
Got it.
So, California's votes aren't banked for him yet.
Okay.
Or her. Does that make sense?
Got it.
But it's just they're calling.
Yeah.
That means
I've been
nothing.
watching.
There's 70 million uncounted votes because they're the West Coast or it's Idaho. They're not counting them. They're calling it Electoral College. So, yeah.
Got it. Because I've been watching across the board, AP, CNN, MSNBC, and, he's been at 5 million consistently this whole time, no matter, where the Electoral College is. Well, he's maintained this 5 million popular vote.
Yeah, because they counted all these red states first and sat on them. I mean, I don't know what, right?
Damn them.
That's what they are. All the smaller states get counted earlier, and all the big states don't. I mean, California's vote total is not added to that. Right? Neither is, I'm pretty sure New York's isn't even at this point because they don't know. They just know they've called it for the Electoral College. But the red states, the little ones, what was that? What do you?
Nothing, just.
Are you stressing about something in particular?
I am. I'm just, I just saw nothing spectacular. It's, Trump wins 2 key battlegrounds is the headline on CNN. So.
Sure. Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
Okay, we knew that. Yeah. So you're feeling good about Wisconsin. You're feeling good about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's got okay, so there's 400,000 banked Democratic votes we know of that have not been counted yet.
Yeah.
Right? Trump has a 200,000 vote lead. This is the same thing that happened in 2020. We were ahead by 200,000 votes and all these bullshit, these dumps, these massive, that's right? Same shit.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's, I enjoy looking at AP because they kind of keep it real and dry. Yeah. Some of their little quick, I'll call them widget headlines. How thousands of voters in certain states might decide the election. Smart people, we already know that.
Every time,
Yeah.
right.
It's been fun talking to my non-American friends, people that are outside the U.S.
Sure.
explaining the Electoral College to them, and
Mhm.
it's so complicated because they just are like, well, if the person with the most votes, like, how does I don't understand.
Right. Right.
So that's always a fun challenge. I'm like, let's explain the Electoral College, something that's so antiquated and has
Well,
outlived
yeah, I mean,
centuries of
no,
this.
it's not though, because if you think about like parliamentary creating a functioning government in France, in Israel, and in England, it's their version of the same thing. That you have
That's a
to
good
have
way to think
a
about it.
percentage amount of support, and that percentage of amount of support, you have to build a coalition government, and the primary group might be able to lead the group, but they're forced to have as their lieutenant somebody from the other party and stuff like that. It's effectively their version of like the forced collective idea of the bigger control point. So yeah, and again, I'm not so much worried about like the Senate shift or whatever, or and I do think the House will go back our way, because I think the midterms, we do this every time. We do this bounce. Either somebody comes in with the Senate and the House, or they don't. Right? It happens
Right.
all the
It's a
fucking time.
pendulum swing every
Right.
time.
Every time, which is stupid. And that's our job. That's my job, from this point forward, trying to remedy some of that. But yeah, the campaign is saying that Harris is going to speak to the supporters tomorrow because she knows it's not going to be counted till then, and she's not going to bullshit them, and she's not going to give a "hey, don't worry" speech because there's no point. And Trump's going to come out. She wants him to come out and say, "I won already," and be an
Yeah.
asshole because he's going to lose. He's going to lose. He's going to lose Pennsylvania.
Oh man.
Again,
Yeah.
we already know we already know there's a huge banked vote. So it's just and the difference is bigger. That amount is bigger than the difference he's got right now. Just like last time.
So let me shift gears really quickly. How many hours are you into your marathon at this point?
10, 11? I don't know. I started
Okay.
at 11 a.m.
Okay.
It's 10 o'clock my
So
time.
you're
And I slept
about halfway through.
Yeah.
What's your plan now for the other half?
A
little sleep, right? You're gonna sleep a little bit.
Yes, I will sleep on camera just to freak everyone out so they can just watch me nap. I don't care.
That's awesome.
Like, how can you sleep when this is going on? Right.
Yeah, right.
I
it's
will.
My eyelids closed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. NBC News projecting what? Hold on. Probably a Senate something or other. Oh, no, they gave her New Mexico.
Okay, but didn't we know that already?
Not on the MSNBC count.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Oh, not on the Steve Kornacki board.
194, 296. And again, she's going to get like Maine. They haven't called that for her yet. That's what it is. The Northeast. Everybody else has called the Northeast past New York State up in the Northeast, and they just haven't called it for some reason. That's why her number's low.
Yeah, it's really interesting because even on the AP map,
Yeah.
New Hampshire is not called yet. And Maine is technically not either. There's two, they do these like light blue, dark blue.
Mm-hmm.
And Maine, New Hampshire, even Minnesota's not called on the AP yet, which she's up 50-47.
Mm-hmm.
But and you're feeling, I know you said you're feeling kind of good about the House, right? Obviously Senate, I'm not feeling confident, but House.
The House races, just because we picked up the first transgender member of Congress. There's been a lot of mobilization on the House side. So the difference was narrow anyways. Plus they're going to lose a couple of people, and then like they've been dropping People like Matt Gaetz is going to go to jail and shit like that. That's why he's been hanging around Trump, because he wants a pardon and he wants to be protected.
Yeah.
Yeah. 92.
Yeah, I'm looking at okay, well, this is interesting now. Okay, so AP has now added to his count. They're showing 246 to 210.
Yeah, that's Georgia.
Yep.
Yeah, they were just waiting on Georgia. Yeah, that was the Georgia.
Boy, I was feeling Georgia there for a minute. I really was.
I was not feeling Georgia. Although,
No?
no. I just felt like if there was a chance that she pulls it out, that Kemp wouldn't help him cheat. But it wasn't that was a expected state necessarily. So, that was an outlier that he won it that Biden won it last time.
I just saw, I don't know, I just had this, this optimism of turnout and numbers, and the energy there seemed so electric. But I think that's also this, hey, let's not forget, Chicago hosted the DNC. So there was so much excitement here, and the energy and just the electricity and being downtown. I didn't go to the convention itself, but I went to some of the adjacent events, and I tell you, it just felt so alive, and the vibrancy and the energy, so exciting. And it's like, oh, you come off of that high, and then now we're in reality, and we're like, well, wait a minute, what happened? And I think you do such a good job at being pragmatic and talking us through these things in a reasonable way. People like me, people like Karen, we're so passionate, and we get ourselves we get so emotionally tied into these things, right?
Right. Yeah. So, like they're going, Alaska's too close to call this time around or whatever. Trump got Alaska last time.
Right. There's 3.
Yeah. And again, Pennsylvania has a 214,000 vote difference, which is almost exactly what it was this time of night, 10 o'clock on the West Coast last time. And then they counted through the night because they have to wait. Same thing with Wisconsin, almost the exact same number at 10 o'clock at night, my time. Arizona's even closer. That's only 52% in.
Yep, that is real close.
Yeah, just like it was last time.
That's like 13,000 right now.
Right. Yeah. Nevada, same deal. Yep. I mean, Nevada's going to have more, longer to count over here too. But again,
yeah, their AP is showing only 20% in for Nevada.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my!
I mean, it's only 10 o'clock here.
Okay, they just did a big dump of votes here for Nevada. They just shot up in numbers. 75% of votes counted now in Nevada.
There we go. All right.
He just gained on her about 35,000 votes.
Yeah, see, it's going to be narrow in there. And 25% left of the vote to count.
Right. Oh, gosh. And he's still maintaining that 5 million vote popular vote. It's making me crazy.
I understood.
That number is really just getting under my skin. Because I can't, it's we think, okay, you may win the Electoral College, but you're going to win the popular vote, right? And it's like, how could so many more people, just this snapshot in time, right? Looking at just this snapshot, it's like, how could 5 million more people vote for this lunatic?
Right. Trying to see.
Do you remember the number in 2020? Like right now, I'm looking at about 125 million. I mean, what was the number? Do we feel like we've got more just by pure number of votes? More people turned out?
Well, yeah, there's a return to like, well, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what the ultimate number is as far as overall, turnout. I mean, it's fairly high, but still it's 62%, something like that.
Isn't that so sad?
Mm-hmm.
That makes me so sad.
If
You've got this right, this freedom to do this in this country, and it's like, get out there. What's the matter? We're making it
They have
easier.
also, hold on. So 87% of the vote is in New Jersey. She's ahead by 191,000 votes. And they got this one parallel county he's looking at because it was split some other way or it flipped some way. It doesn't matter. The difference is 6,000 votes. It's a jerk off in Passaic County. Nobody cares. That her overall number, she grew it in the city areas. She's 191,000 ahead, 87% of the vote in. It says too early to call.
See, AP has called New Jersey for her.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, she's got New Jersey pretty handily.
Yeah.
AP map, yeah. Mm-hmm. For sure. Hawaii is called for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Washington, Oregon, California.
Right. Also, it's weird. He's going back over places they've called for her already. It's so weird.
Is Kornacki?
And yeah. And he's calling numbers like, there's 30,000 vote difference in what happened last time versus this time, percentage to percentage or whatever. And there's still 5% of this one county outlier in this area, which is a big county in New Mexico. Like, again, this means nothing at this point. Like, I like where he's talking about, like history and stuff, like how you did, but it doesn't count until after they've actually closed it out, unless it's about expectation. But she won New Mexico for a reason. Same thing with New Jersey. Now they're in Philly, and he's trying to argue this Philly thing. I want to hear what he's trying to say.
Mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations, that's where Trump's made gains. Steve, thank you very much. Looking now at what remains standing, obviously we've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've been talking about control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, the most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many.
Also, they have her at 194 now on MSNBC.
I wonder what
big,
they just
massive dumps. Yeah.
Huge dumps.
Yeah. This is going to be another, like, the problem is they tee him up for his bullshit.
Of course they do. And they let him ramble, and he's teed us up, right, for rigged.
Yeah.
There were giant. There were trucks taking big boxes.
Right.
Let's look back. What happened to Rudy Giuliani when he did this? What happened to Mike Pillow when he did this?
They lost their mind.
Granules of sand, grains of sand in the wind right now.
Yeah.
They're insignificant.
Yeah. Yeah. So at this point,
the men
again,
have done that.
We're waiting for at some point we're waiting for our Pennsylvania dumps, which will come in about 3 a.m. Pennsylvania time, East Coast time. And
there's a song in there somewhere, Pennsylvania dumps.
Pennsylvania. I'm not. Nobody needs that.
But yet you have a guitar right now. So
I do think it's funny that like watching the people, especially who've been at this whole time, are are sitting there with caffeine leg, the whole time. Like that's what Joy Reid is. Joy Reid has caffeine leg right now. Her leg is just, because that's
moving.
But like, I keep like, again, this is where he was last time. It really was. Like he had the difference was Georgia, and Georgia was an outlier.
Yeah, and you keep reminding us of that, which is
Yeah.
good.
Right. And even okay, how about this? In 2016, it was a 43,000 vote in 3 states that made up the electoral college stuff that gave him one of the blue wall states. Like I don't see that happening in any of these situations because of how the vote's being counted and what's still left to be counted. And that's what Steve Kornacki keeps saying. Every time I tune up, even as much as they're trying to build a drama, he'll go, there's still votes to be counted in this blue area, this blue area, this blue area. And that's exactly what's happening. And it's 3% of the overall state vote, which is hundreds of thousands, because there's millions of people in the vote, in there. They don't know exactly how many, but it's significant. And it's not, again, did some Republicans vote early? Yeah, they did in Pennsylvania as well. The guys that Rudy Giuliani, I mean, like I said, we'll know when it comes out, but the guys that Rudy Giuliani had, the one case he had in Pennsylvania, we were talking about this earlier today. They voted by mail. They were Republicans. They voted for Trump. They voted 2 of these guys, and in one of the north of Scranton in Pennsylvania. And their vote was thrown out by the Republican adjudicator there. And so Rudy Giuliani brought their case before the state, and what they wanted as a remedy was everybody in Philadelphia had their ballot cured. They checked. They said, hey, is this your ballot or is this your ballot? Do you really mean to do this? Is this your signature? And their ballot was counted. But these guys never got their ballot cured because Republicans don't want to cure these ballots. They just want them, they just want them thrown out. They're assuming that most people who vote by mail are Democrats, so the more they can throw out, the better. And there will be a bunch of that shit. If this gets close in Pennsylvania where it's narrow at all, within 30,000 or something like that, either direction, there's going to be a bunch of fucking back and forths from Trump and all that crowd, because they're going to assume that, that we did what they do. So anyways, point being is what they wanted as a remedy was not to have their votes counted, but to throw out the vote of everyone else. Everyone in Philadelphia that got their ballot cured. It's just stupid. Right. But this is where we were. And he won North Carolina last time. Right. I'm never going to. And Georgia was an outlier shocker that it went our way, but it wasn't necessary to the win. It was gravy. Right. Biden won by 303.
This is true.
You can afford you can lose 30. You can lose 30 of his electoral votes and still win.
Well, I'm looking at the AP map right now. He's at 247.
Yeah.
Right. So his path is he's got to get 23.
Mm-hmm.
So he can do that via. You're confident about Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. I'm not, but you are.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin is 10. That gets him to 257.
Mm-hmm.
If he takes Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
And how have they not called Wyoming yet? Oh no, Wyoming. Yeah, Wyoming is for him. It's like, wait a minute. He's got to have Wyoming. That was 3. Okay. So Wisconsin's 10. That gets him to 257. Nevada would be 6. 263. I mean, she has to get, she's got to get a lot. She's got to get Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota.
She's got Minnesota.
Wisconsin. That's what I thought. It's the AP just haven't called it for her
yet. Yeah.
Are we certain about Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin? Have you heard about Baldwin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Did she hold? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So far, it's exactly where it was last time.
Okay.
But for the sweating that everybody's doing.
The biting of the nails.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The nervous eating.
Yeah. I'm like,
staying nourished?
What? Sorry.
Are you staying nourished? Are you having snacks? Are you getting your energy, your
I've got stuff
carbohydrates?
upstairs. I haven't run upstairs yet. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot too close to call in Nevada. And
Yep,
Jackie Rosen is up by a shred with 70% in. So, okay. Yeah,
Well,
that'll be. Yeah.
A nail biter for sure.
Yep.
I think at this point, I'm gonna be hopeful. I'm feeling more hopeful than I was in 2016. I'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I remember feeling this sitting on the edge of the couch, and I felt this just sense of dread. And I remember going to bed and getting up in the morning and just feeling it was just horrible, right? All of us, we were in
Right.
disbelief, I think, partly.
Sure.
And I think at around this point, though, last year, we were feeling a lot more confident, right, than we are tonight, at least for me.
Mm-hmm.
I was feeling at this point in 2020, I was feeling a lot more confident at this point of the evening. So laying my head down tonight and getting up for work in the morning, oh boy. I know I'm going to grab my phone and I'm going to look and say, okay, first thing in the morning, where are we? And I'm going to I don't know
Right.
how I'm feeling.
Sure.
Nervous.
Well, yeah, I understand the nerves. And I do, like, so far everything I've thought about the main states, the blue wave states, or the blue wall states have held. So we'll see. Again, nobody's gaining and nobody's losing. They're just counting what's already done. It's already happened. It's just a matter of making sure that the votes get counted properly and that everybody does it. And if if any of beyond the polling, because it was always like razor thin everywhere else. Trump is not running away with even the red states that he has, that they're giving him, where he's like, we're up by 12 points, we're killing it everywhere. That's not true at all, right? That hasn't played out to be true. Like Iowa may have been like an outlier 3-point poll or whatever. That's fine. I didn't.
Yeah.
That never got on my list. And Georgia and North Carolina were like, a shrug because we've lost them before and still gotten the electoral college. Again, anything that's special, I'm not going to sweat. It's it's those extra votes being counted. Oh, hold on. I can't tell if she's talking to Kornacki. Hold on.
His way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans.
Oh no, I just saw this update.
What?
RFK Jr. joins Trump watch party.
Yeah, of course. No, he's been there. They're all there.
Shilling for Trump. And I'm sure, is Elon Musk going to be at the watch party as well?
For North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Feel like they are in a good position. This to person worked in his first administration, White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies. There are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington.
Of course they are. They've been talking about it the entire time. I give a shit.
I can't even.
I'll
say this before I sign off, Hal.
Yes.
Illinois knew the assignment.
Yes.
I'm very proud to say I'm an Illinoisan.
Can I just say there are a bunch of people leaning against the banister at the Trump thing, and these people have all been told he was running away with the swing states and that it would have been all over. And they're leaning up against the walls and looking at their phones and wandering around just like people at the Harris thing were.
Right.
Yeah.
So they can pose and, pretend. He can say in all confidence and he can claim victory.
Right.
Meanwhile, his staffers are wandering around because they know better.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well, this was fun. It was so good to see you.
You too.
You are extraordinary for doing this and keeping us all sort of level-headed during this chaos.
Hey, I'm trying.
And you're the best.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll for sure tune in first thing in the morning when I get up in a few hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I sent out a message earlier about the Nevada. I tweeted it out, but there are people in Nevada whose ballots need to be cured, and they will, they need to pick up their phone to cure those ballots. Now, if they're Trump votes, I don't care. So they might be bullshit Trump padded votes that are meant to create that red mirage. So perhaps not. We'll see. But if they're real votes, they should be cured. And so people, if you're in Nevada and you get a phone call from the Nevada voting thing, then please answer. Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to do the same thing where he declares victory.
So I just
ahead
was
of time.
telling me that. Did he take Pennsylvania?
I don't think so. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Not where I'm seeing it.
I'm not seeing that.
No. They have 10%. They have more expected vote left outlying than MSNBC is saying. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully the Harris campaign puts up a bunch of challenges
Mm-hmm.
to all these states.
Well, even still, like the Pennsylvania vote, again, you got 487,000 remaining. That's about 80,000 hand counted, about 400,000 early banked votes, and then however many late votes they were doing in Philadelphia. And there's a 180,000 vote difference. So same thing we did last time. Same thing he did last time. He came out at this exact same time.
Man, this is frustrating.
Yep.
All right.
It was it was the same. Again, I was here last time. It was the same shit.
I know. You're so much better than I am. So you have this sense of rationale that
Well, I call it stoic optimism. There's certainly things that are out of my control, and there's certainly areas where there are things I can't know, but I follow the prevailing evidence, and it looks pretty good. So I don't care if she wins by 30,000 votes and it's a fucking squeaker in Pennsylvania, and everybody's like, "Oh my God," doesn't matter.
Right.
What was Biden's margin last time? 112,000.
Yeah. So tight. Craziness.
Yeah, we're not even there yet. And Trump was ahead by 200,000. Yeah, 1.17% in Pennsylvania. Smallest ever for a Democratic president who won Pennsylvania. Biden won it by about 3%. Um, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Joe, here's like Morning Joe. Joe Biden takes the lead in Pennsylvania vote count Friday morning.
Right. All right. I'm gonna part with that thought. I'm gonna leave that thought in my head, just brewing.
You're wonderful.
So.
Relax.
You're the best.
Breathe deep. The world is very big. You're awesome. And I will see you later. I'm going to try and rest my voice a little bit for the next for the next round of people just watching me dangle in my house or drink some water. Because I've been talking for 10 hours straight.
I know.
So, yeah.
You're great.
No worries. Okay. I'll see you
Bye,
later.
my friend.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let me jump in here. I'll try to open this guy up. Excellent. And then there's the chat room. And please tell me, Andrea, that that's my last guest for the night. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. Here's the question that I'll pose to everybody before I shut up for a minute and just watch and take stuff in, and you guys can just breathe me in for a little while. Here's the question: if she won Pennsylvania by 35 votes, would that be fine with you? 500, 1,000, 12,000.
You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, International Airline Network, vice president Harris in the end, the member, the state senator in Georgia, was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany, Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was calling that, try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wants.
Yeah, we know. She's talking about. So the question is, do I just leave the TV on in the background? Hi, chat room. Hold on one second. Let me open this up with you guys. Hold on. There we go. I got to open up the right window so I can see what I'm doing. Ah.
The outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon.
Wow, the chat room is blazing by.
If the outcome is literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration. And to Alex's point about sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right? Obviously, like there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places, briefing apparatuses, but there are a lot of conversations happening right now.
Yeah, so it's nap time for me. I'll do what I can. See if I can find a cat. Oh my God! I've been sitting in the same spot for hours. Ugh. Hold on, that's my butt. Oh God. Okay. I've got to charge my microphone. So let's see if I can. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I'm just leaving on my regular laptop microphone for the time being. And see if I can keep this from tipping over and cooking. Keep my laptop from falling apart. And I will do my best to stay awake and watch the returning shit as they figure out their nonsense. It's 10:30. Oh God. So here I am. I'm up. If I pass out, be gentle.
Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, and in the position of trying to bring to decide whether he's going to do what other, which is to eliminate. Right? That's one of the things they do from Republican legislature. That's not allowed to actually do anything. You do that when you're.
Mm-hmm.
Right to the very fact. She would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market, you think about the sort of the way that the U.S. is a reserve. The World Council.
See what I don't know if that's Fox or CNN.
In recent days, we've heard him talk about his political life. Vice presidential,
Same thing. Okay. That's NBC News.
just to bring everybody up to date.
I thought he had gone to the. Yeah, he's going to claim that he won. I mean, we've been through this before. What's this doing? Okay. Is my phone blowing? By the way, is my phone blowing up with people? Mm-hmm. I am indeed. Am I still in the air? Yes. I'm live streaming. I'm laying down. How's everybody doing? Brian Karam saying hi. Mm-hmm. 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 It's been a long day, kids. Mm-hmm. See what?
Yes, we are. It is 94% Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to a 3 percentage point lead. It is a significant, very significant bill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of convincing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83, it's a lead there of 58 points. Just glancing over to get the number, there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail. It's going to be tomorrow morning. In Philadelphia, and what's that? I think is a kick folks at a little bit. Provisional ballots.
Mm-hmm.
Provisional ballots, and these are expected to bring decisively to the Democrats. Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all that one-off. There were 100,000 in the 2022 midterm. This is in Philadelphia. In the 2022 midterm, about 40,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And that remaining provisional ballot will look like when you get these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could that's enough to make up? Yeah, statewide now, which again, I'll show you 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia, you got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, 54, 44. It's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here. Democratic. Again, it's a 60-40 split of what's become to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come. If you look here, this is just the mail-in ballot. And you're talking tens of thousands of votes still come here and place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. Make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, Schuylkill County. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There's kinds of votes as well in these deeply red up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains. Provisional vote. We are trying to figure out how much there is here. Again, looking at 91,000 still, it's looking like a Mount Everest there for Harris. Get a sense of that provisional. Yes, let's call it upright. Yeah, it's basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a Casey, the Democrat, is running a bit of a
Yeah, it's gonna be airtight. I don't know why we deal with this all the time. Like this how it was last time. Again. Good Lord. Sorry, chat room. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. What's happening?
That's the we look at 80,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote, but in terms of potentially the provisional. That is closer. That's decided. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, Casey potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation. Set races. How much would the sort of person just the Senate race you see to a great separated enough for Casey? Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters and I'm going to shoot a work so that they all can say no.
Hey guys, how you doing? I feel like I need to move. I know what I'll do. How about this one? Camera. I don't want it to eat shit and fall over. That's the tough part. I know that'll work. Put it like this. See if a cat doesn't cause a problem. Hi, guys. Oh, somebody joining me? Who could it be? Oh, it's Phil jumping in here. Hold on 1 second. I got to put my mic back on real quick. 1 second. Connected there. Go to here. Take a fill. Good stuff. Excellent. Take this out of there. And there he is. What's happening?
All right. This is your wake up call.
Thank you. I was getting close. I was getting close to.
I hear you. I hear
Yeah.
you. I not warn you.
Mm-hmm.
I hated doing this when I used to do those overnight shifts.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like I can lay down, and it's one of those things. Like I feel like Jiminy Glick. Like I wasn't asleep. I was letting the words wash over me. That's. Yeah. So, um, yeah. This is.
So
Yep.
of course everybody's freaking out,
Yeah.
and I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still very much
Yep. I'm bullish.
uh, when the counting is done,
Mm-hmm.
it'll it'll shake down the way we
Mm-hmm.
hope. But yeah, no, I'm getting all sorts of panicked.
Text messages from everybody. Right.
And again,
It's supposed to be fixed by
no,
now.
sure, and
God
of
damn
course,
it.
well, I'm getting it from my West Coast pals, and I'm getting
Mm-hmm.
it from my Ukrainian friends
Sure.
who don't understand the electoral college at
Right.
all
Right.
and don't understand the whole
Mm-hmm.
procedure, and they're terrified
Mm-hmm.
because if Trump gets in, uh,
It's a
it's
dangerous situation for them. Yep.
basically it's Putin's interests that'll be
Mm-hmm.
catered to. So
Right.
of
Well,
course they're
there's.
freaking out. Of course
Right.
they're freaking out.
Yeah, and I still have this. Okay, so 214. What's the 19?
And I had a semi cold olive burger in my car that I
Mm-hmm.
decided to eat as well. So
Right.
I was up anyhow.
There you go.
Are you
Um,
familiar with the Michigan tradition of the olive burger?
no.
Oh, fantastic version on a classic. Who's the hamburger guy who does his smotes?
Hmm.
Anyhow, um, we have a tradition in Michigan. There's a chain here that does a fast food version of
Mm-hmm.
it, and it's you take olives out of the jar, mix it with mayonnaise, green
Mm-hmm.
olives, and mix it with mayonnaise and a little bit of brine. Turns it into an olive sauce, and they throw that on your standard cheeseburger. And I had an extra one in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, got peckish,
Understood.
went and grabbed it.
Right.
So okay, so how terrified? Terrified's an over
Sure.
exaggeration. Uh,
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just again, I'm doing the math on some of these things and watching it like everybody else is. But it's weird because everybody's called different
sure.
things. So she's they just added four to her. I was trying to find out where it is. I think it was New Hampshire finally. Yeah. They finally added New Hampshire to her. So let's see, 214, 220, 218,
Oh,
228,
and I
38,
noticed because I'm not fully falling asleep. I'm just kind of like
53.
my time zones are so mixed up that I'm kind of lucid at certain hours and
Mm-hmm.
not so much at others. But I did catch a little bit of what you were talking about
Mm-hmm.
when it came to um,
Mm-hmm.
catching up.
Yeah.
Uh, the count catching up to itself, just like it was in the last presidential election.
Yep.
It's
They just gave
poor
her.
Hal was
Sorry,
on
they're still
his.
calling New Hampshire.
Poor
This is
Hal
the
was
thing.
on his own. Poor Hal. Oh no, I'm trying to wake the man up. I'm trying to. This is solidarity. I'm checking the chat here. You're
Yes.
chastising me because you were relaxing.
I was just about to pass out, right? And you saved me from myself. I appreciate it. Hold on, let me add a camera and move this over here. Beg your pardon. Do something real quick.
What an odd night.
Yes, absolutely. So here you go. This is it's this guy. Yeah, there we go. So this is my publish this up. This is my whiteboard in this regard because again they specifically leave New Hampshire out because of like little counties that are fucking meaningless. Like they're dragging this shit out. It's so odd. Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want to look at
Well, they're going to
something.
do that. I'll switch my Ukraine / internationalist hat off, and I'll put on my media hat. And yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to do that. They're going to
right.
Also because they're doing 20. They're going to be doing 24-hour coverage as well.
Yeah.
So they've got to fill it.
Hold on. I'm trying to
I remember what it was. You had mentioned that you thought that the Harris team coming out and saying that there would be no further statements from them and that they would pick up in the morning, kind of thing. If I understood that press conference or
Yep.
statement,
Yeah, that's what
it
they're doing.
wasn't. Pardon me, not a press conference. It was a statement. Yeah, I mean that's what candidates do.
Right.
That is normal.
Right.
It's like everybody go to bed.
She is. I'm gonna
There's
see if I
not. We're
can.
not. We have nothing more to say.
Yeah. Until we get a real
It's
count.
not.
Again, they
It's
didn't
not
call.
any kind of
They didn't
shut
call
up, bald guy.
Pennsylvania for Biden until Friday. So she got 214 right now, according to this bit with New Hampshire. Okay. So she gets, let's say, November.
Okay.
So put on which ones these are. So I need the count. Did not give me the thing.
But I think that's just. I think that's just the Harris camp being responsible and saying, "Look, we're stepping away. Don't It doesn't mean that I'm sure that the camp is busy as a bat. You think the Harris campaign camp went to sleep? No, they're just saying we're not going to have any more press engagements.
Yeah, of course.
Until the morning, which is a responsible thing to do. But I think you're probably right. I would not be terribly surprised. What time are we here, East Coast? We are, 1:45.
Okay. So,
oh no, Grandpa Trump isn't gonna. Grandpa Trump isn't gonna.
Well, the idea is that he's planning on making a statement or something. They've got a bunch of him in there, so.
Frankly, we did win.
Yeah, it's the same thing he did last time. I'm gonna try and show.
I don't think he'll do it. No, he'll do it. He might do it dawn tomorrow.
Well, I think
He's not going to do it now.
I think the idea is that they are planning on him saying something. The question is what, and they might be waiting, to see if somebody will call one of these things.
Do we know he was? Do we know he was in that motorcade?
No, we do not. The camp was going over there, but I guess technically.
I'd be very surprised if Grandpa made a statement at 3 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was like, I think he's on a fucking ventilator. But so they have a bunch that they have not counted yet, including and there's New Jersey, which is weird that they haven't counted on this. Connecticut, which other people have. It's very strange to me that they wouldn't count these on here. Which is 4, beg your pardon. So, which had been called earlier by some of the others too, which is just before. So, and trying to do the math in the weirdest way, like so CNN has her at, where is it? They've got her at 187 because they're not counting some of these, right? And that's the panic attack or whatever. But let's say she's got Minnesota. We know she's got let's see, New Hampshire. There you go. 187 plus 10 plus 4 plus Maine plus 4 plus, let's see, I won't do any of these.
I'm looking at Google, which is relying on AP, and they have 214, 247.
Yeah,
With
I agree. So
Michigan,
yeah,
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania,
right,
Nevada, and Arizona still up for grabs.
So well here, then I'll do the simpler math for everyone. This will make it easier. So 214. She definitely say she goes. Should we split Arizona or Nevada? Let's go. Arizona is 6, and Nevada's 6, Arizona's 11. So again, we're not going to know these for a little bit, but this would be the idea: 11, 6, and Wisconsin. She'll get 10, and I think Michigan is a strong choice. That's still there. So yeah, so we're looking,
15 points for her takes her to 229 with Michigan.
Yeah, so essentially you have
Jesus. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, it gets her to 286 or something like that, right? Minus if it's not Arizona or whatever, one of the but 10, let's say Wisconsin goes, she ends up being, I don't want to do the scroll all over myself and get red fingers, but she ends up getting to 276 or something along those lines, 278, I think it is. And again,
yeah,
he tops out. They're assuming that he's going to get Pennsylvania, and I don't think that's the case. And I think that's going to be the fight over the next little bit, and that's what we're going to see.
it is going to be that speaker, though, that everybody was predicting. It's all right. I'm with you. I think I think she holds the blue wall.